Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 3033 to Chapter 3083. At this time, Hu Jingfei and the others were able to clearly see the situation on the battlefield. They were also shocked by this incomparably huge formation. The large artifacts inside the formation were constantly attacking the people inside. Every time they attacked, they would either die or be injured. Hu Jingfei and the others knew that those who were injured by the power of laws wouldn't be able to survive. They had just come out of the Nine Nether Blood realm, so they didn't have any pills in their hands. Without pills, it would be impossible for them to heal the wounds caused by the power of laws. Although they could use their own spiritual energy to seal the wounds, it was impossible to completely heal them. If the wounds couldn't be healed, then it would affect their movements. In this kind of battlefield, affecting one's movements was tantamount to rebelling against the death penalty. As for those who were killed, when they wanted to be reborn, vines would come out and take away their corpses and limbs. Hu Jingfei and the others didn't need to ask to know that these people wouldn't be able to recover. At this time, the people who were with Hu Jingfei and the others gathered together. Then one of them suddenly shouted, "Mister, we are willing to surrender. Please spare our lives." When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Good, someone finally surrendered. As long as you seal your cultivation, someone will come and take you out." These people were very straightforward. One of them directly sealed the cultivation of the others. Then he sealed his own cultivation as well. Then the vines appeared once again and sent these people to the Heavenly Secret Tower. When these people arrived at the Heavenly Secret Tower, they looked up at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also made them discover the Great Heart Demon Oath. These people didn't resist, they all discovered the Great Heart Demon Oath. Then Zhao Hai didn't let them go to the top floor of the Heavenly Secret Tower. Instead, he had Ji Wuming arrange a room for them so that they could rest. Perhaps the surrender of Hu Jingfei and the others had stimulated the people who were still fighting. Most of them began to surrender. Moreover, there were quite a few of them. One after another, they began to surrender. Zhao Hai wasn't polite. As long as they surrendered, he would accept them. Therefore, he didn't let anyone who surrendered go. He had the vines send them to the platform of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. Then he had them discover the Great Heart Demon Oath and had Ji Wuming arrange rooms for them. However, Zhao Hai didn't remove the restrictions on these people. Hu Jingfei and the others stood behind Zhao, quietly looking at the people who were surrendering. Their expressions were very complicated. Hu Jingfei and the others found that the people who surrendered were treated worse than them. This made Hu Jingfei and the others feel happy, but at the same time, they also felt sad. They had all come from the Joyo blood realm. Back there, they were all waiting for death. They had never thought that they would be free one day. Later on, when the passage came out, they had hope in their hearts. Therefore, everyone ran out of the Joyo blood realm and ran towards the freedom that they yearned for. However, they didn't expect that after leaving one death zone, they would immediately enter another one. Moreover, this death zone was even more despairing than the previous one. They simply didn't have the strength to resist. Now, they had no choice but to surrender and become someone else's followers. Their Dao heart had been affected. In the future, they could only become someone else's hired thugs. It would be extremely difficult for them to recover. But in any case, they had now left the Joyo blood realm. They couldn't wait for death there. It can be said that although they surrendered to Zhao Hai, they had also obtained freedom on another level. At this point, there was no need to watch the battle anymore. Aside from those who surrendered, everyone else had died. The entire battle lasted less than 3 days. In less than 3 days, aside from the 40 million people who surrendered, the rest of the 70 million people were all killed. No one would believe such a situation, but Zhao Hai did it. After everyone surrendered, Zhao Hai also dispelled the formation. Then he invited Ling Feng and the others to the Tianji Pavilion. When Ling Feng and the others arrived at the conference room, everyone had a smile on their faces. Although they didn't understand why those people suddenly became so weak, in any case, they won. This was the key. After waiting for Ling Feng and the others to sit down, Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Everyone, we've won a big victory this time. To be honest, I didn't think that we would be able to win this smoothly. Everyone has made a great contribution this time." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right. Ling Feng smiled and said, Mister, you're making fun of us. We still know what's important. The reason why those people were defeated so quickly was all because of Mister's formation. If we don't know this, then we would have lived in vain. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he looked at everyone and said, no matter what, you've already won. I have other uses for those who surrendered. Even if I hand them over to you, you wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Removing the formation would even threaten your realm. Therefore, I won't give them to you. You can take these things. After he said that, Zhao Hai took a spatial bag and threw it on the table. Ling Feng looked at the spatial bag on the table and didn't take it. Instead, he stood up and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai as he said, Mister, you're making fun of us. Even if we don't know what's good for us, we still know that this matter is all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, then who knows what would happen to this plane. Mister has already given us enough. We can't accept these things. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Mister, you're making fun of us. Zhao Hai looked at Ling Feng, then he smiled faintly and said, what's wrong? You don't want to look at these things? Don't regret it. Ling Feng shook his head and said, no matter what it is, we can't accept it. We've already gotten enough. To be honest, Mister, we've fought a lot of battles in the past. However, we've never encountered a situation where we can make money from fighting. But ever since we followed Mister, we've been paying the smallest price to get the biggest results. We didn't even dare to think that we can make money from fighting. But Mister didn't accept anything and gave all the spoils to us. To be honest, we feel very sorry for that. Therefore, we can't accept this item. Zhao Hai looked at Ling Feng and the others, then he couldn't help but laugh and said, to be honest, there aren't any good spoils of war this time. Those people have already surrendered, so naturally, I can't take their artifacts back. Therefore, the things I'm giving you this time are a bit special. These things don't mean anything to you. These are the cultivation methods of the cultivators that I killed. After they turned into undead, I had them engrave their cultivation methods into jade slips. These jade slips are inside the spatial bag. After you take them back, you can study them carefully. After all, the cultivation methods in these jade slips are from the upper realms. They might be of some help to you. But let me tell you, the cultivation methods in these jade slips are completely different from our current cultivation methods. Don't copy them, it won't do you any good. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Ling Feng and the others' eyes couldn't help but light up. Then Ling Feng smiled bitterly and said, I didn't expect it to be this kind of thing. It seems like we have to accept these things even if we don't want to. Ling Feng gives his thanks to Mr. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, all right, there's no need to be polite. Sit down. You can copy these cultivation methods and study them yourselves. I hope that after I leave, you can continue to interact with each other. Only by interacting with each other can the plane develop better. I hope that after I leave, you can still be friends and not enemies. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, all right. When everyone heard Zhao Hai, their expressions turned solemn. Then they stood up and cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai, please enlighten us, Mr. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, all right, I'm not teaching you. After all, I haven't reached the level where I can teach you. I just hope that you can remember my words. Let this layer have a few more years of peace and development. Sit down. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, I'm not teaching you. Everyone sat down. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, when we were fighting with Hu Jingfei's alliance, the other alliances seemed to have noticed something. They sent people to investigate but didn't come to support us. From this point, we can see that the 5 alliances aren't very peaceful. For us, this is good news. We can take action now and deal with them one by one. Everyone nodded. After listening to Zhao Hai looked at them and said, the people sent by the alliances are now trapped inside the formation. Therefore, the alliances shouldn't know about our situation here. They might still be waiting for us to disappear. After all, they didn't expect us to end the battle in such a short time. In their opinion, their tens of millions of people should be enough to run amok in this layer. They didn't expect us to deal with them so quickly. This is our opportunity. Everyone can go back and rest. After 2 days, we will attack the alliances. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's go back and take a rest. 2 days later, we'll attack them." Ling Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, what about the passage? Did people come out? Can Jing Jun and the others hold on?" Zhao smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, they can still hold on. In this war, I obtained a lot of undead. Let them support Jing Jun and the others, there shouldn't be any problems. As for those who surrendered, I still can't trust them. They still need to undergo a period of training." Zhao smiled faintly. Ling Feng and the others nodded. At the same time, they felt relieved. As long as Jing Jun and the others can hold on, then they can deal with the alliances without any worries. After dealing with Hu Jingfei's alliance, Ling Feng and the others gained some confidence. They believed in their own strength, they believed that they can defeat the people who came out of the 9 Nether Blood realm. This was their morale. This battle has completely stimulated their morale. Zhao Hai looked at Ling Feng and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, "All right, you can go and rest. Remember, you only have 2 days to rest. I know that you haven't had many opportunities to make a move recently. However, I also know that you haven't been idle. In order to save law crystals, you actually attacked first. You can't use law power anymore, and then you used law crystals to attack. Hee, you're really thrifty." When they heard this, Ling Feng and the others couldn't help but feel embarrassed. This was because they knew how important law crystals were to them. With law crystals, they can return to their realms and select talented disciples to help them comprehend the power of laws. It can be said that law crystals were the best treasures for them. They were reluctant to use them. But Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He didn't say anything about the law crystals, he didn't want to waste them. Just as Ling Feng was about to explain, Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "There's no need to explain. I know what you're thinking. I don't blame you. It's precisely because I know what you've done that I let you rest. You've used law power these days. Although it didn't injure your body, it still put a burden on your body. You need to rest for 2 days." Everyone nodded, then they stood up and cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai before turning around and leaving. After they left, Zhao Hai returned to his room. This time, he didn't let Wang Zhan and the others participate in the meeting. After all, Wang Zhan and the others were now his subordinates. They weren't like before when they were just his friends. Wang Zhan and the others' status has changed, so they lost the qualifications to participate in the meeting. Wang Zhan and the others weren't in Zhao Hai's room. Ji Wuming had already arranged their own rooms for them to rest. When Zhao Hai returned to his room, he saw Laura and the others studying the situation of the other alliances. Zhao Hai didn't bother them as he turned around and went downstairs. Ji Wuming followed behind Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, where are you going? Do you need me to lead the way?" Zhao Hai replied, "I'm going to see Grandmaster Yuan Qing. Please lead the way." Ji Wuming complied, then he led Zhao Hai forward. Not long after, the two of them arrived outside a room. Ji Wuming lightly knocked on the door twice and then said in a deep voice, "Master Yuan Qing, open the door. Young master is here." The door silently opened and Yuan Qing stood behind the door. Zhao Hai looked at Grandmaster Yuan Qing and smiled faintly, "Grandmaster, are you used to living here? Is there anything else you need?" Yuan Qing quickly replied to Zhao Hai, "I thank the young master for his concern. I'm very used to living here. Young master doesn't need to worry. Please come in." Then he led Zhao Hai into the room. Zhao Hai nodded and then entered Yuan Qing's room. Yuan Qing's room wasn't very big, it was divided into 3 rooms, a bedroom, a quiet room, and a living room. Yuan Qing and Zhao Hai went to the living room and sat down. Yuan Qing personally poured a cup of tea for Zhao Hai and smiled, "I didn't expect the young master to come here." This old man also saw the battle. This old man wants to thank the young master's mercy for sparing the lives of so many people. The young master could have killed them all and left them alive, but the young master still spared them. When Zhao Hai heard Yuan Qing, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Grandmaster is overpraising me. I have never been polite to my enemies. But if my enemies have already surrendered to me, then they are my people. Naturally, I wouldn't make a move against them." Yuan Qing smiled faintly and said, no matter what the reason is, young master still spared their lives. They were still in the Nine Nether Blood realm. Although they are now young master's captives, they still managed to survive, right? Life is very important. Otherwise, Buddhists wouldn't sweep the floor in fear of harming the lives of ants and cover the lamp to save moths. However, these are just small tricks. Those who really do this have misunderstood the Buddha Lord's intentions. The Buddha Lord didn't want them to kill, he just wanted them to understand that they shouldn't have the heart to kill. Zhao Hai looked at Yuan Qing in confusion and said, Grandmaster, please explain. Sweeping the floor in fear of harming the lives of ants and covering the lamp to save moths has always been the standard practice of Buddhist disciples. Why does Grandmaster say that this is a small trick? Yuan Qing smiled faintly and said, of course these are small tricks. Everything in the world has a cycle. Sheep eat grass and wolves eat sheep. This is a matter of course. Could it be that you want the wolf to stop eating sheep and eat grass instead? Then you have shown mercy to the sheep. What about the wolf? The wolf will starve to death if it doesn't eat meat. Is starving the wolf to death to save a sheep? Is that mercy? If they think that this is mercy, then what are the lives of ants and moths? Zhao Hai stared. This was the first time he heard someone say this. Now that he heard Yuan Qing's words, he felt that it made sense. Yuan Qing looked at Zhao Hai and said, Buddhists emphasize that they don't eat afternoon. It's not the same as Buddhists who don't eat wine or meat. Buddhist disciples beg for food for a living. If a family gives a Buddhist disciple meat, then the Buddhist disciple won't eat it. Instead, he wants the family to give him vegetarian food. Is this what Buddhist disciples do? Could it be that the rice and vegetables used for vegetarian food were not life? When Buddhists say not to kill, they are actually warning their disciples that they must have a heart of compassion. Only when you have a heart of compassion can you be merciful to all living things. Only when you have a heart of compassion can you do more good deeds. This is the original intention of Buddhists. It is not as simple as people think that not killing is being merciful. If that is the case, then where did the Vajra of Fury and Azura, who was born to fight, become one of the 8 division heavenly dragons of Buddhism? Zhao Hai's eyes lit up when he heard this. To be honest, this was the first time he heard someone explain Buddhism in such a way. Could it be that Buddhism was like what Yuan Qing said? As long as one didn't have the heart to do something, then they would be considered Buddha? Yuan Qing looked at Zhao Hai and knew what he was thinking. His eyes flashed with wisdom as he said, don't do evil because it's small, don't do good because it's small, this is the Buddhist mantra. But as a cultivator, there are always times when we can't control ourselves. Young master, as a powerful cultivator, you should have a heart as hard as stone. In any case, you should always choose the most advantageous way to act. But this time, young master didn't do so. Young master turned those people into undead. Those people might have listened to young master's words, but young master didn't do so. Instead, he gave them a way out. I know that young master has his reasons, but young master has to admit that you can't bear to do it. That's enough. Yuan Qing nodded and said, but young master, you have to admit that your heart can't bear to do it. That's enough. Yuan Qing looked at Zhao Hai and said, perhaps young master will say that Buddhism pays particular attention to self-sacrifice. If someone wants to kill you, then you can't fight back. For example, sacrificing yourself to feed an eagle. But young master, have you thought about how much meat a person can have? If you sacrifice yourself to feed an eagle, then the eagle will be full and won't attack others. But what if it's not full? What if after you die, no one will feed it? Was he a coward? Would he eat other people? It's an eagle, eating meat is its nature. You can't erase its nature because of the Buddhist realm. If you erase its nature, then is the eagle still an eagle? If you really do this, then wouldn't it be the greatest blasphemy to life? If it's just an eagle, then it's fine. But if the other party is an evil person, then you can say to the evil person, after killing me, don't kill others. Would he agree? Obviously not. That's why the Buddhists have the Vajra's glare and the Taoists have the saying, eliminate the devil and protect the Tao. Eliminate one devil and protect the Tao. Kill one person and save 10,000 people. Isn't this a kind of mercy? Zhao Hai nodded and said, Zhao Hai, have killed countless people since my debut. But these people always have some reason to kill. I don't dare to say that everyone here is innocent, but I dare to say that I didn't kill indiscriminately. I exterminated a clan because they had done too much evil. If I didn't exterminate them, then they would remember this hatred. And when this hatred erupts, it's often even more terrifying. So there's a saying, eliminating evil must be done thoroughly. That's what I've done. I don't care if others agree or not, I've done it. I don't ask to become a Buddha, I just want to live up to my conscience. Yuan Qing smiled faintly and said, for the young master to say these words, it means that you have a Buddhist nature. Hehe, Buddha is in the heart. Like what I said before, with Buddha in the heart, everyone is Buddha. Zhao Hai looked at Yuan Qing and laughed, great. Chatting with Grandmaster is really good. But I have something that I don't understand. I don't know if Grandmaster can explain it to me. Yuan Qing smiled and said, young master, please explain. Zhao Hai looked at Yuan Qing and said, I want to know, since Grandmaster said that these Buddhist cultivators aren't true Buddhist cultivators, then where does their Buddhist energy come from? Why is their Buddhist energy able to deal with the darkness attribute energy? Yuan Qing looked at Zhao Hai and said, young master, where does the light attribute energy come from? When Zhao Hai heard this, he stared for a moment before he laughed. Then he stood up and cupped his fist towards Yuan Qing and said, I've been enlightened. Then Zhao Hai turned around and left. There was no need for Yuan Qing to explain anything. Zhao Hai already understood that the so-called Buddhist force was actually a type of light energy. It was just that the Buddhists studied Buddhist scriptures and other methods to make this light energy more powerful. Moreover, this light energy was also shaped. Because of this, people thought that Buddhist force and light energy weren't the same thing. In the end, they were just the same type of energy. A cultivator who was infatuated with the power of light would always have a stronger power of light than others. This was the power of light, and this was the reason for the emergence of Buddhist energy. Zhao Hai returned to his room in a good mood. The knot in his heart had been untied. In the past, he thought that he had gone too far in his slaughter. Just the number of races that he had exterminated was uncountable. He was already a murderous demon, he couldn't be considered a good person. But after hearing Yuan Qing's words, Zhao Hai suddenly felt that he was still a good person. Laura and the others discovered that Zhao Hai was different from before. However, they couldn't tell what was different about him. Because of this, they looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Laura asked, Brother Hai, what's wrong? Why are you so happy? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it's nothing, the knot in my heart has been untied. I just chatted with Grandmaster Yuan Qing for a while. To be honest, he's a Buddha. His understanding of Buddhism is completely different from what other people understand. Perhaps some people would say that what he said wasn't the true Buddhism. However, I think that what he said is the true Buddhism, the Buddhism that is closest to people's hearts. When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they became curious and surrounded Zhao Hai. They asked Zhao Hai how Grandmaster Yuan Qing explained Buddhism. Zhao Hai told them about Grandmaster Yuan Qing's words. When they heard Zhao Hai's words, they couldn't help but stare. They didn't think that someone would explain the Buddhist Dharma in such a way. This was completely different from the Buddhist Dharma that they knew. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, I didn't expect Grandmaster Yuan Qing to understand Buddhism in such a way. It seems like he really is a Grandmaster. His understanding of Buddhism is very profound. Zhao Hai smiled and said, all right, let's not talk about this matter. I think that if we have time, we should talk to Grandmaster Yuan Qing and see if we can invite him to the space. I always feel that forcing a Grandmaster to enter the space would be disrespectful. Zhao Hai smiled and said, all right, let's not talk about this matter. Laura nodded and said, we can give it a try. I also think that we should bring the Grandmaster into the space. Out of respect for a senior monk, we should do this. Zhao Hai said, let's just note this down, we shouldn't be anxious. Let's talk about our next step. What's our next target? When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they immediately pulled Zhao Hai towards the projection. Then they pointed towards an alliance and said, Brother Hai, it's here. Zhao Hai looked towards the direction that Laura pointed at. He saw that it was an alliance at the back. This alliance didn't have the most people among the 5, but it also wasn't the least. This alliance didn't have any special characteristics. Zhao Hai asked, "Why did you choose this alliance? What's so special about them?" Laura replied, "There's only one thing that's special. There are a lot of formation masters in the alliance. After they came out of the 9 Nether Blood realm, they only sent a few people to investigate. Most of the time, they've been researching how to use transmission formations to go to other realms. Brother Hai, you should know that their formations are different from ours. I'm afraid that they might be able to research something. If they really manage to find a way to go to other realms, then it would be very troublesome." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, we should deal with them. We can't let them research anything. All right, we'll deal with them this time. You make a plan for the battle, then we'll make our move." Zhao Hai nodded. Laura smiled faintly and said, "The battle plan this time is actually very simple. It's the same as how we dealt with Hu Jingfei and the others. Even if they do research on formations, it would be useless. It's impossible for them to find a way to break the Star Transformation's great formation in a short time. As long as they can't find a way to break it, then we can deal with them." In the past few days, Luoqi had been feeling uneasy. Coming out of the 9 Nether Blood realm was a good thing in itself. But after arriving at this layer, they discovered that although this was a lower realm, it wasn't a place where they could be slaughtered. There was actually a very strong force here that was fighting against them. Even the people before them had suffered losses. This was something that Luoqi didn't expect. Luoqi was very famous in the upper realm. Moreover, he came from a great sect. Because of this, his prestige among these people was very high. Because of this, when the alliance was formed, Luoqi was elected as the alliance leader. Note that the alliance leaders of the other alliances might have been fought for by themselves. Only Luoqi wasn't. Luoqi's position as the alliance leader was recommended by everyone. This fully explained his position in everyone's hearts. Of course, Luoqi also had absolute authority in this alliance. Although he was elected as the alliance leader, he was also elected by everyone. Therefore, when he issued an order, everyone would obey it. Nobody would use this matter to threaten Luoqi. After Luoqi heard the reports of those who were chased by Jing Jun, he immediately made up his mind. He didn't want to compete with Zhao Hai in this plane. He wanted to leave this plane and go to another plane. There, they would settle down and slowly develop. Although some people didn't understand Luoqi's approach, they still obeyed him in the end. What they didn't know was that Luoqi had studied the composition of his subordinates a few days ago. He discovered that there were a lot of people who were very knowledgeable about formations. This was the advantage that Luoqi had. From this point, it could be seen that Luoqi was still much better than Hu Jingfei in terms of leadership. Hu Jingfei did not know that the cultivators under him were all specialized in those aspects. They only thought about defense and fighting, but they did not think about using the advantages in their hands to find another way out for themselves. But a few days ago, Luoqi suddenly heard that Hu Jingfei's alliance might be in trouble. Although Luoqi didn't like the other alliances, he was very clear about the fact that if the lips were gone, the teeth would feel cold. Therefore, he immediately sent people to Hu Jingfei's alliance to check the situation. However, Luoqi didn't expect that the people he sent would be trapped inside Laura's formation. Hu Jingfei's alliance, which seemed to be the strongest, was actually not Zhao Hai's opponent. This was beyond his expectations. Because of this, his reaction was somewhat slow. While Luoqi was waiting for the news of the cultivators he sent to check the situation, Zhao Hai arrived. When the Heaven's Secret Tower appeared outside Luoqi's alliance was somewhat flustered. However, they immediately reacted and gathered together, preparing to resist Zhao Hai's attack. However, they didn't know that their gathering together was exactly what Zhao Hai wanted. Zhao Hai waved his hand as the Blood Race's formation appeared around them. The formation directly formed a large formation and trapped Luoqi's group inside. Just as Luoqi and the others gathered together, they felt their surroundings change. They were now in the void. Luoqi and the others immediately realized that they had entered someone else's formation. However, Luoqi didn't panic. Instead, he immediately said, "Formation team, do your best to break this formation." As soon as his voice fell, some people immediately responded and began to study the star transformation's great formation. Luoqi wanted to stall for time, so he loudly said, "I'm Luoqi, a member of the Luoqi Alliance. May I ask if Mr. is the person in charge of this plane?" Zhao Hai looked at Luoqi and chuckled, "Luoqi Alliance, you really have a lot of alliances." "Right, I'm the person in charge of this plane. What's wrong? Do you have something to say?" Luoqi took a deep breath and said, "May I ask how we offended Mr.? You actually used a formation to trap us?" Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "You appearing here means that you've offended me. Don't tell me you don't know where you came from? Don't tell me you don't know what you have to do if you want to survive on this level? I'll give you 3 choices. First, fight me. I won't be polite and won't hold back. I don't care how many of you are injured or killed. Second, return to the 9 Nether Blood Realm. As long as you return, I guarantee that I won't hurt you. Third, surrender to me and make a blood oath to follow me and never betray me. As long as you agree to surrender to me, I'll guarantee your safety." Luoqi didn't expect Zhao Hai's attitude to be so tough. Besides the first one, they couldn't agree to the other 2. Luoqi pretended to ponder and said, "Can Mr. give us some time to think about it?" "Think about it? Ha ha ha, alright, then you can think about it." Zhao Hai looked at Luoqi and knew what he was thinking. He wasn't in a hurry, he was just afraid that Luoqi and the others wouldn't be able to wait. After saying this, Zhao Hai had already activated the formation. Luoqi didn't understand why Zhao Hai was laughing, but he immediately understood. This was because he felt a strong suction force. The spiritual energy in his body was constantly being sucked away. Luoqi was shocked. Luoku was startled. He was very familiar with this feeling, it was the same feeling he had in the 9 Nether Blood Realm. He wanted to know how Zhao Hai did this, but he knew that it was impossible for Zhao Hai to tell him. Luoku immediately tried to control the loss of spiritual qi in his body. However, he was quickly disappointed. Not only was he unable to control the loss of spiritual qi, the spiritual qi in his body was also flowing faster and faster. Luoqi's expression was very ugly. He now understood why Zhao Hai was laughing. It was because Zhao Hai was really giving them time to think about it. However, if they thought about it for a long time, they might not be able to bear it. Luoqi turned his head to look at the others and found that they were the same as him. Everyone was trying to control the speed of spiritual energy loss. Their expressions were also very ugly. Luoqi took a deep breath and angrily said, "Mister, what do you mean by this? Are you allowing us to think about it? Why are you doing this to us?" "Ha ha ha, Luoqi, you are really naive. What are we now? We are enemies. Giving the enemy a chance to breathe is the most stupid thing to do. Do you think I'm stupid? You don't need to think about other things. I know what you want to do. You just want to stall for time so that you can find a way to break my formation. Alright, I'll give you time. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to wait. How long can your spiritual energy last? 10 days? 20 days? 1 month? Are you sure that you can break my array formation within a month? Are you sure that my array formation is so easy to break? Even if you find a way to break it, do you really think that you'll be able to escape? Do you think that my subordinates are just decorations?" Zhao Hai wasn't talking nonsense. At this time, he had Ling Feng and the others enter the formation. They can attack Luoqi and the others at any time. Luo's face paled as he listened to Zhao Hai. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would be so ruthless. Moreover, he estimated that their spiritual qi would only last for a month. But if they couldn't break the formation after a month, then what would they do? Luo's face turned pale as he listened to Zhao Hai. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would be so ruthless. One must know that breaking a formation wasn't a simple matter. Even if one used brute force to break a formation, it would still take a long time. If one didn't use brute force to break a formation, breaking it in a short period of time wasn't an easy task. Breaking a formation in a month was already a good speed. In most cases, breaking a formation would take a year, or even a few years. Naturally, this was referring to using brute force. But even if one wanted to break a formation by brute force, it wouldn't be easy. First of all, one's strength would need to be formidable in order to break the formation. Secondly, the other party wouldn't be very flexible in using the formation. If the other party was very good at using the formation, then they could adjust the formation so that the attack would have minimal effect. But looking at how Zhao Hai arranged the formation with a wave of his hand, it didn't seem like he was inflexible in using the formation. Therefore, it would be very difficult to break this formation by brute force. One path didn't work, two paths didn't work, it seems like all paths didn't work. They seemed to have fallen into a dead end. Besides the 3 points that Zhao Hai proposed, they seemed to have no other choice. Luoqi's expression was somewhat ugly. However, Luoqi didn't give up hope. Instead, she secretly sent a message to the formation team, asking them how long it would take to break this formation. The formation team didn't give an accurate answer. This was because they discovered that this formation was the most complex one they had ever seen. It would be impossible to break it in a short time. After hearing this answer, Luoqi's face sank. The situation had already begun to develop in the worst direction. If the formation team really couldn't crack this formation in a short time, then their spiritual qi would be sucked dry by this formation. At that time, they wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Luoqi took a deep breath and said, "Mr.'s methods are really good. Since Mr. is here, then there's no need to ask. I'm afraid that Mr. has already killed everyone in the Xianxia alliance. Zhao Hai really admires Mr.'s methods. With the help of this formation, it wouldn't be difficult to kill everyone in the Xianxia alliance in a short time." When Zhao Hai heard Luoqi, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Luoqi, you don't need to test me. I, Zhao Hai, am a man of my words. If you want to surrender to me, then I won't oppose it. But if you don't, then I won't be lenient. I gave Xianxia 2 options, one was to fight me, and the other was to return to the 9 Nether Blood realm. But after Xianxia found out that the situation wasn't good, he took the initiative to surrender and even made a hard oath. I think that it would be a good thing if you don't want to fight and just surrender to me. Therefore, I give you another option, you can choose not to surrender to me and just fight me." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You don't have to do that." Although Luoqi's teeth were itching, he also understood what Zhao Hai meant. Although he was skeptical about Zhao Hai's surrender, he was certain that Xianxia and the others were finished. Perhaps Xianxia had really surrendered to Zhao Hai. Otherwise, Zhao Hai wouldn't be so proud. But this was also the most difficult part for him. Based on the current situation, it was clear that he wouldn't be able to gain anything from this battle with Zhao Hai. Returning to the 9 Nether Blood realm was out of the question. Could it be that he really had to surrender to Zhao Hai? No, Zhao Hai was from the lower realms. Once he surrendered, they would all be finished. Luoqi was a little hesitant. The people behind him were all looking at him. No one made a sound. Clearly, they were waiting for him to make a decision. This made Luoqi feel even more pressure. Because every decision he made now was not only related to him, but also related to the lives and deaths of tens of millions of people behind him. The more this was the case, the more Luoqi didn't dare to make a decision. This was because he knew that once he made a decision, there was no way to change it. It was related to everyone's lives. When these people saw the difficult expression on Luoqi's face, one of them said, "Alliance Lord, you can make the decision. We'll all listen to you." Luoqi looked at the crowd, then she smiled bitterly and said, "Everyone, this decision isn't easy to make. We are all from the upper realms, we have pride in our hearts. We all think that we are invincible in this realm. We shouldn't bow our heads to the lower realms." Everyone nodded and said. After saying this, Luoqi paused for a moment before he continued, "I also have the same feeling. But everyone knows our current situation. To be honest, we just came out of the 9 Nether Blood realm. We all want to live a good life for a few days. If you really think that freedom is more important than your life, then I won't say anything. We can immediately go and fight him. If you want to live a little longer and enjoy your current life, then we only have one choice." Everyone was silent. They knew what Luoqi meant. If they wanted to live a few more days, then they could only surrender. Although they were unwilling, they understood that Luoqi was right. Because of this, they didn't oppose Luoqi's words. Although Luo Qi was only a temporary candidate, Luo Qi's personality still affected them. Luo Qi was very rational, it could even be said that he was too calm. When he considered things, he would always proceed from the most rational point. This point might not be liked by others, but it was also the most useful. Luo Qi looked at everyone and said, since everyone believes in me, then I'll choose a path for everyone. We surrender to Zhao Hai. This way, we can live a little longer. Even if Zhao Hai doesn't treat us well, it's still better than being in the 9 Nether Blood Realm. We don't want to die, and we don't want to go back to the 9 Nether Blood Realm. Then there's only one path left for us. Everyone was silent. They knew that Luo Qi was right. However, it was impossible for them to happily agree with Luo Qi. But at the same time, they also didn't oppose Luo Qi. Seeing that everyone was silent, Luo Qi said, if everyone doesn't oppose, then I'll tell them the news. Everyone should understand that if we surrender, the other party certainly wouldn't let us do so. Sealing our cultivation is the lightest punishment. Everyone should be mentally prepared. After saying this, Luo Qi looked at everyone again. Seeing that no one had any objections, he said, all right, then I'll go tell them. Then Luo Qi turned his head towards the void and said, Mr. Zhao Hai, after our discussion, we agree with Mr.'s proposal. We've decided to surrender to Mr. However, I hope that Mr. will treat us well. Otherwise, we won't surrender even if we have to risk our lives. Mr., please swear. When Zhao Hai heard Luo Qi, he couldn't help but be surprised. He looked at Luo Qi and laughed, all right, this Zhao Hai swears that if I don't treat you well, then I'll be burned by my heart's devil and die a horrible death. Hearing Zhao Hai, Luo Qi felt relieved. Then he said, all right, we're willing to surrender to Mr. We'll be at Mr.'s disposal. Zhao Hai looked at Luo Qi and said, I won't make things difficult for you. Now, as long as you seal your cultivation, you don't need to worry about anything else. Luo Qi and the others had already thought of this point. Therefore, they calmly accepted it. After sealing their cultivation, they felt their bodies tighten. In the next moment, they appeared on the platform outside the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. Then Ji Wuming arranged a place for them to stay, allowing them to continuously enter the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. It wasn't easy for tens of millions of people to enter the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. This process took several days before all of Luo Qi's people were able to enter the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. Luo Qi was the last to enter the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. This was also Zhao Hai's arrangement. When Luo Qi appeared on the platform outside the Heaven's Secret Pavilion, Ji Wuming greeted him. He cupped his fist towards Luo Qi and said, please come with me. Luo Qi looked at Ji Wuming. Ji Wuming's strength wasn't very strong in his eyes. However, Luo Qi knew that Ji Wuming's strength was at the peak of the lower realms. Luo Qi looked at Ji Wuming and said, Mr. Zhao Hai said that Hu Jingfei had surrendered. Is this true? Ji Wuming looked at Luo Qi and said, it's true. The young master doesn't need to lie to you about this matter. Go and have a good rest. Once you become the young master's subordinate, you will understand how lucky you are. Luo Qi looked at Ji Wuming in confusion. However, he didn't find anything wrong with Ji Wuming. Therefore, he didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he followed Ji Wuming. Before long, the two arrived at the room that Zhao Hai had arranged for Luo Qi. Wuming looked at Luo Qi and smiled faintly, go in and have a good rest. Remember, this place is definitely better than what you think. There's a mechanical puppet here that doesn't do anything else but serve you. It can pour tea for you, cook for you, warm wine for you, and clean your room for you. If you feel bored, you can also look at some of the projections stored in the robot. Here's a suggestion, look at those things more often. It's very interesting. Right, I'll give you one last suggestion, eat more food and drink more wine. Those are good things that are hard to come by. Then Wuming turned and left. Luo Qi looked at Ji Wuming in confusion. However, he still pushed the door and entered the room. As soon as he entered the room, he saw a somewhat dull-looking mechanical puppet walking over. It had a metallic voice that Luo Qi wasn't used to hearing, welcome home, master. Your loyal servant, Ah Q, has been waiting for master's return. Luo Qi looked at the dull-looking mechanical puppet and muttered, I didn't return, I just arrived. He didn't expect the Puppet to answer, he was just talking to himself. However, what Luoqi didn't expect was that the mechanical puppet said, I said that Master has returned because I want Master to feel like you're home. This is the first time AQ has met Master. Of course, I know that Master has just arrived. Upon hearing AQ, Luoqi couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at AQ in confusion and said, AQ, can you understand me? Can you think? Do you have consciousness? AQ replied in a deep voice, of course AQ understands Master's words. Otherwise, how can I serve Master? AQ has the ability to analyze and judge, but I don't know what is thinking and what is consciousness. Luoqi understood. He looked at AQ and said, AQ, go and make me some bad tea. AQ immediately responded, yes, Master, please wait a moment. Then he turned around and left. Luoqi finally had the opportunity to take a good look at his room. He really wanted to know what kind of room Zhao Hai had arranged for him. This room wasn't very big. As soon as he entered, he could see a living room. The living room wasn't very big. It might be a bit crowded with more than 10 people. However, the living room's decoration was very good. It wasn't very gorgeous, but it was very tasteful. On the side of the living room, there were several doors. One of them was open, and AQ was busy inside. At a glance, one could see that it was a special storage room. The other doors were also open. One of them had a big bed. He could see from the door that it was a bedroom. The other door was also open. There was nothing inside, only a praying mat on the ground. Looking at the furnishings, Luoqi knew what it was. It was a quiet room, a place that all cultivators needed. Cultivators needed quiet to cultivate, even more so when they were in seclusion. Therefore, ordinary cultivators needed a quiet room. Another door was open. There was also a coffee table and chairs, but there was only one set. It seemed like it was prepared for him alone. He couldn't figure out what this room was for. Just as Luoqi was looking at the room, AQ came out of the storage room with a teapot and a teacup. AQ put the teacup on the coffee table and said to Luoqi, Master, although AQ shouldn't talk too much, please allow me to say that according to AQ's calculations, this room will be yours in the future. You may live in this room for a long time, so you have time to check it out. Don't waste your time at this time. Luoqi stared, then he looked at AQ and said, waste my time? Then tell me, what should I do that won't be a waste of time? AQ's voice was always flat. He replied in his usual metallic voice, you should be asking me questions. When a cultivator arrives at a new place, he will always check the environment. However, this room is not very big. Master, you can see it clearly at a glance. The bedroom and the quiet room are almost the same. You can tell at a glance whether it's a bedroom or a quiet room. What you should be asking me now is what's in that room for. From the way you looked at the room just now, you don't know the use of that room. At this time, you should be asking me instead of wasting time guessing by yourself. Luoqi stared blankly for a moment, then he couldn't help but smile bitterly. To be honest, he found that AQ was right, but what AQ said was the most reasonable way of doing things, and he obviously couldn't do that. Luoqi smiled bitterly and decided not to lower himself to the level of a puppet, so he said, then AQ, what do you think is in that room? AQ's flat voice came again, Master, that room is a video study room. Master can watch some video materials there, and also watch some movies and TV series to relax. Hearing this, Luoqi stared blankly for a moment, then he looked at AQ with some confusion and said, AQ, what kind of materials can I watch there? Also, what are movies and TV series? AQ said, there isn't much information that Master can read now, only the most basic things. It's all about the rules of how to make a living under Master. As for movies and TV series, they're stories that are acted out by people. Some of them are based on real people. You can watch them to relax, there's no other use. At this time, Luoqi had already sat down and looked at the cup of tea on the table. To be honest, when he was in the upper realm, he also drank tea. But there were very few teas in the upper realm, and they were very precious because they were all spirit teas, which were very good for people. Luoqi was also a genius in his sect, so he was given some spirit tea by his sect. To be honest, after drinking the spirit tea, he felt very good. But could the tea in front of him compare to spirit tea? Luoqi knew that tea brewed from tea leaves that were not spirit tea would only do harm to cultivators if they drank it. Luoqi looked at the cup of tea, and after a while, he said to "Ah Q, is this tea spirit tea? After drinking it, will it produce toxins in the body?" Ah Q said in a deep voice, "Master, please don't worry. Everything provided here is spirit. Whether it's food or drink, after eating it, it will turn into spirit qi. There won't be any toxins in it." When Luoqi heard Ah Q, he was surprised. He didn't think that the treatment here would be so good. However, he didn't quite believe Ah Q's words, so he picked up the teacup and took a sip. As soon as the tea entered his mouth, Luoqi was stunned. This was because he found that not only was the taste very fragrant, but it also left a lingering fragrance in his mouth. Most importantly, after the tea entered his stomach, it immediately turned into spirit qi and disappeared into his body. Although his strength was sealed, he could still feel that it was real spirit qi, not an illusion. In addition to this spirit qi, Luoqi also found that his spiritual force seemed to have been nourished. Of course, the most important thing was that he didn't feel any toxins in his body. This was really good. Luoqi looked at the cup of tea in his hand with some surprise. He suddenly remembered what Ji Wuming told him, that he had to eat and drink more here. These were all good things. Now, he believed Ji Wuming's words. Not to mention anything else, this tea was a rare good thing. Luoqi's unhappiness disappeared. He now felt that his surrender this time was the right thing to do. If he knew that there would be such good treatment, he would have already surrendered. Zhao Hai's face was calm. The reason why Luoqi and the others were in the room was his idea. This was also an opportunity for him to show his strength. Zhao Hai wanted to let Luoqi and the others know that he had the strength to make them bow their heads and become his subordinates. This was also an art of leadership. If you want people to follow you wholeheartedly, then you need to show them your strength. The cultivation realm wasn't a peaceful place. If you don't have strength, then you don't have competitiveness. If you don't have competitiveness, then you don't have a future. If you don't have a future, then you don't have the ability to pursue the great Tao. You can't live forever, and you might even lose your life one day. In this case, how can people follow you wholeheartedly? Because of this, what Zhao Hai wanted to do was to show his strength. He wanted to let everyone know that Zhao Hai had the strength to do so. He wanted them to know that following Zhao Hai would bring them a bright future. This time, Luoqi and the others surrendered so quickly. To be honest, this was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. This also disrupted Zhao Hai's plan. Zhao Hai originally thought that if Luoqi didn't surrender, then he would be able to kill some of them. This way, his undead army would be greatly increased. And with the addition of his undead army, he would be able to attack the other 3 alliances at the same time. But now that Luoqi and the others had surrendered, Zhao Hai couldn't do this. This was because Zhao Hai couldn't feel at ease using these people. He could only slowly subdue them in the future. Only then would he be able to have them help him in battle. But until then, he would have to rely on himself. Zhao Hai invited Ling Feng and the others to the Heaven's secret building. After everyone sat down in the conference room, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled. "I've let everyone down this time. I didn't expect them to surrender like this." Ling Feng laughed and said, "Mr. is too polite. Since they surrendered, then we won't have to deal with them. This is a good thing." Zhao Hai replied, "I've already subdued them. They also made a hard oath to me. I'll deal with them in the future. You don't need to worry." Everyone nodded. To be honest, they were worried before. They were worried that after Zhao Hai ascends, what would happen to these people? If Zhao Hai kept these people here, then it wouldn't be a good thing for their plane. Now that Zhao Hai said this, everyone felt relieved. They believed that Zhao Hai could do this. This was because it was impossible for Zhao Hai to keep such a big problem in this plane. Otherwise, he wouldn't have led everyone to fight against the extraterritorial devil race. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Of the 5 alliances, we've already dealt with 2. There are still 3 left. We can deal with them like we did with the Luoqi alliance. We'll make them surrender first. If they surrender, then we'll be fine. If they don't, then we'll just kill them." Everyone nodded. To be honest, they were no longer afraid of dealing with the cultivators from the netherworld blood realm. This was because Zhao Hai could easily deal with them. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, don't take it lightly. If the three alliances resist, then the fight wouldn't be easy. Don't look at Hu Jingfei and Luo Qi's group. These people have just surrendered, so we can't trust them. Therefore, we need to take it slow." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't underestimate them." Everyone nodded. After all, this time, Zhao Hai recruited people from the Ascended Realm. Moreover, Luo Qi and the others surrendered so easily. In this case, if they can be used with ease, then they might not even know how they died. Ling Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, you've recruited them and locked them in the Heaven's secret tower. Will there be any problems? These people aren't weak." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You don't need to worry about this. As long as they enter the Heaven's secret tower, they wouldn't be able to escape. Inside the Heaven's secret tower, there are formations and mechanisms. Moreover, their strength has been sealed. It's almost impossible for them to leave the Heaven's secret tower. Therefore, as long as they enter the Heaven's secret tower, you don't need to worry." Everyone felt relieved. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "It didn't take long to deal with Luo Qi's alliance. Therefore, I've decided that we don't need to rest. We'll directly attack the other alliance. Does anyone have any objections?" Everyone shook their heads and said, "No, Mr. can make the decision." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "All right, let's go back. I'll give you the coordinates later. Listen to my orders. After you appear, don't be polite to those people. Attack them with all your strength." Everyone nodded before they turned around and left. Zhao Hai stood up and returned to his room. He saw that Laura and the others had already prepared a battle plan. This battle plan was to deal with the Third Alliance. Zhao Hai took the battle plan and looked at it. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Laura, you're getting lazier and lazier. Isn't this the same as the previous two plans? All you did was change the name. I can't believe you came up with something like that." Laura and the others looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but chuckle. Actually, Laura and the others understood that there was no need for a battle plan to deal with the remaining alliances. They were just teasing Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't get angry. Instead, he said, "Fateless, call Hu Jingfei and Luo Qi over here. Let them see how I deal with the Third Alliance. I hope that this alliance doesn't surrender. Otherwise, it would be too boring." Zhao Hai nodded. Ji Wuming nodded, then he turned around and called the others. At this time, Zhao Hai waved his hand as the Heaven's secret pavilion appeared near the Third Alliance. The people in the Third Alliance also noticed the Heaven's secret pavilion. However, they were different from Hu Jingfei and Luo Qi's alliance. When Hu Jingfei and Luo Qi saw the Heaven's secret pavilion, they immediately withdrew their forces and prepared for battle. On the other hand, when the people in the Third Alliance saw the Heaven's secret pavilion, they immediately rushed towards it. The distance between the Heaven's secret pavilion and the alliance wasn't very far. And with the strength of these people, it wouldn't take long for them to attack the Heaven's secret pavilion. At this time, Ji Wuming's voice was heard, "Young master, Mr. Hu Jingfei and Mr. Luo Qi have arrived. Let them in." Ji Wuming nodded, then he invited the two to enter the room. After Hu Jingfei and Luo Qi entered the room, they looked at the furnishings inside. Then they looked at Laura and the others who were busy. Finally, their eyes fell on Zhao Hai, who was standing in front of the window. "The two of you, come here and watch the show with me." Although Zhao Hai's back was facing them, he could still see their actions clearly. He didn't turn his head and just looked outside. However, his mouth told the two to come over. Hu Jingfei and Luo Qi looked at each other and didn't say anything. They just said, "Yes." Then the two went to Zhao Hai's side and looked outside. When they looked outside, they saw tens of millions of people rushing towards them. They didn't seem to have good intentions. Out of their cultivators' instincts, they immediately put up their guard. However, they immediately gave up. This was because they discovered that they couldn't mobilize their spiritual qi. At this time, they remembered that they had already submitted to Zhao Hai. Moreover, they had sealed their cultivations. Zhao Hai didn't seem to see the two's actions. Instead, he said, "Do you know who the leader of this alliance is?" Why did they attack the moment they saw the Heaven's secret tower without even saying a word? Hu Jingfei and Luoqi looked at the cultivators rushing towards them and shook their heads. Hu Jingfei said, Mister, although we all came from the 9 Nether Blood realm, we don't have much contact with each other. We really don't know why this is happening. Luoqi nodded and said, we do have some contact with each other. However, we usually send people to contact each other. As for which alliance they belong to, we really don't know. Jiao Hai nodded and waved his hand. A large number of vampires appeared beside the Heavenly Secret Sect and surrounded those people. In an instant, they formed a large formation and trapped those people. Seeing that Jiao Hai was able to complete the formation in such a short time, Luoqi and Hu Jingfei were shocked. At the same time, they finally understood that their loss wasn't unjust. Hu Jingfei and Luoqi looked at the people trapped in the formation and saw that those people were still rushing forward. However, they were still circling around the formation. It seems like they didn't notice them. Jiao Hai looked at these people and smiled faintly. I didn't have any interest in fighting you before. Now that you've come to attack me, I won't be polite. I'll just deal with them. Laura, send a letter to Ling Feng and the others. Tell them to join the formation as soon as possible. Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, all right. Laura nodded and then sent the coordinates to Ling Feng and the others. Before long, the large formation flashed with white light as large artifacts appeared one after another. After these large artifacts appeared, they didn't immediately attack those people. Instead, they began to operate inside the formation. Because of this, the large artifacts were able to integrate with the formation without affecting it in the slightest. When Hu Jingfei and Luoqi saw this, they couldn't help but stare. They didn't think that these large artifacts would be able to cooperate with the formation. This was really beyond their expectations. By the time all of the large artifacts were in sync with the formation, the entire formation had been completed. But what made Hu Jingfei and Luoqi feel strange was that Jiao Hai still hadn't given the order to attack. The large formation was still operating at a leisurely pace. This made the two very puzzled. However, the two immediately understood why Jiao Hai did this. This was because the formation was able to absorb the spiritual qi of the people inside. Jiao Hai didn't need to attack at this time. Those people were still rushing forward, so their spiritual qi would flow faster. When they don't have much spiritual qi left, Jiao Hai would attack, making it easier for him. Before long, Hu Jingfei and Luoqi discovered that the people inside the formation had all stopped. Each and every one of them were looking around in confusion. Among them, a cultivator was standing beside one of the sturdy men. The cultivator said something to the sturdy man, causing the sturdy man to sober up. The sturdy man looked around and then loudly said, "Bastard, you despicable villain. You actually dared to use an illusion formation. When I get out, I'll tear you to pieces." Jiao Hai looked at the sturdy man, then he turned to Hu Jingfei and said, "Do you know that guy? I'm really curious. How did a brainless guy like him become the alliance leader?" Hu Jingfei and Luoqi smiled bitterly. Then Luoqi said, "That burly man is called Lei Tong, he's from the Heavenly Thunder sect in the upper realm." The Heavenly Thunder sect was very famous in the upper realm. Their strength was formidable, they were the strongest body cultivation sect in the upper realm. But at the same time, they were also the most brainless and the most impolite. According to legend, the first rule of the Heavenly Thunder sect was that they don't need friends, because friends might take advantage of them. Because of this, the people of the Heavenly Thunder sect were all loners. They don't trust anyone other than their own sect. Hu Jingfei added, "Right, the Heavenly Thunder sect was also very overbearing. No matter who it was, as long as they obtained the Heavenly Thunder sect, they would be hunted down endlessly. Because of this, there weren't many people in the upper realm who liked to deal with the Heavenly Thunder sect. However, the Heavenly Thunder sect had the best blacksmiths. The artifacts they forged were very powerful. Compared to the artifacts made by other sects, their quality was much better. Because of this, the people of the Heavenly Thunder sect lived a very good life." Luoqi looked at the sturdy man and said, "Lei Tong was also a young expert of the Heavenly Thunder sect. He was very strong. Most importantly, he wasn't afraid of anything. After he made his debut, he went around challenging famous experts. Almost all of them died, but in the end, he managed to escape. He's very strong. Hu Jingfei said, I heard that this Lei Tong doesn't put anyone in his eyes. I think the people of the alliance had no choice but to choose him as the alliance leader. Zhao Hai looked at Luo Ku in confusion and said, forced? How was that possible? If they don't want him to be the alliance leader, they can just isolate him and choose someone else. Why must they choose him? Hu Jingfei smiled bitterly and said, it's not that easy to deal with Lei Tong. He's very strong, and he's also a body cultivator. If we really annoy him, I'm afraid that he would immediately make a move against these people. Moreover, these people don't want to fight Lei Tong. If Lei Tong follows them, then they would be in even more trouble. If they choose Lei Tong as the alliance leader and give him 2 deputies, then Lei Tong wouldn't attack them. Moreover, when they fight, Lei Tong would be at the forefront. When Zhao Hai heard this, he stared for a moment, then he smiled faintly and said, that's interesting. Hee, Lei Tong, good. Let's wait for 3 hours before we attack them. Laura nodded, then she immediately passed down Zhao Hai's order. Ling Feng and the others also prepared themselves. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai was still standing by the window, looking at the people who were running around the formation like headless flies. Hu Jingfei and Luo Qi looked at each other and saw a bitter smile in each other's eyes. They were very clear that Lei Tong and the others wouldn't have a good time this time. Zhao Hai wasn't someone who was easy to talk to. Lei Tong and the others were still running around inside the formation. Naturally, they also discovered that their spiritual qi was being depleted. The method they used was the same as what Hu Jingfei and the others did before. They kept on attacking, hoping that they could break the formation core and find a way to break it. Hu Jingfei could clearly see that the attacks of Lei Tong and the others had no effect on the formation. Not only did they fail to hit any of the formation's talismans, they also failed to hit the large artifacts that were moving inside the formation. All of their attacks hit nothing. This made Hu Jingfei very surprised. Hu Jingfei turned his head and thought about his performance inside the formation. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems like what he did before was the same as what Lei Tong and the others did. It seems like Lei Tong and the others' fate was the same. 3 hours passed by quickly. Hu Jingfei and the others could see that Lei Tong and the others still had a lot of spiritual qi left. They still had the ability to resist. But at this time, Laura gave the order to attack. Hu Jingfei and Luo Qi stared with wide eyes. They wanted to see how the other party attacked after Zhao Hai gave the order. They quickly saw that Ling Feng and the others were already used to this method of attack. Therefore, the large artifacts didn't rush to attack. Instead, they slowly adjusted their positions before suddenly releasing the power of the formation. After this law was released, Lei Tong and the others were immediately killed by the law. After they died, their arms immediately separated from their bodies, preparing to be reborn. But at this time, vines suddenly appeared and swept away the corpse along with the arm, leaving nothing behind. This series of actions was very fast, and the coordination was very tacit. Then the other large artifacts began to attack one after another. Their method of attack was almost the same, but the effect was very good. The power of laws was enough to eliminate a cultivator. This was very shocking to Hu Jingfei and the others. But soon, something even more shocking happened. Ling Feng and the others flew out of the large artifacts and slowly approached the people inside the formation. When they were not far from the people inside the formation, they suddenly released the power of the formation to attack them. The people who were attacked only noticed the power of laws when they were about to be attacked. Naturally, they couldn't avoid it and immediately died. After the person died, his companions immediately rushed towards an empty spot and attacked. It was as if the murderer was there, but they didn't know that the real murderer was standing on the side, watching their performance. Seeing this, Hu Jingfei and Luo Qi immediately understood that this was the effect of the formation. The formation made people hallucinate, making them think that their enemy was in one place. But in fact, their enemy was in another place. This method was very powerful. The battle continued. What made Zhao Hai surprised was that Lei Tong and the others didn't surrender. Even after 10 million people were killed, they still didn't surrender. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. Zhao Hai looked at Lei Tong and the others, then he coldly snorted and said, "You don't want to surrender? Good, it's good that you don't want to surrender. Laura, send people." This time I won't leave anyone alive. Laura nodded. Then Hu Jingfei and Luo Qi discovered that a lot of cultivators were flying out of the Heaven's secret tower. These cultivators had thick death qi on their bodies. Hu Jingfei looked at them and discovered that these cultivators were his subordinates. But now, all of them had turned into undead. As soon as these people came out of the Heaven's secret pavilion, they immediately rushed into the formation and attacked the people from the Thunder Copper Alliance. Their strength wasn't any worse than when they were alive. Hu Jingfei's eyeballs almost fell out when he saw this. The battle went faster and faster. Hu Jingfei and the others also discovered that the people of the Thunder Copper Alliance who were killed before had joined the battle. But instead of being Zhao Hai's enemies, they had turned into Zhao Hai's subordinates. Time passed by bit. The people of the Thunder Copper Alliance were getting fewer and fewer. To be honest, this was the first time that Hu Jingfei and Luo Qi saw a battle like this. Although they had some battles in the upper realm, it was only between a few dozen people or a few hundred people. They didn't think that a battle involving tens of millions of people would happen. But now, they were able to see it with their own eyes. To be honest, this feeling was very shocking. Naturally, what was even more shocking was that Zhao Hai didn't leave anyone alive. Those who wanted to surrender were all killed by Zhao Hai. The massacre continued. This was almost a one-sided massacre. Besides some people who weren't familiar with the formation and were killed by the people of the Thunder Copper Alliance, the other people didn't suffer any losses. Hu Jingfei and Luo Qi were shocked at the beginning. Then they became numb. The two of them just stood there and accompanied Zhao Hai to watch the entire process of the massacre. This process lasted for 10 days. In these 10 days, no one from the Thunder Copper Alliance survived. They were all dead. To be honest, seeing this result made Hu Jingfei and Luo Qi sad. However, they also felt lucky. They were glad that they surrendered to Zhao Hai. If they continued to fight against Zhao Hai, then they would have been one of the dead. No one wanted to die, and they didn't want to. In fact, the two of them were very clear that Zhao Hai invited them to watch this battle to establish his prestige. He wanted them to understand his strength. Before, they didn't think much of it. But now, they had to admit that Zhao Hai was very successful. They were really scared. There was no other way. Anyone who saw tens of millions of people being killed in front of them wouldn't be scared. After the massacre was over, Zhao Hai had Hu Jingfei and Luo Qi return. At the same time, he ordered Ji Wuming to open up the place where Hu Jingfei, Luo Qi, and the others were staying. They could go out and find their companions to chat with. Ji Wuming immediately passed down this order. This order was passed down through the mouths of the robots. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid that these people would cause any trouble. As long as they were in the Heaven's secret sect, it would be very easy for Zhao Hai to kill them. Because of this, he gave them some freedom. At the same time, he wanted to use this method to make Hu Jingfei and Luo Qi tell the others what they saw. This way, they wouldn't cause any trouble for him. After dealing with the matters of the Heaven's secret pavilion, it was time to think about the matters outside. Zhao Hai invited Ling Feng and the others to the Heaven's secret pavilion once again. After everyone arrived at the conference room, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, the 10 days of war was the longest we've ever fought. However, it's not like we didn't gain anything. You don't need anything else, just take this." Then after he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and threw a spatial bag onto the table. Ling Feng didn't say anything this time. Instead, he picked up the spatial bag and probed it with his spiritual force. He thought that there were still cultivation method jade slips inside, but when he looked inside, he discovered that the spatial bag didn't only contain cultivation method jade slips, there was also another spatial bag. Ling Feng stared, then he took out the spatial bag and probed it with his spiritual force. He discovered that there were law crystals inside. Although there weren't a lot of law crystals, it still surprised him. Ling Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, where did these law crystals come from?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I obtained them from the bodies of those people. The 9 nether blood domain is very strange. In that place, everything with spiritual qi would be absorbed by the 9 nether blood domain. Only law crystals don't. Law crystals contain law power, but law power can't be absorbed by the 9 nether blood domain. When Ling Feng and the others heard Zhao Hai, they understood where the law crystals came from. Ling Feng wasn't polite as he received the two spatial bags. Then he stood up and thanked Zhao Hai. Naturally, these things wouldn't belong to him, he would distribute them to the others. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, you must be tired after 10 days of war. However, there are still 2 alliances that we haven't dealt with yet. You don't need to deal with them, just leave them to me. We've eliminated 3 alliances in a row. Although a lot of them surrendered to us, a lot of them were turned into undead. With these undead, dealing with the 2 alliances shouldn't be a problem. Therefore, you can leave the 2 alliances to me. You can take a good rest." When Ling Feng and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then Ling Feng immediately said, "How can we let Mr. deal with the 2 alliances alone? Mister, we're not tired. Let us participate." Zhao Hai looked at Ling Feng and smiled faintly. "You want to participate in the war? Alright, I was prepared to deal with the 2 sects one by one. But now that I look at you, it seems like we'll deal with both of them together." When Ling Feng and the others heard Zhao Hai, they stared for a moment before a happy expression appeared on their faces. Ling Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, once we deal with the 2 alliances, will the war be over?" Zhao Hai looked at Ling Feng and the others. Seeing the longing expression on their faces, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "What's wrong? Are you homesick? Do you want to go home?" Although these people didn't say anything, their expressions told Zhao Hai that his guess was right. Although they were cultivators, they had been fighting in the demon domain for the past few years. Although these battles were good for their cultivation, it also made them physically and mentally exhausted. They really wanted to return to their familiar environment and take a good rest. But at the same time, these battles also made them physically and mentally exhausted. Zhao Hai looked at the group and sighed, "I don't know how many people are left in the 9 Nether Blood Realm. But I'm sure that it's not just these few people. If more people come out of the 9 Nether Blood Realm in the future, then we'll have to fight. In just 1 year, the passage will close and we'll be able to go home." When the group heard Zhao Hai, their expressions couldn't help but turn gloomy. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly, "Alright, there's no need to be sad. This time, we really only need 1 year. After 1 year, I guarantee that everyone will be able to go home." Everyone nodded, their faces were filled with hope. They could wait for 1 year. After all, for cultivators, 1 year wasn't a long time. Zhao Hai said a few more words to the group before having them leave. After everyone left, Zhao Hai returned to the top floor of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. Inside his room, his expression was somewhat heavy. At this time, Laura and the others discovered that Zhao Hai's expression wasn't good. Laura and the others immediately came over. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, what's wrong? Did something happen?" Zhao Hai shook his head, then he smiled bitterly and said, "It's nothing. Today, Ling Feng and the others asked me when the war would end. I can see that they want to go home. To be honest, I also want this war to end quickly. Unfortunately, it's a pity." Laura and the others looked at Zhao Hai. They also knew that Zhao Hai didn't like this kind of war. Although Zhao Hai would obtain a lot of things and even gain a lot of subordinates, this wasn't in line with Zhao Hai's character. To be honest, if he wasn't a cultivator, then Zhao Hai would rather live a life of eating and waiting for death. He wouldn't be like this, living in fear and suffering every day. Laura and the others also liked this kind of life. However, if they wanted to live like this, then they would have to hide inside the space. However, they weren't willing to do that. They wanted to know what kind of world it would be when they reached the peak of all plains. It was because of this contradiction that Laura and Zhao Hai would return to the space every once in a while to relax. This time, Zhao Hai was the same as everyone else. He was tired of the war. However, the war wasn't over yet. Once it's over, then they can go back. Laura and the others gently leaned on Zhao Hai as if they were transferring their strength to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also knew what Laura and the others were thinking. He gently hugged Laura and Meg as he let out a long breath. Then he slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep before long. Seeing that Zhao Hai had fallen asleep, Laura stood up, but Meg didn't move. Laura's eyes were cold as she said, "Brother Hai is tired, let him sleep for a while." Sisters, let's take care of the rest of the matters. Sisters, let's move and deal with the two alliances in the shortest time possible. This way, we'll have enough manpower in our hands. Then we'll seal the entrances and exits for me. If one comes out, we'll kill one. If two come out, we'll kill two. Ji Wuming, have the robots show me the situation of the battle outside. Let the people who surrendered see that if they don't behave, then there's only one end for them. Everyone complied and immediately went to prepare. This time, Laura wasn't going to hold back. She waved her hand as the Heaven's secret pavilion appeared in front of an alliance. Then countless vampires formed a formation. The formation's ability was fully activated as it began to operate. Then the people of the Thunder Copper Alliance were released. With the help of the formation's power, the vampires began to slaughter the people of the Alliance. The people of the Alliance originally wanted to surrender. Unfortunately, they met Laura, who was very angry. When Laura saw how tired Zhao Hai was, she couldn't help but get angry. This time, she issued a kill order. She didn't want any prisoners, all of them were to be executed. In order to speed up the process of the massacre, Laura also released aliens from the space. At the same time, she had Kai-Er attack with all her strength. They must eliminate the two alliances in the shortest time possible. During this time, aliens didn't make a move. This was because Zhao Hai didn't want to make too many strong aliens. This was because once an alien meets the requirements to ascend, then they would be locked inside the space. But this time, Laura released them. However, she didn't let the aliens eat the cultivators. Instead, she just had them shoot destruction rays from the formation. There was a limit to the number of devastation beams that the xenomorphs could fire out. Only, the number of times they could fire out the devastation beams was much higher compared to the number of times cultivators could fire out the devastation beams. Even so, there were times when they could no longer fire out the devastation beams. Thankfully, there were many of them. Throughout the entire process, Hu Jingfei and Luo Qi were able to see it clearly. Hu Jingfei and Luo Qi were shocked as they looked at the scene. They looked at the people from the upper realm being chopped up like vegetables. They didn't even have a chance to resist. Compared to when Zhao Hai dealt with Lei Tong, this was a true massacre. At the same time, Hu Jingfei and Luo Qi were able to see Zhao Hai's strength. They thought that Zhao Hai's strength wasn't limited to this. Otherwise, how could he lead these people to defeat the extraterritorial demons? Now that they saw Zhao Hai's strength, they understood that compared to Zhao Hai, they were too lacking. If they didn't surrender to Zhao Hai, then they would be just like the other two alliances. They wouldn't even have the chance to surrender. The slaughter of the two alliances was carried out very quickly. In less than a day, the remaining two alliances had been completely wiped out by Laura. This was a method that Zhao Hai often used in the past. When dealing with 100 people, he would first kill one and then turn them into an undead. Then he would have them kill more and more people while the other side would become fewer and fewer. In the end, the other side would be completely wiped out by him. This was also the method that Laura used this time. During this process, Ling Feng and the others were also watching. They didn't have any time to help. To be honest, Laura's actions surprised them. He discovered that this method wasn't Zhao Hai's style. When he looked at the Divine Secret Pavilion and didn't see Zhao Hai's figure, Ling Feng couldn't help but be suspicious. But then he thought about how Zhao Hai's orders were given through Laura and the others. Moreover, Laura and the others had a very high status in Zhao Hai's heart. When he thought of this, Ling Feng guessed who was in charge of this battle. When he thought of this, Ling Feng couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. To be honest, in their opinion, Zhao Hai was already incomparably powerful and ruthless. After all, destroying an entire realm was something that Zhao Hai was capable of. But now, Ling Feng and the others discovered that the women behind Zhao Hai weren't easy to deal with. After the two people from the alliance were killed, Hu Jingfei and Luo Qi finally calmed down. However, their expressions weren't very good. They finally understood what kind of master they followed. This was an absolutely ruthless person. If they didn't sincerely serve him, then the consequences wouldn't be good. When they thought of this, the two immediately thought of someone, Ji Wuming. The two immediately went to look for Ji Wuming. Since Ji Wuming wasn't in charge of them, the two immediately went to look for him. When Ji Wuming heard that the two had arrived, he immediately invited them to his room. Naturally, a robot brought them tea. Ji Wuming looked at the two and smiled. How come you have time to come today? Is there something wrong? Hu Jingfei and Luo Qi looked at each other. Then Hu Jingfei looked at Ji Wuming and said, Brother Wuming, it's like this. When we were watching the projection, we discovered that today's fighting style was different from Mister's. May I know why? Ji Wuming looked at the two and said, You two don't really want to submit to the young master, right? If you really don't want to submit to the young master, then I won't tell you anything. You can go back. When Hu Jingfei and Luo Qi heard Ji Wuming, they couldn't help but stare. One must know that from the time they met Ji Wuming had been very polite to them. They didn't expect Ji Wuming to suddenly ask them this question. Moreover, his attitude was very tough. The two didn't expect this. Ji Wuming looked at the two, then he coldly snorted and said, Don't blame me for not reminding you. The young master wants you to surrender because he doesn't want to kill too many people. Some time ago, the young master met an eminent monk like Master Yuanqing. He didn't want to kill too many people in front of the eminent monk, so as to avoid affecting Master Yuanqing's Dao heart. However, this doesn't mean that the young master won't kill. Think about it, if the young master kills you and turns you into undead, he can still keep your original memories and strength. On the other hand, undead are absolutely loyal to the young master. On the other hand, people like you who have surrendered aren't necessarily loyal to Zhao Hai. Hu Jingfei and Luo Qi looked at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. This was because they already thought of the result. If they were in Zhao Hai's shoes, then they would certainly kill everyone and turn them into undead. Ji Wuming looked at the two and said, Don't think that you're so great just because you're from the upper realm. Even if you recover your strength, you still aren't the young master's opponent. Zhao Hai's strength isn't something you can imagine. Also, don't think that the young master didn't kill you because you can cultivate. In fact, the young master's undead can also cultivate. Moreover, their cultivation speed isn't any slower than cultivators. You two should go back and think about my words. Once you've thought of a solution, then come back and look for me. Then Ji Wuming closed his eyes and no longer spoke. Hu Jingfei and Luo Qi arrived at Luo Qi's room. After sitting down, they were left speechless. They didn't know what they had done to offend Ji Wuming for him to have such a big reaction. After a while, Luo Qi said, I remember, it's a form of address. Brother Hu, do you remember what we call Mr. Zhao Hai? Upon hearing Luo Qi, Hu Jingfei couldn't help but stare. Then he said, Mister, what else can we call him? Luo Qi looked at Hu Jingfei and said, Then do you remember what Ji Wuming called Mr. Zhao Hai? Hu Jingfei stared, then he immediately understood, Young Master, Ji Wuming and the others call Mr. Zhao Hai Young Master. Ah, so it's because of this. But isn't their reaction a bit too big? Luo Qi didn't answer his question. Instead, she turned her head and said, Ah Q, what did you call Mr. Zhao Hai? Ah Q's voice was heard, Lord, of course I call him Lord. What else can I call him? Luo Qi continued, Then what did Mr. Ji Wuming and the others call Mr. Zhao Hai? Ah Q replied, Captain Ji Wuming calls Lord Young Master. Luo Qi said, Why did he call Mr. Zhao Hai Young Master? Is there anything special about it? Ah Q said in a deep voice, All those who sincerely submit to His Highness can call His Highness Young Master. It means that they are completely loyal to His Highness. If one day, Ah Q has his own consciousness, I can also call His Highness Young Master. But right now, Ah Q doesn't know what consciousness is. When Luo Qi and Hu Jingfei heard Ah Q, they understood what he meant. Hu Jingfei couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, So that's how it is. No wonder, young master, this kind of address is only used by servants to address their masters. So, Ji Wuming already considers himself Mr. Zhao Hai's servant? Luo Qi sighed and said, Mr. Ji Wuming is blaming us. After surrendering to Mr. Zhao Hai, we still called him Mr. Zhao Hai Mr. instead of young master. He thinks that we haven't completely surrendered to Mr. Zhao Hai, so he's angry. Brother Hu, it seems like we have to make a choice today. When Hu Jingfei heard Luo Qi, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He also understood what Ji Wuming meant. When they thought about the scene of people surrendering, the two understood that they had no choice but to make a choice. While the two were having headaches over this matter, Zhao Hai also woke up. This time, he had a good sleep. However, he was still aware of the general situation of the outside world. If he wanted to stop it, he could stop it. However, he didn't care. This was because he was getting impatient. Even if Laura and the others didn't give the order, Zhao Hai would have already given the order to exterminate those people. After Zhao Hai woke up, his spirit was a lot better. Laura and the others were still sitting beside Zhao Hai. Next to Zhao Hai was a small tea table with Zhao Hai's favorite dishes on it. Seeing that Zhao Hai had woken up, Laura and the others immediately surrounded him. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, you're awake." Just now, before she could finish, Zhao Hai waved his hand and stopped her. Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "There's no need to say that. Didn't I just kill some people? I didn't want to get up at that time. If I wanted to, then I would have given the order. Come, let's eat." "Right, have you arranged people at the entrance?" When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she immediately felt relieved. She immediately replied, "Brother Hai, rest assured, everything has been arranged. I'll make sure that those who come out will die." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's also good. This is the fastest way to solve the problem. Let's eat, I'm really hungry. I haven't eaten anything in the past few days. Meg, let me try your dishes and see if they've improved." Meg smiled and said, "Then young master should have a good taste." Then she gave Zhao Hai some food. Zhao Hai wasn't polite as he sat down and ate. Laura and the others also ate some food. While eating, they also laughed and chatted. Their depressed mood from the past few days had been swept away. After eating, Zhao Hai turned to Laura and said, "Inform Ling Feng and the others to come to the Heaven's Secret Pavilion for a meeting. Now that the matter with the 9 Nether Blood Realm has been solved, they can relax. It's time to give them some benefits." Laura nodded and said, "All right, I'll arrange it immediately." "Brother Hai, isn't it a bit too little right now? Why don't we wait until the passages are closed before we divide the benefits?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he said, "It's not too early. It's impossible for experts to appear in the 9 Nether Blood Realm. It's already amazing that they can maintain their cultivation at their original level. With the number of undead we have, there shouldn't be any problems in sealing the entrances. Distribute the benefits to them and make them feel at ease." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he said, "It's not too early." Laura didn't say anything and just nodded. Then she immediately went to pass the order. Before long, Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, everyone has arrived. Do you want to go down?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned around and left the room. Before long, he arrived at the conference room. Before Zhao Hai arrived, the room was still noisy. Everyone was chatting about the massacre. But now that Zhao Hai came in, everyone quieted down. The entire room was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Zhao Hai looked at everyone, then he smiled faintly and said, "I've made everyone wait for a long time. Please forgive me." Ling Feng and the others quickly stood up and said that they didn't dare. Zhao Hai sat down and looked at everyone. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Everyone has seen today's battle. To be honest, this battle wasn't under my command. After talking to everyone, I went back and fell asleep. It was my wife and the others who felt that those guys were too annoying. They made me unable to sleep for many days, so I got angry and didn't give the order. Fortunately, it was done well." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. They didn't know what to say. Just because those people didn't let Zhao Hai have a good night's sleep, he killed them all? What kind of valiant person could do such a thing? Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "After this battle, the battle here will be over. The undead have already blocked all the exits. As long as people come out, they will die. Everyone doesn't need to worry about this matter." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they felt relieved. Everyone was happy because they knew that they were still here because of the 9 Nether Blood Realm. Now that they don't need to worry about the 9 Nether Blood Realm, they can go home. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but feel happy. Zhao Hai looked at them and knew what they were thinking. He smiled faintly and said, "I know what you're thinking. You all want to go home. But you can't go back right now." Everyone stared, then their expressions changed. They looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. They didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant. Was there something else? Otherwise, why wouldn't they be allowed to go home? Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. Everyone, don't think too much. I'm not letting you go back because there's something important that you haven't done yet. However, this matter isn't about fighting and killing, it's a good thing. Hearing Zhao Hai say that it was a good thing, everyone relaxed. But they were still puzzled as they looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. Everyone has obtained some benefits in this war. But there's still one important thing that we haven't divided yet. Today, we'll divide it among ourselves. Zhao Hai nodded and said, everyone has obtained some benefits in this war. But there's one important thing that we haven't divided yet. When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. They remembered that everything was divided equally. How could there still be something left? Could it be that Zhao Hai found another treasure? Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled. Then he waved his hand as a projection appeared in front of Zhao Hai. This projection was a projection of all the territories of the demon race. Zhao Hai pointed at the projection and said, we haven't divided them yet. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then he waved his hand and a projection appeared in front of him. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone immediately understood. Their eyes lit up as they looked at the projection. They were very clear that Zhao Hai wanted to divide the territories. For them, this was a good thing. Increasing their territory was equivalent to increasing their income. This also meant that their strength would increase. This was very important for them. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, the extraterritorial demons have a total of 2,896 territories. All of these territories are currently ownerless. Today, we will divide these territories. However, we have more people than the territories. Because of this, we still need to discuss how to divide them. If you have any opinions, you can voice them out. Zhao Hai nodded and said, everyone, please don't hesitate. Everyone looked at each other, but no one spoke. Territories weren't like other things. Even if other things were given to you, they would have to be used sooner or later. But territories were different. Territories were equivalent to a fixed source of income. If they were given to others, then they wouldn't be able to bear it. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, why aren't you talking? If you have something to say, then say it out loud. I said that I hope that we'll be in an alliance in the future. If we really want to be in alliance, then we must say it out loud. This way, we can reach a consensus. If we don't say it out loud, then it might lead to a bigger misunderstanding. If we fight because of this misunderstanding, then that wouldn't be good. Everyone looked at each other, but no one spoke. Ling Feng looked at everyone and then turned to Zhao Hai and said, Mister, you don't have to make things difficult for us. It's not appropriate for any of us to decide how to divide the territories. How about this? I've decided to support Mr. No matter what kind of territory you divide, I will gladly accept it. I won't oppose it. When everyone heard this, they also expressed their willingness to listen to Zhao Hai. They would accept how Zhao Hai would divide the territories. Zhao Hai looked at Ling Feng and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, you guys really know how to think. You're throwing such a hot potato to me. Alright, I'll divide it. But you have to think about it carefully. Don't be dissatisfied when the time comes. Even if you're dissatisfied, you won't have the chance to regret it. Ling Feng and the others chuckled. Then Ling Feng said, Mister, you can divide it. Actually, we've gained a lot in this war. Compared to our losses, we've gained a lot. Getting a territory is equivalent to getting extra benefits. We won't be picky. The others nodded. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly, alright, it's good that you agree. Then I won't be polite. This time, there are 6,453 people who came with me to participate in the war. But to be honest, it's impossible for all of you to get a territory. There's still a gap. If you can't get a territory, it's not because of your strength or other reasons, but because your contributions aren't enough. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone nodded. However, their expressions were solemn. In fact, they already thought about it. Before Zhao Hai talked about dividing the territories, he already had a plan in mind. It was precisely because of this that Ling Feng asked Zhao Hai to divide the territories. Old foxes like them naturally knew what to do at the right time. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, look carefully. This is my plan." After he said that, Zhao Hai moved his hand and pointed at the projection. The situation on the projection immediately changed. The situation on the projection changed in an instant. The projection was divided into many small sections. The first section represented the territory of a force. Each section was marked with the name of a plane. Naturally, the section marked with the name of the plane belonged to their plane. Everyone's attention was attracted by the projection. They were trying their best to find the name of their interface. After finding the name of their interface, their faces were filled with joy. Then they began to observe what was on their interface and what the terrain was like. However, there were some attentive people who noticed something else. That was, on some territories, the word public was written. This made everyone very puzzled. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, "This time, there are 5,000 realms that have been allocated territories. These 5,000 realms aren't small. However, there's no need for you to be disappointed. Do you see the words public domain written on it?" Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, "Yes. That's your territory. You can go there and explore. You can even mine. The area of those territories isn't small." Everyone sobered up. They carefully looked at the 5,000 realms and discovered that each of them didn't get a lot of land. However, there would certainly be one or two specialties in each of their territories. And these specialties were exactly what they needed. Although the public territories were very big, there weren't many good things inside. However, in terms of area, the area of the 5,000 plains was the same as the public territories. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "You can treat your own territory as your home. Other realms are not allowed to harvest herbs or mine there. Even if you want to establish a chamber of commerce or a house, you would need the permission of the other realm. However, the public realms don't need to do that. Anyone can go there. If you find an ore vein there, you can occupy it and mine it. Nobody would care about you. Does everyone understand what I'm saying?" Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Yes. Do you understand?" Everyone nodded. Then Ling Feng said, "We understand. Mister's good intentions are admirable. I agree with Mister's plan." Ling Feng's Golden Edge realm was also given a territory. Although its area wasn't very big, its production wasn't bad. Therefore, he immediately agreed with Zhao Hai. Others also expressed their agreement. However, there were some people who were puzzled. But it was only puzzlement, they weren't dissatisfied. However, Zhao Hai continued, "Perhaps everyone can see that although you've been divided into 5,000 realms, the area that you've been allocated is about the same. However, the production of each territory is different. Some territories have more production and higher grade materials. Some territories have less production and lower grade materials. Perhaps some people don't understand what's going on, so I'll explain it to you." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and another projection appeared next to the projection. The content of this projection wasn't the terrain, but the names of the plains. Behind the names of the plains were written something. In the beginning, people didn't pay attention to the things behind the names. But soon, they noticed and were even attracted to the things behind the names. What was written behind those names was none other than the contributions they had made in this war. Their performance in every battle was recorded, and it was recorded in great detail. Zhao pointed to the projection and said, "Don't forget where these things came from. I can only tell you that I will distribute them according to this. Also, I have to tell you that the collection of these things was personally supervised by the madams. There will be absolutely no mistakes. Now, does anyone have any opinions?" "We have no objections. Mister, please make the decision." Everyone was now convinced. They didn't know that Zhao Hai had someone who recorded their actions. This really surprised them. Zhao looked at them and said, "Good, if you don't have any opinions, then everyone should pay attention to their own territories. Don't get into conflicts because of this matter. Also, although the public territories are open to everyone, I hope that everyone can abide by an agreement. For example, if someone else finds a mineral vein, you can't be jealous, and you can't rob it. Do you understand?" Zhao nodded and said, all right, then I'll give you some advice. Do you understand? Everyone nodded. To be honest, through the massacre, Zhao Hai had already established his prestige in the hearts of these people. Now that Zhao Hai said this, they absolutely wouldn't oppose him. Zhao looked at the crowd and said, next up is the division of the territory. You can go to your own territory and look around. You don't need to worry about the passages. You have to divide the territory as soon as possible, so as to avoid conflicts in the future. I will tell everyone that if there is a conflict because of the territory, I will punish them appropriately. The heaviest punishment will be to clean up the territory that was assigned to them. Zhao nodded and said, you don't need to worry about the passage. You don't need to worry about it. When everyone heard Zhao Hai, their hearts shook. They knew that Zhao Hai was a man of his words. If they really had a conflict because of the boundary, then Zhao Hai wouldn't let them off. Zhao Hai took out a spatial bag and threw it on the table. This is a map jade slip. Take it. The jade slip has a projection of the map. You can divide the map by yourselves. I'll be monitoring those passages for the next few days. Zhao Hai nodded. Everyone nodded. Then Ling Feng took the spatial bag and led the group out. After everyone left, Zhao Hai returned to his room. Laura and the others were sitting inside the room. The projection was still in the room. However, the projection wasn't showing the situation of the various realms or the passages. Instead, it was showing the situation of the garbage plane. Although the garbage realm was Zhao Hai's hiding place, there weren't many materials there. Because of this, even Ling Feng and the others forgot about it. However, for Zhao Hai, the garbage realm was a treasure. With the space, Zhao Hai could turn countless wastes into materials. And these materials would be very useful in times of need. When Ling Feng and the others were in the garbage realm, Zhao Hai couldn't take those things into the space. But now, things were different. Now that Ling Feng and the others had forgotten about the garbage realm, Zhao Hai could use the space to deal with the things there. And this was exactly what Laura and the others were doing. Upon seeing Zhao Hai return, Laura and the others immediately went forward to greet him. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, we've already started to deal with the things in the garbage realm. After we deal with them, what use do we have? Once we ascend, many of the materials here will become low-grade materials and become useless. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, that won't be the case. You haven't seen it yet, but there are some materials from the lower realms that are still useful in the higher realms. Moreover, it's possible that the higher realms don't have those things. Moreover, I heard from Wang Zhen and the others that there are a lot of low-level cultivators in the higher realms. These things would be useful to them. Laura thought for a moment, then she nodded and said, all right, we'll take care of these things and see if they're useful in the immortal realm. Right, Brother Hai, Ji Wuming just said that Hu Jingfei and Luo Qi wanted to see you. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, have Wuming bring them over. I want to see why they want to see me. Laura nodded, then she called Ji Wuming over and had him bring Hu Jingfei and Luo Qi over. Before long, Hu Jingfei and Luo Qi followed Ji Wuming to Zhao Hai's room. Upon arriving, the two immediately cupped their fists and said, we have seen the young master. Zhao Hai and the others immediately noticed the change in the way they addressed him. Zhao Hai looked at the two with interest and said, why did the two of you suddenly change the way you address me? Why? Hu Jingfei's expression turned serious as he said, replying to the young master, we weren't very happy to become the young master's subordinates. But now, we really want to become the young master's subordinates. We ask the young master to help us. Luo Qi also said, we are willing to become the young master's subordinates. From now on, we will be loyal to the young master. Zhao Hai looked at the two, then he raised his eyebrows and said, you too? You mean, not just the two of you, but all of you? When Hu Jingfei and Luo Qi heard Zhao Hai's words, they were startled. But then the two nodded and said, yes, we ask the young master to help us. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, I want to know why. Is it because of the massacre? Although that order wasn't made by me, I didn't oppose it. In fact, I'm already very impatient with the situation here. Therefore, this order is no different from my own. However, you don't have to worry about this matter. Since you surrendered to me and became my subordinates, then I won't kill you. As long as you don't rebel and don't try to kill me, then I won't do anything to you. At most, I'll raise you like how I am now. If it's really because of this, then you don't have to be like this. If you don't want to raise us, then you don't have to. When Hu Jingfei and Luo Qi heard Zhao Hai, their bodies shook. Then they looked at each other. Then Luo Qi turned to Zhao Hai and said, "The young master misunderstood. It's not because of this matter. We really want to pledge our allegiance to the young master." Zhao Hai looked at the two and knew that they weren't telling the truth. However, he had enough strength to deal with them, so he didn't need to worry about their schemes. So he nodded and said, "Good, good. As long as you are loyal to me, I, Zhao Hai, will not treat you unfairly." Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and released the restrictions on the two. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good. As long as you are loyal to me, I, Zhao Hai, will not treat you unfairly." The two shook and their spiritual qi was immediately restored. Then Zhao Hai turned to Ji Wuming and said, "Wuming, take them away. Have them release the restrictions on the others as well. Then follow them to the first space." Ji Wuming nodded and stared blankly at the two. Then Zhao Hai turned his head to Hu Jingfei and Luo Qi and said, "The place you're staying in is just the Heaven's Secret Pavilion's resting area. It's nothing special. In a while, Fateless will take you to the first space. It's a compressed space, no different from the outside. You can live there for a while." "Right, remove the restrictions on the people who surrendered with you." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'll be taking you to the first space." The two looked at Zhao Hai in shock. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to release their restrictions this easily. However, the two couldn't help but nod, they didn't know what to say. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "You can take away the mechanical puppets in your room. Everyone else can do the same. Those mechanical puppets will belong to you. But remember, those mechanical puppets cannot be damaged for no reason. You are also not allowed to disassemble them. If I find out about this, you will be severely punished." The two nodded, then Zhao Hai waved his hand. Then Ji Wuming led the two away. After the two left, Laura and the others immediately came out. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, is it appropriate to take them to the space?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, they won't be able to cause any trouble." "Right, I'll go see Zhiru Hai and see how the Zhe family reacted." When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they nodded. To be honest, their feelings towards the Zhe family were much better than Hu Jingfei and the others. The Zhe family was a military family, and they were upright in their conduct. In the last few battles, the Zhe family didn't participate. Zhao Hai also arranged a space for them to live in. However, it wasn't Zhao Hai's space, it was a compressed space. The Zhe family wouldn't become Zhao Hai's subordinates. Zhao Hai told Laura and the others a few more things to deal with the garbage realm. Then he got up and went to the Zhe family's space. The Zhe family's space was the second space. The second space was the Heaven's Secret Pavilion's compressed space. The space's area was very large, and it was also very complete. It could accommodate a lot of people without any problems. The Zhe family's life in the second space was very good. They didn't lack any supplies, and the space was very big. Zhao Hai also took good care of him. If the Zhe family lacked something, someone would immediately send it over. It can be said that the Zhe family was very well taken care of. Recently, Zhiru Hai felt very good. Although the Zhe family's performance in the war was very good, their losses were also very big. They needed a quiet environment to allow the Zhe family to recuperate. Although he knew that the second space wasn't the most ideal place, he still liked this moment of tranquility. After all, it was impossible for people to fight every day, it was unrealistic. Everyone needed to rest. Although Zhiru Hai liked the environment of the compressed space, he was still very worried about the war outside. He knew how terrifying the people who came out of the 9 Nether Blood realm were. Almost all of them had the power of laws. Such fighting strength wasn't something that ordinary cultivators could resist. Zhiru Hai was now afraid that something bad would happen to Zhao Hai. If something bad happened to Zhao Hai, then they would be in big trouble. The environment in the compressed space was very good. Although there weren't any buildings here, there were already caves here before they received the letter. Moreover, it wasn't just one cave, there were a lot of caves, enough for them to live in. Zhiruhai was sitting inside his cave. In front of him were several people from the Xia family. The Xia family was a military family, so they had military standards everywhere. At this time, the people from the Xia family were sitting in front of Zhiruhai. One of them had a straight back, as if he was a soldier being inspected. Zhiruhai looked at the people from the Xia family and said, "Everyone, we don't know what's going on outside. However, I want to hear everyone's opinion. Do you think that Mr. Zhao Hai's operation will be successful?" When the people heard Zhiruhai, they stared for a moment. Then one of them suddenly stood up and said, "Patriarch, I think that Mr. Zhao Hai will succeed." Zhiruhai looked at the person who spoke. This person was called Zhicheng, a rising star of the Xia family. He was brave in battle and had formidable strength. Most importantly, he was very talented and commanding. Zhiruhai was very optimistic about him. Now that he heard Zhicheng, Zhiruhai couldn't help but ask, "Speak carefully." Zhicheng replied, "Patriarch, Mr. Zhao's strength is unfathomable. Not to mention his alien army, vine attacks, and mechanical puppets, Mr. Zhao's own strength is incomparably formidable. Moreover, I heard that his undead army is also very formidable. It's impossible for all of the people who came out of the Nine Nether Blood realm to belong to the same force. Moreover, they have just come out of a closed environment, so naturally, they would want to be free. Because of this, the chances of them joining forces aren't very big. Even if they do, they wouldn't necessarily form a solid alliance. But Mr. Zhao's forces would completely listen to him. It's like using a fist to fight a finger, the fist would definitely win." Zhiruhai nodded, then he waved his hand and had Zhicheng sit down. Then he looked at everyone and said, "Next, I want to talk about our Xia family's development. What do you think?" Everyone stared, but they still sat up straight. However, their eyes were looking around as they thought about Zhiruhai's words. After some time, a member of the Xia family stood up and said, "Patriarch, the opening of our Xia family's plane isn't necessarily a good thing for us. Although we can contact the outside world, our Xia family's way of doing things is different from theirs. I'm afraid that we won't be able to get along in the future. This is very disadvantageous for our Xia family. Mr. Zhao Hai is still in this plane, so naturally, he can suppress the other planes. But what if one day Mr. Zhao Hai ascends? Then, would this plane still be as peaceful as it is now? I don't think so. Although our Xia family is formidable, it's unlikely that people would form an alliance with us. On the contrary, those people might be afraid of us and form an alliance to deal with us. When that time comes, our Xia family's situation wouldn't be good." Zhiruhai nodded and didn't say anything. At this time, another member of the Xia family stood up and said, "Besides what Zhibing said, there's another thing that we need to consider. It's a military training ground." When Zhiruhai heard this, his body couldn't help but shake. Then he said, "What's the problem with the military training ground?" "Zhiling, what did you think of?" Zhiling said, "Patriarch, the military training ground is a place set up by the upper realm. If you perform well there, you can be directly summoned to the upper realm. This is very attractive to all the cultivators in this plane. As far as I know, Ling Fang's beast fighting arena doesn't have this ability. This shows how special the military training ground is. No matter which plane you're in, the number of people who can ascend will never exceed the number of people who can't. And those who are strong but can't ascend will have a very strong desire to ascend. If they knew about the military training ground, would they not want to go? And now, among Mr. Zhao Hai's subordinates, only our Xia family can go to the military training ground. In this case, should our Xia family agree to let them go or not? If we don't agree, they will bear a grudge against the Xia family. This is definitely not a good thing for the Xia family. A man's wealth is his own ruin. I think Patriarch should know this." Zhiruhai frowned. He thought that Zhiling's words were very reasonable. Zhiruhai had some understanding of the upper realm. He knew that those who were summoned to the upper realm from the military training ground couldn't be considered as true cultivators. Once they reached the upper realm, they would be different from the cultivators in the upper realm. They should be much weaker than those who relied on their own strength to ascend. But he didn't know the specific difference. But no matter what, it was still a path to ascension. Even if one's body was a little lower, it would still give those who couldn't ascend with their own strength a glimmer of hope. And this glimmer of hope was very scary. If the Zhe family didn't let these people enter the military training ground, then this glimmer of hope would turn into despair. And it was hard to imagine what a despairing cultivator could do. However, the Zhe family didn't have a way to let so many people enter the military training ground. There were all kinds of rules in order to enter the military training ground. It wasn't as if the Zhe family could just let anyone enter. But if these words were explained to those who couldn't ascend and didn't have much lifespan left, would they listen? Certainly not. They would think that the Zhe family was behind this. When the time comes, conflict would be unavoidable. And with so many realms and so many people who couldn't ascend, if all of them went against the Zhe family, then what would happen to the Zhe family? Thinking of this, Zhe felt afraid. One must know that those who couldn't ascend and didn't have much lifespan left weren't weak. If they really clashed with the Zhe family, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if the Zhe family could withstand it in the beginning, what would happen after a long time? Anyone who faced an endless stream of attacks would be exhausted and eventually die from exhaustion. Originally, Zhe didn't think that the matter would be this serious. But now, after the analysis of these people, Zhe discovered that the severity of the matter was beyond his imagination. Now that Zhao Hai was suppressing them, if Zhao Hai really ascended, then what would happen to the Zhe family? Would they just watch the Zhe family decline? At this time, a voice was heard from outside the cave, reporting, "Patriarch. Mr. Zhao Hai has arrived. He's almost here." Hearing this voice, Zhe came back to his senses and immediately said, "Come with me to greet them." Then he turned around and walked out. The other stewards of the Zhe family quickly followed behind. They were still very respectful towards Zhao Hai. As soon as the group arrived in front of the Immortal's cave, a voice was heard. "Ha ha ha, Patriarch Xia, there's no need to be so polite. It took me so long to pay you a visit, please forgive me." Then Zhao Hai flew in front of the Immortal's cave. When Zhe and the others saw Zhao Hai, they quickly cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai and said, "Greetings, Mr. Zhao Hai. Mister, please come in." Zhao Hai didn't stand on ceremony. He cupped his fists and said, "Patriarch Xia, you're too polite. Please, everyone, please." When everyone entered the cave, Zhe invited Zhao Hai to the main seat. Zhao Hai didn't stand on ceremony. After sitting down, he said to the Zhe family, "Today, Zhao Hai is here to tell everyone a piece of good news. The battle outside has basically ended. Everyone, get ready to leave and return to your realm." When they heard Zhao Hai's words, the Zhe family didn't look happy. On the contrary, their faces were a little ugly. Seeing their expressions, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at the Zhe family in confusion. Then he turned to Zhe and said, "Patriarch Xia, I see that everyone seems to have something on their minds. Are you dissatisfied with Zhao Hai's hospitality? Did Zhao Hai neglect anything?" When Zhe heard Zhao Hai, he quickly said, "Mr. has misunderstood. Mr. has been very good to us. You don't lack anything. We're not worried about this matter." "Oh, then I don't know what troubles the Zhe clan. If I can help, then Zhao Hai will not refuse." This time, the extraterritorial devil race has broken through the Zhe realm, allowing our Zhe family to come in contact with people from other realms. This is a good thing, but the bad thing is the soldier training ground. I have already told you about the situation there, but in fact, what I have not told you is that as long as you perform well in the soldier training ground, you can directly enter the upper realm without going through the process of heaven's punishment and ascension. Although I heard that people who enter the upper realm like this don't have a high status in the upper realm, it is still a way to enter the upper realm. In those realms, there must be a lot of powerful people who can't ascend to the upper realm. The soldier training ground is too attractive to them, and there are a lot of conditions to enter the upper realm. Not everyone can enter the soldier training ground, but will those people believe it? Zhe family's soldier training ground is not a big deal. But if they don't, then what will happen to the Zhe clan? When Zhao Hai heard Zhe he couldn't help but stare. Then he frowned and said, "Patriarch Xia is right. If I stay in this realm, then those people wouldn't dare to do anything to the Zhe clan. But if I ascend, then I'm afraid that the Zhe clan will have a hard time in the future. What does Patriarch Xia think about this?" Zhe looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Since Mr. can think of this, then this old man won't say anything else." This old man would like to ask Mr. to help this old man think of a way to help the Zhe family get through this difficult time. Zhao Hai looked at Zhe Hai and felt that this matter was very strange. He originally wanted to see if he could get the Zhe clan to rely on him. But now, Zhe Hai actually asked him to think of a solution. For Zhao Hai, this was definitely good news. I'm not afraid to tell you that my Heaven's Secret Pavilion isn't the same as other large artifacts. There are several special spaces here that are independent of the outside world. Only I can enter them. It's completely different from the space you're in right now. Those spaces are like the fold realm that you live in, but they're much better than the one you live in. I came this time to ask Patriarch Xia to lead the Zhe family to follow me in the future. As long as Patriarch Xia agrees, the Zhe family can enter those spaces. Even when I ascend, I can take you with me. When Zhe Hai and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. After some time, they looked at each other. Then Zhe Hai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Is what Mr. said true? Does such a space really exist?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Of course it's true. I'm not afraid to tell Patriarch Xia. I asked the Zhe family to follow me and become my vassal. I can also take you to the upper realm. But once you reach the upper realm, you can only become a servant of other cultivators. This is because you didn't enter the upper realm through normal means. Because of the influence of the heaven and earth, you won't be able to increase your strength for the rest of your life. However, the people of the upper realm can use medicine to forcibly increase your strength, allowing you to reach a high realm. But in the future, you won't be able to increase your strength. So I made the Zhe family follow me and become my vassal. I can also take you to the upper realm. But once you reach the upper realm, you can still cultivate and increase your strength, making you the same as other upper realm people." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Of course it's true." When Zhe Hai heard Zhao Hai, his body couldn't help but shake. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Is what Mr. said true?" Zhao Hai replied, "This is what Taoist Wang Zhen told me. There's no need for me to repeat it. You already know Taoist Wang Zhen, but he's now my subordinate." Zhe Hai stared. Then he turned his head to look at the other members of the Zhe family. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, please allow us to discuss this matter. We'll give you an answer in a few days, alright? Please allow the Zhe family to stay in the space for a few days." Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "That's not a problem. This matter is related to the Zhe family. You should discuss it for a while. I'll take my leave first. If you've finished your discussion, you can look for Ji Wuming and have him inform me." After he said that, Zhao Hai stood up and cupped his fist towards Zhe Hai and the others. Then he turned around and walked out. Zhe Hai and the others quickly got up to send him off. After Zhao Hai left, Zhe Hai and the others returned to their cave residence. After they sat down, nobody spoke. The entire cave was silent. After some time, Zhe Hai opened his mouth and said, "What do you think about Mr. Zhao Hai's words?" Everyone was silent for a while. Then Jibing stood up and said, "Patriarch, I think that Mr. Zhao Hai's words are very credible. Mr. Zhao Hai's strength is very clear. You should know that Mr. Zhao Hai's alien army and vines were enough to destroy our Zhe family. If Mr. Zhao Hai wanted to scheme against our Zhe family, then he wouldn't need to waste so much time." Everyone nodded. They knew about Zhao Hai's strength. They also knew about what Zhao Hai did before meeting them. He was someone who defeated the devils by himself. Why would he lie to them? This was too unrealistic. Zhe Hai looked at everyone and said, "But if we really become Mr. Zhao Hai's vassals, then we'll be no different from slaves. Have you thought about this?" After hearing this, everyone went silent. Cultivators had their own dignity. Even the weakest cultivators didn't want to be someone else's servant. If they did, then they would lose their dignity. Losing dignity was the same as losing their drive. Without drive, they wouldn't be able to pursue the Grand Tao. Zhicheng suddenly said, "Patriarch, does the young master have few slaves? Isn't Mr. Ji Wuming one? But look at Mr. Ji Wuming's strength. Isn't he at the void-piercing realm? Most importantly, Mr. Ji Wuming seems to have comprehended the power of laws. Patriarch, why don't we invite Mr. Ji Wuming and ask him for advice?" Zhe Hai looked at Zhicheng and said, "Cheng, your idea is good. But Mr. Ji Wuming is Mr. Zhao Hai's servant. Moreover, he's very loyal to Mr. Ji Wuming. What can we ask from him? I think we should just forget about it. Zhicheng said in a deep voice, Patriarch, to put it bluntly, although cultivators have always said that we should maintain our dignity and not lose our drive, cultivators have always respected the strong. Most importantly, it's not shameful for cultivators to rely on the strong. We invite Mr. Ji Wuming here just to ask him if his strength can still improve after following Mr. Zhao Hai. If he can, it means that Mr. Zhao Hai didn't lie to us. If Mr. Zhao Hai really brings us to the upper world, even if our strength doesn't increase much, it's still a good thing. After all, it's the upper world, which is much stronger than here. Isn't it everyone's hope to ascend? Zhibing added, moreover, Mr. Zhao Hai said that those who go to the upper world from the army training ground become the servants of other cultivators. What's the difference between us and Mr. Zhao Hai? Patriarch, I also think that it's a good thing to invite Mr. Ji Wuming and ask him clearly. Zhiruhai looked at the others and saw that they all agreed. He couldn't help but nod and said, all right, I'll send someone to invite Mr. Ji Wuming. Then he said, go and invite Mr. Ji Wuming here. Someone outside the door immediately responded and went to arrange it. However, the group didn't leave. They just sat inside Zhiruhai's cave. Before long, footsteps were heard outside. Then a voice was heard, Patriarch, Mr. Ji Wuming has arrived. Zhiruhai immediately stood up and walked to the door. Seeing Ji Wuming standing there with an expressionless face, Zhiruhai immediately cupped his fist and said, Zhiruhai has seen Mr. Ji. Ji Wuming returned the greeting and said, Patriarch Shi is too polite. Why did Patriarch Shi invite me here? Zhiruhai immediately replied, I invited Mr. Ji here because I have something to ask. Mr. Ji, please take a seat inside. Then he made an inviting gesture to Ji Wuming. Ji Wuming looked at him and nodded. Then he led the way into the cave. As soon as Ji Wuming entered the cave, he stared. This was because he saw a lot of people from the Zhe clan sitting inside. When these people saw him coming in, they all stood up and cupped their fists towards him. This made Ji Wuming a little surprised. He didn't know why these people were gathered here waiting for him. However, he still cupped his fists towards these people. At this time, Zhiruhai also came in. He said to Ji Wuming, Mr. Ji, please take a seat. Zhiruhai invited Ji Wuming to sit at the head of the table, showing the greatest respect. Ji Wuming quickly shook his head and said, how could I dare to sit at the head of the table? Patriarchia, there's no need to be too polite. This really makes me feel uneasy. If Patriarchia has something to say, then please speak. I'll tell you everything I know. Zhiruhai wasn't polite. After inviting Ji Wuming to sit down, he said, Mr. Zhao Hai came to the Zhe family today. I think Mr. Ji should know about this. Ji Wuming nodded and said, yes, the young master came to the Zhe family after dealing with the captives outside. I know about this matter. When Zhiruhai heard Ji Wuming, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Ji Wuming and said, Mr. Ji, can I ask how many people Mr. captured in this battle? Did they all surrender to Mr.? Ji Wuming looked at Zhiruhai strangely. He didn't know why Zhiruhai suddenly asked about this matter. However, he still replied, this time, a total of 325,637,315 people came out of the 9 Nether Blood realm. Besides 115,231,038 people who surrendered, the rest were all executed by the young master. The remaining people have completely surrendered to the young master and made a heart demon oath. Hearing Zhiruhai's words, Ji Wuming's expression changed. Upon hearing Wuming, Zhiruhai's face flashed with excitement. Then he let out a long breath as he looked at Wuming and said, to be honest, Mr. Ji, Mr. Zhao Hai came today to make our Zhe family his vassal. However, this old man is still hesitant. Mr. Zhao Hai has shown great kindness to the Zhe family, so it stands to reason that we should repay his kindness. But Mr. Ji should also know that the Zhe family is a cultivator family. If we become Mr. Zhao Hai's vassal, then we might never be able to improve our strength. Not only would this not benefit the Zhe family, it would also be of no help to Mr. Zhao Hai. Today, I invited Mr. Ji here to ask if Mr. Ji's cultivation has improved after following Mr. Zhao Hai. Ji Wuming finally understood why Zhiruhai called him here. To be honest, he wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, when he heard Zhiruhai's words, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "So Patriarch Xia called me here for this matter. I didn't think that we would be on the same side in the future. As for what Patriarch Xia said, I can tell you right now that my cultivation has improved. Not only has it improved, but it has also improved greatly. Even my law power is something I learned after following the young master." Ji Wuming smiled and said, "Patriarch Xia called me here for this matter." Upon hearing Ji Wuming, Zhiruhai couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Ji Wuming and said, "What method did Mr. Ji use to improve your strength?" Ji Wuming looked at Zhiruhai, then he laughed and said, "I knew that Patriarch Xia would ask this question. In fact, it's very simple. The reason why my strength improved and I comprehended the law power was because I used the heart demon transformation technique. I think Patriarch Xia should be familiar with this." Naturally, Zhiruhai wasn't unfamiliar with this technique. This was a very common technique in the cultivation realm. Almost all cultivators knew how to use it, but very few people actually used it. This was because the heart demon transformation technique required you to become someone's servant and worship them as your own god. Zhiruhai looked at Ji Wuming. He didn't think that Ji Wuming would use such a technique. This was too surprising. Zhiruhai looked at Ji Wuming and said, "But Mr. Ji, if one day Mr. Zhao Hai's strength can no longer advance, then what about your strength?" Ji Wuming smiled faintly and said, "I don't think that day will come. Patriarch Xia, you may not believe me, but I still want to tell you one thing. When I used the heart demon transformation technique, the young master's cultivation wasn't as good as mine. But when I used the technique, my strength improved. At that time, the young master was still in the spirit condensation stage, but I was already in the void-piercing realm. Even now, I dare say that if Zhao Hai wants to fight someone with the same strength as me, he can kill them with a wave of his hand. Zhao Hai's strength isn't as simple as it seems on the surface." When Zhiruhai heard Ji Wuming, he stared for a moment before he nodded. Then he looked at Ji Wuming and said, "Last question, Mr. Ji. My Xia family has a lot of people. I don't know if the young master has a place for us to stay? Although the compressed space is good, it's not a place for us to stay for a long time." Ji Wuming waved his hand and said, "Patriarch Xia, you don't need to worry about this. As long as you become Zhao Hai's subordinate, I can guarantee that you won't regret it. The cultivation resources your family will get are far beyond your imagination. As for the living space, it's only bigger than the Xia family's territory." When Zhiruhai heard Ji Wuming, he couldn't help but let out a long breath. He stood up and said, "Thank you, Mr. Ji, for clearing my doubts. This old man asks Mr. Ji to pass a message to Mr. Zhao Hai. My Xia family is willing to become Mr. Ji's vassal." Ji Wuming laughed as he stood up. Then he looked at Zhiruhai and said, "All right, Patriarch Xia, I can guarantee that you won't regret your decision today. I'll go back and tell the young master this news. Also, there's one thing I want Patriarch Xia to remember. If you really want to become the young master's vassal, then don't call him Mr. Zhao Hai or Mr. You must call him young master. This is the rule of the young master's subordinates." Then Ji Wuming turned around and left. Seeing Ji Wuming leave, Zhiruhai turned to the others and said, "All right, since the decision has been made, then our Xia family will be Mr. Zhao Hai's subordinates. Remember, from now on, call him young master. This time I, Zhiruhai, will take a gamble. If Mr. Zhao Hai is a trustworthy person, then even if our Xia family's bones are crushed, we won't hesitate. But if Mr. Zhao Hai is deceiving us, then remember, even if the Xia family dies, we will still resist." All the members of the Xia family loudly responded. The Xia family was different from other families. They were a military family. From the moment they were born, they were already soldiers. Even the women were soldiers. Therefore, they were very direct in their actions. Xia family's members were also soldiers. Because of this, they were very direct in their actions. Zhiruhai looked at the group and nodded, "All right, prepare yourselves to welcome Mr. Zhao Hai. I think Mr. Zhao Hai will arrive soon. After Mr. Zhao Hai leaves, we will pass on our decision." All of the Xia family members nodded. Zhiruhai didn't say anything, he just wore his armor and carried his halberd as he led the group to the entrance of the cave residence. Then he stood there and waited. When Zhiruhai and the others came out, Zhao Hai led Laura and the others to the entrance. Seeing Zhiruhai and the others, Zhao Hai didn't hesitate. He led Laura and the others to descend from the sky and arrived in front of Zhiruhai. When Zhiruhai saw Zhao Hai, he immediately led the Zhe family members to kneel down. Then Zhiruhai loudly said, "The Zhe family's 10,015th generation patriarch, Zhiruhai, today represents the Zhe family to pledge loyalty to Mr. Zhao Hai. I swear that I will never betray him. If I violate this oath, I shall be punished by the heavens." Then Zhiruhai raised his halberd and handed it over to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai received Zhiruhai's halberd and said, "I, Zhao Hai, accept your pledge of loyalty. I will ensure the safety of the Zhe family for generations. If I violate this oath, I shall be punished by the heavens. I bestow this halberd to the Zhe family. I hope that you can use this halberd to sweep away all enemies for me." Then Zhao Hai handed the halberd over to Zhiruhai. The reason why Zhao Hai did this was because this was a rule in the army. When an army surrenders, the general would offer his weapon. If it was an ordinary surrender, then the weapon would become the surrendered person's trophy. But the Zhe family's surrender wasn't an ordinary surrender. Therefore, Zhao Hai gave the halberd to Zhiruhai as a sign of trust. Zhiruhai received the halberd from Zhao Hai. Then he bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "I thank the young master for the halberd." Zhao Hai reached out and helped Zhiruhai up. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Uncle Zhe, allow me to call you that. From now on, we'll be on the same side. The ladies behind me are my wives. I think you already know them. I hope that Uncle Zhe can respect them as much as you respect me." Zhiruhai replied, "Yes, young master can rest assured. I'll definitely respect the ladies as much as I respect you." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked around and said, "This place is no longer suitable for your Zhe family. Go and inform your family that I'll be sending you to a new place. Tell them to be prepared, there's no need to panic." Zhiruhai nodded. Then he turned his head and had Zhichong pass the order. The Zhe family was worthy of being a military family. Everything was passed down in the form of military orders. Before long, the entire Zhe family began to move. In the blink of an eye, the Zhe family had finished packing their things. Their efficiency was much faster than an ordinary army. After everyone was ready, Zhao Hai waved his hand. Zhiruhai and the others felt the scenery around them turn illusory. It seemed like it was slowly disappearing. Then a new scenery began to appear. Finally, when they were able to see their surroundings, they discovered that the scenery around them had completely changed. This was an incomparably huge realm. They couldn't see the end of it. Most importantly, the spiritual chi here was very rich. Inside this realm, there were all kinds of strange plants that they had never seen before. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Just as Zhiruhai was looking at the scenery around him, the sound of a horse's neigh could be heard. Then a black cloud appeared on the horizon. It didn't take long before these black clouds arrived in front of Zhiruhai and the others. Zhiruhai looked at these black clouds and saw that they were the demonic horses that they rode before. To be honest, these demonic horses were very powerful. When Zhiruhai and the others rode these horses, their strength increased by at least 50%. However, when they entered the compressed space, these demonic horses were taken back by Zhao Hai. Now that these demonic horses appeared here, it was a pleasant surprise for Zhiruhai and the others. After these demonic horses arrived at the Zhe family's side, they immediately ran towards the knights and rubbed against them affectionately. This made the Zhe family even more happy. Zhao Hai looked at Zhiruhai and couldn't help but smile. "Uncle Zhe, these demonic horses will be your mounts in the future. If you don't ride them, then you can let them move freely. You don't need to worry about anything. If you want to ride them, then you can summon them. They are in this space. Also, the plants in this space aren't ordinary. Let me take care of them for you. This is bamboo rice, this is bread tree." Zhao Hai led Zhiruhai forward while explaining the plants in this space. After hearing Zhao Hai's explanation, Zhiruhai understood that there was nothing simple in this space. All the plants had their own uses. Most importantly, living in this layer of space, they didn't need to do anything. Whether it was eating or using, they didn't lack anything. This was really amazing. Zhao Hai calmly sat in his room inside the Heaven's secret pavilion. There was a projection above the room showing the situation of the passages. During this time, the passages had welcomed a lot of people from the 9 Nether Blood realm. It can be said that this was the peak period for people coming out of the 9 Nether Blood realm. Fortunately, Zhao Hai was already prepared. Not only did he send out the undead, but he also sent out Hu Jingfei and the others who surrendered. They only had one goal, and that was to block the passages. As long as people come out, they wouldn't be able to escape. At this point, Zhao had the vampires form a formation to cover the entrances of the passageways. The people coming out of the passageways would plunge into the formation. Once they enter the formation, what awaited them would be the attack of the undead. These undead were all undead transformed from cultivators from the upper realms. Their strength was incomparably formidable. Now that they had the formation, they were able to deal with the cultivators with ease. This couldn't be called a war, it was more like catching fish. The cultivators that came out of the 9 Nether Blood realm were fish. As long as they were caught, they would be immediately slaughtered. This time, Zhao Hai didn't have any intention of accepting them. He also didn't want to deal with them. Upon seeing Zhao Hai's decision, Hu Jingfei and the others felt very fortunate. They were glad that they submitted to Zhao Hai. Otherwise, they would have ended up like this. Because there were a lot of people coming out of the 9 Nether Blood realm, Zhao Hai paid special attention to the passages. Fortunately, so far, there weren't any problems with the passages. Zhao Hai had been with the Zhe family for a while now. The Zhe family had a new interface, and there were a lot of things that they didn't understand. Zhao Hai had been helping the Zhe family explain the new interface, such as the exchange device, the trading platform, and other things. Naturally, he also told the Zhe family about the new academies in the interface. Zhao Hai had also told the Zhe family about the new interface. Zhao Hai clearly remembered the shocked expression on Zhe Ruhai's face when he said these things. Zhe Ruhai didn't think that Zhao Hai would have so many people under his command, and that they would be so strong. However, after listening to Zhao Hai's explanation, Zhe Ruhai also understood that besides being loyal to Zhao Hai, they had no other choice. Although Zhe Ruhai didn't know about the existence of the space, he was also very clear about what these things meant to Zhao Hai. These were the best things that Zhao Hai had. Zhao Hai wouldn't allow anyone to leak these things out. If the Zhe family didn't want to follow Zhao Hai, then Zhao Hai wouldn't leave any of them alive. Zhe Ruhai was very clear that Zhao Hai was capable of doing this. After all, Zhao Hai had destroyed a lot of people. At the same time, Zhe Ruhai also knew that this was Zhao Hai's greatest trust in the Zhe family. Zhao Hai was very fond of the Zhe family. This was a purely military family. Zhao Hai didn't have such a race under his command. One must know that there were times when the undead came forward to handle matters. However, if the Zhe family came forward, then the troubles would be a lot less. From Wangzhen, Zhao Hai knew that the upper realm allowed people to have servants. Moreover, it wasn't strange for a powerful cultivator to have several servant races. Just like the extraterritorial devils, weren't they Moyer's servants? The extraterritorial devils had done a lot of things for Moyer. To be honest, if it wasn't for Zhao Hai, then Moyer might have been able to leave the 9 Nether Blood realm with the help of the extraterritorial devils and return to the upper realm. This was the meaning of the existence of servant races. If Zhao Hai really fell to Moyer's level one day, then the undead wouldn't be able to reach the same level as the extraterritorial devils. In any case, the extraterritorial devils were a real race. On the other hand, the undead were all undead. In other words, they were ghosts in the eyes of cultivators. Cultivators were naturally disgusted with ghosts. Zhao Hai can imagine that if he was really locked up, then the undead would certainly be chased down by everyone outside. In the end, they wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being exterminated. On the other hand, the Zhe family wouldn't be in such danger because they were a cultivator family. It was precisely because of this consideration that Zhao Hai accepted the Zhe family as a servant family. This was to prepare a backup plan. Moreover, the Zhe family's fighting strength was indeed very strong. In the future, when Zhao Hai fights with others, he can ask the Zhe family to help him. Although the undead were useful, there were times when it wasn't convenient to use them. Just like what Wang Zhen said, the upper realm was divided into various alliances. If Zhao Hai really joined the Tai Dao sect, then he would be able to use the undead at will. This was because the Tai Dao sect was an orthodox sect. All ghosts were considered evil in their eyes. If Zhao Hai commanded the undead to fight, then even if he was strong, the Tai Yi Dao sect wouldn't be able to tolerate him. Not only would they not tolerate him, they might even clean up the sect. Zhao Hai didn't want such a day to come. Sitting in the Heaven's secret building, Zhao Hai was relieved to see that the passage was fine. The projection changed to the garbage realm. The things in the garbage realm had decreased by a lot. However, there were still a lot of things that couldn't be received into the space. This was because there was too much garbage there. However, this was also a pleasant surprise. This was because there were a lot of good things in the garbage realm. Zhao Hai was able to extract several kinds of metals that the space didn't have. To be honest, this was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. In addition to extracting things that the space didn't have, the garbage realm was also able to extract a lot of things that the space had. From the most common herbs to all kinds of cultivation materials, there were a lot of things that could be used. The quantity of these things had already exceeded Zhao Hai's imagination. At this time, the space was still collecting things from the garbage realm and then decomposing them. After these things were decomposed, they would be turned into materials or finished products that could be equipped to the Zhe family or Hu Jingfei. Zhao Hai sat there and looked at the situation in the garbage realm. Then he turned to Laura and said, "Laura, how long until 1 year?" Laura replied, 6 months. "What's wrong, Brother Hai? Are you anxious?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'm a bit anxious. I really want to go to the upper realm as soon as possible and see what it's like." "Forget it, there's no use being anxious right now. Let's just wait slowly." Laura smiled faintly and said, "Brother Hai, don't be anxious. There's no use in being anxious right now. After we deal with things here, we still need to return to Underworld. Underworld has been developing very fast these past few years. Although they didn't expand their territory, their strength has increased. They also have a lot of experts. Additionally, their relationship with the 5 great clans is very good. Moreover, the 6 Realms Alliance and the War Gods Realm are all following Underworld's lead. Now that Underworld has become the most powerful force in the void, even if we leave, we still need to take care of Underworld." Zhao Hai replied, "I don't need to worry about Underworld. We've already laid a good foundation. It's impossible for them to have any problems in the short term. But after a long time, we won't be able to deal with any problems." Laura looked at Zhao Hai, then she smiled faintly and said, "Are you really willing to let them go? Underworld is our painstaking effort. Wouldn't it be a pity to just give it up?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "There are some things that need to be given up. We can't be nannies of Underworld for a lifetime. They need to grow on their own." Laura nodded, then she said, "If we manage them, then the forces that we've established before would also need to be managed. Then we wouldn't need to do anything else. Forget it, let them be. Whether they live or die, that's their own business. We've already established them and allowed them to grow to this degree. This is already very good." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's already very good that we've built it up and allowed it to grow to this degree. If it grows crooked, then they can't blame us. Once we're done here, I'll return to Tiger and the others. Then I'll leave. But before I leave, I want to go to the True Spirit Realm and tell them that I've already taken the Golden Crow Cauldron. Tell them not to count on the Golden Crow Cauldron in case they encounter any trouble in the future." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, then I'll go back to the True Spirit Realm and tell them that I've already taken the Golden Crow Cauldron." Laura smiled and said, "I don't think so. This time's matter has stimulated Uncle Long and the others. And with Underworld's protection, they should be able to develop in a short time. Brother Hai, I don't think that going to the True Spiritual Realm before you leave is a good thing. If the True Spiritual Realm wants to develop, then they can only rely on themselves. Even if Underworld helps them, they wouldn't be able to help them for a long time. It's better if you don't meddle too much in this matter." Zhao Hai sighed and said, "I know. But no matter what, our first stop after ascending is the True Spiritual Realm. Because of this, I can't let go of this matter. Forget it, if we don't go, then we won't go. If we don't appear, then the people of the True Spiritual Realm would be fine. It's useless for us to think too much about it." Laura nodded. Then Lizzie said, "Big Brother Hai, should we go to the Zhe family's training field and see what's going on there?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, there's no need to go there. It's just like the beast fighting coliseum, maybe even worse. Why would we go there? It's just a place for servants. We don't want to be servants, so there's no need for us to go there. We don't want to cause trouble for ourselves in the future. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, after we ascend, do you want to join the Tai Dao sect or the beast fighting coliseum? Do you think that the people in the beast fighting coliseum know about the space? If they know about the space, then wouldn't they have other plans for us to join the beast fighting coliseum? When Zhao Hai heard Laura, his expression couldn't help but turn serious as he said, that's what I'm worried about. Actually, I don't want to join the Tai Dao sect. This is because the Tai Dao sect is an orthodox sect. There are bound to be a lot of restrictions on us. Moreover, we have a lot of secrets. Some of the methods that we use aren't orthodox. I'm afraid that if we join the Tai Dao sect, we would be in more trouble in the future. Because of this, I want to join the Beast Fighting Coliseum. The Beast Fighting Coliseum is both righteous and evil. They would have fewer restrictions on their disciples. We wouldn't have any conflicts with them. Laura nodded, then she smiled faintly and said, that's good. But this way, Wangjin would be disappointed. Fortunately, the Beast Fighting Coliseum and the Tai Dao sect don't seem to have any conflicts. Otherwise, Wangjin would have a headache. But Brother Hai, joining the Beast Fighting Coliseum would also be dangerous. This is because the disciples of such sects would have infighting. After all, the lower realms are lower realms. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'm not worried about that. On the contrary, after we ascend to the higher realms, our strength would become more formidable. But before that, we need to make some preparations. Laura, you need to prepare some masks as well as some clothes. All of the clothes should be embroidered with constellations. Their clothes should also have black armor, which is the style of the 12 constellations' golden armor. These things should be prepared for Hu Jingfei and the others. When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare. Then she looked at Zhao Hai curiously and said, Brother Hai, what do you want to do? Hu Jingfei and the others are from the upper realm. If we let them out, then sooner or later, they would be exposed. I think it's better to just leave them in the space. Once they reach the upper realm, the space will certainly upgrade. When that time comes, the laws of heaven and earth on their bodies will disappear, allowing them to cultivate. This is much better than letting them out. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, let's just leave them here. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it doesn't matter. We'll just release them. However, they can't appear with their original identities. From now on, they will be members of Dark Star. Megan looked curiously at Zhao Hai and said, Dark Star? You're not like the dark demons of the outer realm? This is interesting, but can they do it? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, no, they aren't the same as the dark demons. The dark demons specialize in killing people. On the other hand, Dark Star is a force that exists everywhere. They can be active in various realms and control information. What do you think? Laura smiled faintly and said, that's interesting. In any case, it won't take much effort, I'll take care of it. Right, Brother Hai, do you need to design some special weapons for them? If they take out their current weapons, then I'm afraid that their identities would be discovered. Then everything we've done would be useless. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Zhao thought for a moment, then nodded. That is indeed the case. Once they are completely loyal to us, we can make appropriate improvements to their weapons. I don't think they would object to this. Zhao nodded, then nodded. That's right. Once they are completely loyal to us, we can make appropriate improvements to their weapons. Laura nodded and said, that's also good. Their strength is formidable. Moreover, they are also very familiar with the upper realm. However, we can't expose their identities. It's best for them to act in the dark. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's good. Zhao Hai nodded and said, when the time comes, we can have the undead from the upper realm join us. Such a force wouldn't be small. It's just a pity that we don't have any top experts. Laura nodded and said, right, we don't have any top experts, but it's enough. As long as we manage them well, these people would be able to do a lot of things. Moreover, these people are famous geniuses. Once they reach the upper realm, their strength might increase very quickly. Jiao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Jiao Hai shook his head and said, it's not that simple. Their strength has an absolute relationship with me. If my strength increases, then their strength will increase. If my strength doesn't increase, then there's no way for them to increase their strength. So it still depends on me. Jiao Hai shook his head. Laura smiled faintly and said, naturally, they are your subordinates. If they are stronger than you, then it would be very troublesome. Forget it, Brother Hai, don't think about them. I think that the things in the garbage realm should be enough for us to deal with for a long time. Moreover, we don't need to worry about the passage. As time goes by, more and more undead will appear in the passage. At that time, the people in the 9 Nether Blood realm wouldn't be able to escape. Do you think that we can use this time to do other things? Jiao Hai stared, then he asked, what other things? Laura smiled and said, you can go to Spirit Edge and the other realms. Take some plants, beasts, and minerals from their realms and bring them to the space. What do you think? Jiao Hai nodded and said, what do you think? When he heard Laura, Jiao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up as he said, that's a good idea. We can visit their planes and collect their unique items. This would only benefit us. Alright, call Spirit Edge and the others to the conference room. I'll talk to them about this. Laura nodded, then she said, that's a good idea. Laura smiled and said, actually, I didn't come up with this idea, it was Spirit Edge. They've been looking at their domain recently, and they want you to visit their plane. Although they lost some people in this operation, they gained a lot. Naturally, the most important thing is that they got a huge piece of land. Although it's not a plane, it's still enough for someone to establish a sect there. Not to mention that there are a lot of materials in that territory. Therefore, they are very grateful to you and want you to visit their plane. Hee, how about it? Isn't it fun? Jiao Hai nodded and said, actually, I don't think that it's a big deal. I think it's a good idea. Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, it's indeed very interesting. Alright, we'll go and have a look. But there's no need to inform them right now. We'll just wait for them to invite me. There are still a few months left, that should be enough. Laura nodded, then she smiled faintly and said, I think it won't take long for them to invite you. Let's go and have a look. Let's use these few days to take a good rest. Now that we're done with this realm, it seems like we haven't been to a hot spring for a long time. Let's go and have a bath. Jiao Hai turned to Laura and the others and said. Naturally, Laura and the others didn't object. The group flashed and entered the space before entering the hot spring. The villa's hot spring was still as beautiful as before. However, the cave had been remodeled by Laura and the others. There were a lot of things inside that they could use at any time. After soaking in the hot spring, the group let out a long breath. It has been a long time since they had a good bath in a hot spring. This kind of relaxing feeling was something that they hadn't felt for a long time. Now that they were soaking in the hot spring, they felt very comfortable. Their entire body relaxed. The group closed their eyes as they leaned against the wall of the hot spring. Then they let out a long breath. Then Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, Meg, take out some wine. Naturally, Meg didn't object. She nodded and waved her hand as a tray appeared in her hand. On the tray were several glasses of red wine as well as a plate of fruits. The things that Jiao Hai and the others ate were usually prepared by Meg. Meg was like the head of the logistics department. Meg rarely participated in Jiao Hai's matters. She just silently stood behind Jiao Hai, doing everything that she could for him. This was also the reason why Jiao Hai felt distrust for Meg. It wasn't that Meg didn't have the ability, it was just that all her thoughts were focused on Jiao. She felt that there was nothing more important than letting Jiao eat, drink, and relax. So she never let anyone else get involved in these matters. Usually, she would do it herself. And it was precisely because of this that if Jiao wanted to eat something, he would just tell Meg, and Meg would just directly take it out. After drinking a mouthful of wine, Jiao Hai let out a long breath and said, "This feeling is really good. Hee, it's rare for me to relax." Laura and the others also smiled. After some time, Laura opened her mouth and said, "Brother Hai, how are you going to deal with the Xia family?" With their current strength, I'm afraid that they aren't qualified to become a servant family. Xiaohai nodded and said, right, their current strength isn't good enough. They need to be trained. I think that after some time, when they settle down, I'll talk to their family. Then we'll have them train in the space. We'll have the vampires, undead, monster beasts, and the other races of the space participate in the training. Later on, when we go to the higher realms, we'll have to face stronger enemies. Therefore, all races of the space need to undergo training. Right, the goblins in the space have been developing very fast recently. Their machines are very good, I think they're even better than the desolate race. Do you think we should give them the matter of the mecha? Xiaohai nodded and said, that's right. Laura smiled bitterly and said, do you think that they haven't learned? In fact, the strength of the goblins' mechs is already very good. Moreover, I also taught them the curse formation. I didn't expect them to integrate the curse formation perfectly with their mechs. They're even more perfect than us. It's really annoying. When Xiaohai heard Laura, he couldn't help but laugh and said, isn't that good? Just hand it over to them. You can also relax and don't think too much about it. Laura nodded and said, don't worry, brother Hai. We don't think too much about it. Do you know what the goblins are researching right now? You wouldn't believe it if I told you. Xiaohai looked at Laura and said, what? What else can they research? Laura smiled faintly and said, have you seen Transformers? Have you seen the Terminator? They're currently researching Transformers and liquefied robots. When Xiaohai heard Laura, he couldn't help but stare. Then he couldn't help but laugh and said, I didn't think that they would be able to do this. Amazing, really amazing. Laura smiled bitterly and said, what's even more frightening is the Lich. The things that the Lich researched are all strange and strange. However, each one of them isn't small. The space seems to be developing more and more like a madhouse. Xiaohai smiled bitterly and said, that's right. Xiaohai laughed and said, isn't that good? This is the cultivation realm. It's very difficult for a normal person to survive here. Only by becoming crazy can you have a place in the cultivation realm. Let them do as they please. When Laura and the others heard Xiaohai, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. They didn't want to do anything about it. However, the development of the races in the space had completely exceeded their imagination. Megan suddenly opened her mouth and said, Big Brother Hai, you need to pay attention to the people you rescued from the space. Many of them have already recovered to their peak strength. Moreover, almost all of them have comprehended the power of laws. The power of laws in the space has increased by a lot. I think you should use this time to practice a few more types of laws. In any case, as long as you learn how to use them, then you'll be able to increase your strength. Once you reach the immortal realm, you'll be able to protect yourself. Megan nodded and said, alright, I'll be able to use this time to practice a few more types of laws. Xiaohai nodded and said, that's a good idea. It seems like I'll need to study the power of laws in the next few days. You're right, once we reach the upper realm, if we don't have any advantages, then we can only rely on the power of laws. Laura and the others nodded. They also heard Wang Zhen's words about the division of cultivation methods in the upper realm. The 12-star palaces also made them curious. But at the same time, this also proved that once Xiaohai reaches the upper realm, his cultivation methods wouldn't have any advantages. He could only rely on the power of laws. Julie looked at Xiaohai and said, Brother Hai, how is your blood drop rebirth going? Your soul force is now much stronger than before. You should be able to reach the blood drop rebirth realm very quickly, right? Xiaohai smiled bitterly and said, it's not that easy. I discovered that my blood drop rebirth is different from Wang Zhen and the others. When I practiced blood drop rebirth, I imprinted my soul mark on every cell in my body. Right now, I'm only able to regenerate half of the cells in my arm. On the other hand, Wang Zhen and the others practiced blood drop rebirth in a different style. They first imprinted their soul mark on a part of their body. For example, imprinting it on an entire arm. Because the area of the arm is very large, it's very easy to use. This is the limb rebirth realm that those people used before. Laura and the others nodded, they also discovered this point. Most of the people who came out of the 9 nether blood realm were able to regenerate their limbs. However, they couldn't regenerate their limbs from a single drop of blood. This was very different from Zhao Hai's ability. Zhao Hai's blood drop rebirth was the true blood drop rebirth. If Zhao Hai were to be killed one day, then the cells that were imprinted with his soul imprint would immediately be reborn into another Zhao Hai, a reborn Zhao Hai that would retain all of Zhao Hai's abilities. As for the unused cells that were imprinted with the soul imprint, they could still be used again. In other words, to deal with Zhao Hai would have to be completely burned to ashes, not leaving a single cell of his alive. On the other hand, it wasn't necessary to deal with those from the upper realm. Their rebirth was the rebirth of an arm or something else. In other words, most of them could only be reborn once. As long as they were killed twice, they would die. In the beginning, Zhao Hai thought that the people from the higher realms were the same as him. Because of this, when he dealt with Moyer, he immediately burned him to ashes. But later on, he discovered that this wasn't the case. Zhao Hai said that it wouldn't be easy for him to reach the blood drop rebirth realm because of this. If he wanted to reach the blood drop rebirth realm, then he would have to imprint all of his cells with a soul imprint. However, his body was too strong. Even if his soul became stronger, it would only speed up the process of imprinting the soul imprint into his cells. It was impossible for him to reach the blood drop rebirth realm right away. Furthermore, it was impossible for him to be like the people in the upper realm, where his arm could be regenerated. Then, he would slowly shrink the scope so that his hand could be regenerated. Then, it would become a finger, then a knuckle, and finally a small piece of skin, then cells. The path that Zhao Hai took from the very beginning was the path of cells. It was impossible for him to do what those people did. However, the path that he took could save a lot of trouble compared to those people. It could be said that this was the most correct path. Zhao Hai also understood why the upper realms people had to regenerate their arms and other body parts first. It was because their bodies weren't strong enough. If they imprinted a soul imprint on their cells from the very beginning, then those cells would immediately die. This was because their cells couldn't withstand the power of the soul imprint. Although Zhao Hai's starting point was correct, there was a shortcoming to his method. He couldn't increase the speed at which he imprinted soul imprints into his cells. As for the people in the upper realm, he first turned a part of his body into a part that could be reborn, allowing all the tissues in that part of the body to adapt to this feeling. Then, he slowly reduced the scope. Of course, when he finally imprinted the soul imprint into the cells, it would be easier and faster. When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they nodded. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "In other words, although Brother Hai's soul imprint has become stronger, it still can't reach the strength of your body, right?" Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, "You can't say it like that. How should I put it? My soul force feels lifeless, like it's lacking a trace of vitality. On the other hand, my cells are full of vitality. Although I can imprint my soul imprint into my cells, I always feel that there's a force in my cells that is blocking my soul imprint. Even if I imprint my cells, it's impossible to achieve a perfect fit with my soul imprint. This is the most troublesome part." Zhao Hai sighed and said, "You can't just imprint your soul imprint into your cells. You can also imprint your soul imprint into your cells." Laura's expression changed, then she said, "Then Brother Hai, will this affect your rebirth? This time, when you go to the upper realm, it is a very dangerous place. You have the ability to be reborn from a drop of blood, which can increase your ability to protect yourself. If your rebirth is not perfect, then it will be troublesome." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "It won't affect my rebirth. However, after my rebirth, my soul would become weak. It would take a long time for me to recover completely. This is what I'm worried about the most." Laura and the others' expressions changed. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Is there any way to solve this problem?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I can't think of a solution right now. I've also asked the undead in the upper realm. Their understanding of souls isn't as good as mine, so they can't think of a solution. It seems like this matter can only be slowly solved after we reach the upper realm. Moreover, you don't have to worry, I've already fought with those people. With their current strength, it's still possible for them to pose a threat to me. In other words, once I reach the upper realm, as long as I keep a low profile, I wouldn't be in any danger. Once I'm strong enough, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to bring me any danger." Laura and the others nodded. However, their expressions still weren't good. In the previous realms, those people couldn't pose a threat to Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai's body was incomparably strong. Even if he just stood there and let them hit him, they still wouldn't be able to cause any fatal injuries to Zhao Hai. However, the upper realm was different. The people there had their own laws, and these laws could harm Zhao Hai. In other words, Zhao Hai would be in danger once he reaches the upper realm. He might even need to use his blood rebirth ability. In this case, the perfection of his blood rebirth ability was very important. If Zhao Hai's blood rebirth ability wasn't perfect, then the other party might really be able to kill Zhao Hai. One shouldn't forget that there were also blood rebirth experts in the upper realm. Naturally, they also knew how to kill a blood rebirth expert. A realm that could kill Zhao Hai was the most dangerous. It was precisely because of this that Laura and the others were nervous. However, they didn't have any good methods right now. They could only do what Zhao Hai said. After reaching the upper realm, they would have to keep a low profile as much as possible. This way, they would be safer. After letting out a long breath, Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others and said, "All right, there's no need to think too much about it. We've been through a lot, so we won't be scared by this difficulty. In any case, we still have the space to rely on. We'll be able to maintain our advantage." Laura and the others nodded. Indeed, the space was their biggest advantage. The group soaked in the hot spring for a while before coming out. Then Zhao Hai turned to Laura and the others and said, "I'll be in seclusion for some time. I'll study the laws. Pay attention to the situation outside. If Ling Feng and the others ask me to go to their realms, just tell them that I'm in seclusion. Once I'm out, I'll go." Laura and the others nodded and said, "All right." Laura and the others nodded. Then Zhao Hai went out of the villa and sat down under the 100 Spirits tree. Inside Zhao Hai's space, there were indeed a lot of laws. These laws were very strange because everyone had a different understanding of them. Because of this, Zhao Hai needed to sort out these laws. Zhao Hai wanted to take a good look at them. In the following period of time, Zhao Hai continued to comprehend the laws. Then he slowly integrated the laws of the same attribute. At the same time, he was also trying to use the power he obtained from the blood river. The strength of the blood river could be seen from the bodies of the vampires. The people trapped by the formation of the vampires wouldn't be able to last a month even if they didn't move. The spiritual chi in their bodies wouldn't be completely absorbed by the vampires. If they didn't kill them at this time, then their vitality would be sucked dry by the vampires. In the end, their entire body would be sucked dry by the vampires. At this time, the space had already added this ability to the undead, alien, and Kair's 7-colored flower. Among them, the one who was the most proficient in using this ability was Kair. Kair was already capable of absorbing the strength of others. She could even absorb the strength of others. Now that she had the power of the blood river, Kair was like a tiger that had grown wings. She could turn into an ordinary vine or a small flower and continue to absorb her opponent's strength without being noticed. This was the most terrifying aspect of her strength. For Zhao Hai, studying the power of laws was very easy. This was because Zhao Hai had studied the power of laws before. Because of this, Zhao Hai was very familiar with the way to study the power of laws. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to do a lot of research on the power of laws. However, even so, it wasn't easy to integrate all of them. This was because Zhao Hai had obtained a lot of laws. Integrating all of them wasn't an easy task. Fortunately, Zhao Hai had a lot of time, so he wasn't in a hurry. Although Zhao Hai could ascend right now, strictly speaking, his level was still a bit lower. He wasn't at the point where he had to ascend. Because of this, he wasn't in a hurry. He calmly studied the laws under the 100 Spirits tree. At the same time, he was also studying Buddhism. After meeting with Yuan Qing, Zhao Hai had a new understanding of Buddhism. Moreover, he wasn't just focused on studying Buddhism. He was also studying Confucianism, Taoism, legalism, and Moism. In other words, he was studying all of China's ancient teachings. He wanted to see if there were any similarities between these teachings. The reason why Zhao wanted to study these things was because these theories were a kind of tempering for his mind. In ancient times, the creation of any theory was not so easy. If a person didn't have the corresponding life experience, it would be impossible to create a theory. It was like one day, suddenly wanting to make their own car. If they just locked themselves up at home and didn't understand the principle of making a car, it would be impossible for them to make a car. Even if they did, it would just be a pile of scrap iron. While reading these theories, he was also trying to understand the process of the person who created these theories. He wanted to see what kind of life experiences he had to go through to be able to create his own theory, and why he had to create such a theory. This was like putting oneself into the spiritual world of another person, experiencing everything that that person had experienced, and tempering one's state of mind. The cultivation of one's temperament was different from spiritual power, soul power, and even the power of thought. It was a unique kind of power. You wouldn't be able to see the use of this kind of power in normal times, but at some critical moments, it would play a crucial role. Cultivators also emphasized the cultivation of one's mind. However, ordinary cultivators didn't know how to cultivate their mind. Most cultivators would choose to go into seclusion when cultivating their mind. Moreover, they would go into seclusion in a dark environment. They would use their heart and soul to resist the despair, loneliness, and other emotions. This was a kind of cultivation of the mind. The importance of one's mind lay in the resistance to illusions, the resistance to inner demons, and the reaction of people in the face of death. A lot of cultivators would have some kind of illusion during their cultivation. This was actually a kind of inner demon. If you couldn't wake up from these illusions, or if you were affected by them, then you would suffer from chi deviation. But if your mind could keep up, then you could use your mind to resist these illusions. You wouldn't even have any illusions at all. This was the power of the mind. Most people said that a cultivator's heart was as hard as stone, unmoved by the wind. This actually referred to a state of mind. Your heart must remain calm at all times and not be swayed by any emotions. This was a way to cultivate one's heart. But even if a cultivator's mind was like stone, there would always be some kind of weakness in their mind. And this weakness would often become the most important flaw of a cultivator. There was a legend in China. According to the legend, a man wanted to become an immortal. He was very pious. Later, an immortal was moved by his piety and decided to give him a chance. The immortal said that he would turn him into all kinds of people, but he couldn't make a sound. As long as he didn't make a sound during all his experiences, he would be accepted as a disciple. The man agreed, so the immortal let him enter the cycle of reincarnation. He became all kinds of people in the cycle of reincarnation and went through the lives of those people. However, he always remembered the immortal's words and didn't make a sound. In his last life, he became a woman. He remembered the immortal's words and still didn't make a sound. She got married, started a family, and had children. Others just treated him as a mute. But one day, a group of soldiers entered their village. Those soldiers killed his parents. He didn't make a sound. They killed his husband. He didn't make a sound. He didn't make a sound even after they raped him. However, when the soldiers killed his son, he roared and rushed over. In the end, he was killed by the soldiers. After he was killed, he found that he was still in front of the immortal with a face full of tears. The immortal told him that he wasn't suitable to become an immortal. This story pointed out the importance of temperament training for cultivation. Those were all illusions. At the same time, it was also a test for people. It was to see if they could still keep their original heart in the face of all kinds of things in the world. Every step a cultivator took was filled with thorns, and in the process of cultivation, all kinds of illusions would appear, which were 100 times more terrifying than what that person had experienced. If one's temperament and cultivation were not enough, then one would definitely go berserk, and in the end, die from flying away. Many people would focus on temperament training after their strength had increased. This was because if they didn't train their temperament during the process of increasing their strength, it was very likely that they would suffer from chi deviation or walk on the path of the devil. In that case, their cultivation would come to an end. Ordinary people's temperament training wasn't suitable for Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of this kind of training. His temperament training had already reached a certain level. Ordinary methods wouldn't have any effect on Zhao Hai. Therefore, Zhao Hai thought of another method, which was to use the power of thought to communicate with all kinds of things in order to cultivate his temperament. Recently, Zhao Hai had been using the power of thought to communicate with various doctrines. These doctrines contained the thoughts of the founders. When Zhao Hai's power of thought communicated with these doctrines, it was as if he was feeling the founder's state of mind. He seemed to have become that person and was trying to understand that person's life. This was the best way to cultivate one's temperament. Temperament training was very helpful to the cultivation of one's soul, but it couldn't replace one's soul. Temperament and soul complemented each other, but they were also two independent things. Temperament training could make one's soul cultivation faster, and it could even make one's soul more solid. However, it couldn't directly improve one's soul. This was the biggest difference between temperament training and soul cultivation. Zhao Hai's soul was very powerful, but his body was even more powerful. Because of this, when Zhao Hai wanted to practice blood drop rebirth, it would be more difficult than other methods. Even if he succeeded in practicing blood drop rebirth, the soul imprint and the cells wouldn't be 100% integrated. Because of this, Zhao Hai attached great importance to temperament training. He wanted to make his soul cultivation faster. Although this method would only help him a little, Zhao Hai still did it. This was because he didn't have any other way to improve his soul. While Zhao Hai was in seclusion, changes were also happening outside. The passages had been completely blocked. Along with the continuous growth of the undead army, there was only one outcome for those who rushed out of the blood realm: death. There was no possibility of survival anymore. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up. At this time, Ling Feng and the others were inspecting their own territories. At the same time, they were also dividing their territories. This wasn't an easy thing to do. After all, their territories weren't small. Even with the map that Zhao Hai gave them, it still wasn't easy for them to divide their territories. Ling Feng and the others had been dividing their territories in the past few days. They strictly followed Zhao Hai's plan and didn't have any conflicts. They were very clear that if there was a conflict, then Zhao Hai wouldn't let them off. On the other hand, Laura and the others were busy with the garbage realm. There were a lot of materials in the garbage realm. The amount of materials that the demons had destroyed in the past few years was something that no one could count. What they used was far less than what they threw away. One could imagine how much materials the demons had in the garbage realm. Laura and the others were constantly dividing the materials into materials. Then they processed the materials and equipped the army. The one who benefited the most from this was the Xia family. Zhao Hai valued the Xia family very much, and the same was true for Laura and the others. Because of this, Laura and the others were thinking of ways to help the Xia family improve their strength. If it wasn't for the fact that the Xia family weren't suitable to comprehend the power of laws, Laura and the others would have given them law crystals to help them comprehend the power of laws. The Xia family's cultivation method was different from other cultivators. Their cultivation method was very heavy with killing intent, which would cause damage to their bodies. In this case, if they were to learn more powerful laws, then it wouldn't be good for them. At this time, Laura and the others wanted to help the Xia family change their cultivation method. This was because the Xia family's cultivation method was obtained from the army training field. The army training field was a place used by the upper realm to train battle slaves. The Xia family were the upper realm's backup battle slaves. In this case, how could the upper realm give them a good cultivation method? After practicing the cultivation method, the Xia family's cultivation method would be very powerful. It was the best method for killing. However, the cultivation method would also have a huge impact on the body. It was similar to the 7 injures fist, where the user would be injured before the user could be hurt. However, it wasn't easy to change this kind of cultivation method. The cultivation method of the Xi family was too powerful. It wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time without destroying this kind of powerful cultivation method and not injuring one's body. But this kind of cultivation method wasn't something that could be researched in a short period of time. Although they couldn't research such a method, Laura and the others still had pills. These pills could help the Xi family members recover their bodies. They could also repair the internal injuries caused by their cultivation. This was the most important thing. Zhao Hai nodded. When the Xia family entered the space, they felt as if they were in heaven. There were countless things that they could eat. Moreover, after eating these things, they wouldn't produce any toxins. Moreover, they could also help with their cultivation. Their bodies were getting better and better. Besides these things, the exchange platform was even more peculiar. They looked at the platform and saw that they could exchange for anything. There were all kinds of cultivation methods, all kinds of weapons, all kinds of artifacts, and all kinds of daily necessities. At this time, the Zhe family finally understood how strong Zhao Hai was, and how big his influence was. After entering the space for half a month, the Zhe family finally settled down. They also established their own city and their own rooms. This time, they didn't live in caves. The Zhe family were soldiers, so they weren't like orthodox cultivators. They weren't used to living in caves. The Zhe family's Great Hall was once again built. It was almost the same style as their original Great Hall. At this time, Zhe Ruhai was sitting in the Great Hall. The other members of the Zhe family were also sitting in the Great Hall. It was obvious that they were in a meeting. Zhe Ruhai looked at the Zhe family and said, "Everyone, now that we've settled down, I want to hear everyone's opinions. What do you think about the young master, and what do you think about the future of the Zhe family?" Zhe Chong suddenly stood up, his face was filled with excitement as he said, "Patriarch, I think that our Zhe family submitting to the young master is the best thing that we've done so far. The Patriarch and everyone else should know about the space's mystical abilities. To be honest, I didn't think that the space would be able to do this. This is completely beyond my imagination. From this point, we can see how formidable the young master is. I think that the Zhe family's future achievements will be limitless." The others nodded, they agreed with Zhe Chong's words. This was because the space had given them too much shock. It had completely changed their way of life. This was something that they didn't expect before. Zhe Ruhai nodded, then he said, "Does anyone else have any other thoughts?" Zhe Bing stood up and said, "Patriarch, the space is good, everyone knows this. The young master is good to us, everyone knows this. The young master's influence is great, I don't think anyone would doubt it. However, there is one thing I want to remind everyone, that is what we can do for the young master. This is the most important thing." At this point, Zhe Bing paused, then he looked at the others and said, "The young master brought us to this space because he appreciates our Zhe family. He appreciates our Zhe family's fighting strength, and he appreciates our military style. This can be seen from the young master's actions. He appreciates our Zhe family's military style. However, we can't rely on this to win the young master's appreciation. We also can't rely on this to enjoy everything. Because the young master is a cultivator, if the young master wants to move forward, then we would only be a burden to the young master. In the beginning, the young master might appreciate our Zhe family and not care about our burden, but after a long time, when Zhao Hai moves further and further away, we will still be here. In this case, will the young master still appreciate our Zhe family? Will he still lead us forward? If that day really comes, then what will the Zhe family do? Have you thought about it?" When Zhe Bing said this, the atmosphere in the hall became heavy. They woke up from their joy and found that Zhe Bing was right. Zhao Hai's strength was incomparably formidable. He also had an army of undead from the 9 Nether Blood Realm and an army of undead. These two armies were stronger than the Zhe family. Not to mention Zhao Hai's alien army and Blood Race army. These armies weren't any worse than the Zhe family. In this case, if the Zhe family couldn't show that they were useful to Zhao Hai, then sooner or later, they would be abandoned by Zhao Hai. If that day really comes, then the Zhe family would be finished. Zhe Ruhai looked at Zhe Bing and said, "Zhe Bing, since you've discovered the problem, can you think of a way to solve it?" Zhe Bing replied, "Patriarch, I've thought about this problem. The young master has several armies, but after arriving in the upper realm, these armies wouldn't be able to appear in front of those people. At the very least, they wouldn't be able to appear in front of those people in the beginning. At this time, the Zhe family is the young master's servant family. Helping the young master in battle is something that we should do. Because of this, what the Zhe family needs to do the most is to maintain the style of a soldier and do everything possible to improve our strength. Only in this way can we continue to follow Mr. Zhao Hai and continue to walk down this path." Zhe Bing nodded. Zhe Ruhai sat there for a long time without saying anything. He was very clear that the moment he agreed to submit to Zhao Hai, the fate of the Zhe family would be closely linked to Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai was successful, they would be honored. If Zhao Hai was defeated, they would be ashamed. At the very least, the Zhe family couldn't do without Zhao Hai. However, just like what Jibing said, if the Zhe family became useless in the future, then Zhao Hai would definitely give up on them. After all, the Zhe family needed Zhao Hai more than Zhao Hai needed the Zhe family. However, the Zhe family's cultivation method was very special. Their cultivation method was a kind of battle qi. This battle qi was completely different from spiritual qi. As long as they kept fighting, they would be able to improve their strength. However, this kind of battle qi was also very harmful to the human body. Zhiruhai clearly remembered that once the members of his family reached a certain age, their cultivation would no longer be able to suppress the injuries on their bodies. Their bodies would collapse in a short period of time and they would finally die. This was the most terrifying aspect of battle qi, it was overbearing and ruthless. Because of this, once you practice battle qi, you can't practice any other cultivation method. This was because any cultivation method would be destroyed by battle qi and would also worsen your injuries. However, once you started cultivating battle qi, if you stopped halfway, you might suffer a backlash. This was another feature of battle qi. Once you started cultivating battle qi, you could only continue to cultivate it without stopping. But now that they were in the space, there was no war. Without war, there would be no fighting. Therefore, they couldn't practice battle qi. This was another crisis for them. Of course, the most important thing was that even if they continued to practice battle qi, they wouldn't be able to make much progress. They wouldn't be able to help Zhao Hai. Then what was the meaning of the Zhe family's existence? The Zhe family understood this point. Now that Jibing pointed it out, everyone felt a sense of crisis. However, it wouldn't be easy to resolve this crisis. Just as Zhiruhai and the others fell silent, wondering what the Zhe family would do next, a Zhe family member suddenly called out from outside the main hall, "Patriarch, the young madams have arrived." Upon hearing this, Zhiruhai couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately understood that Laura and the others had arrived. Because of Zhao Hai's words, Zhiruhai didn't dare neglect, so he immediately said, "Line up and greet them." With his command, the Zhe family members inside the Great Hall moved. They went out of the Great Hall and arranged themselves in a formation, preparing to welcome Laura and the others. Just as the Zhe family lined up, several people flew over from the distance. They didn't ride large artifacts and wore white clothes. They looked very beautiful, just like fairies. Laura and the others landed in front of the Zhe family's Great Hall. Zhiruhai led the Zhe family's people and cupped their fists. Zhiruhai and the Zhe family's steward greets the young madam. Laura smiled faintly and said, "Patriarch Zhe is too polite, there's no need to put on such a show. Let's go inside and talk." Zhiruhai replied, "Yes, young madam, please." Then he made a gesture towards the group. Laura and the others weren't polite and directly went inside the Great Hall. Zhiruhai followed behind them along with the other Zhe family members. After everyone arrived at the Great Hall, Zhiruhai immediately had Laura and the others sit down. After Laura and the others sat down, Zhiruhai cupped his fist and said, "Young madam, do you have any orders for us?" Laura and the others nodded. Laura smiled and said, "Patriarch Zhe doesn't need to be polite. This time, we came here because we have something to discuss with Patriarch Zhe. Recently, Brother Hai has been in seclusion, so everything has been handed over to us. This time, we came here to look for Patriarch Zhe to discuss the Zhe family's development." When Zhiruhai heard Laura, he immediately said, "I wonder what instructions the young madam has." Laura waved her hand and said, "I don't dare, I just want to give you my opinion. Patriarch Zhe, we've been trying to improve the Zhe family's cultivation method. However, it's impossible to improve it in a short time." When Zhiruhai heard Laura, he couldn't help but stare. Then his complexion changed as he said, "Young madam doesn't know, but the Zhe family's cultivation method is very special. I'm afraid that it won't be easy to improve it." Laura smiled and said, "I know about this. The Zhe family's battle qi can only advance without retreating. Its lethality is astonishing, but at the same time, it also has a strong destructive force to the user's body. What we need to do now is to preserve the battle qi's lethality while also preventing the battle qi from destroying our bodies." When Zhiruhai heard Laura, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that Laura would know about this matter. But then he excitedly looked at Laura and said, "Young madam, can we succeed?" His voice was trembling because this matter was very important to the Xia family. Laura smiled faintly and said, "We're thinking of a way. Rest assured, we have countless cultivation methods, so we will certainly succeed. However, before we succeed, the strength of your Xia family cannot be neglected. In addition to the pills and weapons, we've also thought of another way to enhance your Xia family's strength. I hope Patriarch Xia won't take offense." When Jiruhai heard Laura, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then he looked at Laura and said, "I asked the young madam to explain." Laura lowered her voice and said, "Your Xia family's fighting strength is very formidable, but your battle chi can only display its might in battle. This time, we've arranged a few enemies for your Xia family. At the same time, it's also to let your Xia family know more about these people. This will make future battles more convenient. What do you think?" When Jiruhai heard Laura, he relaxed. He stood up and cupped his fist towards Laura and said, "Many thanks, young madam. This is exactly what our Xia family needs." Laura nodded and said, "This time, your Xia family will have several enemies. The first is the blood race, the second is the undead, the third is the demon beast army, the fourth is the demon beast army, and the fifth is the vines. You will encounter various kinds of attacks. Moreover, from now on, your Xia family must enter a state of combat readiness. You don't know when these people will attack you. Although they won't really kill you, they can still make you lose half of your strength. So you should be careful." When Jiruhai heard Laura, he immediately said, "Young madam, please rest assured. We will certainly do it." Laura nodded, then she said, "The Xia family's fighting strength is very strong, but they are somewhat monotonous. You can go to the exchange platform and take a look. There are a lot of books about war there, as well as some cultivation methods that would be helpful to you. There are also some special weapons like the Golden Bow of Strength. If you have time, you can go and take a look." "Alright, we'll be going. If there's anything you need, you can contact us at the exchange platform." After she said that, Laura and the others stood up. Jiruhai and the others also quickly stood up and escorted Laura and the others out of the Great Hall. They watched as Laura and the others flew away. After Laura and the others left, Jiruhai immediately said, "Inform everyone that the Xia family will enter a state of war readiness from now on. Xicheng, go to the exchange platform and see what the young madam said about the Golden Bow of Strength. Also, see if there are any cultivation methods that the Xia family needs." Xicheng complied and immediately went to the exchange platform. The others also went to do other things. Before long, Xicheng arrived at the exchange platform. There were a lot of exchange platforms on this floor. A lot of people from the Xia family would go to the exchange platform to exchange for things like housework, mechanical puppets, various kinds of food, wine, and other things. There were also some things that they hadn't seen before. Xicheng landed in front of the exchange platform. The exchange platform was operated manually. The way to operate it was very simple. There were a lot of options on it as well as a search page. If you want to look for something, you just need to type in the search page. Xicheng's finger swiped a few times on the exchange platform before he reached the search page. Then he immediately typed in the words Golden Bow of Strength. After he finished typing, the page of the exchange platform immediately changed. Then information about the Golden Bow of Strength appeared. Upon seeing this information, Xicheng couldn't help but get excited. The bow didn't look gorgeous, but it was very big and had a metallic luster to it. Most importantly, there was an introduction to the bow. Upon seeing the bow's introduction, Xicheng couldn't help but get excited. Naturally, the golden bow that Xicheng saw wasn't the one that Zhao Hai used in the beginning. This one had been improved. A lot of things were added to the bow, including a lot of formations. It can be said that this was a very powerful artifact. First of all, if one wanted to use this bow, one's spiritual chi would need to be very strong. In fact, if one wanted to use this bow, one's blood chi would also need to be very strong. When you pull the Golden Bow of Strength, the amount of strength you use would determine the type of arrow that would appear on the bow. Moreover, with the support of the formation, the arrows would also have formations on them. You can even choose armor-piercing arrows, exploding arrows, and other special arrows based on your thoughts. In addition to these functions, there was also the power of the arrow after it was shot. The bow could increase your strength by about 60%. In other words, if you used 60% of your strength to pull the bow, and the arrow was shot, the power of the arrow would be equivalent to your full strength. This was very important. Additionally, as long as you pulled a golden bow of strength, it would produce iron arrows. As long as you have the strength to pull the bow, iron arrows would continue to appear. This was equivalent to a powerful bow with an endless supply of arrows. It seems like this bow was specially made for them. Xicheng didn't think much about it, he immediately looked at the conditions for the golden bow of strength. The conditions weren't very difficult, one only needed some corresponding ores. These ores could be found in Xicheng's realm. Since Xicheng knew where these ores were, he immediately went to mine them. Before long, he had prepared enough ores. Then he returned to the exchange platform and immediately used the ores to exchange for the golden bow of strength. After he pressed the confirm button, a white light shot out from the exchange platform and fell on the ores on the ground. Then the ores disappeared. In the next moment, a black bow appeared in Xicheng's hand. Xicheng gently caressed the bow in his hand. It was as if he was caressing the skin of his lover. The cold sensation made Xicheng fascinated. Xicheng was a soldier. A soldier's favorite wasn't his lover, but his weapon. His lover could make him relax, but his weapon was his second life. Because of this, no soldier would hate his weapon. Xicheng raised the bow and gently pulled it back. Then an iron arrow appeared on the bow. Xicheng turned around and aimed the arrow at a large rock about a kilometer away from him. He loosened his grip and the iron arrow turned into a black line as it flew towards the rock. Ka! A soft sound was heard as the arrow disappeared into the rock. Xicheng's figure flashed towards the rock and discovered that the arrow had already sunk deep into the rock. Xicheng only used 30% of his strength to shoot the arrow, but when it entered the rock, it exploded with half of his strength. This was truly terrifying. Most importantly, the arrow's ability to pierce through armor. When the arrow entered the rock, it was as easy as piercing through a layer of cloth. Such a powerful attack made Xicheng surprised. Xicheng let out a long breath. Then his figure moved and flew up. Before long, Xicheng arrived at the Great Hall. Most of the stewards of the Xia family were gathered here. Looking at their appearance, it was clear that they were waiting for Xicheng. Xicheng entered the Great Hall and quickly walked towards Zhiruhai. Then he handed the bow over to Zhiruhai and said, "Patriarch, this is the young madam's golden bow of strength. I just tested it and found that it's the most suitable bow for us. Its strength is beyond my imagination." Zhiruhai received the bow and carefully looked at it. Then he turned to Xicheng and said, "Tell me more about it." Xicheng nodded, then he explained the bow's situation to Zhiruhai. Actually, he was also talking to the other people in the hall. He wanted everyone to know the benefits of the bow in the shortest time possible. After Zhiruhai heard Xicheng's words, he didn't say anything. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes. His hand was still gently stroking the large bow. Everyone in the hall started breathing heavily. Their eyes lit up as they looked at the bow. If it weren't for the military rules, they would have already run down to exchange for a bow. After a while, Zhiruhai opened his eyes. He looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "I know that everyone wants a bow like this, but if everyone only sees this bow, then it would be a waste of the young madam's heart. What do you see in this bow?" When everyone heard Zhiruhai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they looked at Zhiruhai in confusion. They didn't know what Zhiruhai meant. Zhiruhai looked at everyone and said, "Did you forget what the young madam said before? Our Xia family's army is too monotonous. This isn't good for the Xia family's development. Do you still not understand after seeing this bow?" Everyone seemed to understand something, but they still looked at Zhiruhai. Zhiruhai looked at them and said, "The young madam wanted us to look at the books about war and also told us about the bow. She also said that our Xia family's army is too singular. All of this can only be explained to us by one purpose. The young madam wanted to tell us that our Xia family's understanding of the exchange platform is still too little. We can't make the golden strength bow, and we can't change our army because we can't make that many artifacts. But this place is different, we can obtain weapons like the golden strength bow. We can also form more army types, making our Xia family even more formidable. The young madam's meaning is very obvious. She wants us to understand more about war, understand more about the types of soldiers in war, and understand more about the exchange platform. She wants us to see what kind of weapons we can find in the exchange platform. This is the young madam's purpose, do you understand? Jiruhai nodded and said, the young madam wants to tell us that our understanding of the exchange platform is still too limited. She wants us to understand more about war and the types of weapons that Mr. Zhao arranged for us. When everyone heard Jiruhai, they replied in unison, we understand. Jiruhai nodded, then he turned his hand and gave the bow to Zhicheng. Then he said, from tomorrow onwards, organize people to understand the exchange platform. See what we can exchange from there. Also, make sure to exchange all the books about war and the division of armies. Go. Everyone complied and then turned around to leave. At this time, Laura and the others were sitting inside the space, looking at the Zhe family's reaction. Upon hearing Jiruhai's words, Laura couldn't help but nod and said, not bad, they actually understood what I meant. Hee, this will save us a lot of trouble. It seems like they are qualified to be servants. Jiruhai nodded and said, not bad. Megan smiled and said, the Zhe family is worthy of being called a warring family. They are very sensitive about matters related to war. Elder sister Laura, do you think we should give them some time? Don't let others deal with them. Laura shook her head and said, why not let others deal with them? Only through constant fighting can the Zhe family grow as quickly as possible. Inform the undead to attack the Zhe family. Have them use taser guns. When Megan heard Laura, she couldn't help but smile faintly. Then with an intention, she passed Laura's order to the others. Then the group turned their attention to the projection. They wanted to see what would happen next. This operation was approved by Laura and the others. They wanted the Zhe family to understand the importance of long-range weapons. Therefore, the undead that were sent out were all taser guns produced by the space. While Laura and the others were paying attention, in the sky above the Zhe family, a vortex suddenly appeared. From these vortexes, groups of soldiers flew out. The Zhe family members who had just left immediately discovered the abnormality. A shrill alarm was heard as the entire Zhe family moved. Groups of Zhe family members gathered together. They held their weapons as they rushed towards the people coming out of the vortexes. The Zhe family members heard Laura's words before, that there would be people attacking them. She wanted them to be prepared to face the enemy. However, the Zhe family members didn't expect the attack to come this quickly. Just as the Zhe family members rushed towards the people coming out of the vortexes, those people also arranged themselves in a formation. The Zhe family members were now able to see the appearance of these people. These people weren't ordinary people, they were undead. Each and every one of them were skeletons. They had long staff-like weapons in their hands. The tip of these weapons looked very sharp, causing the Zhe family members to be careful. They approached the undead little by little. When the Zhe family members were a kilometer away from the undead suddenly moved. The tip of their long weapons suddenly lit up. Then a bolt of lightning shot out from the tip and went straight towards the Zhe family members. The Zhe family members were hit by the lightning. Those who were hit by the lightning trembled and then fell straight down. When the Shi family saw this, their eyes turned red. They were now 1,000 meters above the ground. Let's not talk about whether or not these people were shot to death. Even if they weren't shot to death, they would still die from falling from such a height without any protection. The Zhe family members had long forgotten that this was arranged by Laura. They had already regarded this as a real war. Although they had been shot down, they didn't panic. Years of war and training had made the word discipline deeply ingrained in the bones of the Zhe family members. They were very clear that they couldn't retreat at this time. Once they retreated, the enemy would advance. At the same time, they hadn't received the order to retreat. If they retreated without receiving the order to retreat, their status as soldiers would be abolished. In the Zhe family, if you didn't have the status of a soldier, you wouldn't be able to survive. This was because everyone would look at you differently. Just those looks alone could kill you, making you unable to live. Because of this, the Zhe family members didn't retreat. Instead, they set up a shield in front of them and then scattered towards the undead. This was simply a death charge. This was because their enemies were using long-range weapons. Although the attack range of these weapons wasn't very far, at most a kilometer, it was still enough to make the Xia family suffer. As long as the lightning hit them, their shields would disappear and they would fall to the ground. Moreover, the lightning attack speed was very fast. Although they were only a kilometer away, nearly 10,000 of them had already been shot down to the ground. However, they still couldn't get close to the enemy. At this time, the Xia family members suddenly heard a bugle. When the bugle sounded, the charging Xia family members seemed to have received an order. They retreated to both sides like a tide. At the same time, a group of cavalry rushed from behind them and charged towards the undead. The speed of the cavalry couldn't be compared to the Xia family members. Although the lightning struck down a lot of cavalry, the cavalry still managed to smoothly rush into the undead army. But when the cavalry charged into the undead army, the undead quickly descended and formed a battle formation. Then they used their taser guns to attack the Xia family's cavalry. The Xia family's cavalry had never encountered such a method of battle before, so they were thrown into chaos for a moment. At this time, the Xia family members who retreated to both sides once again dispersed and charged towards the undead army. At the same time, the cavalry behind them also changed their direction and rushed towards the undead army. The undead were still attacking the Xia family, but their numbers weren't a lot. In the end, the Xia family managed to rush into the battle formation. The Xia family members began to slaughter the undead army. However, the undead weren't completely powerless in close combat. The taser in their hands was a lightning launcher. This lightning launcher was very sharp, just like a rifle with a bayonet attached. They used this weapon to attack the Xia family. A chaotic battle began. Zhao Hai and the Xia family didn't know what to do. Instead, the Xia family soldiers were killed. Zhiruhai was sitting in the hall with an expressionless face. Zhicheng was standing in front of him. Zhiruhai looked at Zhicheng and said, "How are the losses?" Zhicheng's expression was gloomy as he replied, "We lost a total of 100,000 people while the other side only lost 10,000 people. Patriarch, the casualty ratio is 10 to 1. Zhiruhai's expression was also gloomy as he said, "Have the corpses of the dead been found?" Zhicheng replied, "We're sending people to look for them. They should be back soon." Just as he was speaking, footsteps could be heard outside the hall. Then a person from the Xia family came in. This person had a happy expression on his face. Zhiruhai and Zhicheng looked at this person in confusion. This person immediately gave a salute and said, "Zhiyu has seen the Patriarch and Captain Zhicheng." Zhicheng nodded and said, "Have the corpses of the family been found?" Zhiyu replied, replying to Captain Zhicheng, "The children of the family are still alive. But after they were hit, their strength was sealed. They can move like ordinary people, but they can't participate in battle. Moreover, it seems like they won't be able to recover in a short period of time." Zhiyu nodded. Sealed. Upon hearing Zhiyu, Zhicheng and Zhiruhai stared. Then their faces were filled with joy. Zhicheng looked at Zhiyu and said, "How long will it take for them to recover?" Zhiyu replied, "I don't know yet, but it shouldn't be too long. At most, it shouldn't be more than a month. This is the feeling of those people. I think it shouldn't be wrong." Zhiruhai said in a deep voice, "Then there's no mistake. This attack must have been arranged by the young madam. She didn't kill them this time, but sealed their cultivation so that they wouldn't be able to fight for a short period of time. Zhiyu, haven't you found the skeletons of the undead? Did you find their weapons as well?" Zhiyu nodded and said, "Yes, Patriarch. Their skeletons and weapons weren't found. It seems like they disappeared into thin air." Zhiruhai nodded, then he waved his hand and said, "All right, you can leave now. Bring the boys back home and let them rest. When their spiritual chi recovers, then let them return to the team." Zhiyu nodded, then he turned around and left. After Zhiyu left, Zhiruhai turned to Zhicheng and said, "Zhicheng, now you know, this is the battle the young madam talked about. All right, pass down the order. From now on, the Xia family will enter the first level of combat readiness. Oh right, all the combat personnel of the Xia family will enter the first level of combat readiness. The rest of the people don't need to do so. Also, as for the research on the exchange platform, we need to hurry up and exchange weapons as well. Use the exchange platform to contact the young madam and see if she can give us more." Zhicheng nodded, "Yes, Patriarch." Then he turned around and walked out. Zhiruhai stood in the great hall and muttered, "The young master's strength is really unfathomable. Through this kind of training, my Zhi family's strength will surely improve." At this time, Laura and the others were sitting inside the space. They were watching the battle through the projection. After the battle ended, Laura and the others turned off the projection. Then Laura turned to Megan and the others and said, "What do you think?" Megan opened her mouth and said, "Although their way of fighting is very simple, they are worthy of being called a fighting race. Each and every one of them is unafraid of death. Moreover, they were able to make the most correct adjustments in the shortest time possible. As long as they are properly trained, they would certainly become a qualified fighting race. They would become a sharp sword in Brother Hai's hand." Laura nodded, then she said, "In any case, we don't have anything to do right now. I think we should train them with all our strength. This way, when we reach the upper realm, we would have qualified subordinates to use." "Right, the male soldiers aren't very interesting. Do you think we should invite the girls of the Zhi family to participate as well?" Lizzie smiled faintly and said, "This idea is good. I think the Zhi family would agree." "Alright, I'll talk to them about it. But I don't think the Zhi family has done any training for girls before. They would have to start from scratch. I'm afraid this would be too slow. Moreover, battle chi isn't suitable for girls." Laura replied, "We have a lot of cultivation methods that are suitable for women. In the past, those methods weren't useful, but now they can be used. Moreover, it's impossible for women to be trained like men. Let's talk to Patriarch Xia and have him select a group of women from the Zhi family. We'll look for them and train them." Lizzie didn't oppose this time, she just nodded and said, "Alright, then I'll arrange it." Then Lizzie turned around and left. At this time, Kyer opened her mouth and said, "The Zhi family has applied for more exchange platforms. They're finally paying attention to the platform. Elder sister, should we give it to them?" Laura smiled faintly and said, "Give them whatever they want. I want to see how far they can go. Although they haven't completely surrendered to Brother Hai and can't reach the level of Murong and Wuming, I believe that it wouldn't take long for them to reach that level. Therefore, no matter what they want, just give it to them." Kyer nodded, then with an intention, she arranged everything. At this time, the housekeeper's voice was suddenly heard, "Young madam, Ji Wuming is outside the Heaven's secret pavilion. He's asking for an audience." When Laura heard the housekeeper, she immediately returned to the Heaven's secret pavilion. Just as she arrived, she heard a knock on the door. Then Ji Wuming's voice was heard, "Young madam, Ling Feng is asking for an audience." Upon hearing Ji Wuming, Laura immediately understood why Ling Feng came. She immediately said, "Invite Ling Feng in." Ji Wuming complied, then he turned around and left. Before long, another knock was heard on the door. Laura waved her hand and the door opened. Ji Wuming and Ling Feng were standing outside. Laura stood up and gave Ling Feng a salute, "So it's Mr. Ling Feng. Please come in." Ling Feng complied, then he entered the room and gave Laura a salute. Then he opened his mouth and said, "Young madam, is Mr. Zhao Hai here?" Laura smiled and said, "Mr. Ling Feng, you've come at a bad time. Brother Hai has been in seclusion recently. Everything has been handed over to me. May I know what Mr. Ling Feng wants?" Ling Feng didn't underestimate Laura just because she was a woman. He clearly remembered how the people who came out of the Nine Nether Blood Realm died. Therefore, he immediately said, "This time, Mr. Zhao Hai led us to repel a powerful enemy. He also gave us a good place to the Golden Edge Realm. My Golden Edge Realm is very grateful. This time, I came here to invite Mr. Zhao Hai to the Golden Edge Realm. If Mr. Zhao Hai comes out of seclusion, I ask Madam to inform him." Laura smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to inform him. I can accept it now. When Brother Hai comes out of seclusion, he will certainly go to the Golden Edge Realm. However, I have something that I need Mr. Ling Feng's help with." When Ling Feng heard Laura agree, his expression couldn't help but loosen. When he heard that Laura wanted his help, he quickly said, "Young madam, please speak frankly. As long as this Ling Feng can do it, I'll go through water and tread on fire without hesitation." Laura smiled faintly and said, "It's not that serious. You might have noticed that Brother Hai has a habit of collecting the specialties of various realms. I want Mr. Ling Feng to help me collect the specialties of the Golden Edge realm. Whether it's plants, animals, or ores, no matter what grade they are, I'll ask Mr. Ling Feng to help me collect them. As for the ordinary ones, we can directly take them away. As for the precious ones, we can just appreciate them. Ling Feng immediately replied, "Young madam, please rest assured. This Ling Feng will immediately arrange for the Golden Edge Realm's products to be handed over to Mr." Laura smiled faintly and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Mr. Ling Feng." Ling Feng quickly replied, "Young madam is too polite. If there's nothing else, then this Ling Feng will take his leave." Laura smiled and said, "Mr. Ling Feng, there's no need to rush. I still have something to ask. I wonder if the division of your territories has been going smoothly. Is there anything that we can help you with? If there is, then please speak frankly. There's no need to be polite." Ling Feng quickly replied, "Young madam, thank you for your concern. Everything has been going smoothly. We've strictly divided our territories according to Mr.'s plans. There's no problem. Young madam can rest assured." Laura nodded and said, "If there's no problem, then that's good. Recently, Brother Hai needs to go into seclusion. The matter of the 9 Nether Blood Realm has also been resolved. We shouldn't have any conflicts because of this. If we do, then it wouldn't look good. Mr. Ling Feng, you should go and divide your territories as soon as possible. This is the most important thing. This way, there will be fewer conflicts in the future." Ling Feng stared, then he was startled. He heard Laura's words. It seems like she was trying to beat him. Cold sweat dripped down his back as he immediately replied, "Young madam, please rest assured. There will be no conflict because of this matter. Ling Feng will take his leave now." Then Ling Feng carefully left the room and closed the door behind him. At this time, Ling Feng noticed that there were 2 people standing outside the room. It was Ji Wuming and Morong Qian. Ling Feng looked at the 2 and said, "Misters, can I have a word with you?" Ji Wuming looked at Ling Feng and smiled faintly, "Mr. Ling Feng, there's no need to be polite. Once the door is closed, the young madam wouldn't be able to hear anything from outside. If you have something to say, then please don't hesitate to say it." When Ling Feng heard Ji Wuming, he relaxed. Then he looked at Ji Wuming and said, "Mr. Ji, I believe that the 2 of you have heard what the young madam said today. I want to know what the young madam meant when she said that we shouldn't cause any trouble and that we should divide our territories as soon as possible. Did someone cause trouble because of the division of our territories? I ask Mr. Ji to tell us the truth so that we can deal with it." When Ji Wuming heard Ling Feng, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Mr. Ling Feng is really clever. Your realms didn't have any conflicts. However, there are some smaller realms that have quarreled because of the division of their territories." When the young madam heard about this, she wasn't happy. She was worried that the people of the various realms would quarrel and hurt each other. Therefore, she said those words today. Mr. Ling Feng doesn't need to take it to heart, just go back and persuade her. When Ling Feng heard Ji Wuming, his expression couldn't help but sink. Then he cupped his fist and said, "Many thanks for Mr. Ji's reminder. After I go back, I will certainly take care of this matter. I won't let the young madam worry about this matter. I don't know if Mr. Ji has anything else to say to this one. This one won't need the young madam's reminder." When Ji Wuming and Morong Qian heard this, they chuckled. Morong Qian opened his mouth and said, "Mr. Ling Feng, you don't need to be too nervous. In fact, those realms didn't have any conflicts, they just quarreled a bit. The young madam is just worried that quarreling would affect everyone's relationship. As for other things, there is one thing that Mr. Ling Feng can do. You can do it very well." Upon hearing Morong Qian, Ling Feng couldn't help but stare. Then his expression turned happy as he said, "I ask the 2 of you to tell me frankly so that I can prepare myself. To be honest, I feel guilty towards Mr. Zhao Hai. I feel that I've taken advantage of Mr. If I can do something for Mr. Ling Feng, then it would be my honor." Ji Wuming smiled and said, "Mr. Ling Feng, you don't need to be so nervous. In fact, the young madam has already told you about this matter. It's about collecting specialties from various realms. Those specialties don't need to be too expensive. If you give something too expensive to the young master, then the young master won't be happy. But as for those ordinary specialties, even if it's a type of grass or a type of insect that doesn't exist in other realms, if you give it to the young master, then the young master will be very happy. Mr. Ling Feng, I'm not being sarcastic. If you do as I say, then the young master will be very happy. Remember. When Ling Feng heard Ji Wuming, his expression couldn't help but turn serious. He cupped his fist and said, "Thank you for Mister's reminder. I'll remember it." Then he turned to Murong Qian and cupped his fist before leaving. Ji Wuming looked at Ling Feng's departing figure, then he turned to Murong Qian and said, "Murong, do you think that Ling Feng can give the young master all the things from other realms? If he really gives the young master a bunch of insects, then what should I do? When the time comes, will the young master scold me?" Although he said this, his face was full of smiles. It was clear that he was joking. Murong Qian rolled his eyes, then he said, "Do you think he's an idiot? Even if you ask him to send a bunch of insects to the young master, he still wouldn't do it. However, your reminder is right. Send everything that they have to the young master. This is also good for the space. The young master is currently in seclusion. I want the young master to take care of some final matters after he comes out. Since the young master needs to prepare for his ascension, we can't waste too much of his time. Have Spirit Edge spread the word. This way, the young master won't have to collect them bit by bit. They'll send them over themselves." Ji Wuming nodded, his eyes flashed with a fanatical light as he said, "Right, the young master will ascend soon." Zhao Hai slowly put away the last book in his hand as he let out a long breath. He had decided to end his seclusion. During his seclusion, Zhao Hai's mind was completely focused on the books in his hand and the things he wanted to research. He turned a blind eye to everything around him. Because of this, no matter where he secluded himself, he would always place a timer beside him. This way, when he woke up, he would know how long he had been in seclusion. Zhao Hai looked at the timer and saw that he had been in seclusion for a year and 3 months. Zhao Hai couldn't help but let out a long breath as he muttered, "It's actually been a year. This time, my seclusion wasn't short. I should see how Laura and the others are doing." Zhao Hai looked at the timer and saw that it had been a year since he closed up. After saying that, Zhao Hai stood up and stretched his arms and legs. Then he returned to the villa. Inside the villa, Laura and the others were looking at the monitor. The monitor was showing the Shi family's situation. The Shi family was currently fighting, and their opponents were the aliens. Zhao Hai was also attracted by the contents of the monitor. The current situation of the Shi family was completely different from before. They had a lot of different types of troops. Zhao Hai saw the Mo blade soldiers standing in front of the troops. These soldiers wore heavy armor and held long swords in their hands. These swords were big and heavy, one could see that their attack power was very formidable. Behind the Mo blade soldiers were the archers. They held huge golden bows in their hands as they shot iron arrows. On both sides of the archers were the sword-shield soldiers. Besides these 3 types of troops, there were also spearmen as well as 2 teams of cavalry. They didn't form a formation, they just lined up as they faced off against the aliens. What surprised Zhao Hai was the fact that the alien army tried to attack the Shi family's defensive line several times but failed. They were repelled by the Shi family's incomparably dauntless Mo blade soldiers. The Zhe family's Mo sword soldiers were truly dauntless. Their heavy armor and the Mo sword in their hands were all top-quality artifacts. The defensive power of the armor was astonishing, but the attack power of the Mo sword was even more astonishing. Even with the xenomorph's defensive capabilities, it still couldn't block the attack of the Mo sword. Zhao Hai felt that the Shi family's Mo blade soldiers were like rows of moving walls that could counterattack. When they advance, everything in front of them would be torn to shreds. At this time, the aliens suddenly shot out destruction lights. Zhao Hai was startled. Although the Shi family's attack power wasn't weak, wouldn't it be hard to deal with the destruction light? That was the light of destruction. Why was it for real in the middle of the fight? However, at this moment, a few iron arrows were shot out from the Shi family's group. As soon as these iron arrows were shot out, a violent explosion occurred. After a loud explosion, the light of destruction disappeared along with the iron arrows. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed. He didn't expect the Shi family to be able to resist the destruction light. One must know that the destruction light was equivalent to the power of laws. In other words, the Shi family's people were now able to resist the attacks of ordinary laws. At this time, the Zhe family's cavalry moved. The Zhe family's cavalry were all heavily armored. Both men and horses were covered in heavy armor. They held heavy spears in their hands. These spears were about 6 meters long, and the spearhead was very thick. One could see that these spears were very sturdy. When the cavalry charged, the aliens didn't dare to meet them head-on. Instead, they directly got out of the way. It was clear that the aliens were afraid of the cavalry's charge. Zhao Hai knew about the aliens' fighting strength. He didn't think that the aliens would be afraid of the Shi family's attack. It was clear that the aliens had suffered a loss from the cavalry's charge. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such a reaction. The cavalry whizzed past, causing the alien formation to fall into chaos. At this time, the Zhe family's spearmen began to push forward. At the same time, the Mo swordsmen also began to move forward, while the archers began a new volley of arrows. The aliens weren't able to resist this kind of attack. However, the aliens weren't to be trifled with. In terms of bravery, the aliens were much stronger than the Shi family. The aliens immediately dispersed and charged towards the Shi family's army. The two armies collided. The Shi family suffered casualties. After all, the aliens' attacks were very strong. However, at this time, Zhao Hai could see that this was a highly realistic exercise. This was because whether it was the aliens or the Shi family, they didn't die. They just lost their fighting strength. Before long, the battle was over. The aliens were eliminated, but the Shi family also paid a heavy price. However, Zhao Hai was still very happy. This was because it was impossible for the Shi family to have such strong fighting strength in the past. When the battle was over, Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, "Good job." When he opened his mouth, Laura and the others noticed that he came out of seclusion. Laura and the others immediately surrounded him. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, you finally came out. That's great. Hee. How is it? Is the Shi family's fighting strength good?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's very good, very good. I didn't think that the Shi family's fighting strength would be this strong. You did very well. Right, Brother Hai, whether it's Hu Jingfei and the others or the Shi family, they are now completely loyal to you. Moreover, the Shi family's fighting strength is also slowly improving. Their equipment has been updated several times. They spend almost every day in battle. This is the biggest reason for their improvement. Naturally, the battle chi that they cultivate has also been modified by us, so that there wouldn't be any side effects." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right, Big Brother Hai. Big Brother Hai, Hu Jingfei and the others, as well as the Shi family, are now completely loyal to you." Zhao Hai listened as he sat down. Then he turned his head to Meg. Meg smiled faintly before she turned around and left. Zhao Hai knew that Meg was going to cook. Meg understood what he needed. Although Zhao Hai didn't need to eat to survive, eating was still a form of enjoyment. This was especially true for Meg's cooking. Meg's cooking was to Zhao Hai's liking. Because of this, Zhao Hai always ate. Meg and the others didn't go. Their skills couldn't be compared to Meg's. Because of this, they chose to accompany Zhao Hai. Meg looked at Meg. To be honest, she was envious of Meg. This was because being able to cook for the man she loves was something that all women would be willing to do. Megan turned her head to Zhao Hai and said, "Big Brother Hai, a few months ago, the passages to the 9 Nether Blood Realm were closed. In the past year, we've managed to get close to 1 billion undead from the 9 Nether Blood Realm. This is a huge number. But fortunately, the passages have been closed. But what surprised us is that the blood that formed the passages has completely disappeared." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything. Then Lizzie said, "Spiritual Edge has already divided their territories. There are also a lot of people who have entered the public domain. At present, they seem to be getting along well. However, Spiritual Edge still wants to invite you to their realm as a guest." Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Being a guest isn't impossible. You just need to arrange it. We've been delayed here for a long time. Once we're done with the matters here, it would be time for us to ascend. Laura nodded and said, although the Zhe family's strength has increased, they still can't be compared to the higher realms. However, once we reach the higher realms, we can make them servants. It can be said that there's nothing left for us to deal with in this layer. Now, we just need to look around and then we can leave. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Zhao Hai nodded, then he sighed and said, right, it's time to leave. Constantly ascending, constantly experiencing people and things, constantly being separated from friends, constantly meeting new people. Perhaps this is the fate of a cultivator. Zhao Hai nodded, then he sighed and said, it's time to leave. Laura nodded, then she turned to Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, what do you plan to do next? Do you want to see Spirit Edge first or return to Underworld? Zhao Hai shook his head, then he looked at the projection and said, let's go to the Zhe family first. Then we'll go see Hu Jingfei and the others. How are they doing? Laura smiled and said, very good. Hu Jingfei and the others are now under the influence of the space and have completely submitted to you. Brother Hai, we've already made preparations for the formation of Dark Star. Hu Jingfei and the others, as well as the undead, will be joining us. The weapons in their hands have also been refined, making it impossible to see their original appearance. However, you can still see their martial arts. But there's nothing to worry about. After all, there are many people in the upper realm who can use martial arts. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's enough. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, that's good. Let's go and see the Zhe family. Laura and the others nodded. Then a white light flashed as the group disappeared from the villa. The next moment, they appeared in the Zhe family's realm. Since the Zhe family moved into this plane, it was renamed as the Zhe family's realm. After a year of adapting, the Zhe family's understanding of the plane was very clear. And with the influence of the space, they were now completely loyal to Zhao Hai. After going through a big battle, the Zhe family was currently reviewing their gains and losses. They wanted to see if there were any areas that they could improve. This was something that the Zhe family would do after every battle. In the Zhe family's main hall, Zhe Hai was sitting there as usual. The other members of the Zhe family were also sitting there. Zhe Hai looked at everyone and said, this time, we were able to defeat the alien army. This is a success. Although we suffered a lot of casualties, this is the first time we've defeated an alien army with the same number of casualties. This is a good start, but we can't be satisfied. We need to improve ourselves as much as possible. What progress? We need to fight those from the upper realm to a draw. Only then can we be considered a success. The Zhe family nodded. It wasn't only Zhe Hai who thought this way, everyone in the Zhe family thought the same. While Zhe Hai and the Zhe family were discussing the gains and losses of the battle, a voice was suddenly heard from outside, Patriarch, the young master has arrived. Upon hearing this voice, everyone in the Zhe family stared. Then Zhe Hai's face couldn't help but turn happy as he loudly said, inform the Zhe family to get into formation and welcome him. There's no need to trouble yourself. Hehe, I'm just here to see you. Along with the voice, Zhao Hai and Laura appeared in the Great Hall. When Zhe Hai and the others saw Zhao Hai, they immediately gave their greetings. Zhe Hai gave a deep salute to Zhao Hai and said, I've seen the young master. Young master, you've finally come out of seclusion. Congratulations. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, there's no need to be polite. I've also seen your battle. To be honest, you fought very well. Now, even if you were to face the foreign demons, you would still be able to win. I'm talking about the foreign demons, not the ones who were ruled by them. This is very good. It can be seen that you've worked very hard in the past year. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, you're right. As Zhao Hai spoke, he walked towards the Zhe family's great hall and sat on the main seat. He no longer needed to be polite with Zhe Hai and the others. Zhe Hai and the others had already become his most loyal subordinates. There was no need to be polite with them. Zhe Hai was standing beside Zhao Hai. When he heard Zhao Hai, he quickly replied, young master is overpraising us. We still have a lot of shortcomings. We're still thinking of ways to improve. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, select some people and see if they can comprehend the power of laws. If they can, then that would be even better. When he heard Zhihai's face couldn't help but be excited. Comprehending the power of laws had always been the Zhi family's dream. However, it was very difficult for the Zhi family to comprehend the power of laws. The Zhi family's cultivation method was different from other people. They practiced battle qi, and the best place to practice battle qi was the battlefield. However, it was impossible to go to the battlefield alone. On the battlefield, the most important thing was cooperation, not individual courage. Because of this, the Zhi family's individual strength wasn't the best. However, their ability to cooperate in battle was very formidable. However, it was very difficult to comprehend the power of laws in battle. Because of this, very few people in the Zhi family were able to comprehend the power of laws. Besides this, there was another thing that made the Zhi family unable to comprehend the power of laws, and that was their bodies. After they practiced battle qi, because battle qi was very overbearing, it would cause a lot of damage to their bodies. It can be said that battle qi was beyond what their bodies could bear. Because of this, once the Zhi family grew old, they wouldn't be able to suppress their internal injuries. Their bodies would collapse and they would die in a short time. If they were to practice the power of laws at this age, then the Zhi family would die even faster. Because of this, Laura and the others didn't allow the Zhi family to learn the power of laws. Because of this, when Zhihai heard Zhao Hai say that he wanted the Zhi family to comprehend the power of laws, he was very happy. He immediately gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "Thank you, young master." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Your Zhi family's battle qi is too overbearing. The burden on your body is too great. Originally, you could have learned the power of laws earlier. But if you did, then the consequences would have been unimaginable. Therefore, Laura and the others have been using pills and food to heal your body. Along with the improved battle qi, you are now able to learn the power of laws." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "The Zhi family's battle qi is too overbearing." Zhihai nodded and said, "Yes, we already knew about this. In the past, our Zhi family also comprehended the power of laws. However, their bodies collapsed in a short time. Because of this, very few people in the Zhi family were able to comprehend the power of laws." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare for a moment before he said, "Oh, since that's the case, then why were you so excited when I said that you could comprehend the power of laws? Aren't you afraid that your bodies would collapse?" Zhihai replied with a smile, "We're clear about our own bodies. Over the past year, our internal injuries have already healed. Additionally, our physical strength has also been increasing. With the improvement of our battle qi wouldn't cause any burden to our bodies. But it's a pity that we couldn't comprehend the power of laws here. Now that young master has helped us comprehend the power of laws, of course we're happy about it." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You might not know too much about the power of laws, but I can tell you that the power of laws is divided into different types. It can be said that each person comprehends a different type of law. For example, there's a type of law called severing. If two people use law crystals to comprehend the severing law, they would be able to comprehend different types of law. Naturally, the most important thing is that these types of laws are divided into different levels. However, this isn't absolute. Take the severing law for example. Although the severing law is a low-level law, if you cultivate it to a high level, then you would have the strength to challenge a high-level law." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "The severing law is actually a low-level law. However, if you cultivate it to a high level, then you would have the strength to challenge a high-level law." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's right." Zhihai and the others listened carefully. They knew very little about the power of laws. Now that Zhao Hai was willing to tell them, then they would naturally listen carefully. Zhao Hai looked at Zhihai and the others and said, "Generally speaking, it's best to comprehend the power of laws by yourself. However, there's another way for you to comprehend the power of laws, and that is to use law crystals. Moreover, I'll also make certain rules for you. For MO sabers, you can only comprehend the law of laceration. For archers, you can comprehend the law of piercing. The laws that I can help you comprehend are the ones that I know. For those that I don't know, I have no way to help you comprehend them. So far, I've only comprehended low-level laws. If you want to learn higher-level laws, then I won't be able to help you." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "I'll be able to help you comprehend the law of lacerations. for archers you can only comprehend the law of penetration. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Zhiru Hai immediately replied, "Young master, rest assured. We're already very happy that you're able to help us comprehend the power of laws." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "All right, then you should select a group of people as soon as possible. I'll hand this matter over to Laura. If you have any problems, you can look for her directly." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "All right." Zhiru Hai nodded, then he turned to Laura and bowed, "I'll have to trouble the young madam." Laura waved her hand and said, "Patriarch Xu is too polite. This is what we should do. After you select the people, you can use the exchange platform to contact me. I'll arrange it when the time comes." Zhiru Hai nodded. Zhao Hai turned his head to the other Zhe family members and said, "The environment here is very good. The women of the Zhe family don't have to rush around to make a living. I think that the women can also undergo training. They don't necessarily need to be strong warriors, but they need to improve their strength. If the young madam wants to go out in the future, you can take the women with you. It's inconvenient to take the men with you. Patriarch Xia, what do you think?" Zhiru Hai immediately replied, "Yes, I'll follow the young master's instructions. I'll immediately give the order." Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and said, "Laura, select a cultivation method suitable for the women. Have them practice it. Give priority to the pills and weapons." Laura nodded. In fact, Laura had just told Zhao Hai about this matter. Zhao Hai also thought that this was a good idea, so he agreed. Zhao Hai looked at Zhiru Hai and said, "You should cultivate in peace. After some time I'll be preparing to ascend. After I ascend, I might send some of the Zhe family members to the outside world and become my vassals. You should be prepared for this." Zhiru Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry." Zhiru Hai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "But young master, can we ascend with you? Even if we ascend with you, will we be able to survive in the upper realm? We will be suppressed by the laws of the world." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "You don't need to worry about this. I'll let you go out. Naturally, such a thing wouldn't happen. After you go out, you'll be no different from other ascenders. However, because other ascenders relied on their own strength to ascend while you didn't, you might be weaker than those ascenders. You need to be mentally prepared." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "You don't need to worry about that." Zhiru Hai replied, "As long as it doesn't affect the young master, we don't care. We'll just cultivate. Young master can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Zhiru Hai and said, "All right, I came here today to take a look. There's nothing important. You just need to prepare the things that I told you. I'll be leaving." Zhiru Hai immediately said, "Young master." Zhao Hai nodded and then led Laura and the others out of the great hall. After Zhao Hai left, Zhiru Hai immediately turned to the Zhe family and said, "Immediately select the elite disciples. For the time being, the number of people should be 100. Remember, select people from the various branches of the army. Do it in the shortest time possible." The stewards of the Zhe family also knew that this was their chance, so they immediately complied and were about to leave. However, they were stopped by Zhiru Hai once again. Zhiru Hai looked at them and said, "Besides the elite disciples, select some girls as well. Battle Qi isn't suitable for girls, so the girls of the Zhe family haven't been able to practice it. Now that the young master wants to train them, this is a rare opportunity. In the future, they will serve the young madam, so we can't be careless. Select some who are good-looking, talented, and capable." The stewards immediately complied. Zhiru Hai waved his hand and had them leave. When Zhiru Hai saw that everyone had left, he muttered, "Following the young master is the best decision that I, Zhiru Hai, have made in my life. The Zhe family will follow the young master and walk on the path to the heavens. This is the will of the heavens want my Zhe family to prosper." Zhao Hai returned to the space. At this time, Meg had already prepared a meal. Zhao Hai ate a big meal and then rested for a while before calling Hu Jingfei and Luo Qi over. Hu Jingfei and Luo Qi had already become the leaders of those who submitted to Zhao Hai. Because of the influence of the space, they had also completely submitted to Zhao Hai. When Hu Jingfei and Luo Qi arrived at the space, Zhao Hai was sitting and drinking tea. When he saw the two, he waved his hand and said, "Come, have a seat." The two gave Zhao Hai a salute before sitting down. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "You seem to be doing well." The two looked a lot more spirited now. When they came out of the Nine Nether Blood realm, their spirits weren't very good. But now, they looked much better. Hu Jingfei and Luoqi nodded. Then Luoqi replying to the young master, "The space's environment is very good. The food is also very good. We've already recovered to our peak state. But because we're still in the lower realm, we can't use all of our strength." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You'll be able to recover soon. I'm already preparing to ascend. Before, I had Laura tell you about the formation of Dark Star. Do you have any ideas?" When Hu Jingfei and Luoqi heard Zhao Hai, they shook their heads. Hu Jingfei replied, "Young master, we've all entered the Nine Nether Blood realm. This shouldn't be a secret in the upper realm. If they find out that we suddenly appeared in the upper realm, then they would certainly find trouble with us. Therefore, the formation of Dark Star is a good idea. We can hide our identities." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Your weapons have been improved. What's left is your cultivation method. You don't need to hide your cultivation method. But remember, if you can't do anything, you should immediately return. Once you reach the upper realm, you must not reveal your identity. If you do, then the entire space would be in trouble." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Hu Jingfei said in a deep voice, "Yes, please rest assured, young master. We know what to do." Zhao Hai nodded. He glanced at them and said in a deep voice, "All right, let's go back. We'll talk about everything after we return to the upper realm. During this period of time, you should familiarize yourselves with your new weapons. By the way, are you comfortable using them?" Hu Jingfei nodded and said, "It's very convenient. It's even better than the previous weapons. Young master can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's go." The two nodded and turned around to leave. After the two left, Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and said, "Laura, where is Grandmaster Yuan Qing right now?" Laura smiled and said, "I sent it to Grandpa Green." Grandmaster Yuan Qing and Grandpa Green got along very well. "Brother Hai, are you looking for a Grandmaster?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Forget it. It's rare for Grandpa Green and the others to have a companion. Moreover, there's nothing wrong with listening to Grandmaster Yuan Qing's teachings. His teachings are different from others." Laura nodded, then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, shouldn't you see Ling Feng and the others? Ling Feng and the others have been waiting for you for more than a year." Zhao Hai nodded. Then Laura immediately took out her communicator and called Ling Feng and the others over. Before long, Ling Feng and the others arrived at the Heaven's Secret Pavilion's conference room. Zhao Hai waited for them to arrive before entering the room. When Ling Feng and the others saw Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but get excited. Everyone bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "We've seen Mr. Congratulations on coming out of seclusion." Zhao Hai looked at them and couldn't help but laugh as he said, "Then I'll have to thank everyone. Ha ha ha. This time, I've been in seclusion for more than a year. I didn't expect the construction of the realms to be very good. This is very good. If you want to progress, you can't just rely on fighting and killing. Communication is the right path." Ling Feng and the others nodded and smiled. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly. Then he sat down and waved his hand, "Everyone, take a seat. Wu Ming, bring some tea." Wu Ming nodded, then he waved his hand as a robot came in and placed a cup of hot tea in front of everyone. Zhao looked at everyone and smiled. "Come, have a taste." In the past, when we were in the meeting, we were either talking about the battle or the loot. I saw that none of you were in the mood to drink tea, so I didn't prepare these things. Now that everything is clear, it's time to relax. Come, everyone, have a taste of my collection of tea. Everyone laughed, then they picked up their teacups and took a sip. After everyone took a sip, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "I've heard that everyone wants to invite me to your realms as a guest. Hee, this is a good thing. To be honest, I personally don't like fighting and killing. I want to go to different realms and see different sceneries. This is the kind of life that I want to live. Therefore, everyone can rest assured that I will definitely go to your realms." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I've heard that everyone wants to invite me to your realms as a guest." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they were overjoyed. Although they knew that Zhao Hai was about to ascend, they still wanted to have a good relationship with him. This was because even if Zhao Hai ascends, the forces he left behind would still be very powerful. Not to mention the others, just Underworld was already very powerful. The current Underworld was no longer the same as before. Every day, Underworld would collect an astronomical amount of resources, and these resources would be used to nurture new members. Under such circumstances, Underworld's strength would change every day, becoming stronger and stronger. In addition, Zhao Hai's previous management of Underworld was semi-militarized, especially the army. It can be said that Underworld's strength wasn't any worse than a major realm. The major realms here referred to major realms like Spirit Edge, which ruled over at least a dozen major realms. And this was just Underworld's strength on the surface. Underworld and the 5 great families were allies. The 5 great families and Underworld almost formed the entire Void Realm's forces. The 6 Realms Alliance, the War God Realm, and the Desolate Race all had a good relationship with Underworld because of Zhao Hai. They could even be said to be Underworld's vassals. In this case, Underworld's hidden strength had reached an astonishing level. If all these forces were taken into account, even major realms like Spirit Edge might not necessarily be a match for Underworld. It was because of these reasons that Spirit Edge and the others didn't dare to offend Zhao Hai. This was because offending Zhao Hai was equivalent to offending so many forces at the same time. Even if Zhao Hai ascended, they wouldn't gain any benefits. Moreover, Zhao Hai had done them a great favor. Inviting Zhao Hai as a guest was to thank him. At the same time, it was also to build a good relationship with Zhao Hai and Underworld. This way, even if Zhao Hai left in the future, this relationship could still be maintained. This would only benefit their realms. Spirit Edge looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, why don't you come to our Golden Edge realm to take a look first? Our Golden Edge realm has already made preparations for Mister's visit. I heard that Mister likes to collect the specialties of various realms. We've already prepared everything." Another person couldn't accept this. He immediately said, "Why? Mister, you should go to our realm. Our realm is already prepared. Moreover, we've already prepared all the specialties, herbs, and beasts. We're just waiting for Mister's arrival. Mister, you must come." Besides the 2 of them, the others also immediately asked Zhao Hai to go to their realms. For a moment, the situation went out of control. When Zhao Hai saw their expressions, he quickly smiled and said, "Everyone, don't worry. Since I said that I'll go to your realms, then I'll certainly go. It doesn't matter if I go first or later. I won't ascend immediately, so there's no need to worry. Alright, I'll return to the Underworld first. Then I'll inform everyone that I'll be going to your realms. What do you think?" Since Zhao Hai said this, what else could they say? Everyone nodded and agreed to Zhao Hai's proposal. Seeing that everyone agreed, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Alright, then I won't say anything else. Everyone, you can go back. Your bases have just been established, there are still a lot of things to do. I won't keep you here." Everyone nodded, then they stood up and cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai before they turned around and left. After seeing everyone leave, Zhao Hai returned to his room in the Heaven's secret pavilion. After returning to his room, Laura and the others came out. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others and smiled. "In a while, we'll go back to Underworld and take a look. No matter what, Underworld is still a force that we established. We need to take a good look at it." Laura nodded and said, "Alright, we should go back and take a look. Recently, Underworld has been developing very quickly. Moreover, I can see that Tiger's Might's ambition is getting bigger and bigger. It's possible that they might want to unify the Void in the future." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's possible. Right, I forgot to ask, how is the Garbage Realm? Did you receive everything inside the space?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Laura said, "Right, I forgot to tell you. Everything from the Garbage Realm has been sent to the space. Moreover, we also obtained something extraordinary. Brother Hai, take a look." Then Laura waved her hand as something appeared in the living room of the villa. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, I forgot to tell you." Zhao Hai looked at the thing that appeared in the living room and couldn't help but stare. It was a plant that looked like a vine. It was dark brown in color and exuded a pungent smell. Zhao Hai looked at the plant and couldn't help but ask, what kind of plant is this? Why doesn't it look good? Laura smiled and said, Brother Hai, you're wrong this time. Although this plant looks very ugly, it is indeed a good thing. I named this plant pill vine. It grows in piles of waste pills and absorbs the nutrients inside them to grow. Finally, it bears red fruits that can be used as pills. Moreover, the characteristics of this fruit are very special. Whatever pill it grows on, the fruit it bears will have the characteristics of the pill. Any waste pill can make it grow. How about it, isn't it a good thing? When Zhao Hai heard Laura, he immediately understood the benefits of the pill vine. The space can turn waste into treasure, but this point cannot be made known to others. But this pill vine can also turn waste into treasure, but it can be made known to others. This was the best way to conceal the space. This was a very good thing, a very good thing. Zhao Hai immediately asked, is this core vine easy to cultivate? Zhao Hai's words meant that it can be cultivated outside the space. Inside the space, there was no plant that couldn't be cultivated. Laura shook her head and said, it's not very easy to cultivate. It's growing very well inside the space, but outside, it won't grow as well. However, this is also related to the spiritual qi in this layer. The spiritual qi in this layer isn't very strong. When we first discovered this core vine, it was already half dead. Its vines can't be used because they are full of toxins from waste pills. It can be said to be the most toxic thing in the world. Only its fruit has the same effect as a pill. At first, we thought that this core vine was poisonous, but because the space's spiritual qi is more abundant, it grew better and better. Brother Hai, if you want to keep this core vine in this layer, then I think you should just forget about it. The amount of spiritual qi it needs is too much. When Zhao Hai heard Laura, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. Then he sighed and said, I thought that after I leave, I can leave this core vine in Underworld. This way, Underworld wouldn't have to worry about waste pills. But it seems like it won't work. Forget it, I'll just leave it to fate. This core vine shouldn't have appeared in this layer, it's not something that can be used by people of this layer. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, I think that leaving this core vine in this layer isn't a good thing for Underworld. Underworld's strength is increasing very quickly, but the most fundamental reason for this is you. As long as you're in charge, nobody would dare to make a move against Underworld. Because of this, Underworld's development is very smooth. But what if we leave? Would Underworld's development be as smooth as before? I don't think so. Underworld's income is already enough to make people jealous. If we let those people know that Underworld has something like the core vine that can turn waste into treasure, then it wouldn't be a good thing for Underworld. It might even lead to an attack. An ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. Brother Hai, you should understand this. Zhao Hai nodded, then he sighed and said, I understand, of course I understand. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's put this core vine away, it might be of great use to us in the future. Laura smiled and said, don't. I still haven't told you about the core vine's other ability. Brother Hai, do you really not want to hear about it? Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at Laura and asked, what other ability does this core vine have? Laura smiled faintly and said, this ability is even more powerful than the core vine's ability to turn waste into treasure. This ability comes from the core vine's poison. We discovered that the core vine's poison can also affect people's souls. This is a very rare soul toxin. When Zhao Hai heard Laura, he couldn't help but be startled. Soul toxin? What's going on? Tell me about it. It can slowly erode a person's soul, causing it to become very weak. With a weak soul, even if a person is strong, they wouldn't be that strong. Most importantly, this poison doesn't need to be eaten to be effective. Instead, as long as the poison is applied to a person's body, it would be effective. The amount of poison applied to a person's body also represents the duration of the attack. If you apply too little, then the attack will be slow. If you apply too much, then the attack will take a long time. If you apply too much, then the attack will take a long time and the person will be poisoned to death. Upon hearing Laura, Zhao Hai immediately understood the tyrannical nature of this poison. Ordinary poisons would only affect a person's body. However, this kind of poison had very low lethality towards a cultivator. This was because a cultivator's soul force was very strong. Even if their body was destroyed, their soul would still be able to escape. It was just like how a cultivator could be reborn from a drop of blood. However, if this poison could directly affect a person's soul, then it would be an extremely tyrannical poison for a cultivator. No matter how strong a person's soul was, it would still be able to destroy it. This was something that any cultivator would be afraid of. Even if they were reborn from a drop of blood, it would still be impossible for them to escape from this poison. Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and said, "Do you have an antidote?" Laura smiled and said, "Brother Hai. Rest assured, the space has already produced the antidote. Moreover, the antidote has already been given to everyone inside the space. However, the antidote is useless to you since your soul is protected by the 5 elements killing formation. If the antidote is used on your body, then it would be the same as adding nourishment to the formation. It has no use at all." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then we'll cultivate some core vines. We'll harvest and store them appropriately." Laura nodded and complied. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai looked outside and said, "Let's go back to the underworld and take a look. Then we'll go back to the true spiritual world. Finally, we'll go to the spirit peak to take a look. If there are no problems, then we'll ascend." Laura nodded. To be honest, Laura and the others weren't as worried about the ascension as the others. This was because this wasn't the first time Zhao Hai ascended. They were already used to it. After making some preparations, the Tianji pavilion disappeared in a flash of white light. In the next moment, the Tianji pavilion appeared beside the Ba Huang ship. As soon as the Heaven's Secret sect appeared beside the 8 Desolation ship, everyone on the ship noticed them. Immediately, a large number of people rushed out of the ship. They were all cultivators from the underworld. The ones leading them were White Tiger's Might and the others. Although they had been busy dealing with the underworld for the past few years, Tiger's Might and the others still managed to reach the void-piercing realm with the help of various pills. Zhao Hai even had them use law crystals to comprehend the power of laws. They were now experts in their own right. However, Tiger's Might and the others were still very respectful towards Zhao Hai. Although they had some ambitions and wanted the underworld to grow, they knew that Zhao Hai was the underworld's biggest support. Although the underworld was very formidable, it still hadn't reached the level of the demons. Even if it was compared to the Golden Edge realm, it was still only comparable. If a fight were to break out, who knows who would win? Zhao Hai walked out of the Heaven's Secret sect. White Tiger's Might and the others stood in front of the underworld and saluted Zhao Hai. Then everyone said in unison, "We greet the Underworld Lord. Congratulations to the Underworld Lord for your victory." Zhao Hai looked at everyone, then he laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, good, good, good. We're all family. There's no need to be so polite. Those in charge can stay. Everyone else can disperse." Everyone nodded and then turned around to leave. White Tiger's Might and the others went to Zhao Hai's side and said, "Big brother, why did you come back at this time? We heard that the war with the demons had already ended." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's indeed over. But I went into seclusion for a while. That's why I came back." Just as Zhao Hai's voice fell, White Tiger's Might's expression couldn't help but change. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother, are you preparing to ascend?" As soon as he said this, all the underworld cultivators who hadn't gone far stopped. Their expressions changed greatly as they looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and then said, "Let's go in and talk." Then he walked towards the 8 Desolation ship. White Tiger's Might and the others quickly followed. However, everyone knew that Zhao Hai was really about to ascend. If he wasn't, then he wouldn't have said it. He wouldn't have led everyone into the 8 Desolation ship. Everyone arrived at the 8 Desolation ship's conference room. After everyone sat down, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Tiger's Might just asked me if I was about to ascend. I can tell everyone that I'm preparing to ascend." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the people in the conference room went into an uproar. They knew what Zhao Hai meant to the underworld. As long as Zhao Hai was here, nobody would dare to make a move against the underworld. This was because they were afraid of Zhao Hai's retaliation. But once Zhao Hai leaves, the underworld would lose its biggest deterrent. They wouldn't dare to make a move against the underworld. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and then said, "Quiet." His voice wasn't very loud, but everyone heard it. They immediately quieted down and looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Why are you panicking? What's so strange about this? Cultivators will ascend sooner or later. What's there to be surprised about? With the underworld's current strength, even if I'm not here, who would dare to make a move against us? If all of you are annihilated the moment I leave, then all of you will be too useless. You must have confidence in yourselves and the strength of our underworld." Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, everyone's panicked hearts calmed down. Before, they were too dependent on Zhao Hai. So when they heard Zhao Hai say that he was about to ascend, they felt extremely flustered. Now that they heard Zhao Hai's words, they immediately relaxed. They just remembered that even if Zhao Hai wasn't here, with the underworld's current strength, nobody would dare to offend the underworld. Seeing that everyone had calmed down, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "That's right. What are you panicking for? You're all stewards of the underworld. Don't you feel ashamed to be so flustered when something happens?" When everyone heard Zhao Hai, their faces couldn't help but turn red. In front of outsiders, they were the underworld stewards. But in front of Zhao Hai, each and every one of them was like a primary school student. They didn't dare to make a sound after being scolded by Zhao Hai. White Tiger's Might looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother, don't be offended. Everyone just doesn't want you to ascend so quickly. Without you, we feel like we're missing a backbone. Big brother, how long will it take for you to ascend?" Zhao Hai replied, "I came back this time to see the situation of the underworld. If there's nothing to do here, then I'll go to the real spiritual realm to take a look. Then I'll go to the other realms and prepare for my ascension." White Tiger's Might said, "Big brother, have you chosen a place to ascend?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Not yet, but I'm preparing to ascend in Underworld's territory. You don't need to worry, I'll definitely tell you before I ascend. However, I think that it will take a few years. During this time, you should prepare to deal with the situation of Underworld after I leave. But I don't think that anyone would dare attack you." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." White Tiger's Might nodded and said, "Then, big brother, do you still want to see the situation of the underworld?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't want to see it. From today onwards, you will officially take over the underworld. In any case, the matters of the underworld were handled by you before. Now, you can officially take over." This didn't cause too much of a reaction. Just as Zhao Hai said, most of the matters of the underworld were handled by White Tiger's Might. Zhao Hai hasn't been in the underworld for many years. Therefore, there was no problem with the transfer of power. It can be said that the transfer of power to White Tiger's Might was smooth. White Tiger's Might nodded and said, "Yes, big brother, I understand." "Right, big brother, how many large artifacts are you going to take with you when you ascend this time?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "Leave the Bahuang ship behind. I won't take any of the large artifacts in the underworld. I'll only take the Tianji sect. You don't have to worry about this." White Tiger's Might nodded, finally feeling relieved. In fact, Zhao Hai originally wanted to take the Bahuang ship with him. After all, the Bahuang ship was very large. It could be used as a mobile base. If Zhao Hai really took the Bahuang ship with him, then he would have a base in the upper realm. But after thinking about it, Zhao Hai decided to leave the Bahuang ship to Tiger's Might and the others. Although the Bahuang ship was actually a part of liquid silver, Zhao Hai still didn't intend to take it with him. Leaving the Bahuang ship here was the last way out for the underworld. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and saw that they had adapted. Then he said, "All right, everyone doesn't need to think too much. Go back and rest. If I really ascend, I'll inform you. You just need to be prepared. Tiger's Might, you stay behind." When everyone heard Zhao Hai say this, they knew that Zhao Hai had something to say to Tiger's Might alone. So, they all stood up, cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai, and turned to leave. After everyone left, Zhao Hai looked at Bai Huwei and said, "Huwei, you have to be careful when using the 8 Desolate ship. I have already modified it, so I can take it back at any time. If one day, Underworld is attacked by a powerful enemy and is about to be destroyed, then you need to gather all of Underworld's core members into the 8 Desolate ship. Then you can enter the room that I used before and use the transmission formation to contact me. When the time comes, I will take the 8 desolate ship away to protect the lives of all the disciples. But remember, this is also a last resort. If Underworld really gets attacked by a powerful enemy and is about to be destroyed, then you need to send this information to the next Palace Master. Remember, only the Palace Master can know about this, nobody else can know about it. Zhao Hai stood in his room in the Heaven's Secret Pavilion as he looked at the 8 Desolation ship not far away. He let out a long breath. He felt relaxed, but at the same time, he also felt a sense of loss. Today, he had officially handed over the authority of Underworld to White Tiger's might. In other words, he had officially let go of Underworld. This made Zhao Hai feel a sense of loss. After all, Underworld was his creation. But at the same time, he also felt relaxed. Underworld had always been his concern, but now it wasn't. After ascending several times, Zhao Hai was already used to giving up. He wanted to ascend, he wanted to pursue the great Tao. Therefore, he couldn't bear the burden of Underworld forever. After all, Underworld was a part of this plane. If he was always concerned about Underworld, then how could he ascend? Laura and the others went to Zhao Hai's side. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, what's wrong? Are you reluctant to part with Underworld?" Zhao Hai shook his head, then he sighed and said, "There's nothing to be reluctant about. We'll leave sooner or later, so it's better to make things clear to them now." "Right, I'm going to go to the True Spirit Realm." The True Spirit Realm has already started to contact the outside world. This is a good thing. However, I still need to tell Uncle Long that I've already taken the Golden Crow Cauldron, so that they don't have to think about it anymore. Laura nodded, then she smiled and said, "All right, let's go now. To be honest, I haven't returned to the True Spirit Realm for a long time. I also want to go back and have a look." Zhao Hai nodded, then with an intention, a white light flashed from the Heaven's Secret Pavilion before they disappeared from the 8 Desolation ship. Because of this, the people in Underworld couldn't help but stare. However, they were already used to Zhao Hai's absence. Therefore, they didn't panic and just continued with their own business. However, in the following days, the entire Underworld was in a state of chaos. This was because Tiger's Might and the others had released the news that Zhao Hai was about to ascend. Everyone in Underworld knew that Zhao Hai was the founder of Underworld. The reason why Underworld could reach its current state was all because of Zhao Hai. Now that Zhao Hai was about to ascend and leave Underworld, how could they not panic? However, this panic was quickly controlled. After all, Underworld's current strength was already very strong. People just weren't used to not having Zhao Hai. In the past, when Zhao Hai left, the people in Underworld knew that Zhao Hai was only leaving temporarily to do his own things. Because of this, the people in Underworld didn't panic when Zhao Hai left. However, this time was different. This time, Zhao Hai's departure meant that he was about to leave for real. This was the reason why the cultivators of Underworld were panicking. Fortunately, Tiger's Might and the others had also taken corresponding measures for this situation. In addition, ascension was a good thing. All the cultivators wanted to ascend one day. For the cultivators of Underworld, Zhao Hai's ascension was also an honor for Underworld. One must know that in the Void Realm, some of the veteran forces might not necessarily have anyone who could ascend. Now that Zhao Hai was about to ascend, it was definitely an honor for Underworld. The reason why Zhao Hai chose to go to the True Soul Realm at this time was to give the Underworld some time to accept the fact that he was about to ascend. Moreover, he was also prepared to return to the Underworld less in the future. This way, the people of the Underworld would get used to his absence. While Underworld was in a panic because of Zhao Hai's ascension, Zhao Hai had already arrived at the real spirit world. He also went to the mountain city of the Long family and directly found Long Ding Tian. This time, the leader of the real spirit world was Long Ding Tian. Zhao Hai took good care of the people of the real spirit world. Although the people of the real spirit world suffered some losses, the losses were very small. Most importantly, after this battle, the people of the real spirit world had already established contact with other realms, especially the Void Realm. Zhao Hai believed that it wouldn't take long for the people of the real spirit world to reach the same level as the people of other realms. Compared to the past, the changes in the real spirit world weren't small. The Long family obtained a lot of large artifacts that Zhao Hai gave them. Now, most of these large artifacts were left in the Long family's mountain city. The Long family's disciples were already used to using these large artifacts in battle. They were now very flexible in controlling them. However, when the Heaven's Secret Tower appeared above the Long family's mountain city, the people of the Long family immediately became lively. Everyone knew about Zhao Hai's current status. They were very grateful to Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai arrived, the Long family's patriarch personally came to greet him. Zhao Hai chatted with the Long family's patriarch for a while before he left with Long Dingtian. Long Dingtian was still living in the small courtyard. Although the Long family had a lot of places for him to live, he was already used to it. He didn't want to change places. After the two arrived at the courtyard and sat down, Long Dingtian looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, you wouldn't have returned to the real spirit world for no reason. Tell me, why did you come back this time?" Zhao Hai looked at Long Dingtian and smiled faintly. "I came back this time because I have something to do. Uncle Long, I'm preparing to ascend. I'm afraid that it won't be long before I ascend." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Long Dingtian couldn't help but stare. Then he let out a long breath and said, "I knew that this day would come. With your strength, this layer wouldn't be able to hold you. So why did you come back this time? Is there something you need to do?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I didn't come back this time because I have something to tell you. Uncle Long, you told me before that an ancient large artifact fell into the true spirit realm. You relied on this artifact to defeat the foreign demons. I know what it is, and I've already taken it." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Uncle Long, you told me before that an ancient large artifact fell into the true spirit realm. You relied on it to defeat the foreign demons." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Long Dingtian couldn't help but stare. Then his reaction was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. He thought that Long Dingtian would be furious, but he didn't expect Long Dingtian to be very calm. He just sighed and said, "All right, it's good that you took it away. Everyone else will be thinking about it." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but look at Long Dingtian and said, "Uncle Long, what do you mean? Are there still people who want to take that artifact?" Long Dingtian sighed and said, "Yes. You should know that we can't use the large artifacts by ourselves. In order to use them, we need to gather the strength of many people. Because of this, the sect masters of the great sects in the true spirit realm are aware of this matter. Moreover, the might of the large artifacts is enormous. Anyone who obtains the large artifacts can dominate the entire true spirit realm. Because of this, people have been eyeing the large artifacts for many years. When you were still in the true spirit realm, didn't you participate in an operation in the underground world? Do you think that those people were really aiming for the ghost cultivators? No, they went there for the large artifact. Although only disciples went there, they still had to report the situation in the underground world. This was to help their sects collect information. Now that you've taken away the large artifact, it might be a good thing for the true spirit realm. Now that it's gone, everyone can develop their sects and cultivate in peace." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right. You're the only one who's interested in the large artifact. Now that you've taken it away, everyone can develop their sects and cultivate in peace." Upon hearing Long Dingtian, Zhao Hai was surprised. He didn't think that there would be such a secret. However, he still said, "Since Uncle Long said this, then I'll have to ask Uncle Long to tell the people in the real spirit world that I've taken the artifact. If anyone wants it, then they can come and ask me." Ha ha ha. "Alright, I'll tell them that. I want to see if they have the guts to ask you for it." Ha ha ha. "Little Hai, you've done a great thing." Zhao Hai shook his head, then he said, "Uncle Long, to tell you the truth, I can't use that large artifact right now. It isn't an artifact from the upper realm, nor is it an ancient artifact. It's an artifact from the upper realm. I don't know how many realms are separating us from the upper realm. It's not only people from our realm who want it, but also people from the upper realm. If we keep it here, then I'm afraid it wouldn't be good for the true spirit realm." Zhao Hai shook his head, then he said, "Uncle Long, to tell you the truth, I can't use that large artifact." Long Dingtian nodded and said, "I believe you. I'll take care of this matter. Those fellows wouldn't dare to ask you for it, unless they don't want to live. They're already aware of your strength, so you don't need to worry." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, I've already told the underworld. As long as the underworld exists, the real spirit world will be its ally. Uncle Long, you can rest assured. With the underworld here, you'll be safe in the void realm. Long Dingtian sighed and said, if you don't look, you won't know. But when you open your eyes and look at the world, you can see how big the world is and how many strong people there are. Compared to them, the real spirit world is really weak. Fortunately, you're here. Otherwise, the real spirit world would be finished. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, Uncle Long, don't say that. The extraterritorial devils aren't just a threat to the real spirit world, they're also a threat to other realms. If it weren't for the extraterritorial devils, the real spirit world wouldn't have sealed itself for such a long time. Now that the extraterritorial devils have been dealt with, we can relax. Long Dingtian nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, you said that you're going to ascend. When will it be? I'll have to wait a few years. Ling Feng and the others asked me to visit their realm. I'm going to take a look and then arrange for my ascension. I've just come out of seclusion, so it's not the best time to ascend. Alright, tell me when you ascend. This old man won't be able to ascend in this lifetime. I want to see how you do it. Alright, I'll inform you when the time comes. But I haven't chosen a place yet. I want to ascend to the underworld, but I haven't decided yet. I'll tell you after I've confirmed it. Alright, the location of your ascension is very important. I heard that you can't be disturbed during your ascension. It's better if you don't let too many people know about your ascension. Ha ha ha, Zhao Hai, am not afraid of people knowing about my ascension. If they have the strength to do so, then they can come and disturb me. I want to see if they have the courage to do so. Zhao Hai stood inside the Heaven's secret pavilion with two old men by his side. These two old men were none other than Zhao Hai's teachers, the Yinyang elders. The two old men didn't think that their disciple would have such a promising future. He was now in existence that could command the entire true spiritual realm. As for the news that came from the true spiritual realm that Zhao Hai had taken away a supreme treasure, the two old men didn't care about it at all. In their opinion, Zhao Hai had done so much for the true spiritual realm and took away a few things. What was so great about that? Naturally, the two old men didn't know that Zhao Hai had taken away the Golden Crow Cauldron. For the experts of the true spiritual realm, the cauldron was something that could destroy the entire true spiritual realm. However, just like what Long Dingtian said, nobody dared to ask Zhao Hai for those things. They could only accept their bad luck. Even if they knew that those things were good, they still wouldn't dare to ask Zhao Hai for them. After leaving the Long family, Zhao Hai went to the Unbreakable sect. Zhao Hai didn't do anything great in the Unbreakable sect. He also left some subordinates in the Gravity Mountain. Although these people weren't experts, they were still loyal to Zhao Hai. Even after Zhao Hai left for so many years, they were still guarding the Gravity Mountain. Not only that, they didn't forget to cultivate. Using the gravity of the Gravity Mountain, these people became good body cultivators. Although they haven't reached the peak, as long as they were trained in the space, their strength wouldn't be weak in the future. Lu Zhentian and the others didn't expect that Zhao Hai would come back to pick them up. Although they lived in the Gravity Mountain and claimed to be Zhao Hai's subordinates, ever since Zhao Hai went to the Void Realm, Zhou Feng had been taking care of them. Because of his relationship with Zhao Hai, Zhou Feng was very good to them. However, Lu Zhentian and the others were very clear that once Zhao Hai came back, they wouldn't be able to become Zhao Hai's subordinates. Sure enough, just like what Lu Zhentian said, Zhao Hai did come back. However, the aura that Zhao Hai brought back was something that Lu Zhentian and the others didn't dare to imagine. Several thousand large artifacts were enough to destroy countless true spiritual realms. How could such a person remember small people like them? Sure enough, Zhao Hai didn't come looking for them. However, their status in the Unbreakable sect didn't decrease. This was because they were still Zhao Hai's subordinates. The people of the Unbreakable sect were afraid that Zhao Hai would come looking for them one day and find out that they were being abused by the Unbreakable sect. Because of this, the Unbreakable sect was still very polite to them. On the other hand, Lu Zhentian and the others also had the pills that Zhao Hai left behind. In addition to the monthly allowance given to them by the Unbreakable sect, they were able to live a good life. However, Because they had passed the best age for cultivation, even if they had been working hard in recent years, their achievements weren't very high. However, what Lu Zhentian didn't expect was that Zhao Hai suddenly came looking for them a few days ago. Moreover, he brought them to a large artifact. Lu Zhentian and the others didn't expect that Zhao Hai would send them to a special space. The gravity inside the space was very similar to the gravity of the gravity mountain. However, Zhao Hai gave them countless pills and food, allowing them to cultivate in peace. For Lu Zhentian and the others, this was like a dream. The reason why Zhao Hai brought Lu Zhentian and the others to the space was because Lu Zhentian and the others didn't give up on cultivation. Originally, Lu Zhentian and the others only practiced ordinary cultivation methods, not body cultivation methods. Moreover, they had passed the best age for cultivation. But after they followed Zhao Hai began to teach them body cultivation methods. Moreover, he had them cultivate in the gravity mountain. The environment of the gravity mountain was very special. It can be said that it was the best environment for body cultivation, but it was also the most painful environment. For Lu Zhentian and the others to persist in their cultivation in such an environment was very rare. Zhao Hai saw this point in them, so he brought them to the space and gave them an environment similar to the gravity mountain. With the unique laws of the space, as well as countless cultivation resources, Zhao Hai wanted to see if Lu Zhentian and the others could cultivate in the end. If they could, then they would be a great help to him. Originally, Zhao Hai also wanted to bring Zhou Feng along. After all, Zhou Feng was his friend. However, Zhou Feng didn't want to rely on Zhao Hai to ascend. He wanted to rely on his own strength to ascend. After seeing Zhou Feng's strength, Zhao Hai agreed. Although Zhou Feng hadn't reached the void-piercing realm, he had already reached the spirit condensation realm. This was already a great achievement. Zhao Hai didn't give Zhou Feng any pills, the Zhou family didn't lack those things. Instead, Zhao Hai gave Zhou Feng 10 law crystals. Zhou Feng was a body cultivator, and his divine elephant king body was a very good body cultivation method. After cultivating it, Zhou Feng would be able to ascend with his own strength. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't force Zhou Feng. Although the Bouillon sect was a sect that Zhao Hai joined under a pseudonym, in general, the Bouillon sect was still very good to Zhao Hai. Therefore, Zhao Hai still gave some benefits to the Bouillon sect in order to resolve this grudge. After dealing with the matter of the Bouillon sect, Zhao Hai went to the Tyrant Saber sect. He didn't stay in the Tyrant Saber sect for a long time, but the Tyrant Saber sect was very good to him, especially the Yin-Yang elders. Although the things that the two elders taught him weren't very helpful to him, they were still his teachers. Moreover, they unconditionally trusted and supported him. However, because of the excessive killing, the two elders were tortured by the murderous aura. It was difficult for their cultivation to progress, and their bodies weren't very good. In fact, Zhao Hai was very clear that the two elders weren't tormented by the murderous aura because of their excessive killing. It was because they couldn't cross the hurdle in their hearts and were tormenting themselves. This time, Zhao Hai came to the tyrannical Saber sect to pick up the two old men. He wanted to bring them to the space so that they could accompany Grandmaster Yuanqing and Green. Perhaps under Grandmaster Yuanqing's guidance, the two old men would be able to recover. Zhao Hai stood on the top floor of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion and looked out the window. The two elders were standing beside him. Zhao Hai said, "Teachers, come with me. You're getting old, and your bodies are getting worse and worse. I'm your disciple, so I should take care of you in your old age. Moreover, I have a compressed space. There are a lot of elders there who can accompany you and chat with you. It's better than you two being alone on the mountain. What do you think? Teachers, are you willing to come with me?" Eldarine sighed and said, "Zhao Hai, you should know about our situation. Although our murderous aura has decreased over the years, it would still appear from time to time. If you make us stay with those elders, wouldn't that be harming them? Forget it, the two of us are inauspicious people. Just let us die of old age here." When Zhao Hai heard their words, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Teachers, you don't need to worry about it this time. This is because inside the compressed space, there's a senior monk with profound Buddhist cultivation. He's different from ordinary senior monks, he's a senior monk who truly understands Buddhism. His Buddhist cultivation should be able to eliminate your murderous aura. Moreover, you can chat and drink there, isn't that good?" teachers, don't you know about my abilities? Come with me. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Elder Yin's heart moved. Although they hadn't personally experienced Zhao Hai's abilities, they could still see how Zhao Hai did things. This was enough to show how capable Zhao Hai was. If what Zhao Hai said was true, then it would be a good path. At this time, Elder Yang looked at Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, tell us the truth. Is there really a senior monk there? And not a Buddhist cultivator? Senior monks and Buddhist cultivators are different. Zhao Hai smiled and said, teachers, don't worry. It's really a senior monk, not a Buddhist cultivator. Elder Yang said in a deep voice, all right, then we will go with you. The Tyrant's Blade School has been developing very well these past few years, so there's no need for us two old men to show up. It's good that we can retire peacefully with you. We don't have to worry about affecting the people in the school. You're very strong, and you've killed more people than us, yet you're still fine. Now, you're about to ascend. This is enough to prove that you have a way to control your killing intent. Even if that senior monk can't help us, nothing will happen to you. We will retire with you. Eldarine also nodded, and a smile appeared on his face. When Zhao Hai heard the two agree, he immediately smiled and said, good, good, good. It's good that the two teachers agreed. Laura, is the meal ready? We haven't had a meal with the two teachers for a long time. At this time, Laura came out and bowed to the Yin Yang elders and said, teachers, the meal is ready. Please come in. The Yin Yang elders looked at Laura and couldn't help but chuckle. Eldarine smiled and said, Laura, I was wondering why I didn't see you. Did you prepare a meal for us? Good, very good. Ha ha ha, old Yang, and I haven't tasted your cooking for a long time. Today, we'll have a good taste. Then he followed Zhao Hai and Laura into the Heaven's Secret Pavilion's dining hall. After the meal, Zhao Hai sent the two to the space to accompany Yuan Qing and Green. In any case, he wasn't planning on letting the two leave. Letting them know about the space wasn't a big deal. After taking the Yin Yang elders to the space, Zhao Hai went to the Tyrant's Blade sect and gave them some materials as well as some cultivation methods. After that, he left the Tyrant's Blade sect. Like this, Zhao Hai's matters in the True Spirit Realm could be considered settled. The grudges between him and the True Spirit Realm could also be severed. The reason why Zhao Hai did this was because he knew that before ascending, he must sever these grudges. Otherwise, it would affect his ascension. This time, he brought a lot of people with him to the space. Who knows if the laws of heaven and earth would count those people's grudges on his head. If the laws of heaven and earth counted those people's grudges on his head, then he would be in a lot of trouble. If he were to carry so many grudges, then he wouldn't be able to ascend. After dealing with the matters in the True Spirit Realm, Zhao Hai didn't return to the underworld. That place was no longer his home. After handing over his authority, he didn't want to return before ascending. Therefore, he directly went to the extraterritorial demon domain. After arriving at the extraterritorial demon domain, Zhao Hai immediately called Ling Feng over and then followed him to the Golden Edge Realm. After all, he had already told Ling Feng that he would go to the Golden Edge Realm. Now that he had finished dealing with the matters in the underworld and the True Spirit Realm, he could go to the other realms to look at different sceneries. He could also collect some specialties from the other realms. When Ling Feng heard Zhao Hai say that he could go to the other realms, he couldn't help but be happy. Before long, Zhao Hai followed Ling Feng to the Golden Edge Realm. When Zhao Hai arrived at the Golden Edge Realm, he received a warm welcome. The sect masters of the Golden Edge Realm personally came to greet him. Moreover, they gave him all the specialties of the Golden Edge Realm. This made Zhao Hai very happy. Then under Ling Feng's lead, Zhao Hai toured the Golden Edge Realm. One must say that the Golden Edge Realm was a big realm. There were dozens of smaller realms under its control. It was very powerful. Naturally, Zhao Hai paid more attention to the scenery of the Golden Edge Realm. After all, the Golden Edge Realm's strength had nothing to do with him. In the following years, Zhao Hai continued to tour the various realms. He looked at the different sceneries of the various realms and obtained a lot of specialties. These specialties were completely useless in the eyes of the other realms. However, Zhao Hai was very happy to receive them. This made the other realms puzzled. After traveling for 5 years, Xianxia finally visited all the realms that he fought alongside. Xianxia also knew that it was time for him to ascend. He decided to ascend in hell. Just like what he said before, he informed everyone about his ascension and invited them to attend the ceremony. Xianxia's approach surprised everyone. One must know that when cultivators ascend, they would generally keep it a secret. Unless it was someone close to them, they wouldn't reveal the location of their ascension. This was because cultivators were afraid of being disturbed during their ascension. If they were disturbed during their ascension, then the consequences would be very serious. Xianxia didn't care too much about this. After sending a letter to everyone, he took the Heaven's secret sect back to hell. Then he told White Tiger's Might and the others about his ascension. Naturally, White Tiger's Might and the others were very happy. At the same time, they were also very worried. They didn't think that Xianxia would tell everyone about his ascension. However, there was no other way. Since Xianxia had already told them, they could only continue. From the time Xianxia told everyone about his ascension, 1 month had already passed. During this month, hell was very lively. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that all realms were here. All the realms that knew Xianxia sent people over. They wanted to see how Xianxia ascended. Finally, the time for ascension arrived. The soul realm was a very peculiar world. In this world, every person's soul could be seen by others. Furthermore, a person's soul would usually appear 3 feet above their head, but it wasn't a physical body. It was like a projection, floating above the person's head. In the soul realm, a person's soul was generally divided into 2 major categories, the living soul and the tool soul. The living soul was very simple. It was the soul that appeared in the form of a living creature. This kind of soul was also generally divided into 2 major categories, the plant soul and the beast soul. As for the tool soul, there were more forms. However, for the sake of better differentiation, tool souls were divided into 3 major categories in the soul realm. The first was the weapon soul, the second was the craftsman's soul, and the last was the object soul. The weapon soul referred to the soul in the form of various weapons. The craftsman's soul generally referred to the form of a person's soul, which was the form of the tool used by the craftsman. As for the object soul, it was the most extensive. It included all the objects used by humans, from the knife to the pen, from the table to the iron pot. As long as it was something used by humans, it was within the scope of the object soul. Of course, strictly speaking, the craftsman's soul and the weapon soul were also included in the object soul. However, in the soul realm, the craftsman's soul and the weapon soul were separated separately. In the soul realm, every person's identity and status were determined the moment they were born. This was because in the soul realm, everyone relied on their soul to distinguish their identity. In the soul realm, souls were also divided into noble and lowly. The weapon soul was the noblest, followed by the beast soul, then the craftsman's soul, then the plant soul, and finally the object soul. In the soul realm, those with object souls were the most numerous. However, at the same time, these people had the lowest status. In one of the 36 prefectures of the Soul Realm, Sky Province, East Arrival Prefecture, there was a small village at the foot of Jade Mountain. This small village was called Tree Root Village. No one knew how long this small village had existed. In any case, the people in the village had lived here for generations. This was an object soul village. The people in this village were all object souls, which were the lowest class of souls. They could only work every day and pay large amounts of taxes. Fortunately, the crop yield here was very high. Coupled with the fact that it was backed by a mountain, the villagers could occasionally hunt some wild beasts to exchange for oil and salt. Although their lives were poor, it was still bearable. On this day, there were many people standing outside the door of a house in Tree Root Village. These people were holding something in their hands. It was nothing more than some floral cloth, eggs, and the like. Most of them had a sickly complexion, and the clothes on their bodies were very shabby. Right now, they were all sitting in the courtyard of this house, whispering to each other. Meanwhile, a woman's hoarse voice could be heard from inside the house. 2 men, one old and one young, were pacing back and forth in front of the house. This was a small straw hut. The walls were made of mud bricks, and the roof was covered with thick grass. The courtyard was quite big, but most of the places were planted with vegetables. It was already April, and the weather in Tree Root Village was very warm. The vegetable sprouts had already grown, and it was a field of green. It was very pleasing to the eyes. Right at this moment, the woman in the house let out a high-pitched scream. After that, there was no sound. Everyone in the courtyard became nervous. Soon after, the door of the hut was pushed open. A white-haired woman walked out from the house. The two men, one old and one young, who had been standing in front of the door, immediately surrounded her. Both of them were eagerly looking at the woman. The woman looked at the two men, then she said, "It's a boy. Soul plant." Upon hearing this, the people in the courtyard became excited. The two men in front of the door were very happy. They just stood there and giggled, completely forgetting about other things. At this time, an old woman wearing coarse short clothes came over. She cupped her fist and said, "Thank you, Granny Lou. My root village is very grateful. This is the wedding money, please accept it." Granny Lou nodded and said, "Thank you." The woman wasn't polite. With a smile on her face, she received the copper coins that the old man handed over. Then she smiled and said, "Village Chief Tian is too polite. I didn't expect your village to have a person who can plant souls. If he is properly trained in the future, then he will certainly become a person of importance. Your tree root village will also benefit from this." Village Chief Tian quickly said, "Thank you for your auspicious words." At this time, the two men in front of the hut came over and thanked Granny Lou profusely. Granny Lou just smiled. Then she walked to the side and said a few words to the other women before she turned around and left. After Granny Lou left, an old woman came out of the house. This old woman was wearing coarse gray clothes. Her hair was already white, but she still had a smile on her face. In her hand, she was holding a small baby. The baby's eyes were closed and he was sleeping soundly. 3 feet above the baby's head, there was a blade of grass that was green and full of vitality. The old woman was holding the baby with a smile on her face. When the other people saw the blade of grass on the baby's head, their faces also showed excitement. Village Chief Tian excitedly looked at the baby and said, "Good, ha ha ha, very good. Our tree root village finally has a soul plant soul. Although it's only the lowest grade of grass soul, it's still a joyous matter. Everyone, let's go home and take out some food. Let's have a party today." Everyone cheered. Then they put down the things in their hands and turned around to leave. After everyone left, Village Chief Tian turned to the old man with a silly smile and said, "Brother Tianzhu, I didn't think that your family would become rich. This kid is related to our tree root village. You must take good care of him. I'll go home and bring 2 jugs of wine. Let's have a good time." Then he turned around and left. At this time, Tianzhu regained his senses. Just as he was about to speak, he discovered that the village head had already walked far away. He quickly turned his head to the youth beside him and said, "Tianzhuang, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and prepare. Since they've already sent so many things over, we need to prepare as well. Hurry up and go. My grandson is a soul plant cultivator. Our Tian clan will have hope in the future." At this time, Tianzhuang also came back to his senses. He responded and immediately ran to a small room at the side. That was the Tian family's warehouse. He wanted to take out some good things to entertain everyone, because the Tian family had hope. In the soul realm, one's soul determined one's identity. Take Tree Root Village as an example, everyone here was a soul. Tianzhu's soul was a hoe, Tianzhuang's soul was a shovel, the village head's soul was a table, and the other villagers' souls were all kinds of living utensils. There was nothing special about them. After a while, Tianzhuang took out all the good things in his house. There wasn't anything good, just some bacon, dried wild vegetables, mushrooms, and the like. These things were already considered good things in the village. Ping Jin and the others were reluctant to eat these things because they could be exchanged for oil and salt in the city. But since they were happy today, Tianzhuang didn't hesitate to take these things out. At this time, the old woman who was carrying the child had already put the child back into the house. Then she walked out of the house and stared at Tianzhu, "You old man, the older you get, the more backward you become. Whatever you want the child to do, he'll do it. Come, help me." Let the child go in and see his wife. When Tianzhu heard the old woman, he regained his senses. He immediately nodded and said, right, right. Tianzhuang, quickly go and see your wife. She's the hero of our family. You don't have to worry about the things here. Go. Tianzhuang happily complied, then he threw the things on the ground before turning around and running towards the house. The house was divided into 2 rooms. Upon entering, there was a small square hall, which was usually used for eating. Behind the square hall was a small kitchen. On both sides of the square hall were 2 rooms. One was for the old couple while the other was for Tianzhuang and his wife. Tianzhuang quickly ran into his room. In his room, there was a wooden bed and a wooden wardrobe. At this time, the wooden bed was covered with a curtain. But now that the curtain was lifted, a woman was lying on the bed with a baby beside her. At this time, the woman was looking at the child with a happy expression on her face. This woman wasn't very beautiful. Her hands and feet were thick. At a glance, one could see that she was a woman who often worked in the countryside. But at this moment, her face had a pure and holy radiance, making her look very beautiful. When Tianzhuang entered the house and saw this situation, he couldn't help but lighten his footsteps. He slowly walked towards the bed and looked at the woman and the child. His heart was filled with happiness. He looked at the woman and smiled, Suifan, you've worked hard. Suifan looked up and looked at Tianzhuang. With a smile on her face, she said, Brother Tianzhuang, I didn't work hard. Look at this little guy, how beautiful. Then she turned her gaze towards the child. At this time, Tianzhuang also turned his gaze towards the child. To be honest, a newborn child wasn't very good looking. Its small face was wrinkled, and it would take a few days for it to grow up. But now, in Tianzhuang's eyes, this not-so-beautiful baby was the most beautiful baby in the world. Tianzhuang stretched out his hand and touched the baby. However, he was afraid of hurting the baby. The baby's soft skin made Tianzhuang afraid to touch it. He was afraid that his rough hands would scratch the baby's skin. Just when Tianzhuang was at a loss, he suddenly heard a commotion in the courtyard. He knew that the villagers had come. Tianzhuang reluctantly stood up and said to Cui Fen, the villagers have come. Father and mother are too busy, I'll go out and take a look. Suifan nodded and said, Brother Tianzhuang, you go do your work. Right, let mother bring me some water. I'll give the little guy some to drink. Tianzhuang nodded and then turned around to leave. A lot of people came to Tianzhuang's courtyard, all of them were villagers. These people were holding some things in their hands. Some were holding a piece of bacon, some were holding a dried chicken, some were holding some vegetables, and some were holding tables, chairs, bowls, and chopsticks. Tianzhu was greeting the villagers while Tianzhuang's mother was putting those things on the table. Then she called a few of the villagers to build 2 temporary stoves and prepare to cook. At this time, the village chief also came in from the outside. Behind him was an old woman. The village chief was holding 2 jugs of wine, while the old woman was holding 1 jug of wine. One must know that wine was a good thing in the village. Most people didn't have it. The wine in the village chief's house was given to him by his son, who was working outside. Usually, he was reluctant to drink it, but today, he took it out. On this day, the people of Tree Root Village were as happy as the New Year. They couldn't help but be happy because there was finally a soul implant in their village. Although it was just a soul implant of the lowest level, the grass soul implant, it still made them very happy because this was the first soul implant that appeared in Tree Root Village after so many years. Although the village head's son was working in the city, he was also a soul implant. Although he said that he was working, he was actually just a waiter in a restaurant. The reason why he could get this job was because his soul was a tray. In the soul world, the influence of souls on people was in all aspects. For example, the village head's soul was a table, so he often sat behind the table and became the village head. Tianzhu's soul was a hoe, so he was best at using a hoe. Tianzhuang's soul was a shovel, so he was best at using a shovel. As for why souls had such a great influence on people, the people of Tree Root Village didn't know at all. They only knew that it was given to them by God. What kind of soul was given to you by God, you had to do the job. It was that simple. On this day, the people of the village were very happy at Tianzhu's house because they were too happy. In the hierarchical world of the soul world, a small village like Tree Root Village was just a drop in the ocean. No one would pay attention to them because the people in their village were all soul implants. Soul implants were the lowest people in this world, so naturally, no one would pay attention to them. But a soul planter was different. A soul planter was no longer a lower class person. A soul planter could practice martial arts, learn spells, and possibly become a plant master, an alchemist, or even a warrior. These were all possibilities. But generally, a soul planter would become a plant master or an alchemist, and the status of a plant master and an alchemist in the soul realm was much higher than a soul planter. The reason why soul implants had a high status was because after they grew up, as long as they went through special training, they could communicate with plants. It was precisely because of this that most soul implants would become plant masters or pharmacists. Plant masters and apothecaries were different. Apothecaries, as the name suggests, were people who specialized in making medicine. Apothecaries were divided into high ranks and low ranks. High-ranked apothecaries could become the king's honored guests, while low-ranked apothecaries could only make some ordinary medicine to treat the poor and earn their living expenses. Because soul grafters were generally able to communicate with plants, the medicine made by apothecaries were very effective. Even the worst apothecaries could live a very rich life. On the other hand, plant masters walked a different path from alchemists. Plant masters generally paid more attention to communicating with plants. High-level plant masters could make plants follow them in battle, while low-level plant masters could also treat plants. In the soul world, agriculture was very developed. The yield of many grains was very high. And this was all thanks to plant masters. Plant masters could communicate with plants. They could know if the plants were comfortable, where they were sick, and how to treat them. So plant masters could be said to be the most popular people in the entire soul world. High-level plant masters were even more amazing. They could communicate with plants and make plants follow them in battle. But such plant masters were very rare. And every one of them was very respected in the soul world. Once a small village like Tree Root Village had a plant master, then the entire village would benefit. Even the lowest level plant master could be sent to the city when he was 10 years old and receive training from the Plant Master Association. Once he had some achievements, he would be sent to other places to undergo training. He could become a high-level person who could enjoy the treatment of a king. He could even see officials without having to bow. In addition to these, plant masters could also buy some plant seeds that ordinary soul bearers couldn't buy from the Plant Master Association. This was the key. The Plant Master Association was a very large organization. There were branches in every city in the soul world. The division between soul bearers and soul bearers could be seen from here. Soul bearers had to pay a lot of taxes every year, but plant masters didn't. Plant masters could buy some high yield or some special plant seeds from the Plant Master Association, but soul bearers couldn't. They couldn't buy such seeds. Without the permission of the plant master, they couldn't plant those high-grade seeds. Otherwise, they would be punished. For a small village like Tree Root Village, if there was really a plant master, they could grow better food. They could even put the land in their village under the plant master's name to avoid taxes. This way, the village would be richer. It was because of this reason that the people of Tree Root Village were so happy when they heard that Tianzhu's family gave birth to a soul bearer. Levels were everywhere in the soul world. Unlike other places, levels were innate in the soul world. Even if you wanted to change it, you couldn't change it. Because your level was displayed 3 feet above your head. Everyone could see it. You couldn't hide it from others. After a lively day, Tianzhuang and Tianzhu were very happy today. The two drank a few more cups. When the people in the village left, the two were already drunk. Tianzhuangyang asked the people in the village to send the two to her house. She and the other women in the village tidied up the courtyard and then went into her son's room to take care of her daughter-in-law and little grandson. Chuifen had already fallen asleep. The labor during the day had used up too much of her strength, so even though the courtyard was very noisy, she still fell asleep. She slept very soundly, and the swaddled baby beside her also fell asleep. He was breathing evenly, and his little appearance was indescribably uncomfortable. Tian Zhuangyang looked at the big and small on the bed. Her tired face revealed a happy smile. This child was the hope of their family and the hope of their village. She really liked him. At this moment, the sleeping baby suddenly frowned. Then, it opened its little mouth and let out a burst of crying. The crying wasn't very loud, but it woke Zuifan up. Tian Zhuangyang immediately came over. She didn't know what happened to the baby. Why did he suddenly cry? The two of them coaxed him for a long time. Then the baby slowly calmed down and fell asleep again. Chuifan looked at the tired face of her mother-in-law and whispered, "Mother, you should rest too. You've been tired for the whole day." Tian Zhuangyang smiled and said, "I'm fine. You sleep. I'll go to the warehouse and bring the small bed in. We'll stay in this house today. If anything happens to the child, I can help take care of him." The two of them drank too much and slept in the house. "You don't have to care about them. Go to sleep." After saying that, she walked out and went to the warehouse to get the small bed. Although Chuifan wanted to help, she just gave birth. According to the rules of Tree Root Village, she couldn't leave her room for a month. Moreover, with her current physical condition, there was no way she could help. Not long after, Tian Zhuangyang moved the small bed from the warehouse to Tian Zhuang's room. It was a very simple wooden bed. Rather than calling it a wooden bed, it was more appropriate to call it a wooden plank supported by 4 wooden sticks. However, this small bed was quite new. It was made after Zuifan was pregnant, and was prepared for this occasion. Tian Zhuangyang placed the small bed in the room, then took out a quilt from the cupboard and laid it on the bed. Turning to look at Zuifan, she smiled and said, "All right, you should go to sleep. Today, both father and son drank, and it's not good for the child to smell the alcohol. I'll throw the baby into the room, and let De Zhuang come back to sleep tomorrow." Chuifan blushed and said, "Mother, you should sleep early. You've been tired all day." Tian Zhuangyang nodded and took off her coat. Then she laid on the bed and fell asleep not long after. Chuifan was tired all day, so she quickly fell asleep. The two didn't notice that after the two fell asleep, the grass on the baby's head emitted a burst of green light. This green light was very faint. It slowly merged with the moonlight outside. Then the leaves of the grass trembled. It was like a naughty child who got a new toy. But soon, the time passed. The moonlight was no longer strong. The grass also retracted its green light. It was very calm, just like an ordinary grass. The next morning, Tian Zhuangyang woke up early. Women in the countryside were very hardworking. They had an endless amount of work to do. So they woke up very early and didn't stop working. They were busy all the way until they went to bed last night. Only then could they finally rest. Tian Zhuangyang did the same. When she woke up in the morning, she first went to the small kitchen to put breakfast in the pot and added some firewood. Then, she went outside and did a simple cleaning of the yard. Then, she released the chickens that were locked up yesterday and gave them a few handfuls of grass seeds. After that, she put the things that the villagers sent yesterday into the room. Then, she put the preserved meat and eggs into the warehouse. After that, she went into the small yard to pull out the weeds in the vegetable field in the yard. At this time, there was a sound in the house. Tianzhu and Tian Zhuang also woke up. Both of them felt a little uncomfortable after the hangover. After they got up, they each drank a big bowl of cold water and washed their faces with cold water. Only then did they feel refreshed. After the two finished cleaning up, Tian Zhuangyang also came out of the small courtyard. She casually fetched some water and washed the mud off her hands. Then she said to Tianzhu and Tian Zhuang, "Look at you two useless men, drinking as much as you can when you get a little bit of wine. I'll cook porridge and eat something. Then I'll go to the field and tidy it up. De Zhuang, go up the mountain today and set a few traps to see if you can catch anything. Zuifan needs to nurse the baby, so you have to give him some good nourishment. Although bacon is good, it's not good for pregnant women to eat it. The baby will cough easily. Do you understand?" "I understand. Mother, don't worry. I'll go up the mountain after tidying up the field." "I'll tidy up the field. You go up the mountain directly. Don't go into the mountains. Now that the land has just been planted, it's easy to attract wild animals. It's not safe to go into the mountains. Father, I'll tidy up the field with you before we go up the mountain. Our family has a lot of fields. You can't do it alone. If I tell you to go, then go. I'm not so old that I can't move. The most important thing now is to nourish Suifen's body. I can't let my grandson starve. Tree Root Village was very small and poor. Although the villagers were able to eat their fill, they didn't have much money in their hands. Most importantly, if they didn't work, they wouldn't be able to eat their fill. This was the same problem faced by all the small villages in the soul world. Because of this, although the appearance of a soul transplant made the villagers very excited, they still needed to work and take care of their own fields. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to eat. Therefore, this matter only made the villagers excited for a day. On the second day, the villagers still did what they were supposed to do, but the status of Tianju's family in the village had increased a lot. After Tianju ate his porridge in the morning, he went to take care of his own fields. Now that their crops had just sprouted, they needed to be taken care of. As for Tianzhuang, he was sent to the mountains to hunt. This wasn't the best time to hunt. Spring was warm, flowers were blooming, and everything was recovering. The beasts in the mountains had awakened from the harsh winter. Now was the time for them to look for food, and hungry beasts were the most terrifying. Therefore, under normal circumstances, people wouldn't go hunting in the mountains at this time, not to mention the villagers of Tree Root Village. They weren't professional hunters at all. Their main job was to farm, and they would only go hunting in the mountains when they weren't farming. Therefore, no one went to the mountains at this time of the year. However, Tianzhuang had to go. There was a pregnant woman at home, and the pregnant woman needed nutrition. And for a small village like Tree Root Village, they could only eat until they were full. There weren't many things to supplement their nutrition. Even if there was some preserved meat in the winter, it wasn't for the pregnant woman. It wasn't good for the child either. Therefore, Tianzhuang could only go up the mountains at this time. He set a few traps in the mountains and made a mark so that the villagers who went into the mountains to dig wild vegetables would not fall into the traps. Then, he went down the mountain directly. Just doing this alone took him the whole morning. When he returned home at noon, he saw that Tianzhu was already back and eating. Tianzhuang washed his hands and face and went into the house. Chuifen was eating in the house. She was a pregnant woman, so she couldn't be hungry. Moreover, she was eating the best food. Although it was good, it was just rice porridge with eggs and some oil. When Chuifen saw that Tianzhuang had returned, she quickly put down the bowl and whispered, "Big bro Zhuang, you're back. Why didn't you eat?" Tianzhuang glanced at the baby sleeping soundly beside the bed and smiled foolishly. "It's okay, I'll go eat now. Didn't I want to see the little guy? He's sleeping quite soundly." Suifan looked at the child with a gentle expression and said softly, "Yes, the child is very obedient. After eating, he goes to sleep. He doesn't make any noise." Tianzhuang nodded and said, "All right, that's good. I've set up a few traps today. Maybe I'll be able to get something good for you tomorrow." Chuifan said, "Big bro Zhuang, give father and mother some nourishment. Father and mother are old, they need more nourishment." Tianzhuang nodded and looked at the child again. Then, he said to Chuifan, "All right, Chuifan, you eat. I'm going out to eat something as well. In the afternoon, I'll go with father to the fields to take a look." Chuifan nodded, then she suddenly said, "Big bro Zhuang, the child is already born. Do you think we should give the child a name?" "It's time to give him a name." Tianzhuang said in a deep voice, "Father already told the village chief about this yesterday. The village chief said that our child is a noble person in the village. We can't just randomly give him a name. He has already sent a letter to Big Bro Tianyo. He wants Big Bro Tianyo to go to the Plant Master Association and ask a master plant master to give the child a name. This way, our child can become a plant master more smoothly in the future." Hearing Tianzhuang say this, Chuifan immediately became happy. She quickly said, "Really? That's great. If we can ask a master plant master to give our child a name, then the child will definitely become a plant master in the future." Tianzhuang also nodded. He looked at the sleeping child with a happy expression. His eyes were full of hope. He really hoped that his child could become a plant master. That way, he would be able to eat 3 meals a day. Tianzhuang came out of the house and sat on the table to eat. Tianzhuang's mother looked at him and said, "Zhuang, are the traps ready? Did you dig any traps?" Tianzhuang said, "Yes, the traps have been dug. I also made a mark. Mother, when you go out later, tell everyone to be careful. Don't fall into the traps." Tianzhuang nodded and said, "All right, I'll go tell everyone in a while. God bless me, I hope that we can get more things to nourish Suifen's body. Let her milk be enough to make my grandson fat." "Right, old man, that kid Tianyo, when can you ask the plant master to give my grandson a good name?" Tianju replied in a deep voice, "It should be soon. Tianyo is a troublemaker and is very popular in the city. Moreover, he treats the people in the village very well and is very attentive to the matters of the village. No matter who goes to the city, he will do his best to help them. That child is a warm-hearted person. Now that my grandson is a soul implanter, that child will definitely do his best. After all, this is a big matter that concerns the entire village." Tianzhuang nodded and said, "Right, mother, you can rest assured. You know what kind of person brother Tianyo is. Last time when you were sick, I went to the city to find an alchemist. If it wasn't for brother Tianyo's help, the alchemist wouldn't have given me the medicine. This time, for such a good matter, brother Tianyo will definitely do his best. Don't worry, our tree root village is a few days away from the city. Once we send the letter, brother Tianyo will come back. This round trip will take at least 10 days. Don't worry, why don't you give the child a nickname? After all the children in the village have nicknames." "That won't do. My grandson is going to be a plant master in the future. How can we be like the other children in the village and casually give him a nickname? If in the future, people know that a plant master has a nickname that isn't acceptable, then what should we do?" "No, absolutely not." As soon as Tianzhuang finished speaking, Tianzhu quickly objected. Tianzhuang's mother also nodded and said, "Yes, that won't do. The people in our village don't have much knowledge. Look at all the nicknames they give to their children. Dog's leftovers and Yodan, how can they be presentable? If my grandson becomes a plant master in the future, people will call him Dog's leftovers. Zhuang, you have to listen to your father on this matter. You can't randomly give the child a name, do you hear me?" When Tianzhuang heard what his parents said, he also felt that it was reasonable. He nodded and said, "All right, but before brother Dinyo comes back, what should we do? This child can't always be nameless, right?" Tianzhu thought for a moment and said, "How about this? This child is our family's treasure, and also the village's treasure. Let's call him Bauer first. When Tianyo comes back with a good name, then we will change it." When Tianzhuang's mother heard what Tianzhu said, she couldn't help but laugh happily and said, "Good, old man. I didn't expect you to have such skills. Bauer is a good name. In the future, I will call my grandson Bauer." They chatted as they ate. Soon, the meal was finished. Tianzhuang and Tianzhu rested for a while and then went to work. Tianzhuang's mother was also busy in her own courtyard. The small courtyard once again returned to its peaceful state. Suifen was a pregnant woman, so her body was tired. After sitting on the bed for a while, she fell asleep. After she fell asleep, the grass on Bauer's head once again emitted a green light. The green light resonated with the noon sun. The leaves of the grass trembled slightly, as if it was very happy. It wasn't until noon that the grass once again returned to its peaceful state. The green light was also retracted. When the green light appeared, Suifen, who was sleeping, seemed to have become very comfortable. Her face also became a lot rosier. Even Tianzhuang's mother, who was working outside, felt that she had a lot of strength in her body. That night, Tianzhuang and Tianzhu came back from the fields. After eating dinner, Tianzhuang returned to his room and went to sleep on his small bed. But when night came, Bauer suddenly frowned and cried. His crying alarmed the whole family. Tianzhuang quickly got up from his small bed and rushed to the big bed. He looked at Bauer and said, "Suifen, what's wrong? Why is Bauer crying?" Tianzhu and Tianzhuang's mother also got up. The two of them went to Tianzhuang's room. Tianzhu didn't enter the room, but Tian Zhuang's mother pushed the door and went in. She quickly walked to the bed and saw Cuifan, who was coaxing the child, and Tian Zhuang, who was standing at the side in a flurry. She couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Is he hungry?" Cuifan shook her head and said, "No, mother. I just fed Bauer. He's full and can't eat now. I just checked, but he didn't wet himself. I don't know what's wrong." Tian Zhuang's mother quickly said, "Quick, use your lips to touch the child's forehead. See if he's hot." When Cuifan heard Tian Zhuang's mother, she quickly used her lips to touch Bauer's forehead. She carefully felt it, then shook her head and said, "Mother, it's not hot. It's not hot at all." Tian Zhuang's mother was anxious like an ant on a hot pan. She quickly said, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Tianzhu was even more anxious outside the room. He loudly said, "De Zhuang's mother, what's wrong with Bauer? Why is he crying? His father still doesn't know. The child seems to be able to eat and sleep. There's nothing wrong with him. I don't know why he's crying. Maybe he's frightened by something. Let's coax him first." As soon as Tian Zhuang's mother's voice fell, the child actually stopped crying. His eyebrows also relaxed, and he slept even more soundly. Seeing that the child finally stopped crying, everyone felt relieved. Tian Zhuang's mother went forward and took the child. After carefully looking at him, she let out a sigh of relief and said, "It's fine. It seems that he was just frightened when he fell asleep. It's fine. Alright, let's all go to sleep." Then she put Bauer on the bed and left the room. Tian Zhuang and Cuifan also felt relieved. When the child cried, the two's hearts were twisted. Now that the child stopped crying, the two's hearts could finally be put down. After covering the lantern grass with the cloth again, the courtyard finally quieted down. This lantern grass was one of the most commonly used plants in the soul world. It didn't grow tall, at most half a meter or so. It looked like a small flower with lantern-like flowers blooming on it. This small flower didn't wither all year round. Every night, this small flower would emit a white light, which could illuminate the house. Although it wasn't very bright, for a farmer like Tian Zhuang's family, it was enough. So generally, people like Tian Zhuang's family would raise a few lantern grass, which was used as a lamp when they slept. When they wanted to sleep, they would use a cloth to cover the lantern grass, so that it wouldn't be bright. When they needed light, they would remove the cloth and there would be light. At midnight, the little grass on Bauer's head once again emitted a green light. The green light blended with the moon, causing the grass to tremble slightly. Tian Zhuang, Cuifan, Tianzhu, and Tian Zhuang's mother were also covered by this green light. They slept even more deeply, their faces showing a comfortable expression. After a night of silence, when the people of the Tian family woke up the next day, they found that they slept very comfortably. It was as if there was an endless amount of energy in their bodies. The Tian family didn't think much about it, they just thought that they slept very well. After breakfast, Tian Zhuang went up the mountain. He wanted to see if his trap caught any prey. Needless to say, they really caught it. Yesterday, Tian Zhuang's trap caught 2 rabbits, but the trap didn't catch anything. However, this already made Tian Zhuang very happy. He changed the trap to another place and brought the 2 rabbits back home. In the next few days, the tree root village was peaceful, the Tian family was also peaceful. Bauer was very good, there was no need to worry about him at all. Aside from when he needed to pee and poop, he basically didn't cry. He just ate and slept and ate. But every night, he would cry for a few minutes. This made Cuifan and the others very nervous at first, but after a few days, they found that the child only cried for a little while and then stopped crying. They didn't take it to heart, they just thought that something had scared the child, so they didn't care about it anymore. After all, the children of the countryside weren't that delicate. 10 days after Bauer was born, Tianzhu and Tian Zhuang had lunch at noon. Just as they were about to go to the field, a person came in from outside. This person was wearing short clothes, but the clothes looked very new. He wasn't very tall, nor was he very strong. However, his pair of eyes were very lively, it was clear that he was very clever. This person's soul looked like a wooden tray, it was Tian Niu of the Tian family. Before he entered the courtyard, his voice came first, "Uncle Zhu, brother de Zhuang, are you home? I'm here to see my little nephew." Along with the voice, he had already entered Tianzhu's courtyard. Tianzhu and Tianzhuang immediately came out to greet him. They saw that it was Tianyo who came in from outside. Tianyo's hand was holding a basin of water. It seemed to be quite heavy. Tianzhu and Tianzhuang quickly greeted him. Tianzhu said, "Dinyo, when did you come back? What's that in your hand? It seems to be quite heavy." When the two arrived at Tianyo's side, they discovered that the basin in Tianyo's hand was filled with water. There were several small black fishes swimming around in the water. They seemed to be very lively. Tianyo put down the basin and smiled. "I heard that my younger sister-in-law gave birth to a solemn planter. As her uncle, I didn't have anything good to give her. It just so happened that a few days ago, there were people selling black-oiled fish in the city. So I bought these fishes and gave them to my younger sister-in-law." Black oil fish was a type of fish with a very delicious meat and a high fat content. For pregnant women, it was a very good tonic. Unfortunately, although there was a small river near Tree Root Village, it didn't produce black oil fish. Black oil fish was rare even in the cities near Tree Root Village. This time, Tianyo sent the black oil fish to Tianzhu's family. The cost was definitely not small. It could be seen that he really put a lot of thought into it. Tianzhu and Tianzhuang also knew the price of the black oil fish, so the two of them quickly declined. But how could they decline? In the end, Tianyo kept the black oil fish. Tianzhuang and Tianzhu let Tianyo into the house. First, they went to Tianzhuang's house to see the child. Then they went to the main room to talk. After sitting down in the living room, Tianzhuang's mother quickly served Tianyo some hot water. However, there were no tea leaves. Tea leaves were considered a luxury in Tree Root Village. Ordinary people couldn't afford it. After the group sat down, Tianzhu didn't act polite. He looked at Tianyo and said, "Big Nyo, uncle won't be polite with you. Have you found someone to name our bower?" Tianyo smiled and said, "Uncle Zhu is really impatient. How could I forget about such a big matter? I've already named him." But Uncle Zhu, in a small city like Green City, the status of a plant master is too high. Although there are 2 plant masters in the city, I'm not qualified to meet them. In the end, I had no choice but to ask a medicine master who I'm familiar with. This name was given by the medicine master. If Uncle Zhu thinks that it's okay, then I'll tell him. If it's okay, then I'll tell you. Tianzhu laughed and said, "You stinking brat, why are you telling Uncle these things? Whether it's a medicine master or a medicine master, we can't compare to them. What's wrong with the name given by the medicine master? Isn't it better than the names given by the villagers? Tell me, my grandson still doesn't have a name." Tianyo laughed and said, "Since Uncle Zhu agrees, then I'll tell you. Uncle Zhu, this medicine master gave my nephew the name of a medicine. He's a medicine master, so there's nothing special about it. Moreover, when he found out that my nephew's soul plant was a grass, he was very happy. Therefore, he gave my nephew the name of crane grass. Crane grass isn't a medicine, but it is called immortal crane grass. However, the word immortal can't be casually used, especially in a name. Medicine immortal, so the medicine master gave my nephew the name crane grass." When he heard Tianyo's words, he couldn't help but murmur, "Crane crane crane crane. Crane 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 grass? Good, that's a good name." Actually, he didn't know whether the name was good or bad. He only knew that this name was given by the medicine master. Moreover, in this name, there were cranes, which were considered to be long-lived and auspicious. Moreover, there was Baoer's soul plant. Seeing that Tianzhu agreed, Tianyo laughed and said, "Uncle Zhu, I still have something to tell you. This is a good thing. If you hear it, you'll definitely be happy." Tianzhu looked at Tianyo and said, "What's the matter? Dinyo, hurry up and tell me. Do you want to make your uncle anxious?" Tianyo laughed and said, "Uncle, it's like this. The medicine master's soul plant was also a grass. Therefore, when he heard that my nephew's soul plant was also a grass, he was very happy. He promised that when my nephew is 7 years old, he'll take my nephew to his side as his apprentice. He'll let my nephew learn from him for a few years and let my nephew understand what a plant master is. When my nephew is 10 years old, he'll be able to enter the Plant Master Guild to study. He'll be stronger than others, and his status might even be higher than his. What? Daniel, is what you said true? When Tianzhu heard Tianyo, he suddenly stood up. He was really shocked by Tianyo's words. He couldn't believe that such a good thing would fall on his family's head. Looking at Tianzhu's expression, Tianyo laughed and said, Uncle Zhu, not to mention you, even I couldn't believe it when I first heard the news. Ha 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 ha, but that alchemist master did indeed agree. That's great. God bless us. God bless us. My grandson has caught the eye of the medicine master. That's great. De Zhuang, go and invite the villagers over. Today, our family is going to treat the villagers to a meal. Let's have some fun. Tian Zhuang also had a silly smile on his face. He stood up and was about to run outside when he was pulled back by Tian Yo. Tian Yo quickly said, Uncle Zhu, wait a moment. I still have something to say. Tian Zhu and his family looked at Tian Yo in confusion. They didn't know what he wanted to say. Tian Yo said, Uncle Zhu, I don't object to you treating the villagers to a meal. This time, I came back prepared. I brought a lot of food and wine. I'll have Brother De Zhuang bring them over. This time, I came here mainly because I have another matter to discuss with you. Tianzhu looked at Tianyo and said, Danyo, what is it? As long as Uncle can do it, Uncle will definitely do it. This time, Tianzhu was really grateful to Tianyo. Therefore, he said this. Tianyo looked at Tianzhu and said, Uncle Zhu, I don't know what plans you have for my nephew's future. When Tianzhu heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Tianyo and said, Duh. Nyo, what do you mean? Didn't we already agree? When Bauer is 7, he will learn from the medicine master. What happened? Did something go wrong? Then he looked at Tianyo with a nervous expression. Tianyo quickly shook his head and said, No, Uncle Zhuzi, there's nothing wrong with this matter. I'm just worried. Uncle Zhuzi, you might not know this, but not all soul grafters can become soul grafters or alchemists. There are a lot of soul grafters who didn't achieve anything in the end and can only receive some relief from the country. On the contrary, if you can become an alchemist, then your status will be very different. No matter where you go, you'll be respected. And if you want to become a soul plant master or alchemist, then the foundation in the early stages is very important. Those soul grafters who didn't achieve anything were mostly because they didn't have a good foundation when they were young. When he heard Tianyo, Tianzhu panicked. He was just an ordinary old farmer. He didn't even go to Green City a few times. Naturally, he didn't know as much as Tianyo. Therefore, he immediately said, Danyo, what do you think? Tell me, Uncle will listen to you. Tianyo looked at Tianzhu, smiled bitterly and said, Uncle Zhuzi, I'm just a waiter in the city. I don't make a lot of money, but it's still a lot better than here. The most important thing is that I can know a lot of things in the city that the villagers don't know. My nephew Bauer was chosen by a pharmacist and wanted to take him as a disciple. This is a good thing. I don't know if Bauer will be successful in the future, but he can only learn from a pharmacist at the age of 7. Moreover, he only has 3 years. I don't know what he can learn in these 3 years. If he can't recognize a single word before the age of 7, then it would take him about a year to learn how to read, which is equivalent to wasting time. Uncle Zhuzi, when Bauer is 5 years old, I'll bring him to Green City and find a school for him to learn how to read first. This way, when he's 7 years old, he can recognize a lot of words. When he goes to the pharmacist's place, he can directly learn how to make medicine from the pharmacist. This is equivalent to saving a lot of time. When he enters the botanist union at the age of 10, his foundation will be more or less laid. Do you agree? When he heard Tianyo's words, Tianzhu became silent. The villagers attached great importance to the inheritance of their children, especially in the soul world, which was equivalent to the ancient villages of China. There were very few people who separated from their family. Even if the son had to go out to work, his roots would still be in the village. With the parents around, they would not travel far. This was a principle. Now, Tian Niu actually said that he wanted Tian Cranegrass to live with him in the city when he was 5 years old. To be honest, Tianzhu was really reluctant. But what Tian Niu said was right. If he couldn't learn how to read before he was 7 years old, then when he was 7 years old, he would have to waste time to learn how to make medicine from the pharmacist. He couldn't put all his effort into making medicine. In those 3 years, the things he could learn would be very limited. Although Tian Zhuangniang usually bickered with Tianzhu, she also knew that she shouldn't say anything at this time. So she could only look at Tianzhu and wait for him to make a decision. Tianzhu thought for a while, then looked up at Tian Niu and said, "Niu, uncle has watched you grow up. All these years, you have done a lot for the village. Uncle knows all of this. Uncle also knows that you live in the city and have seen a lot. You definitely know more than uncle. Uncle also believes in you. When Bauer is 5 years old, you can come and pick her up. Let Bauer go to school in the city. If Bauer becomes successful in the future, it can be considered as not letting down the villagers." When Tian Niu heard Tianzhu, he felt relieved. His knowledge was certainly better than Tianzhu. He was really afraid that Tianzhu wouldn't agree. If Tianzhu didn't agree, then the cranegrass would be delayed. Not only would it delay him, but it would also delay the entire tree root village. Although Tian Niu was only a waiter, he was also the most well-informed person. Tian Niu was very clear that it would be very difficult for a soul implanter like the cranegrass to become a plant master or an alchemist. For example, the alchemist who gave the cranegrass its name was actually the lowest level alchemist. But even so, he still put in an unimaginable amount of effort in order to achieve this result. It can be said that grass-planted soul implanters had the lowest status among soul implanters. Wanting to achieve something was more difficult than other soul implanters. But as long as you become an alchemist, even if you're the lowest level alchemist, you'll still be very respected. Your status will immediately change. Moreover, only by becoming an alchemist would you have the qualifications to buy things from the Plant Master Association. For example, those soul implanters who received state aid didn't have the qualifications to buy things from the Plant Master Association. It was precisely because of this that Tian Niu paid more attention to crane grasses. In any case, crane grasses was the first soul implanter in Root Village after so many years. Time flew by and little crane grass grew up. He was already 4 years old this year. He discovered that he was different from the other children in the village. He was the happiest child in the village. This was because the villagers loved him very much. Even if he caused trouble in the village, the villagers wouldn't blame him. This made little Cranegrass very happy. He thought that the villagers were all good people. However, little Cranegrass was a very well-behaved child. He didn't cause trouble everywhere just because the people in the village loved him. On the contrary, he was very sensible. He got up early every day to help his mother and grandmother. Although he was small and couldn't do much work, he could still do things like feeding the chickens. Moreover, little Cranegrass had 2 secrets that he never told others. These 2 secrets were good and bad. The good thing was that little Cranegrass discovered that he could hear the grass talking. He could feel whether the grass was happy or angry. This made little Cranegrass behavior a bit strange. In the eyes of others, little Cranegrass liked to sit on the grass. Moreover, the time he spent sitting on the grass was much longer than the time he spent with his friends. The other secret wasn't a good thing because it was a nightmare. Every night at night, little Cranegrass would have a dream. In that dream, he dreamed of a lot of people. He dreamed that he became a man, a very ordinary-looking man. However, this man gave people the feeling that he was very tall. He had a smile on his face, and behind him stood a palace. This palace was very tall and very beautiful. Little Cranegrass didn't know what words to use to describe this man and the palace behind him. Moreover, he heard from his grandfather that only the king could live in the palace. And the king was a very high official, much higher than the village chief. Naturally, if it was just a dream of him becoming a man and a palace, then there was nothing to be afraid of. What he dreamed of was that above the man's head, there was a large dark cloud. From time to time, lightning would strike down. These lightning bolts seemed to have a target as they chased after the man. But the man didn't dodge, he actually dispersed the lightning with a punch. However, more and more lightning bolts struck the man. The man kept on scattering the lightning bolts, making them unable to do anything to him. This continued until the man scattered the last lightning bolt. Then a white light covered the man's body. Then the man disappeared. When the man disappeared, several beautiful women looked at him with tears on their faces. These women were more beautiful than all the women in the village. They wore gorgeous clothes and were as beautiful as fairies. Little Cranegrass didn't know when he started having this dream, but it was better than him. He would have this dream every day, and at the same time. He told his grandfather about this dream, but his grandfather said that it was just a dream. After a long time, Little Cranegrass didn't mention this dream to his grandfather, so his grandfather didn't know that Little Cranegrass had been having the same dream all this time. Little Cranegrass also noticed that there was something on top of everyone's head. He curiously asked his mother why there was something on top of everyone's head. His mother told him that those things were a person's soul. It was a symbol of a person's identity. Little Cranegrass's soul was different from other people's souls. It was even better than other people's souls. Little Cranegrass didn't know what a soul was, but since he was young, he had heard from his grandparents and parents that he was the most special child in the village. In the future, he would go to a very, very big city to learn things that other people couldn't learn. He had to learn well so that everyone in the tree could live a good life. Little Cranegrass was a sensible child. The village's grandparents and uncles were all very good to him. He also wanted to let everyone in the village live a good life. Every day, they would have meat to eat, and during the new year, they would have beautiful clothes to wear. Because of this, Little Cranegrass had always been very sensible. He hoped that he could learn skills earlier so that the villagers could live a good life. Little Cranegrass was sitting on the grass. Next to him was a small basket filled with grass seeds. These grass seeds were used to feed the chickens. This was also his daily job. He wanted to help his family gather grass seeds to feed the chickens. This way, the chickens would be able to eat the grass seeds and grow up faster. This way, they would have eggs to eat. However, the grass seeds that Little Cranegrass gathered were different from others. Others would just casually find a place to gather grass seeds, but Little Cranegrass didn't. He wanted to feel that the grass there was happy. Only the happy grass wouldn't be angry when he gathered grass seeds. Therefore, Little Cranegrass didn't gather a lot of grass seeds every day. However, his family was still very happy. Little Cranegrass sat on the grass for a long time. Although he could feel the emotions of the grass, he couldn't communicate with them. Therefore, most of the time, he just sat there and felt the emotions of the grass while listening to them talk. Little Cranegrass understood most of the words spoken by the little grass, because the words spoken by the little grass were very simple. For example, some of their companions were trampled by cows, some of their companions were thirsty, and so on. Little Cranegrass liked to sit there and listen to the grass talk. Although he couldn't talk to the grass, he liked the feeling of being with the grass. This feeling was very comfortable. It was as if he had become a member of the grass and was sharing the happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy of the grass. Moreover, Little Cranegrass believed that he was the safest among the grass. The reason why he had this feeling was because he encountered something before. Little Cranegrass didn't tell anyone about this matter. One day, Little Cranegrass went to the mountain to gather grass seeds. After gathering a basket of grass seeds, he was a little tired. So he sat on the grass and rested while listening to the grass talk. But at this time, he suddenly noticed that the grass in the distance was constantly moving. Little Cranegrass was very curious. He stood up and ran over to take a look. However, he saw a small green snake swimming in the grass. As soon as it saw him, the snake bent its body and suddenly jumped up from the ground to bite him. Little Cranegrass was scared out of its wits. But at this time, the grass on its head moved. Then the grass on the grass instantly formed a rope and wrapped around the snake. Then the snake was pulled to the grass and was firmly tied up by the grass. Although Little Cranegrass was frightened, he also knew that it was Little Grass who protected him, so he became closer to Little Grass. At the same time, this gave him a sense of security. He believed that he was the safest when he was with Little Grass. While Little Cranegrass was sitting on the grass and listening to the grass talk, a voice suddenly came from the distance, "Bower, Bower, where are you?" Bauer, Bauer. When little Crane Grass heard his mother's voice, he immediately stood up and said loudly, "Mom, I'm here, I'm here." Then he picked up the small basket on the ground and ran towards the direction of the voice. Before long, little Crane Grass saw his mother Tsuifan. Tsuifan didn't change much compared to 2 years ago. When she saw little Crane Grass running over, Tsuifan immediately said, "Bauer, don't run. Walk slowly, be careful not to fall." Little Crane Grass didn't care at all. He carried the small basket and ran to his mother's side. Then he looked at his mother and said, "Mom, are you here to pick up Bauer?" Tsuifan looked at little Crane Grass with a complicated expression. She pulled little Crane Grass's hand and said, "Yes, Mom is here to pick up Bauer. Bauer, let's go home. Your Uncle Daniu is here. He also brought a lot of delicious food for Bauer." "Really? Uncle Daniu is here? Great, there's delicious food." When he heard that Tianyo was here, little Crane Grass couldn't help but cheer. This was because he still had an impression of Tianyo. Tianyo would come back to Tree Root Village several times a year. Moreover, he would also bring a lot of delicious food for little Crane Grass. Because of this, little Crane Grass remembered Tianyo. Seeing little Crane Grass's happy appearance, Tsuifan's eyes flashed with a trace of sadness. She knew why Tianyo came this time. Tianyo came to pick up little Crane Grass. Little Crane Grass was about to turn 5 years old. At this age, he could already go to school. Tianyo came to pick up little Crane Grass. Tsuifan was very reluctant to part with little Crane Grass. However, she also knew that if she didn't let little Crane Grass go, then she would really delay his growth. Therefore, she agreed. Before long, Tsuifan brought little Crane Grass back to the Tian family. When the two entered the courtyard, they heard a burst of laughter coming from the house. Little Crane Grass knew that it was Tianyo's voice, so he immediately shouted, "Uncle Daniu, you came to see Bauer." The laughter in the house stopped. Then a voice was heard, "My nephew is back? Come, let Uncle take a look." After he finished speaking, a man came out of the house. This man was Tianyo. However, Tianyo's current appearance was different from before. In the past, Tianyo was just a waiter. He wore ordinary coarse clothes and looked a little thin. But now, Tianyo was a lot fatter. Moreover, his clothes were replaced with higher quality fabric. He looked rich and amiable. Tianyo was no longer the waiter he used to be. Because he was eloquent and very smart, he had now become the shopkeeper of their store. His identity was very different. Naturally, his entire person was different. Little Crane Grass and Tianyo were very close. Therefore, when he saw Tianyo, he immediately ran over. Tianyo also hugged little Crane Grass and kissed him on the face. His beard made little Crane Grass itchy, making little Crane Grass unable to help but laugh. Seeing little Crane Grass and Tianyo's appearance, Tsuifan's heart felt even more uncomfortable. She felt as if she was going to lose her child. She couldn't help but have tears in her eyes. However, she still held back and said, "I'm going to the kitchen to take a look." Then she lowered her head and went into the kitchen. Who was Tianyo? He was a person with a sharp mind. If he didn't know how to read people's expressions, then he wouldn't be able to sit in the shopkeeper's position. Therefore, when he saw Tsuifan's appearance, he knew what Tsuifan was thinking. He put little Crane Grass on the ground and pulled little Crane Grass into the room. In the room, Tianzhu was smoking a pipe. The spicy smell filled the entire room. Tianzhuang was also there. Although the two didn't speak, the expression on their faces didn't show any sadness. Tianyo sat beside the table and carried little Crane Grass to the stool next to him. Tianyo looked at Tianzhu and said, "Uncle Zhu, you have to enlighten your sister-in-law and aunt. Little Crane Grass is just going to school." "Right, our family's Xiaoyu is younger than little Crane Grass by a year. How about our two families get married, what do you think?" When Tianzhu heard Tianyo's words, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Kid, I'll talk to your aunt. She will understand. This isn't just for Bao, it's also for the entire village. As for the marriage, Daniu, it's not that uncle wants to nag you, but I'm willing." "But can that work? If Bao really goes to school in the future, it would take 10 to 20 years. He can wait, but can Xiaoyu? If she's 20 or 30 years old and still hasn't married, how can she live? Don't talk nonsense in the future. Tianyu also sighed. He knew that Tianju was right. Plant masters were completely different from ordinary people. Even for those who didn't become plant masters, because of their cultivation, their lifespan would be greatly increased. But at the same time, the things they need to learn would also be greatly increased. And in the process of learning, they almost didn't get married. So if little crane grass really becomes a plant master, then Tianyu really wouldn't be able to marry little crane grass. Just like what Tianju said, little crane grass can wait, but Tianyu can't. In the soul world, women generally get married at the age of 16. In a place like Tree Root Village, girls generally get married at the age of 13 or 14. Even in a big city, a woman who hasn't married at the age of 18 would be considered a big girl. Not to mention, if she didn't get married at the age of 20 or 30, she would be drowned in people's spittle. Tianju looked at Tianyo and said, "Danyo, I'll leave Bauer to you. The hope of the village is also in your hands. You must discipline Bauer well. If he doesn't learn well, then beat him and scold him. You must not be soft-hearted. If he goes astray, then our village's hope will be gone." Tianyo smiled and said, "Uncle Zhuzi, I can see that Bauer is very sensible. I don't need to worry about her. You can rest assured that I will teach Bauer well." Tianju nodded and sighed. He turned his head and glanced at little crane grass who was looking at him with a confused expression. He reached out his hand and gently stroked little crane grass's hair. He smiled and said, "Bauer, from today onwards, can you follow your Uncle Dainyu to his house? There will be good food and fun things to do every day. Also, little sister Xiaoyu will play with you, okay?" Little crane grass looked at Tianju in confusion and asked, "Grandpa is going too? Is Grandma going too? What about Mom and Dad?" Tianju smiled bitterly and said, "Bauer, Grandpa and Grandma won't be going. Your parents won't be going either. We'll be staying at home to farm. Only Bauer and your Uncle Dainyu will be going, okay?" Little crane grass understood and immediately cried out, "I'm not Grandpa. I don't want to go to Uncle Dainyu's house. I want to stay at home and accompany Grandpa and Grandma, as well as Mom and Dad." Then she began to cry. Seeing little crane grass crying, Tianju's eyes also became moist. He gently stroked little crane grass's head and said, "Bauer, be good and listen to me. You'll go with Uncle Dainyu to his house to learn some skills. Once you learn some skills, you can go home. At that time, you'll be able to let everyone in the village live a good life. Everyone in the village will be able to eat meat and wear new clothes during the earthly new year." Little crane grass stopped crying and looked at his grandpa in a daze. He looked at his grandpa and said, "Grandpa, if I learn some skills, will I be able to let the grandpas, grandmas, and uncles in the village eat meat and wear new clothes? Then what about you, Grandpa? Can you also eat meat and wear new clothes every day? What about Grandma? What about Mom and Dad?" Tianju choked with sobs as he said, You can. As long as Bauer learns some skills, everyone in the village will be able to eat meat and wear new clothes." Little crane grass rubbed his face hard until it turned red. He nodded and said, "Then Grandpa, I'll go with Uncle Dainyu. I want to learn some skills. I want to let the grandpas, grandmas, and uncles in the village eat meat every day. During the new year, they will have new clothes to wear and wine to drink." Hearing little crane grass's words, Tianyu's eyes also turned red. He gently stroked little crane grass's head and muttered, "My good Bauer, what a sensible child. The heavens are really blessing my tree root village." Tian Zhuang's eyes were also red as he looked at his son. However, he still had a smile on his face. For him to have such a sensible child, Tian Zhuang felt very proud. At this time, Tian Zhuang's mother and Suifan also came out of the house with dishes. Their eyes were red, but they didn't shed any tears. When it was time to eat, everyone gave little crane grass some food. Little crane grass looked at his bowl and saw a pile of delicious food. However, he didn't feel as tasty as he usually does. After eating, Tian Yo stood up and said to Tian Zhu, "Uncle Zhu, I still have a lot of things to do in the city. I'll be going back tomorrow. You guys have a good time with Bao I'll be leaving." Then he turned around and left. Tianzhu and Tianzhuang sent him to the door before returning to the house. Once he returned to the house, Tianzhu saw that Suifan had already taken out a large bag of clothes from the house. She was currently gesturing at little Cranegrass' body. She did not cry, but her eyes were filled with tears. On this day, the atmosphere of the Tian family was very depressing. Everyone was surrounding little Cranegrass. Little Cranegrass also felt the change in the atmosphere, but he didn't cry. This was because he saw his grandfather secretly crying, his grandmother secretly crying, and his parents secretly crying. He was very sad, but he knew that his grandfather, grandmother, and parents were even sadder. Therefore, he didn't cry. Suifan hugged little Cranegrass the entire night and didn't sleep a wink. When she woke up in the morning, she made little Cranegrass' favorite food and dressed him in the best and newest clothes. Then, she sat at the side and watched little Cranegrass finish all the food. She couldn't control the tears in her eyes and finally, they flowed out. Little Cranegrass saw his mother crying, but he didn't cry. Instead, he ran to his mother's side and held her hand as he said, "Mother, don't cry. Bauer will go and learn. When Bauer learns, Bauer will make meat for Mother every day. I'll let Mother wear new clothes every day." Suifan couldn't bear it anymore. She hugged little Cranegrass as her tears kept flowing. Tianzhu kept smoking while Tianzhuang's eyes were also red. Tianzhuang's mother was also standing on the side and crying. At this time, the sound of a horse's hooves could be heard from outside. A carriage stopped in front of Tianzhu's house. This carriage belonged to Tianyo. Now that he was the shopkeeper, he could use the carriage in the shop. Now, he didn't need 5 days to go back to Tree Root Village from Emerald City. Now, he only needed 2 days to go back to the village. After the carriage stopped, Tianyo came down and entered the courtyard. When he entered the courtyard, he saw Suifan hugging little Cranegrass and crying. He sighed and stopped. He could understand Suifan's feelings. He also couldn't bear to separate from his child. But at the same time, he also knew that if he kept little Cranegrass in Root Village, then little Cranegrass's growth would be delayed. Tianzhu also saw Tianyo standing outside the door. He gently tapped the pipe in his hand and said, "All right, Suifan, don't cry. Bauer is going to learn, it's not like he won't come back. Go, let Bauer go with Denyo. In the future, whether he's a dragon or a snake will depend on this." Suifan let go of little Cranegrass and wiped her tears. She looked at little Cranegrass with a strong gaze and said, "Bauer, when you go to Uncle Denyo's house, you have to be obedient. You have to learn seriously and don't be naughty." Little Cranegrass nodded and said, "Mother, I will learn seriously. I will be obedient, I won't be naughty." Suifan nodded, then she gently touched little Cranegrass's face and said, "Our Bauer is very obedient. You are Mother's good child." Then she stood up and took little Cranegrass's hand and walked out of the house. Then she bowed to Tianyo and said, "Brother Denyo, I'll leave Bauer to you." Tianyo returned the bow and said, "Sister, rest assured, I will take good care of Bauer." Suifan nodded, then she led little Cranegrass to Denyo. Then she looked down at little Cranegrass and said, "Bauer, go with your Uncle Denyo and learn properly." Little Cranegrass nodded and walked to Tianyo's side. Tianyo cupped his fist to Tianzhu and said, "Uncle Zhu, Auntie, Dazhuang, sister, I will definitely take good care of Bauer. You can rest assured." Then he took little Cranegrass to the carriage. Little Cranegrass was still looking back at his grandfather, grandmother, father, and mother. They didn't expect that when they arrived in front of Tianzhu's house, they would find that all the villagers had come. Village Chief Tian was also standing in front of the crowd. Tianyo carried the little Cranegrass to the carriage and turned to look at the villagers. Then he turned to the village chief and said, "Father, you lead everyone back. I'll take good care of Bauer." Village Chief Tian looked at the little Cranegrass, then turned to Tianyo and said, "Denyo, take good care of Bauer. If the next time I see Bauer and Bauer has lost weight, I will teach you a lesson. Go, everyone is here to send you off." Tianyo also knew that everyone was here to send him off, so he nodded and cupped his fist to the crowd. Then he turned around and got on the carriage, then he drove it away. Tianyo's carriage was only a single horse carriage. It didn't have a carriage, it was just covered with a layer of hay. Even so, it was still considered a great thing in the village. The people of Tree Root Village sent Xianxia and Little Crane Grass to the entrance of the village. They watched as the carriage went further and further away until it couldn't be seen anymore. Only then did they slowly disperse. They knew that they had sent away a ray of hope today. What they didn't know was that it wasn't just a ray of hope that they had sent away. They also didn't think that their small tree root village would undergo earth-shattering changes because of this child. Little Crane Grass kept looking at the direction of the village until he couldn't see the village's shadow anymore. He couldn't hold it in any longer and his tears kept flowing out. However, he didn't cry out loud. He kept using his sleeves to wipe his eyes, but his tears were like spring water. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop them, they kept flowing out. Xianxia also saw Little Crane Grass's appearance. He sighed and hugged Little Crane Grass in his arms. Little Crane Grass hid in Xianxia's arms and continued to cry. After an unknown period of time, he was tired from crying and finally fell asleep in a daze. In his dream, Little Crane Grass discovered that he had once again become that man, that incomparably tall man. That man was still facing countless lightning bolts, but he didn't have any fear in his heart. He kept on dispersing the lightning bolts. In his eyes, these lightning bolts were nothing at all. He was incomparably powerful. Then he discovered that the lightning bolts had completely disappeared. Then the man and the palace behind him were covered by a white light. After that, the man arrived at a new place. However, he felt very sleepy and tired. He wanted to sleep, but he suddenly appeared in a strange but very beautiful room. Then he said something to the women in the room and fell asleep. Before he fell asleep, he saw the women's worried eyes. Then he didn't know anything as he fell into darkness. Little Crane Grass immediately woke up because the darkness was too frightening. There was no light at all, it was just darkness, the purest darkness. It was truly frightening. "Bower, you're awake." A voice was suddenly heard. Little Crane Grass immediately woke up. He looked around and discovered that he was in a room. Uncle Daniel was sitting in front of him, looking at him with a worried expression. Little Crane Grass immediately said, "Uncle Daniel, are we in the city? Are we in your home?" Xianxia shook his head and said, "Bower, we're not home yet. We'll be home tomorrow. We're in an inn right now." "Bower, are you hungry? I've already told the waiter to prepare some food. Get up and eat." Little Crane Grass nodded, then he got up from the bed. Seeing his shoes on the ground, he immediately jumped down and put them on. Then he looked up at Xianxia. Xianxia watched Little Crane Grass. Xianxia looked at Little Crane Grass's movements, but he didn't go up to help. He wanted to see if Little Crane Grass could put on her own shoes, and he was very satisfied. From Little Crane Grass's skillful movements, he could see that Little Crane Grass had already learned how to put on her own shoes. This also made Xianxia feel relieved. This meant that Little Crane Grass could already take care of herself, which was a good thing. Otherwise, when he went to school, it would be very troublesome. Although he was now a shopkeeper, he wasn't a rich family. It was impossible for him to hire a servant to take care of Little Crane Grass. If Little Crane Grass couldn't take care of herself, then even if she reached home, Little Crane Grass couldn't immediately go to school. Seeing Little Crane Grass put on his shoes, Xianxia pulled Little Crane Grass' hand and walked out of the room. Strictly speaking, the inn they were staying in was just a rural inn. Because the house was big and had a lot of rooms, there were a few empty rooms for passers-by to rest. Therefore, the inn wasn't very big. When the two left the room, they entered a small living room. An old man was sitting in the living room. When he saw the two come out, the old man quickly stood up and said, "Guests, the food is ready. Do you want to eat now?" A carriage was leisurely moving along the dirt road. The horse that picked up the carriage wasn't a handsome horse, but in a small place like Green City, it was still a great asset. Xianxia sat on the carriage and looked at the city wall not far away. He turned his head and looked at Little Crane Grass, who was in a much better mood. He looked at the people in carriages on the roadside and said, "Bower, do you see the city wall? That's Green City, we're about to reach home." Although Little Crane Grass was very sad, he was still a child in the end. His curiosity towards new things quickly stabilized his mood. In Tree Root Village, he could see a lot of people every day. But along the way, the number of people he saw was a lot more than what he saw in Tree Root Village. Although Green City wasn't a big city, it was still the largest city in the vicinity. Because of this, it was very prosperous. Every day, there would be a lot of people coming to Green City to sell things. There were also a lot of people coming to buy things. Because of this, Green City was very lively. At this time, Xianxia and Little Crane Grass were about to reach Green City. They were on the road to Green City. And since they weren't far from Green City, they met a lot of people. Among these people, there were some knights riding horses, some farmers carrying poles, and some people sitting in gorgeous carriages. But these people had their own soul objects displayed 3 feet above their heads. For example, the knights' soul objects were either animal-like or weapon-like. There were very few of them. This was the first time that Little Cranegrass saw a weapon-like and animal-like soul object. The animal-like soul objects were very special. They looked like they were doing all kinds of things. Moreover, they were alive. These animals would move around on top of a person's head, making them look very interesting. The weapon-like soul objects were even more special. It was as if they had a weapon hanging above their head. And these people who had a weapon hanging above their head, without exception, looked very beautiful. Most of the people riding horses were like this. Whenever Xianxia saw such people, he would drive the carriage to the side of the road to make way for them. This was because soul soldiers had special privileges in the soul realm. Even if a soul soldier killed an ordinary soul soldier, the local officials wouldn't care about it. However, ordinary soul soldiers wouldn't do such a thing, because it wouldn't bring any benefits to them. Moreover, it would leave a bad name for them, which was even more not worth it. In the soul world, soul objects were the lowest existences. If a soul soldier killed a soul object, they wouldn't be punished. Even if they were punished, it would be very. But a soul implant like Little Cranegrass couldn't be killed by just anyone. They were protected by the law. Even if it was Little Cranegrass, the lowest soul plant, it was still protected by the law. If a soul soldier killed a soul implant, he would also be severely punished. However, Xianxia, who had been staying in the city, was very clear. Don't look at the law. Every year, there would be countless soul implants, soul craftsmen, and even soul beast implants who died for no reason. In this world, the law was only made for the weak. For those strong people, they could completely ignore the existence of the law. This Green City wasn't a big city. It was just a small city that could accommodate 10,000 people. There were 2 city gates. The gate facing Xianxia's group was the North Gate. It consisted of 1 main gate and 2 auxiliary gates. The main gate wouldn't be opened easily. Most people would go through the auxiliary gates. Here, the left gate was for people to enter and the right gate was for people to exit. There were soldiers guarding the gate. No one was allowed to make trouble. Even if you were a soul soldier, when you arrived at the city gate, you would have to line up obediently. Because no one knew whether you were an enemy or not. If you dared to break through the gate, you would definitely be beaten down by the soldiers. It was noon, but there were many people going in and out of the city gate. Some people who were far away from home had already started to leave the city at this time, preparing to go home. Because if it was too late, they would have to walk at night. And in the soul world, walking at night was very dangerous. Xianxia led the carriage and waited at the left gate. He wasn't in a hurry. He walked towards the city bit by bit. After a while, it was Xianxia's group's turn. The soldiers on both sides didn't care about them and turned a blind eye to them. Xianxia led the carriage and smoothly entered Green City. When they arrived at Green City, there was a road paved with bluestone. This road was nearly 20 meters wide. People came and went on the road, rubbing shoulders and elbows. It was very lively. Since Little Cranegrass entered Green City, his eyes weren't enough. He had never seen so many people and so many houses. He kept looking around and didn't stop for a moment. He was curious about everything. But fortunately, Little Cranegrass was a sensible child. He didn't get down from the carriage, nor did he ask for anything. He just looked at it curiously. The carriage just walked on the road for a while before turning to a side road. It was not accurate to say that it was a small road. It should also be one of the main roads in the city. It was just that it wasn't as wide as the main road in the city, and it wasn't as lively. After a while, they came to a small building. This small building only had 3 floors. It was made of brick and wood. The front was not big. At the main door, there was a plaque with the words Liu Family's Old Shop written on it. Xianxia led the carriage to the side of the shop and walked into the shop from the side road. After a while, they arrived at the back of the shop. Behind the shop was a wall. The wall was as tall as a person. There was a door on the wall. This door was very big, allowing the carriage to go in and out. Xianxia led the carriage to the door. He walked to the door and gently knocked on the door. Immediately, a voice came from the door, "Who is it?" Xianxia smiled and said, "Old man, it's me. Open the door quickly." When the person inside heard Xianxia's voice, he immediately opened the door. Then an old man came out and said to Xianxia, "Shopkeeper, you're back. Who is this?" Then the old man looked at little Cranegrass, who was sitting on the carriage. At the same time, he also noticed the grass sole on little Cranegrass' head. Xianxia smiled and said, "My younger brother's child is a sole plant cultivator. If he were to stay in our village, then he would be delayed. Therefore, I brought him to the city. First, I'll have him recognize words. Then he can learn medicine from Mr. Sang." When the old man heard Xianxia, he quickly said, "Of course, of course. This is a future plant master. We can't neglect him. Shopkeeper, let's enter the courtyard." Xianxia nodded and then led the carriage into the courtyard. After entering the courtyard, Xianxia took little Cranegrass down and said, "Little Cranegrass, this is my home. In the future, this will also be your home. You can live here from now on." Little Cranegrass looked at the courtyard curiously. The courtyard was very big, and there were 2 rows of houses on both sides of the courtyard. The doors and windows of one row of houses were open, and some furniture could be seen inside. The doors and windows of the other row of houses were tightly shut, and the doors were locked. Besides the left and right sides, there was also a row of houses behind the courtyard. These houses weren't very big, but one could see that they were inhabited. At this time, a woman was standing in front of the door. This woman looked to be around 20 years old. She had an ordinary appearance, but her skin was white. Her clothes also looked good. She was holding a little girl in her arms. She looked to be around 3 or 4 years old. She looked like she was carved from jade and was very beautiful. When the little girl saw Xianxia, she immediately wriggled in the woman's arms. While wriggling, she called out, "Father, you're back. Who is this little brother?" The woman placed the little girl on the ground and then walked over. She looked at Xianxia and said, "Husband, you're back. Did you have a good trip?" Xianxia first picked up the little girl and kissed her, then he said, "Father is back. Little you did you miss father? This little brother is called Cranegrass. He'll be living in our house in the future." Then he turned to the woman and smiled gently, "Fortunately, we didn't encounter any problems along the way. It was very peaceful." The woman nodded, then she turned her head to look at Cranegrass. At the same time, she also noticed Cranegrass's grass sole. Her eyes lit up as she said to Cranegrass, "Are you Bauer? You're a very sensible child." Little Cranegrass looked at the woman timidly, not knowing how to address her. Xianxia looked at little Cranegrass and smiled faintly, "Bauer, call her aunt." Hearing Xianxia, little Cranegrass immediately gave a bow to the woman and said, "I've seen aunt." The woman was very happy. She squatted down and rubbed little Cranegrass's head, then she said, "Good child." Then she stood up. Xianxia said, "Husband, you must be tired. Let's go in and rest." At this time, Xianxia put down his daughter and said, "Little you this is your little brother. He's called Cranegrass. You can call him Big Brother from now on. Bauer, this is your little sister you You two should play together in the future. Don't quarrel." Little Cranegrass looked at the little girl. This little girl had lived in the city since she was a child and had never suffered much. In addition, her clothes were also very good. Although she wasn't like those girls from big families who wore gold and silver, she was still pink and cute. She was much prettier than the little girls in the village. Little Cranegrass didn't know how to face this little girl. Tian Yuer was curiously sizing up this little brother. Although little Crane Grass's clothes weren't very good, they weren't old either. Because he had been running around outside all year round, his little face was tanned. But because he liked to be with Xiaoqiao, his body had a quiet and natural feeling. Little Yuer liked this feeling very much. She looked at little Crane Grass and said, "Brother, come quickly. Yuer will take you to eat delicious food." After saying that, she pulled little Crane Grass and ran into the house. This was little Crane Grass's first time holding hands with a girl. Fortunately, he was very young and didn't feel embarrassed. The friendship between children was very simple. He followed little Yuer into the house. When Tian Yo saw that the two little guys were getting along well, a smile appeared on his face. He turned to his wife and said, "Xianxia, you go look after these two little guys. I'll go take a look at the shop. I haven't been in the shop for a few days, so I'm a bit worried." Xianxia nodded and said, "Then you go. I'll go make something to eat. Looking at you two, it seems like you haven't had lunch yet. I'll go prepare." Tian Yo nodded and turned to walk towards the shop. But Xianxia turned and walked towards the room. When Xianxia entered the room, she found the two little ones eating candies. These candies were all bought by them for little Yuer. Now that Tian Yo was the shopkeeper, his salary was not low. In Emerald City, he was considered a rich man. There was no problem for his daughter to eat some food. However, in the past, little Yuer would not be so generous to take out candies for others to eat. Xianxia did not expect that he would actually take out the candies and share them with little Crane Grass. This was somewhat out of Xiaoxia's expectation. However, Xiaoxia was very happy to see the two getting along so well. Although Xiaoxia was not from Tree Root Village, she was also from a village not far from Tree Root Village. Her skin was not so good in the past. It was only after she came to the city and stopped doing farm work that her skin slowly became better. Therefore, she did not look down on the people of Tree Root Village at all. On the contrary, she was very interested in little Crane Grass. In the soul world, there was also a saying that when a man achieves the Tao, his chickens and dogs will also ascend to heaven. Little Crane Grass was from Tree Root Village. If he became successful in the future, he would definitely take care of Tree Root Village. She was the daughter-in-law of Tree Root Village. In addition, she had already started to take care of little Crane Grass. If little Crane Grass became successful in the future, she would ask little Crane Grass for help. Little Crane Grass would definitely agree. Xianxia looked at the two little ones and said with a smile, "Both of you, don't eat too much candies. Be careful of worms on your teeth. Yuer, go play with your brother Crane Grass. Mummy will go and cook." Little Yuer responded. She took Crane Grass's hand and ran out. As she ran, she said, "Brother Crane Grass, come with me. I will take you to see something fun." As she spoke, the two little ones had already run out of sight. Xianxia looked at the two and smiled slightly. She did not speak. She knew that the two little ones could not run out of the courtyard. There were only two entrances and exits in the courtyard. One was the shop in front. They could not run out of the shop. The shop staff would be watching them. The other was the gate in the courtyard. However, there was an old gatekeeper watching over there. He would definitely not let them go out. Xianxia was very relieved. Xianxia was very respectful towards the old doorman. He was the son of the Lu family and was said to be the servant of one of the Lu family's masters. However, he was too old and was a sole possessor, so he came to this shop to help guard the door. His status in the shop was no less than Tian Yo's. Tian Yo could only be regarded as a person hired by the Lu family. However, because he was very clever and knew how to take care of things, the Lu family promoted him to be the shopkeeper. In fact, the Lu family didn't care much about this small shop. This was because the Lu family was not like those guys in Green City. The Lu family was a large family in Gathering Cloud City. They were very powerful. It was said that the family had several powerful soul bearers and even more soul bearers. They were much stronger than those small families in Green City. Currently, Tian Yo was not a servant of the Lu family. It could be said that he was still in the examination period. If he could pass this examination, then he could become a servant of the Lu family. Don't think that being a servant of others was a shameful thing. In fact, in this world where strength was respected, it was natural for the weak to rely on the strong. Even if you were not qualified to rely on the strong, you were not qualified to rely on the strong. After Little Crane Grass and Little Yu-er ran out of the house, Little Yu-er pulled Little Crane Grass and ran to the back of the house. Behind the house was a stable. There were several horses in the stable. The old gatekeeper was unloading the carriage that Tianyo used before. He led the horses to the stable and put the carriage to the side. There were a total of 6 horses in the backyard. They were all used by the shop to receive goods. There were also 6 carriages. When they were not in use, they were all placed in the backyard. Little Yu-er ran to the backyard. When she saw the old gatekeeper, she loudly said, "Grandpa Gatekeeper, we came to play. Where is my horse?" When the old gatekeeper heard Little Yu-er's voice, he immediately turned his head and looked at Little Yu-er with a smile. The old gatekeeper was born as a servant. Although he got married later, his wife died in childbirth. Moreover, the child couldn't be saved. Since then, the old gatekeeper didn't marry again. He had been living alone and didn't have any children. Therefore, he came here to enjoy his old age. The old gatekeeper had been here for several years. He watched Little Yu-er grow up little by little. In his eyes, Little Yu-er was the same as his own grandson. Therefore, when he heard Little Yu-er's voice, he immediately had a smile on his face. Seeing Little Crane Grass pulled by Little Yu-er, the old gatekeeper also had a smile on his face. Old people didn't like noisy environments. But where there were children, there was no quiet for a moment. However, very few old people would think that their grandson was noisy. The more noisy the child was, the happier they would be. The old gatekeeper smiled at Little Yu-er and said, "Yu-er, what's wrong? Do you want to ride your horse again? Wait a moment. Grandpa will take out your horse." After saying that, the old man walked to a small room at the side and took out a horse, a wooden horse. This wooden horse was Little Yu-er's horse. This horse was made by the old gatekeeper for Little Yu-er. Although it was said that the best crafters in this world were soul craftsmen, this didn't mean that ordinary people couldn't make things. In fact, some of the lowest level things in this world were made by ordinary soul craftsmen. Ordinary people couldn't afford to use the things made by soul craftsmen. The old gatekeeper put the wooden horse on the ground and looked at Little Yu-er and Little Crane Grass. Little Yu-er cheered and ran to the side of the wooden horse. Then she jumped on the back of the wooden horse and said, Big brother Crane Grass, look, this is my horse. It's very fun." As he spoke, he began to sway on the little wooden horse. The little wooden horse also began to sway back and forth. Little Crane Grass had played with this before. He looked at the wooden horse curiously. At this time, the old gatekeeper looked at Little Crane Grass and said, "You're called Crane Grass, right? Do you want to play with the wooden horse? If you like it, I'll make one for you tomorrow. How about it?" Little Crane Grass looked at the old gatekeeper and said timidly, "Thank you, Grandpa Gatekeeper." When the old gatekeeper heard Little Crane Grass being so polite, he couldn't help but laugh and said, Good. You're really a good child." At this time, Little Yu-er jumped down from the wooden horse. She pulled Little Crane Grass's hand and said, "Big brother Crane Grass, come and ride it. It's very fun." Little Crane Grass hesitated for a moment, but he couldn't resist the temptation of the wooden horse. He jumped on the wooden horse's back. The wooden horse began to sway back and forth. At this time, Little Crane Grass's temperament suddenly underwent a very subtle change. A faintly discernible aura was emitted from Little Crane Grass's body. Although this aura was very weak, it was very astonishing. Little Yu-er was a little girl who didn't know anything, so she naturally didn't notice this aura. However, the old gatekeeper did. The old gatekeeper came from the Lu clan. The Lu clan wasn't an ordinary clan. In the Lu clan, what kind of people hadn't he seen? The old gatekeeper was a servant in the past, so he was very observant. Therefore, although Little Crane Grass's temperament only had a slight change, the old gatekeeper still noticed it. Although Little Crane Grass was only sitting on the wooden horse was very refined. The front was a carved horse head that looked very lifelike. On the horse's neck, there was a horizontal rod that was used as a handle. The horse's body was the place where the horse sat, which was also carved into a horse's body. The entire wooden horse looked like a miniature horse. After little Cranegrass sat on the wooden horse, his temperament became very astonishing. It was as if he wasn't riding a wooden horse, but a real horse. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary horse, but a war horse, the best war horse. The old gatekeeper couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't know why little Cranegrass had such a temperament. Logically speaking, how could a village kid have such an aura? This kind of aura was something that even those who were nurtured by big clans wouldn't have. What was going on? At this time, little Yu cheered and loudly said, "Big brother Cranegrass, you're great. You're really awe-inspiring when you ride." After being praised by little Yu, little Cranegrass was a little embarrassed. The aura on his body also dissipated, making the old gatekeeper think that he had a bad taste. Little Cranegrass jumped down from the wooden horse and let little Yu ride on it. It was a small wooden horse, but the two children were very happy to play with it. Just as the two children were playing happily, Xianxia's voice was heard. "Bao Yu, quickly call your grandfather to come and eat." The two children responded. Little Yu turned around and took the old gatekeeper's hand. "Grandfather gatekeeper, it's time to eat." The old gatekeeper responded happily and was led to the front yard by little Yu. His identity was different from the shop staff, so every time it was time to eat, Xianxia and Xianxia would invite the old gatekeeper to eat with them. From this point, it could be seen that Xianxia was really good at handling matters. Although Xianxia didn't seem to be very polite when addressing the old gatekeeper, it was strongly requested by the old gatekeeper because other than Xianxia, no one in the shop knew his identity. Moreover, the old gatekeeper also knew that in a small shop like this, only one person was in charge, and that person was Xianxia. If Xianxia was too polite to him, there might be a situation of two owners in the shop. For such a small shop like this, it was definitely a disaster. Therefore, when the old gatekeeper was with Xianxia always addressed him as old gatekeeper and shopkeeper so that no one could tell anything. An adult and two children came to the front yard. At this time, Xianxia had already returned to the backyard from the shop. Although he had left for a few days, everything in the shop was normal. Xianxia only took a glance and returned to the backyard to eat. The food in the house was already on the table. As sole bearers, they didn't have as many rules as those big clans. Big clans ate separately for men and women, but for small clans like theirs, they always ate at the same table. When Xianxia saw that the old man had brought two fellows over, he quickly stood up and invited the old man to sit down. At this moment, Xianxia also carried the rice and placed it beside the table. She filled everyone's bowl with rice and sat down as well. The old man looked at Xianxia and asked in a deep voice, "Shopkeeper, how do you plan to raise this child, Cranegrass?" When Xianxia heard the old gatekeeper, he stared. Then he looked at the old gatekeeper and said, "Uncle gatekeeper, why are you asking about this? I've already talked to Alchemist Saying about Cranegrass. Starting from the age of 7, he will study medicine under Alchemist Saying. For the next 2 years, I'll have him learn to read in the school." The old man nodded and said in a deep voice, "That's a good decision. But shopkeeper, you know what the schools in the city are like now. Some of them really can't learn anything. At most, they can only learn to read. I still have a quota in my hand. Why don't you send little Cranegrass to the Liu family school in the city? What do you think?" In Emerald City, there were 2 kinds of schools. One was the secret school, and the other was the family school. The secret school referred to schools opened by people who knew some words. Generally, the fees for such schools weren't high. However, the things they taught weren't very good. They could only teach children to read. Most of these schools were opened by people who weren't qualified to be plant masters or alchemists. They opened these schools in order to earn some money in order to make their lives more comfortable. Teaching children to read was already good enough. On the other hand, the family school was different. Family schools were generally run by the great clans. Under normal circumstances, these schools wouldn't accept outsiders. Only the children of the great clans would study in these schools. Other than that, it was impossible for outsiders to enter the family school. However, because the family school taught the children of the great clans, the quality of teaching was very high. The Liu family had a family school in Emerald City. However, the children of the Liu family who studied in this school were generally the children of the Liu family. The Liu family's disciples wouldn't study in this school. They would study in the Liu family school in Cloud City. The school in Emerald City was just a branch. But even so, it was still better than the schools outside. Tianyo looked at the old gatekeeper with a surprised expression, then he excitedly said, "Uncle Gatekeeper, is this true? Can Bauer really study in the Liu family school? That's very good." The old gatekeeper looked at little Cranegrass, who seemed to understand something, then he smiled faintly and said, "I can see that this child isn't ordinary. If he's in an ordinary school, then I'm afraid that his talent would be buried. It's a pity that my status in the family isn't very high. I can only let him study in the family school. I can't let him study with the family's plant masters. Let him study with the children of the family school first. In the future, it would depend on himself." Himself. Tianyo quickly said to Old Men, "Thank you, Uncle Men. I will certainly watch him and make sure that he learns well." The old gatekeeper chuckled, then he turned to look at little Cranegrass and said, "This little guy looks like a clever child. I'm doing this for the Liu family. If this child really becomes successful in the future, then the Liu family will also contribute." When Tianyo heard the old gatekeeper's words, he became even more happy. Being able to form a good relationship with the Liu family was definitely a good thing. If little Cranegrass really becomes successful in the future, then with the Liu family's support, little Cranegrass's status would only be higher. He immediately put down his bowl and chopsticks and said, "Uncle Gatekeeper, thank you very much. I represent the villagers of Tree Root Village to thank you. Xianxia, go and cook 2 more dishes. Bring the wine. I'm happy today, so I'll accompany Uncle Gatekeeper for a drink." Xianxia happily nodded, then she turned around and left. The old gatekeeper waved his hand and said, "All right, there's no need to be so polite with me. I also think that this child is good, so I want to train him. In the end, how far he can go will depend on himself. You don't need to thank me. Hurry up and eat." When Tianyo heard the old gatekeeper's words, he could only agree. Xianxia sat down and continued to eat. However, Tianyo was very happy with this meal. After eating, the old gatekeeper went out. Tianyo knew that the old gatekeeper was going to handle the matter of little Cranegrass entering the Liu family school. He wasn't in the mood to go back to the store, so he just walked around the courtyard, waiting for the old gatekeeper. The old gatekeeper came back in the evening. When he saw the old gatekeeper, Tianyo went up to him and asked, "Uncle Gatekeeper, how did it go?" The old gatekeeper looked at Tianyo. He knew what Tianyo was thinking. He could also understand Tianyo's feelings. After all, a plant master could change the fate of their entire village. Therefore, he wasn't angry, he just nodded and said, "It's done. We can send little Cranegrass to school the day after tomorrow. The school fees will be waived, and we'll be provided lunch every day. However, we'll have to prepare our own ink, paper, and books." When he heard the old gatekeeper, Tianyo jumped up in joy. One must know that the cost of attending school wasn't low at all. In fact, the highest cost was the cost of books, ink, and paper. These were all transparent, so you can buy them outside. However, books weren't something that ordinary people could get their hands on. When a student goes to school, the cost of books would be a lot, and most people wouldn't be able to afford it. Now that the old gatekeeper said that the cost of books would be waived, Tianyo would be able to save a lot of money. Naturally, Tianyo was very happy. He immediately went to the front and asked the chef to prepare a few dishes. Then he brought the dishes to the backyard and took out a jar of good wine to invite the old gatekeeper to drink. The old gatekeeper didn't decline this time. After drinking with Tianyo, he told Tianyo about the things to pay attention to when going to the Liu family school. In fact, the Liu family school in Green Jade City was the lowest grade school in the Liu family. This was because the Liu family didn't attach much importance to Green Jade City. In Green Jade City, the Liu family only had a few small businesses because it was very close to Green Jade Mountain. Alchemists would often go to Green Jade Mountain to pick herbs. There were also some beast tamers who would go to Green Jade Mountain to look for beasts. There were also some famous herbs in Green Jade Mountain. Gradually, Green Jade City became the largest herb distribution center in the vicinity of Green Jade Mountain. Because of this, the Liu family opened several businesses here. According to the Liu family's style of doing things, as long as they opened a business, they would send some of their children to manage it. Therefore, there would be a Liu family school in the area. In Green Jade Mountain, there were more than 30 children of the Liu family. However, these children were in charge of other businesses, such as herbs. The Liu family store was just a small restaurant. In the beginning, it was just a small courtyard to receive the Liu family. Later on, the Liu family's people came less and less, and the courtyard was slowly abandoned. After a housekeeper of the Liu family knew about this, he reported to the Liu family that the main family rarely went to the courtyard. However, since they needed to support several people, it was better to directly turn it into a small store. This way, when the main family went there, they would have a place to rest and earn more money. This was the reason why the Liu family store existed. After several generations of development, the Liu family store was finally opened. Although the scale wasn't very big, it still had some income. However, the Liu family didn't care about this income. Slowly, the Liu family changed the Liu family store into a place where the servants were tested. The Liu family store had been developing rapidly. When a family developed quickly, they needed people. If they just relied on their own family members, they wouldn't be able to handle it. Therefore, they needed to rely on servants. However, it wasn't that easy to get a capable person. Servants were generally soul bearers. Soul bearers and soul craftsmen were rarely given servants. Moreover, soul bearers learned about plants from a young age. If they learned well, they would be supported by the country. Even if they came to the Liu family, they would be treated as guests and would not be treated as servants. Even if they didn't learn well, they would still be supported by the country. However, although such people were literate, what they learned was all about plants. They knew almost nothing about management and operations. In this case, even if the Liu family wanted these people, it would be useless. Moreover, the Liu family had their own plant master training system. For a profession like plant master, the Liu family didn't trust outsiders. Therefore, the servants were generally selected from soul bearers. However, most of the soul bearers didn't receive any education. Those who received education were generally the children of the family. It wasn't easy to get them in. Therefore, the Liu family came up with a servant evaluation system. This evaluation system was to find some capable servants from all of the Liu family's businesses and train them. Finally, they would be tested. If they passed, they would become a servant of the Liu family. In the future, their children would also be the children of the Liu family. And this was how Tianyou was selected by the Liu family. And this small store was Tianyou's assessment site. It depended on how well he managed the store and how much money he could earn from it. As long as he could maintain his previous level, then he would pass the assessment. Although the old doorman was nominally here to retire, he was actually an assessor. He was here to see if Tianyou had the ability to run the store well. It was precisely because of this that the old doorman was the only son of the Liu family in this small store. There were no other Liu family members here. However, in general, Green City wasn't very valued by the Liu family. Therefore, there weren't many children. The Liu family school wasn't very big and there weren't many children. So far, there were only a dozen children and 2 teachers. Among these dozen children, there were only 4 who were younger. In the future, these 4 children would be in the same class as little crane grass. As for the remaining children, they would be in a separate class. The 2 teachers would teach a small class and a big class. The division of labor was very clear and the personnel wasn't very complicated. It was just right for little crane grass to study there. Although the old doorman seemed to be just a gatekeeper, his status among the Liu family servants wasn't low. But because he was old, he didn't want to manage things. Therefore, he created the task of an evaluator for the convenience of his retirement. With him recommending little crane grass, almost no children in the Liu family school dared to provoke little crane grass. Of course, the old doorman didn't tell Tianyou about this. Tianyou just thought that the old doorman was an unfavored servant of the Liu family and came here to retire. Tianyou was good to the old doorman, not only because he was a servant of the Liu family, but also because he was old and had no one to take care of him. The old doorman also knew this, so his opinion of Xianxia was still very good. This time, he found a special temperament from little cranegrass. The old doorman thought that little cranegrass would be extraordinary in the future, so he wanted little cranegrass to study in the Liu family school. Little cranegrass stayed in Tianyo's house for 2 days to familiarize himself with the situation in Tianyo's house and also the shop assistant. On the morning of the 3rd day, he was changed into a new set of clothes by Xianxia. Then, he was led by the old doorman and Tianyo to the Liu family school. The Liu family school wasn't in a bustling place in the city. Instead, it was on the side of a small river in the city. It was very quiet, shaded by green trees, and the scenery was very good. It was a good place to study. Of course, the most important thing was that there weren't only schools of the Liu family here, there were also schools of other families. Even some private schools were opened here. Therefore, this place was jokingly called the Scholars' Street. The old doorman and Tianyo led little cranegrass to walk on this narrow street. It was very quiet here. Other than the sound of their shoes stepping on the stone floor, you could hardly hear any other sounds. After Tianyo arrived on this street, he also felt a little uneasy. He didn't go to school before. Later, he entered the Liu family shop and became a shop assistant. He used the time when he didn't work to learn how to read from the shopkeeper. However, he was very respectful to those who could read. Almost everyone on this street knew how to read, so he couldn't help but feel a little ashamed and uneasy. On the other hand, the old doorman seemed to be very used to this place. As he walked, he said to little Cranegrass, "Cranegrass, you have to remember that if you want to learn well in the future, this first step is very important. Your first step starts from here. You have to learn well here and learn everything that the teacher taught you. This way, you can learn more skills, okay?" The old doorman already knew about little Cranegrass, so he said this to little Cranegrass. He knew that little Cranegrass was an obedient and sensible child. As long as you tell him that he can learn skills here, he will definitely do his best to learn. Sure enough, little Cranegrass nodded and said, "Grandpa Doorman, don't worry. I will definitely learn well. I will definitely learn diligently." The old doorman nodded, then he turned to Tianyo and said, "Shopkeeper, in the future, I will take care of little Cranegrass. You still have to pay more attention to the shop. Although little Cranegrass has the potential to become a plant master, don't forget that it won't be easy. Moreover, you have to wait for him to grow up before your village can benefit. But if you manage the shop well and become a servant of the Liu family, then the benefits that your village will get won't necessarily be less than the benefits that little Cranegrass will get after becoming a plant master. Moreover, this will also allow your village to get 2 kinds of help. Walking on 2 feet is always faster than walking on 1 foot." Tianyo nodded, then he bowed and accepted the advice. Before long, 2 adults and 1 child arrived in front of a small courtyard. The courtyard wasn't very big, it had walls made of blue bricks. The door was also open, even a carriage wouldn't be able to enter. On the door was a plaque with the words "Liu Family School" written on it. When the old gatekeeper brought Tianyo and little Cranegrass to the front of the school, he could faintly hear the sound of people reading. The old gatekeeper went forward and knocked on the door. The sound of reading stopped for a moment, and then the door opened with a creak. A middle-aged man in his 30s stood in the door. He wore a long robe and had a beard. Above his head, there was a book hanging. When the man saw the old gatekeeper, he quickly said, "Uncle Gatekeeper, you're here." The old gatekeeper nodded, then he said, "Yu Shu, this is the child. Today, he will be coming to your school. You need to take good care of him." The middle-aged man called Yu Shu looked at little Cranegrass who was standing beside the old gatekeeper. When he saw the soul of little Cranegrass, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he immediately said to the old gatekeeper, "Yes, Uncle Gatekeeper can rest assured. Yu Shu will do his best to teach him." The old gatekeeper nodded, then he turned his head to look at the timid little Cranegrass. He squatted down and smiled, "Little Cranegrass, from now on, this will be the teacher who will teach you how to read. You need to learn well, do you hear me?" Little Cranegrass was an obedient child. Moreover, he could faintly feel a sense of familiarity from the old gatekeeper. Therefore, he nodded and said, "Yes, Grandpa Gatekeeper can rest assured." I will certainly learn well. The old gatekeeper nodded, then he turned his head to Yushu and said, Yushu, I brought the child to you. You can lead him in. I won't be going in, I'll pick him up. In the evening. Yushu nodded, then the old gatekeeper led Tianyo away. The old gatekeeper brought Tianyo to the Lu family school today, not to let him come in contact with the Lu family, but to let him recognize the Lu family. If something happens in the future, Tianyo can also come here to pick up little crane grass. Tianyo also knew this. Moreover, he also knew that those who could read were all very arrogant. If he took the initiative to talk to them, they might just ignore him. After the two left, Yushu pulled little crane grass's hand and entered the courtyard. The courtyard didn't look very big from the outside, but the inside wasn't small. Upon entering the courtyard, one could see that it was several hundred square meters in size. The courtyard was paved with bluestone. On the side of the courtyard, there was a set of stone tables and chairs. Other than that, there wasn't anything else. Other than the 100 courtyard walls, the other 3 sides of the courtyard were all houses. The door of the main house was open, and no one could be seen inside. There were only tables and chairs. It seemed to be a living room. The windows of the rooms on both sides were also open, and there were a few children sitting inside. They were craning their necks to look outside. Yushu brought little crane grass to the left wing, pushed open the door, and walked in. Inside the room, there were a few bookcases. The bookcases weren't very tall, and behind the bookcases were chairs. On the chairs sat a few children. The clothes these children wore weren't very good. They were only coarse clothes, but they were very clean. In these few small courtyards, the oldest was only around 7 years old, and the youngest was about the same as little crane grass, around 5 years old. Each and every one of them looked at little crane grass curiously. Little crane grass glanced at them. On top of these children's heads were their sole objects, and their sole objects were all kinds of daily life items. They were all sole objects. And when these children saw the sole object on top of little crane grass's head, they were all stunned. Then, a trace of reverence flashed through their eyes, and their eyes flickered. Yushu glanced at those few little fellows, and said in a deep voice, "You guys listen well, he's called Tian Crane Grass. From today onwards, he will also be learning here. You guys don't bully him, and don't fight. Do you hear me?" Those few children hurriedly jumped down from their chairs, stood beside the table, and bowed to Yushu, saying, "Yes." Yushu nodded, then pointed to an empty table at the back of the second row, and said to little Crane Grass, "Tian Crane Grass, go sit there. The books on the table are for you to use, you can't damage them." Little Crane Grass bowed to Yushu and said, "Yes, sir." These etiquette were all taught by Tian Yo at home. Otherwise, how would a village boy like him know these things? Yushu saw that little Crane Grass was actually so polite, and couldn't help but rejoice in his heart. However, he didn't show it on his face, and only nodded. Only then did little Crane Grass go to that table and sit down. Soon after, he took out a set of brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. This set of brush, ink, paper, and inkstone was much smaller than ordinary brushes, and was specially prepared for children. It was stored in a small box, and was very convenient to carry. After Yushu looked at the little Crane Grass and sat down, she looked at the other children and said in a deep voice, "The few of you have already been learning from me for a period of time. Today, I will teach you 10 new words. You must learn them. Tomorrow, I will test you." Those few children responded, and raised their spirits. Yushu turned and walked to the front of the book, where there was a curtain. Yushu went forward and opened the curtain. Inside was a wooden frame. Inside the wooden frame, there were 10 large square pieces of wood, and each piece of wood had a word written on it. Below these pieces of wood, there was a new piece of wood, and all of the wood pieces were square, with a side length of about 40 centimeters. Yushu pointed to those pieces of wood that already had words on it and said, "Read after me, thunder, thunder as in thunder." Those children also said in unison, "Thunder, thunder as in thunder." Little Crane Grass also read along with Yushu, but he didn't know why, but he felt like he could recognize those words. However, it felt like it was being blocked by a layer of gauze. He just couldn't read those words. Now that Yushu read it, he immediately remembered the word lightning. Moreover, he also knew how to write it. Yushu wrote down those 10 words for the students, and after letting them read it, she picked up a pen and demonstrated how to write those words on the wooden board. Those few students naturally followed, but they also held a pen similar to little crane grass and wrote those words on the paper. Little crane grass naturally followed suit. He also held a pen and wrote those words on the paper. He was different from those few children. When those few children picked up a pen to write, they would always be somewhat stumbling. The first few words written were even more unreadable, but little crane grass was different. He picked up a pen and wrote those 10 words on the paper in one go. Moreover, the writing was very orderly. Although it couldn't be said to be as charming as those famous calligraphers, it was still much better than those few children. Yushu had been paying attention to little crane grass. Whether a child had the talent for learning or not, it could be seen. He just wanted to see how little crane grass's performance was. Now that he saw little crane grass actually wrote those 10 words in one go, he couldn't help but be stunned, and quickly walked to little crane grass's writing table. When he saw the words on little crane grass's writing table, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then his eyes lit up. He turned to little crane grass and said, "Field crane grass, you knew how to write before?" Little crane grass immediately jumped down from the chair and said to Yushu, replying to teacher, "I don't know." Yushu's face sunk and said, "Don't lie, you really don't know how to write." Little crane grass was a child after all. Seeing that Yushu seemed to be angry, he was even more afraid in his heart, but he really didn't know how to write before, so he stuttered, replying to teacher, "I really didn't know how to write before." Yushu looked at little crane grass's appearance, knew that he wasn't lying, and couldn't help but nod his head, and said, "All right, sit down, practice these few words until you're familiar with them." Little crane grass responded, sat down, and wrote the words in an orderly manner. And the way Yushu looked at little crane grass had completely changed. He already thought that little crane grass was a genius. Yushu then continued to look at the words written by those few children and continuously corrected their mistakes. However, his mind was completely placed on the little crane grass. 2 hours later, Yushu let those few children practice the words that he taught them in the past, while he came to little crane grass's side and picked up a book on little crane grass's writing table. This book looked a bit old, but it was still maintained very well. There were 4 words written on the book, but little crane grass didn't recognize them. Yushu looked at little crane grass and said, "This is a book that every child of my Lu family who has reached the age of entering school must learn. The Lu family's rules, you must remember them." Little crane grass nodded his head. Only then did Yushu begin to teach little crane grass to read word by word. He didn't teach very quickly, and after only teaching a few words, he stopped and let little crane grass slowly write it down, then let him read it repeatedly, so as to deepen his impression. But what he didn't know was that he only read it once, and little crane grass had already memorized all of the words on it, so writing it out wasn't a problem at all. Like Yushu, who taught students the rules of the family in the first book, in the soul world, it wasn't a minority. Some of the family's disciples and children of the family, after entering school, the first book that they had to learn was almost all about the family rules, just to let them remember, and not violate the family rules. In the soul world, the family rules of a large family were even more important than the national law. When Yushu was teaching little crane grass, the more he taught, the more he liked it, because he discovered that this child was really too smart. Any word, as long as he read it once, little crane grass would be able to remember it immediately, and writing it down, this was absolutely an ability that couldn't be missed, absolutely a genius. After teaching little crane grass close to 100 words, Yushu finally stopped, but the way he looked at little crane grass had changed. His eyes were filled with admiration. One taught, one learned, very quickly. It was close to noon. At this time, Yushu let the children stop, and then led the few children outside, and from the courtyard opposite them, a middle-aged man also walked out. Behind this middle-aged man, there were also a few children, but the age of these children was much older than little crane grass. That middle-aged man swept his eyes, and saw little crane grass. He said to Yushu, "Yushu, this is the person that Uncle Men sent over?" Yushu nodded his head and said, "Yes, he's called Crane Field, the book was just sent over today." The middle-aged man nodded his head, and said in a deep voice, "How's his aptitude?" Yushu smiled slightly, and said in a deep voice, "Lu Shun, bring them to eat." From behind that middle-aged man, a 13 or 14-year-old child walked out, responded, then turned his head and said, all of you, follow me, the big one leads the small one. After saying that, he walked towards the backyard. Seeing that Lu Shan led everyone away, that middle-aged man then said to Yu Shu, "What's wrong, Yu Shu? Could it be that the child's aptitude is very good?" Yu Shu looked at the middle-aged man and said, "Big brother, his aptitude isn't just good, it's simply too good. Did you know that he actually has a photographic memory? In just one morning, I've already taught him how to recognize the characters above." This middle-aged man was precisely Yu Shu's big brother, Yu Feng. His sole object was a pen. When the two of them became sensible, the people of the Lu family began to teach them how to read. The two of them had done quite well in their studies these past few years. However, they had never taught children before. Some time ago, the Lu family sent them to Emerald City to teach the children here. After they had accumulated some experience, they would return to the Lu family to teach the disciples of the main family. When Yufeng heard Yu Shu say that the little crane grass actually had a photographic memory, he couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. Then, with a happy expression, he said, "Is this true? That child really has a photographic memory?" Yu Shu smiled and said, "Of course it's true. Could it be that big brother still doesn't believe me?" Yufeng shook his head and said, "Of course I believe you. However, you also know that photographic memory isn't something that anyone can use. Right now, this child actually has a photographic memory. This is truly beyond my expectations. Second brother, do you think we should report this matter to the family?" Yu Shu thought for a moment, then shook her head and said, "Big brother, I think we should forget about it. Don't forget who brought this child here. He was brought here by Uncle Men. Uncle Men's position in the family, I think you should be clearer than me. Compared to you and me, his position is only higher and not lower. I think that Uncle Men definitely has his reasons for letting this child come here to study. Moreover, do you think that Uncle Men wouldn't tell this matter to the family? It's better that we don't talk about it. Otherwise, it might cause Uncle Men to be unhappy. That wouldn't be good." When Yufeng heard Yu Shu's words, he nodded his head and said in a deep voice, "What you said makes sense. This child was sent by Uncle Men, so we really don't need to worry about him. Forget it, let's leave it at that. We'll just do our best to teach this child." Oh right, when Uncle Men sent him here, this child still didn't know anything. I think we should tell Uncle Men about this child's ability to look over his shoulder, lest Uncle Men doesn't know about this matter. Yu Shu nodded and said, "I will. This matter indeed needs to be told to Uncle Men. However, big brother, that child is a soul implant. Do you think that he can be used by our Lu family?" Yufeng said in a deep voice, "Right now, we still don't know. However, no matter what, we're still his teachers. Forming this good karma is beneficial for both of us. Although we're the children of the Lu family, our Yu family's position in the Lu family isn't very high. If that child really has a promising future in the future, our position in the Lu family might even rise. Let's go and eat. Don't teach that child things in the afternoon, so as to avoid tiring him out." Yu Shu made a sound of agreement. The two of them turned around and walked towards the backyard. There was a row of rooms in the backyard, and a few servants were busy inside. As for Lu Shan and the others, they were already sitting there and eating. The lunch in the Lu family school was pretty good. There was white rice and 2 dishes. Moreover, one of the dishes actually had meat. Even when little Crane Grass was at home, he had never eaten such good food. However, this was his first time eating with everyone, so he couldn't let go. He ate a lot of rice but only a few dishes. He only took a few mouthfuls of the dishes and finished the entire bowl of rice. Yu Shu and Yufeng were also eating here. However, the two of them didn't eat together with these students. Instead, they ate in another room. The food they ate was also better than these students. There were a total of 4 dishes, 2 meat and 2 vegetables. This was already a pretty good standard. After eating lunch, there was a period of rest. In the backyard, there was even a room specially set aside for these children to take an afternoon nap. After eating, these children played in the courtyard for a while before being chased by Yufeng to the room in the backyard. Because it was time to sleep, there wasn't any division of classes. Everyone was in the same room. There were 2 bunks in this room. On top of the bunks was a layer of hay. On top of the hay was a layer of mattress. Everyone also had a small quilt. The preparation was very complete. These children also knew that at this time every day, it was time to sleep. Therefore, all of them obediently ran to the room and lay down. When Yufeng saw that the children were lying down, he turned around and left. When he left, the children on the bed all quietly got up. Children were full of energy. If they were to be obedient and sleep, how could they fall asleep? Naturally, little Cranegrass was also unable to sleep. When he saw the children getting up, he also got up. He was puzzled as he looked at these children. He didn't know what these children were doing. These children slowly gathered around Lu Shan. Lu Shan led these children to the front of little Cranegrass. When little Cranegrass saw that they had gathered around him for so many years, he couldn't help but feel afraid. He shrunk into the bed. Lu Shan looked at little Cranegrass's appearance, then he smiled faintly and said, "Little brother, don't be afraid. What's your name?" Little Cranegrass looked at Lu Shan and whispered, "I'm called Cranegrass, Field Cranegrass." Lu Shan smiled and said, "Brother Cranegrass, don't be afraid. Come, sit down. I'll tell you about the school." Then Lu Shan sat on the bed and looked at little Cranegrass. Little Cranegrass carefully moved towards Lu Shan's side. However, he still kept a distance from Lu Shan. Lu Shan didn't mind, he looked at little Cranegrass and smiled, "Brother Cranegrass, don't be afraid. Nobody will bully you here. Our status is the same, we're all people of the Lu clan. Today, we're going to the same school, so we need to take care of each other in the future." Little Cranegrass nodded as if he understood. He looked at Lu Shan and saw that the soul above Lu Shan's head was an abacus. This was also an object soul. However, little Cranegrass had never seen an abacus before, so he didn't know what it was. Lu Shan looked at little Cranegrass and noticed the soul above his head. He smiled and said, "This is called an abacus, it's used to calculate accounts. Brother Cranegrass, you're a soul implanter, you'll definitely have a bright future. When the time comes, you must take care of us. We're all soul implanters." Little Cranegrass nodded. In fact, in the soul world, a soul implanter like little Cranegrass wasn't someone that anyone could bully. Especially soul implanters like Lu Shan. They had learned about the division of ranks since they were young. Naturally, they wouldn't dare to bully little Cranegrass. This was the Lu clan school. Even if they did bully little Cranegrass, they wouldn't dare to do anything to him. If little Cranegrass were to tell the two teachers about this matter, then they would definitely be punished. The hierarchy of the soul world was very strict. If you didn't have any power or influence, then bullying someone with a higher level was the same as courting death. Lu Shan and the others were the children of the Lu clan. They had learned about hierarchy since they were young. Moreover, servants like them also needed to take care of each other. Therefore, Lu Shan's family also needed to take care of each other. Therefore, it was even more impossible for Lu Shan and the others to bully little Cranegrass. However, Lu Shan was also very smart. He knew that little Cranegrass was still young. Moreover, from the clothes he was wearing, it could be seen that his family's situation wasn't very good. Therefore, Lu Shan had a plan in mind. He felt that at this time, making friends with a soul implanter would be very beneficial for them in the future. Therefore, he said those words to little Cranegrass. The reason why Lu Shan became the leader of these children was also because of the teachings of the adults in his family. These people were all the children of the Lu clan, and they would also serve the Lu clan in the future. At this time, making friends with these children and becoming their leader, when these children grow up and become the servants of the Lu clan, Lu Shan would have a network of connections. This would bring him unexpected benefits. Although Lu Shan still didn't fully understand these things, he still did as he was told. Therefore, he slowly became the leader of these children. However, Lu Shan didn't expect that he would meet a soul implanter here. This made him very happy. Therefore, he also used the previous method to make friends with little Cranegrass. If he became little Cranegrass's leader, when little Cranegrass became successful in the future, then the benefits he would get would be even more. Little Cranegrass naturally didn't know these reasons. He just felt that this big brother was very amiable. His heart couldn't help but give birth to some feelings of closeness. When Lu Shan saw little Cranegrass's expression, he knew that this matter was done. In the past, he used this method to subdue other children. After all, the children who went to school here weren't very old, so they were very easy to coax. Lu Shan looked at little Cranegrass's soul and said, "Little Cranegrass, where did you come from? How did you enter our Lu clan school? I've never heard of a Lu clan in Emerald City having a soul implanter child in their family." Little Cranegrass didn't know how to lie, so he honestly said, "My family lives in Tree Root Village. It was Uncle Tianyo who sent me to the school." Lu Shan looked at him, then he was puzzled and said, "Tianyo? Is there someone called Tianyo in Emerald City's Lu clan? Do you know him?" Lu Shan turned to the other children and asked. It was clear that he didn't know Tianyo. At this time, a child opened his mouth and said, "Big brother Shun, I know. Tianyo is the shopkeeper of the Lu clan store. He can't be considered a member of the Lu clan right now, he's still in the observation stage. But I heard that he's doing very well and will soon become a member of the Lu clan. This is what my father said." Lu Shan had a look of understanding as he said, "So it's like that. That also means that he can be considered a member of the Lu clan. As long as he enters the observation stage, he'll be considered a member of the Lu clan. Forget it, remember, little Cranegrass will be our little brother from now on. Don't bully him. If you see someone bullying him, you must help. Remember our previous agreement, if a brother is being bullied, the others must help." The others quickly nodded. Lu Shan turned to little Cranegrass and said, "Little Cranegrass, you'll be our little brother from now on. If you have any problems, you must tell us. We'll help you." Little Cranegrass nodded and said, "Yes, big brother Shun. If I have any problems in the future, I'll definitely tell you. If you have any problems, you must also tell me. I'll also help." Lu Shan laughed, then he patted little Cranegrass's shoulder and said, "Good, good. If you have any problems in the future, we'll definitely tell you." Then he laughed even more. The reason why Lu Shan behaved like a Jianghu person was because in this world, a kind of story similar to a wuxia novel had appeared. And these things were often more attractive. Lu Shan learned all of these Jianghu things from these stories, and he was able to use them flexibly. Lu Shan didn't talk to little Cranegrass for too long. He just boasted a few words to little Cranegrass before arranging for everyone to sleep. Lu Shan was very clear that if they didn't sleep, then the teachers wouldn't let them off when they arrive. Little Cranegrass didn't have the habit of taking an afternoon nap. Now that he was lying on the bed, he couldn't fall asleep. But when he saw that everyone else was asleep, he could only close his eyes and lie on the bed. He didn't know when, but he slowly fell asleep. Just as little Cranegrass was sleeping soundly, someone suddenly patted him. Little Cranegrass immediately woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the person who patted him was Lu Shan. Little Cranegrass looked at Lu Shan in confusion. Lu Shan looked at little Cranegrass and smiled, "Little Cranegrass, quickly get up. The afternoon class is about to start. If you don't get up, then the teachers will arrive." Little Cranegrass was quick-witted, he immediately jumped up and put on his shoes. Then he followed Lu Shan and the others outside. When they arrived at the front courtyard, they saw that the two teachers were sitting in the courtyard reading books. Lu Shan led everyone to the front of the teachers, then he bowed to the two teachers and said, "Teachers." Yufeng looked at Lu Shan and the others, then he said, "All right, get up. Go back to your room and read your books. Just like every afternoon, you should review what you learned in the morning." Lu Shan and the others responded. First, they led the few younger ones back to that room. Then, they followed the few older ones to another room. Naturally, little Cranegrass followed the children to their room. Then the children began to review their books. They didn't know a lot of words right now, they might not even know as many words as little Cranegrass. However, they still looked at the words they learned over and over again. When little Cranegrass saw their appearance, he knew what to do. However, he didn't take out the words he wrote. Instead, he picked up the Lu clan's rules and looked at it carefully. Yushu only taught little Cranegrass the first 100+ words of the Lu clan's rules. The latter words were not taught to him, but he still read it very seriously. In the afternoon, Yushu didn't give them any lessons, and only let them warm their hearts. Until around 3 in the afternoon, little Cranegrass discovered that the others had started to pack their things. He couldn't help but be startled, but he still immediately packed his things. He knew that he had just arrived, so he would do whatever the others did, so there wouldn't be any mistakes. At this time, Yushu also walked in from the outside. Yushu took a glance at the people who had already packed their things, and said in a deep voice, "If you're done packing, then leave. Your fellows have already come to pick you up." Those few people dodged towards Yushu and said, "Yes, sir." "Goodbye, sir." Little Cranegrass also did the same as them. After bowing to Yushu, they walked out of the house. Yushu followed behind them. When they arrived at the courtyard door, they opened it. Outside the courtyard door, there were already several people. One of them was the sect elder. When Yushu saw Elder Gate, she immediately gave him a salute. Elder Gate nodded, then he saw Little Cranegrass. He waved his hand towards Little Cranegrass, then Little Cranegrass immediately ran over and said, "Grandpa Gate." Elder Gate happily nodded and said, "Good, good. Our Little Cranegrass is really a good child." The surrounding Lu family members were all stunned as they looked at Elder Men and the Little Cranegrass. They knew Elder Men's identity, but they didn't think that Elder Men would say this to the Little Cranegrass. When they saw the Little Cranegrass's soul, they couldn't help but be stunned. Then their eyes lit up as they firmly remembered this child. Elder Gate turned to Yushu and said, "Yushu, how is Little Cranegrass today?" Yushu smiled faintly and said, "Very good. Uncle Gate, please come to the courtyard. I have something to tell you." Hearing Yushu's words, Elder Gate couldn't help but be surprised. Then, he nodded his head and pulled Cranegrass into the courtyard. When they arrived at the courtyard, Yushu immediately invited Elder Gate to sit in the main room. At this time, Yufeng also returned. He also gave Elder Gate a bow. Elder Gate waved his hand, then he looked at Yushu and said, "Speak, what's the matter? Is it related to Little Cranegrass?" Yushu nodded and said, "Yes, Uncle Gate, it's related to Little Cranegrass. Little Cranegrass is a child with innate talent, he also has a photographic memory. In just one day, he learned more than 100 words. Uncle Gate, this child is extraordinary. We want to ask you, what should we do about this matter?" Yushu and Yufeng were very clear. Strictly speaking, Little Cranegrass wasn't a member of the Lu family. However, his innate talent was very high. If he was properly trained, then he would certainly become a very useful person to the Lu family. Therefore, they asked this question. In the Lu family, if a servant recommends a useful talent to the family, then he would also receive a lot of benefits. Therefore, the Lu family valued talents very much. Although Little Cranegrass was still young, he was still a soul plant cultivator. Although he was the lowest level soul plant cultivator, he was still a soul plant cultivator. Moreover, he had a photographic memory. This kind of innate talent was very rare. If they let him go, then they would have wasted their eyes. When Elder Gate heard Yushu, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up as he said, "Is what you said true? This child really has a photographic memory?" Yushu nodded and said, "Indeed. If I wasn't afraid of exhausting the child, then he would have been able to learn more words today. Most importantly, the child can immediately write the words that he saw. Although the words aren't very beautiful, they are still quite decent." Elder Gate frowned, then he said, "This child's innate talent is very high. This is beyond my expectations. However, this child cannot enter the family for the time being. This child is the hope of Tree Root Village. I'm afraid that the people of Tree Root Village wouldn't want him to become a servant of the family. Moreover, although his innate talent is high, he would only be an ordinary plant master once he enters the family. The family already has a lot of plant masters, so it wouldn't make a difference whether he has one or not. Therefore, I suggest that we don't let this child enter the family. Tian Nyo of Tree Root Village is already under investigation by the family. As long as he becomes a member of the Lu family, then Little Cranegrass will also become a member of the Lu family. After all, Tian Nyo has shown great kindness to this child. You just need to take care of him." When Yushu heard Elder Gate, she nodded and said, "Yes, I understand. Uncle Gate, we will teach everything we know to this child." Elder Gate nodded, then he said, "All right, then I'll take my leave first." After saying that, Elder Man led Little Crane Grass outside. Although Little Crane Grass had been in the house the entire time, he did not understand most of what Yushu and the others said. With his simple little brain, he was still unable to understand such complicated things. Elder Gate led Little Crane Grass out of the school and walked towards the direction of the Liu family store. Although Elder Gate spoke well with Yushu and the others, he knew that if this matter wasn't handled well, then Little Crane Grass would enter the Liu family and become a member of the Liu family. Although becoming a member of a large family wasn't a bad thing, Elder Gate really didn't want Little Crane Grass to enter the Liu family and become a servant. This wasn't because he wasn't loyal to the Liu family, but because he really liked Little Crane Grass. He didn't want Little Crane Grass to lose his freedom. Elder Gate was very clear about the consequences of becoming a servant of a large family. Although the servants of large families were very impressive in front of outsiders, they didn't have any status in the family. Moreover, Elder Gate was very clear that a soul implanter like Little Crane Grass would be able to cultivate in the future. Once he became someone's servant, then it would have a huge impact on his cultivation. This was because the master he followed was a core figure of the Liu family. Because of this, he didn't want Little Crane Grass to become a servant of the Liu family. Of course, if Little Crane Grass became a servant of the Liu family, then he might get a better education than now. He might get better materials than now, and a better life than now. But so what? A servant was still a servant. Just look at those soul implanters. Even if they couldn't become a plant master or pharmacist, they would rather receive a little bit of relief from the country every month. They would rather teach some children to read and earn some living expenses than to become a servant of a large family. This wasn't without reason. Although on the surface, those large families didn't want to accept those soul implanters because other than reading and knowing some things about plants, they didn't seem to know anything else. It was useless to recruit them into the family. But you have to know that in the soul world, knowing how to read was a kind of capital. In the soul world, the ratio of people who knew how to read was probably 1 in 1,000. In other words, in 1,000 people, there might only be one person who knew how to read. In this case, as long as you could read, those large families would be happy to accept you. As for the soul implanters, there wasn't a single one who didn't know how to read. If they wanted to join a large family, that large family would definitely want them. Moreover, the soul implanters weren't that simple. Even if they couldn't become a pharmacist or plant master, it didn't mean that the soul implanters were useless. They had learned a lot of knowledge about plants, which was very useful. In the soul world, which large families' land wasn't calculated by tens of thousands of square meters. Some large families even had so much land that it was uncountable. And the land must be planted with grains and vegetables. As long as you planted grains and vegetables, there might be natural disasters, pests, and diseases. The soul implanters couldn't do anything about natural disasters. But when it came to pests and diseases, the soul implanters could still deal with them. Generally, the pests and diseases of plants didn't need a plant master to personally deal with them. It only needed a soul implanter. Even if the soul implanter wasn't a pharmacist or plant master, he could still cure ordinary diseases. Therefore, the soul implanters were still very useful to a large family. It was precisely because of this that those large families wanted to recruit some soul implanters. But those soul implanters didn't want to become someone's servant and be ordered around. They would rather get some relief and earn money through other means than to become someone's servant. From this point, it could be seen that becoming someone's servant wasn't a good thing. Especially the soul implanters, they didn't want to become someone's servant even more. Elder Man had been in the Liu family for his whole life. He was very clear about the twists and turns in this matter. It was precisely because of this that he didn't want Little Crane Grass to become a servant of the Liu family. But now that Little Crane Grass's intelligence was known by Yushu and Yufeng, this matter couldn't be hidden anymore. If he were to hide it and the Liu family knew about it in the future, it would be a serious crime. It might even implicate Xianxia. And this was also where Elder Men was in a dilemma. Elder Men returned to the Liu family store worriedly. Xianxia had been waiting there for a long time. When he saw Elder Men coming back with an ugly expression, Xianxia thought that Little Crane Grass was naughty and disobedient. He quickly went up and said to Elder Men, "Uncle Men, what happened to you? Did Bauer become disobedient?" If Bauer is disobedient, then you can beat him or scold him. When the old man heard Tianyo, he shook his head and said, "Shopkeeper, it's not because of this. Little Cranegrass is very obedient. Moreover, he's very intelligent, the teacher is very optimistic about him. In just one day, he managed to learn more than 100 words. The teacher said that this child has a photographic memory." When Tianyo heard elder men, he stared blankly. Then he became overjoyed and said, "This is a good thing. Why are you still worried? What's wrong? Is there something else?" Elder men sighed, then he turned to little Cranegrass and said, "Cranegrass, go play with your little sister Yuer." Little Cranegrass nodded, then he turned around and ran. He couldn't understand what elder men was thinking. Now that he learned how to read, he wanted to show off to little Yuer. He also wanted to tell little Yuer about Lu Shun and the others, as well as the school. When Tianyo saw elder men's expression, he knew that elder men was going to talk about something big. He quickly invited elder men to the living room and had Ling Sha serve tea. Then he looked at elder men and said, "Uncle Men, if you have something to say, then just say it." Elder men looked at Tianyo, then he sighed and said, "Shopkeeper, this matter is related to little Cranegrass's future. Little Cranegrass's innate talent is very high. If the family knows about this, then they might let little Cranegrass join the Lu family. I just want to hear what shopkeeper thinks. Do you want little Cranegrass to join the Lu family?" When he heard elder men, Tianyo couldn't help but stare. Then he couldn't help but ponder, carefully thinking about elder men's words. In Tianyo's opinion, if little Cranegrass could join the Lu family, then it would be better. This meant that little Cranegrass wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of his life. He would also be able to receive education from the Lu family. However, Tianyo felt that there was something wrong with this matter. This was the reason why he was pondering. After a while, he looked up at elder men. When he saw elder men, Tianyo suddenly woke up. He knew that there was something wrong with this matter. Elder men was a member of the Lu family, he was absolutely loyal to the Lu family. Normally, if someone like little Cranegrass joined the Lu family, then he should be happy. However, he was worried, wasn't this what was wrong? After thinking about this, Tianyo couldn't help but look at elder men and said, "Uncle Men, what do you think about this matter?" The old man looked at Tianyo with approval and said, "Shopkeeper, since you asked, then I'll tell you the truth. Shopkeeper, although I'm also a member of the Lu family, I really like Cranegrass. So I'll be frank with you, it's not appropriate for Cranegrass to enter the Lu family." Tianyo looked at the old man with a puzzled expression. The old man looked at Tianyo and said, "Shopkeeper, the Lu family is indeed a great family. With Cranegrass's talent, he can certainly get the best education and become an outstanding alchemist in the future. However, with his soul, it would be very difficult for him to become a plant master. Moreover, the position of an alchemist in the Lu family is limited, unless he's a top-notch great alchemist. But to become a top-notch great alchemist with Cranegrass's soul is almost impossible." At this point, the old man paused for a moment, then he sighed and said, "As an ordinary alchemist, he wouldn't receive much attention in the Lu family. In the end, he would only become an ordinary consecrated member of the Lu family. But with his status, he would already be considered a servant of the Lu family. Not only would he not be able to help Tree Root Village, it would also be detrimental to his own development." Tianyo nodded, but he still looked at the old man. This was because he noticed that the old man didn't finish speaking. The old man looked at Tianyo and said, "Also, shopkeeper, you haven't cultivated, so you don't know. People like soul grafters who can cultivate don't like being servants of others. Even if the conditions given by the great families are good, they would still like it. This is because cultivators need to have a free heart. If they become someone else's servant, then it would have a huge impact on their cultivation. Let's put it this way, if Cranegrass were to freely develop outside and meet a good person in the future, then he would be able to become a plant master in the future. But if he enters the Lu family, then even if he gets a good education, he would only be able to become an alchemist. It would be impossible for him to become a top-notch great alchemist because all top-notch great alchemists are plant masters." The old man looked at Tianyo and said, "Little Cranegrass is still so young, and his talent is really good. It's because of this that I don't want him to join the Liu family. Joining the Liu family is tantamount to putting a shackle on him. Moreover, in a big family like the Liu family, you're just a child without any influence, it's really too difficult for you to stand out. Who knows how many geniuses are destroyed in a year? I don't want little Cranegrass to walk on this path. Tianyou's expression changed, then he nodded and said, all right, then I'll listen to Uncle Men. I won't let Cranegrass enter the Liu family. But Uncle Men, now that Cranegrass has been found out by the two misters, can we still prevent him from entering the Liu family? Can we hide it? The old man said, leave this matter to this old man. No matter what, this old man has been working for the Liu family for a lifetime, so I still have some faith. Moreover, if Shopkeeper can join the Liu family, then in the eyes of the Liu family, Cranegrass would be considered a member of the Liu family. They wouldn't care about this matter. Tianyou nodded, then he stood up and bowed to the old man and said, then I'll have to trouble Uncle Men. Cranegrass is the hope of our tree root village. Nothing can happen to him. I'll have to trouble Uncle Men. The old man waved his hand and said, Shopkeeper is too polite. I really like Cranegrass. I won't hide it from Shopkeeper. My wife died in childbirth, and the child that went with her was also a grass soul. This old man doesn't have many years left to live. Now that I can see such a cute little fellow like Cranegrass, I'm satisfied. When Tianyou heard the old man's words, he quickly said, Uncle Men is too polite. Uncle Men, since you take care of little Cranegrass so much, why don't you recognize little Cranegrass as your god-grandson? We'll recognize each other as god-relatives, what do you think? When the old man heard Tianyou, his eyes couldn't help but light up. But then his expression turned gloomy as he shook his head and said, this old man appreciates Shopkeeper's good intentions, but this matter can't be done. Shopkeeper, you don't understand the rules of great clans. This old man is still a member of the Liu family. If I recognize Cranegrass as my adopted grandson, then Cranegrass would automatically become a member of the Liu family. Moreover, he's a child of the Liu family. This matter can't be done. When Tianyou heard the old man, he stared. Then he said, all right, we'll just call him Cranegrass secretly. Nobody will know. Tianyou was very grateful to the old man. If the old man didn't tell him about great clans, then Tianyou might really let Cranegrass enter the Liu family. Then Cranegrass' life would be ruined. The old man chuckled and said, Shopkeeper doesn't need to be like this. This old man just saw that Cranegrass is very cute and wanted to help him. Shopkeeper doesn't need to take it to heart. When Tianyou saw the old man's appearance, he suddenly shouted, Bower, come in. You come in as well. Hearing Tianyou's voice, the two little ones ran in. They looked at Tianyou with a puzzled expression. Tianyou looked at the two and said, you two, kneel before your grandpa Men. When Tianyou said this, his face was stern. The two little ones didn't dare to make a sound as they knelt in front of the old man. Tianyou said, you two listen well. Count out 3 times to Grandpa Men and call him Grandpa. From today onwards, Grandpa Men will be your grandpa. Do you understand? When they heard Tianyou, the two little ones stared. But when they saw Tianyou's expression, they obediently count out 3 times to the old man and called him Grandpa. This made the old man burst with joy. He smiled so widely that his eyes couldn't be seen. He quickly replied, good, be good. Quickly get up. The ground is cold and hard, don't hurt yourself. The two little ones were pulled up by the old man, but they still looked at Tianyou timidly. Tianyou looked at the two little ones and said, you two listen well. In the future, you must treat Grandpa Men as your own grandpa. But you don't need to change the way you address him. Just call him Grandpa Men. Do you understand? The two little ones nodded. The old man sighed as he looked at Tianyou and said, Shopkeeper, you really don't have to do this. Why do you have to make things difficult for the two little ones? Wasn't it good before? Tianyou shook his head and said, no, Uncle Men. The people of Tree Root Village have always been grateful. Although you can't let outsiders know about your relationship, from today onwards, they will be your grandsons and granddaughters. When the old man heard Tianyou, he couldn't help but burst into tears. He cupped his fists towards Tianyou and said, this old man thanks the shopkeeper. I didn't think that this old man, who was about to die, would have such good grandchildren. Good, very good. Xianxia looked at the old man and couldn't help but laugh. He said, Uncle Men, there's no need to say this. Today is a happy day, let's have a drink. Xianxia, prepare 2 dishes. I'll have a drink with Uncle Men. Xianxia nodded and then turned around to prepare the food. Although they opened a restaurant, most of the food that they ate was prepared by Xianxia. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't bring food back from the store. Although little Cranegrass didn't know why Xianxia was so happy, he still remembered Xianxia's words. From that day onwards, he had to treat the old man as his grandfather. He didn't dare to forget for a moment. The next morning, after eating breakfast, the old man led little Cranegrass to the Lu clan school. While walking, he asked little Cranegrass about the school's matters. Little Cranegrass answered one by one and told Lu Shun's words to the old man. When the old man heard little Cranegrass, he understood what Lu Shun was planning. However, he didn't say anything to little Cranegrass. Even if he said something, little Cranegrass wouldn't understand. If little Cranegrass didn't interact with Lu Shun, then little Cranegrass would slowly be isolated in the school. When the time comes, it would be more troublesome. Moreover, knowing Lu Shun wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Lu Shun and the others were the children of the Lu clan. They still had a lot of autonomy. The Lu clan was only responsible for checking the accounts every year. Everything else was up to them. This way, little Cranegrass would be able to get a lot of help in Green City. This was a good thing. Little Cranegrass went to the Lu family school, while the old doorman walked back alone. While walking, he was thinking about how to report this matter to the family. If he reported the situation of little Cranegrass as it was, then the family would definitely find a way to get little Cranegrass into the family. If he didn't report this matter, then the Yushu brothers would know about it. Moreover, Lu Shun and the others would also know about it. If Lu Shun and the others knew about it, then the family would also know about it. Therefore, it was better for him to report this matter. Little Cranegrass's soul was just a small grass, this was little Cranegrass's disadvantage. However, he was innately intelligent, this was his advantage. But whether it was advantage or disadvantage, it wasn't important to the Lu clan. What was important was that it was useful to the Lu clan. Therefore, if he reported this matter, then the Lu clan would certainly take little Cranegrass to the Lu clan. If he wanted the Lu clan to not take little Cranegrass to the Lu clan, then he had to make the Lu clan believe that everything about little Cranegrass was under their control. He had to make the Lu clan believe that even if they didn't take little Cranegrass to the Lu clan, little Cranegrass could still be used by the Lu clan in the future. Thinking of this, the old man had already figured out what to do. He could use Xianxia's identity as well as little Cranegrass's apprenticeship with an alchemist. As long as he did it well, the Lu clan wouldn't take little Cranegrass away. After returning to Old Rang, the old man returned to his room and took out a pen and paper to write a letter to the Lu clan. He focused on little Cranegrass's identity as Xianxia's nephew. Then he said that little Cranegrass could develop freely and might become an alchemist in the future. If they took him to the Lu clan, then he might not be able to become an alchemist. He asked for the Lu clan's permission to let little Cranegrass learn outside. Everyone in the great clans knew that servants wouldn't have high achievements in cultivation. When the Lu clan was in the great clans, they would even send some servants outside and not let them cultivate in the clan. Therefore, the Lu clan might agree to such a request from the old man. After writing the letter, the old man began to plan for little Cranegrass's future. If little Cranegrass's talent was ordinary, then he naturally wouldn't need to do this. But with little Cranegrass's talent, it would be a pity if he didn't plan properly. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month, little Cranegrass's studies were very good. He had already learned the Lu clan's rules and was now studying other books. One must say that the Lu clan's library had a lot of books. These books were engraved by the Lu clan, and they were printed with their own money. If one wanted to sell these books outside, it would be very expensive. Because little Cranegrass's learning speed was very fast, Yushu and Yufeng had already started to educate little Cranegrass on its own. Because even if it was the people in the big class, their learning speed was not as fast as little Cranegrass, they could only educate little crane grass on its own. Today, when school was over, the old man came to pick up little crane grass. But unlike before, the old man's face was smiling a lot more than usual. Little crane grass followed the old man as he looked at the old man and said, "Grandpa Men, what's wrong? Why do you seem so happy?" Maybe it was because he learned a lot, but little crane grass was becoming more and more sensible. Listening to him, he didn't seem like a 5-year-old child. The old man laughed and said, "Bauer is really smart. Grandpa is really happy today. Haha, in the future, little crane grass will be able to study medicine with others." The old man was indeed happy. This was because the matter that he reported to the Lu clan had already been approved. The Lu clan wouldn't interfere with little crane grass's growth. In other words, the Lu clan wouldn't take little crane grass to the Lu clan. This was also thanks to the old man. If he didn't write a very good report, then the Lu clan wouldn't let go of little crane grass. Now that the Lu clan said that they wouldn't take little crane grass to the Lu clan, then they definitely wouldn't. The old man was now completely relieved. As long as the people in the family knew about this matter and didn't bring the little crane grass back to the family, then it wouldn't take long for them to forget about this matter. After all, the little crane grass was just a sole implanter of a grass soul object, and the Lu family didn't seem to pay much attention to it. Little crane grass didn't understand this, but seeing that the old man was happy, he was also happy. Along the way, little crane grass told the old man about the things in the school and what he learned today, which made the old man laugh. When Zhao Hai and the old doorman returned to the store, Tian Niu was already waiting for them. The Lu family store was doing well. Although they weren't on the main street, after Tian Niu's years of operation, the Lu family store had become quite famous in the area. Every day when it was time to eat, there would be a lot of people coming to eat. But as the shopkeeper, he didn't have to do everything himself. He had his own staff, he had his own accounts, he didn't have to worry about anything. Seeing the two return, Tian Niu immediately smiled and greeted the old man, "Uncle Men, you've worked hard." The old man waved his hand and smiled, "Shopkeeper is too polite." Then the two led little crane grass into the living room. After sitting down in the living room, Tian Niu looked at the old man and said, "Uncle Men, you seem to be very happy today. What's the matter?" The old man smiled and said, "It's a good thing. The family said that Bauer wouldn't be brought to the Lu family. They're letting little crane grass develop freely outside. Isn't this a good thing?" When Tian Niu heard the old man, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he nodded and said, "Good, this is a very good thing. Uncle Men, this is really good. I've been worried about this matter for the past few days. Now I can finally rest assured." The old man smiled faintly and said, "This is indeed a good thing. However, there's one more thing that I want to talk to shopkeeper about." Shopkeeper, little crane grass already knows a lot of words. Moreover, he also knows a lot of people in the school. Most of these people are the descendants of the Lu family. These people are all in the medicinal herb business in Green City. As a pharmacist, you can't not know about medicinal herbs. Little crane grass has a good relationship with the children in the school. I want little crane grass to talk to those children about medicinal herbs and let them have a good foundation. As long as little crane grass can recognize all the medicinal herbs, it would be much easier for him to learn from the pharmacists in the future. When he heard the old man, Tian Niu's eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he looked at the old man and said, "Is this okay? You should know that these medicinal books aren't usually lent out." The old man smiled and said, "This can't be counted as lending. Little crane grass can look at the books in the school. You don't have to take them back. He's going to become a pharmacist in the future, so it's not wrong for him to know about medicinal herbs. Moreover, even if those people are good, we won't lose anything, right?" Tian Niu nodded, then he turned his head to little crane grass and said, "Bauer, did you hear what Grandpa Men said? Tomorrow, try to read some medicine books with those little brothers of yours. You'll be studying pharmacology in the future. Understanding medicinal herbs first will only bring you benefits and no harm." Little crane grass nodded and said, "Yes, Uncle Tian Niu, Grandpa Men, I understand. Tomorrow, I'll tell Brother Lu Shun." Tian Niu nodded with satisfaction, then he turned his head to the old man and said, "Uncle Men, you've worked hard these past few days. Let's have a drink in a while. You should rest early. There's nothing going on in the store these days. There's also very few people walking around the back door. You can leave the matter of feeding the horses to me. The old man smiled and said, Today, we should have a drink or two. However, you can leave the matter of feeding the horses to me. I'm not so old that I can't move. If I don't get up and move around today, I won't be able to get used to it. At night, Xianxia and the old man drank a few cups of wine before letting the old man rest. Xianxia waited until the store closed before returning to his room to sleep. The next morning, after eating breakfast, the old man sent little Cranegrass to school as usual. On the way, he kept instructing little Cranegrass to not forget to borrow books from Lu Shun and the others. Little Cranegrass was now handed in by Yushu. However, his class time was still the same as Lu Shun and the others. After a morning class, he ate lunch and returned to his room to take a nap. Little Cranegrass took the initiative to look for Lu Shun. Lu Shun and the others didn't dare to look down on little Cranegrass. They all knew that little Cranegrass was a genius. Little Cranegrass recognized more words than them. Lu Shun and the others didn't dare to look down on little Cranegrass. Seeing little Cranegrass looking for him, Lu Shun was puzzled as he looked at little Cranegrass and said, Cranegrass, do you need something from me? Little Cranegrass nodded and said, Big brother Shun, I heard that your family is in the medicinal business? Is that so? Lu Shun nodded and said, Yes. What's wrong, little Cranegrass? Is someone in your family sick? Do you need medicine? Little Cranegrass quickly shook his head and said, No, no. Big brother Shun, you also know that I'm going to study pharmacology in the future. Since you're in the medicinal business, you should have books on medicinal herbs, right? Can you let me take a look? Hearing little Cranegrass, Lu Shun stared, then he nodded and said, I was wondering what it was. That's it. Alright, I'll give it to you yesterday. When little Cranegrass heard Lu Shun agree, he smiled and said, Thank you, big brother Shun. Lu Shun laughed and said, There's no need to be polite with me. Little Cranegrass, don't forget that we're good brothers. Helping each other is what we should do. Did you forget what I told you before? In the future, if other brothers are in trouble, you must help them. Little Cranegrass nodded and said, Big brother Shun, you can rest assured. In the future, no matter who it is, I'll definitely help them. Lu Shun nodded in satisfaction, then he coaxed little Cranegrass to sleep. In fact, the reason why Lu Shun agreed so quickly was all because of his family. After he told them about little Cranegrass's matter, they told him to do his best to befriend little Cranegrass. This was because in Lu Shun's family's view, little Cranegrass was definitely a potential stock that was worth investing in. The next day, during the afternoon break, Lu Shun took out the book and showed it to little Cranegrass. This book wasn't very big, but Lu Shun told her that this book wasn't just one book, but many. Inside the book, not only were the names and properties of the herbs recorded, there were even pictures of the herbs. In the soul world, these books were very precious. One must know that if one wanted to carve a set of these books and print them, it would cost a lot of money. Ordinary small families wouldn't be able to afford it. However, Lu Shun also told little Cranegrass that he could read this book, but he absolutely couldn't take it home. He could only read it in the classroom during noon and afternoon. At night, he would bring it home. Naturally, little Cranegrass didn't have any objections. He put all his attention into the book. Every time he read a page of the book, it was as if the page was imprinted in his mind. He didn't know why it was like this, but he was indeed able to do this. However, elder men and the others didn't know this. They thought that although little Cranegrass's memory was very strong, he might learn the front part and forget the back part. Therefore, they let little Cranegrass write down everything he learned. There was a saying that a good memory was better than a bad pen. Therefore, after little Cranegrass went home every day, he would write down the content he learned in order to deepen his memory. However, the medicine book this time was a little difficult. Not only were there words in the medicine book, there were also pictures. Little Cranegrass had never learned how to draw, so he didn't know if he could draw everything he had memorized when he returned home. However, he didn't have the time to think too much. He just desperately memorized the contents of the book. In the afternoon, Yushu let the others study as usual. As for Little Crane Grass, he was the same as the others. In the afternoon, Little Crane Grass was allowed to move freely. If he liked to read, he could go to the study room to read. If he liked to write, he could write in the classroom. It could be said that among all the students, only Little Crane Grass had the most freedom. In the beginning, Yu Shu and Yu Feng were afraid that Little Crane Grass would be arrogant, but after a month had passed, they realized that Little Crane Grass was really serious. In the afternoon, even if they did not care about Little Crane Grass would still read and write by itself, and would never be lazy. This made the two of them happy, but also a little sad. They were sad for Little Crane Grass. If Little Crane Grass was a soldier soul user, then Little Crane Grass' future achievements would be limitless. Unfortunately, he was only a soul plant user. Moreover, among the soul plant users, he was the lowest ranked grass soul plant user. This limited Little Crane Grass development. In their opinion, Little Crane Grass' future achievements wouldn't be too great. This was the will of heaven. 2 years had passed in a blink of an eye. Little Crane Grass was now 7 years old. Although he was still a child, he was very different from 2 years ago. Some people said that those who were well educated would naturally have an air of elegance. This saying was very suitable for Little Crane Grass. After more than 2 years of studying, Little Crane Grass had not only read all the books in the Lu family school once, but also read all the medicine books that Lu Shun brought out from home. Moreover, the books that Little Crane Grass had read weren't as simple as just reading them. He had written down almost all of the books from memory. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Not to mention a child, even an adult wouldn't be able to do it. However, Little Crane Grass had done it. In the past 2 years, other than going home occasionally, he had spent almost all of his time studying. He was like a sponge, and the knowledge was like water. He desperately absorbed the knowledge into his body and made it a part of his body. In the past 2 years, who knew how many brushes Little Crane Grass had made bald? The amount of paper he had written could fill up an entire room. Seeing Little Crane Grass working so hard, Tian Nyo and Old Doorman were happy and distressed. Although Little Crane Grass was still a child, when he stood in front of others, he always gave people a feeling of being well-read and wise. It was really strange for a child to have such a feeling. However, Little Crane Grass was indeed very strange. Not only did his writing get better and better, but he also self-taught drawing skills. Moreover, he drew all the medicine books in Lu Shun's house. Right now, Little Crane Grass was no longer going to the academy. He would only occasionally go to the academy to look at Yu Shu and Yu Feng, and discuss knowledge with them. Yu Shu and Yu Feng no longer had anything to teach him. This was also one of the major drawbacks of the soul world. They valued martial arts and despised literature. Literature wasn't valued in the soul world. Except for some useful things like poems and essays, they weren't valued in the soul world because people thought that those were useless things, so they didn't have the face to learn it. Even in the soul world, the upper-class people would think that those things were for the lower-class people to learn. If they learned it, it would be beneath their dignity. Whatever was good at the top was bad at the bottom. No one at the top liked those things, so naturally, no one at the bottom would learn them. No one would research them, so naturally, there would be no development. Most of the books Little Crane Grass read were history books, miscellaneous records, and some of them were about family rules or management. There were very few books about other things. However, even these things were very rare. Most of the books sold in bookstores outside were history books and miscellaneous records. There were very few other things. In the past 2 years, the Little Crane Grass had used too much paper. Even with Tian Yo's status, he couldn't afford to provide for the Little Crane Grass. Fortunately, there was the old gate. In the past 2 years, most of the paper used for the Little Crane Grass was provided by the old gate. A year ago, Tian Yo had officially become the Lu family's servant, but he wasn't transferred. He was still guarding the Lu family store. Under Tian Yo's management, the Lu family store had been expanded. Now, it was at least twice as big as before. It could be considered as a part of the Lu family's business. In addition, Tian Yo managed the Lu family store very well, so the Lu family didn't transfer him away. However, the old gate was transferred away. When Tian Yo officially became the Lu family's servant, the old gate was transferred back to the Liu family and became the Liu family's outer court manager. His power was much greater than before. It was precisely because of the old gate's power that the ink, paper, and inkstone used by the little crane grass in the past 2 years were all provided by the old gate. This also allowed Tianyo to save a lot of money. It was the midsummer of another year. On this day, Tianyo hitched up the carriage and let the little crane grass and little Yu sit on the carriage. He drove the carriage outside. As he walked, he said to the 2 little guys, Bao Yu this time when you 2 go to see your grandpa, you must be obedient. Don't make trouble for your grandpa, do you hear me? Tianyo was going to send the little crane grass and Yu to see the old gate. The old gate was transferred back to the Liu family's Jiyun city. Jiyun city was quite far from Verdant city. It wasn't easy to go to Jiyun city. If one went by land, it would take at least a month. If one went by water, it would take about 10 days. The old gate had returned to the Liu family for a year. A few days ago, he sent a letter to Tianyo, saying that he wanted to see the little crane grass and little Yu. The old gate was getting old. Although he was in good health, because he didn't have any children by his side, he always felt lonely. Naturally, he missed the little crane grass and little Yu even more. It just so happened that the Green Jade City recently had a batch of medicinal materials to be transported to Jiyun City. The ship transporting the medicinal materials was also owned by the Liu family. The person in charge was Liu Shun's father. A year ago, Liu Shun officially helped his father in his shop. This time, he would also go to Jiyun City with his father. Tianyo wanted to let the little crane grass and little Yu go to Jiyun City to see the old gate. Since Liu Shun and his father would take care of them, Tianyo could rest assured. After the little crane grass came back, she would be able to go to Alchemist Sang to learn about pharmacology. At that time, the little crane grass would have even less time to visit the old gate. Tianyo discussed this with Ling Xia. Although Ling Xia was somewhat reluctant, she was afraid that something would happen to the child. But in the end, she still agreed. This was because the old gate had done them a great favor. Letting the little crane grass visit the old gate was also something that should be done. Tianyo drove the carriage all the way to the Green Jade River of Green Jade City. The Green Jade River was an important transportation pier in Green Jade City. Every day, countless small boats would go in and out of this place. From the Green Jade River, they would be able to enter the Wuling River after walking for about 10 li. The Wuling River was the largest river in the vicinity. It was an important water passage that could pass through nearly 100 cities. Jiyun City and Green Jade City were just 2 of the cities that passed through it. When Tianyo's carriage arrived at the pier, the Liu family's medicinal materials were being loaded onto a small boat. Then the small boat would sail all the way to the Wuling River. After that, it would be loaded onto a large ship and transported to Jiyun City. The reason why it was so troublesome was because the Wuling River's current was very large. It wasn't suitable to build a pier. Therefore, they could only use this method to transport the materials. Liu Shun's father was called Liu Ji. He was a fat middle-aged man with an amiable face. He was sweating as he directed people to load the medicinal materials onto the small boat. Liu Shun was also directing from the side. These were things that he wanted to learn so that he could take over his father's position in the future. Liu Ji saw Tianyo's carriage from afar. When Tianyo's carriage arrived at his side, he quickly went forward and smiled as he said to Tianyo, "Brother Tianyo, you're here. Hey, isn't this our little Bao and little Yu? Come and let uncle take a look. Our Bao is getting more and more beautiful. Little Yu is also getting more and more beautiful." Because of Liu Shun's relationship with Little Crane Grass, Liu Ji had known Little Crane Grass for more than a year. Liu Ji was a smart person. He knew that people like Little Crane Grass, whether he entered the Liu family or not, would have limitless achievements in the future. Moreover, he was very clear that it would be better if Little Crane Grass didn't enter the Liu family. In the future, Liu Shun would have another layer of protection. Liu Ji was very clear about this. For servants like him, if the master trusts you, then you will be favored. You can enjoy glory, splendor, and wealth. But if one day the master doesn't trust you, then you will be nothing. In the Liu family, there were many servants who had limitless glory before but ended up in ruin. It was because of this that when Lu Ji knew that Little Cranegrass didn't join the Lu family, not only did he not distance himself from Little Cranegrass, he even told Lu Shun to try his best to befriend Little Cranegrass. In Lu Ji's view, as long as he has a good relationship with Little Cranegrass, then even if the Lu family was no longer favored, as long as Little Cranegrass helped them out, then their family wouldn't be ruined. Tian Yao smiled as he saluted Lu Ji and said, "Brother Lu, I'll have to trouble you this time. You should know that Uncle Men is getting old, and he especially likes these two children. I have no other choice but to let them take a look." Lu Ji waved his hand and said, "Brother, there's no need to be so polite with me. Uncle Men is getting old. As the younger generation, we should be filial to him. When Uncle Men was in Green City, he also helped me. I'm very happy to do something for him." Tian Yao smiled and said, "That's right. Sai, look at this child, Little Shun, he's already starting to look like one. It seems that Brother Lu will have a successor in the future." Lu Ji looked at Lu Shun, who was directing the workers to move the medicinal herbs onto the ship. He sighed softly and said, "This child is very smart, but he's a little impulsive. I'm not afraid of you laughing at him, but I think he's not as steady as Little Cranegrass. He still has the face to say that he's Little Cranegrass' brother. How shameful. By the way, brother, I heard that sister-in-law is pregnant again? That's a good thing. If she can give birth to a fat boy for you, then you'll have a descendant." When this matter was mentioned, Tian Yao's face was full of smiles. He and Ling Xia had been married for 10 years, but in these 10 years, they only had one child, Yu. In the soul world, if your family didn't have a son to inherit the family business, then it would be considered as having no descendants. The people here valued their descendants very much. Tian Yao quickly said, "Thank you for your auspicious words, brother. I'll treat you to a drink later." Lu Ji laughed and said, "Good, good. When sister-in-law gives birth to a fat boy, I'll definitely go and drink 2 cups of wedding wine. Brother, the medicinal herbs are almost packed, I'll get on the ship now." Tian Yao quickly said, "Brother, have a safe trip. Bao you when you get on the ship, you must listen to Uncle Lu's words. Don't run around, do you hear me? When you see Grandpa Men, you must be obedient. Grandpa Men is now in the Lu family. The rules there are very strict. Don't be rude and make things difficult for Grandpa Men. You'll bring shame to Grandpa Men." Little Cranegrass and Yu responded in unison. However, Little Cranegrass had a calm expression and looked like a little adult. Little Yu, on the other hand, had a curious expression and wished that she could run onto the ship at any time. Tian Yao looked at the expression on their faces and sighed. He turned to Lu Ji and said, "I'll have to trouble Brother Lu along the way." Lu Ji laughed and said, "It's no trouble at all. Brother, you can go back, we'll get on the ship." Then the two walked towards the ship. At this time, Lu Shun also ran over. He was already 14 years old. Although his face was still childish, his clothes were already that of an adult's. Moreover, he was pretending to be mature, making people laugh. Lu Shun already knew that Little Cranegrass and the others were coming. But because he had to direct the workers to load the medicinal herbs, he didn't go over and talk to Little Cranegrass. His father was very strict with him. If he dared to go over and talk, he would certainly be scolded by Lu Ji. Because of this, he patiently stood there and directed the workers. Now that he saw Little Cranegrass come over, he immediately winked at Little Cranegrass, causing Yu to giggle. Lu Ji was smiling to others, but he was very strict with his son. He turned his head to Lu Shun and said, "Don't make a fuss. The medicinal herbs are almost finished. Get on the ship, we have to leave. If we don't leave now, we'll miss the time." Lu Shun immediately complied. Then he directed the workers to move the last few bags of medicinal herbs onto the ship. At this time, Lu Ji led Little Cranegrass and Yu onto the ship. Lu Shun also boarded the ship. The workers were the shop staff, so naturally, they would return to the shop on their own. After everyone boarded the ship, the boatman rowed the oars and the small boat slowly moved towards the center of the river. Tian Yao stood on the shore and waved at the group. Little Cranegrass and Yu also waved at Tian Yao. But soon, the ship reached the center of the river and slowly moved forward. Before long, Tianmiao was no longer in sight. The speed of this kind of small boat was very fast. It only took them half an hour to reach the center of the river. On the Wuling River, there were a lot of big ships. The small boats were like ants, gathered around the big ships and hoisted the goods from the small boats onto the big ships. From time to time, a ship full of goods would leave and a new ship would arrive. The entire Wuling River was bustling with activity. The small boat that Lu Ji and the others were on soon arrived at the side of a big ship. Naturally, the workers on the ship lowered a rope and a ladder. Then, one by one, the workers came down from the ship and tied the medicinal herbs onto the rope. The workers on the ship pulled the bags of medicinal herbs onto the ship and then moved them into the cabin. These workers were all experienced workers. Everything was done in an orderly manner. They didn't panic, but their speed wasn't slow at all. At this time, Lu Shan had already climbed onto the ship through the ladder. He directed the workers to move the medicinal herbs into the cabin. Lu Ji wasn't in a hurry. He stood on the small boat with little crane grass and ewer. After all the medicine bags on the small boat were moved, Lu Shan had the people on the boat tie a large basket to the rope and put it down. Lu Ji put the little crane grass into the basket. The workers carefully pulled the little crane grass onto the boat and then put the basket down. They put little ewer into the basket and pulled her onto the boat. At this time, Lu Ji climbed onto the large boat using the rope ladder. The small boat also turned around and headed towards Lush City. After Lu Ji boarded the ship, he looked at Lu Shan and said, "How is it? Have the medicinal herbs been packed?" Lu Shan nodded and said, "Father, you can rest assured. They've been packed. I personally seen them. They're all wrapped in oilcloth. There won't be any problems. You don't need to worry." Lu Ji nodded. Then he turned his head and looked at little crane grass and ewer who were curiously looking at the things on the ship. Then he said, "Have you arranged a place for Bauer and ewer to stay? It's their first time on a ship, so they might get seasick. I asked you to arrange an old woman to take care of him. Have you arranged it?" Lu Shan nodded and said, "It's been arranged. Father, you can rest assured." Lu Ji nodded and said, "Set sail." Along with the boatman's call, the ship slowly set sail. Lu Ji and his son didn't have anything to do with the boat. This boat was the Lu family's own boat. It wasn't just used to transport herbs, it was also used to travel the Wuling River all year round. Lu Ji stood on the boat with a boatman beside him. This boatman was actually the captain of the boat. He was also a servant of the Lu family. However, his status wasn't as high as Lu Ji's. Lu Ji was the son of an exiled servant. Moreover, he was also a shopkeeper. In the Lu family, he was a second-class servant while the captain was a third-class servant. However, it was clear that Lu Ji was very familiar with the captain. He looked at the captain and smiled, "Little fish, I didn't expect that you wouldn't fall into the river and turn into a fish spirit. Looking at your small body, I hope that you won't become a cripple after running for a few more years." Lu Ji smiled and said, "Little fish, you didn't fall into the river and turn into a fish spirit." The person standing beside Lu Ji was a 30-year-old man with dark skin and messy hair. Perhaps because he traveled the river all year round, his skin was very dark. He was only wearing a pair of shorts, his upper body was bare, and his feet were bare. However, he gave off a very sturdy feeling. This person also had a smile on his face. But for some reason, when little crane grass saw this person's smile, she felt uncomfortable in her heart. When the person Lu Ji called Ewer heard Lu Ji's words, he smiled and said, "Fatty Lu, don't be so pretentious. Don't look at how fat you are. If you really count, your body isn't as good as mine." Lu Ji laughed and said, "Little fishy, don't just listen to the good things. If you were to sit in my position, you wouldn't necessarily be able to sit there." Little fishy chuckled and said, "I don't want to sit in your position. I like to sail the boat. It's great to be on this boat every day. When I have nothing to do, I can sing a few songs with my brothers and drink a few sips of wine. As long as the boat doesn't have any accidents, it's like a celestial life. Who would want to sit in your position? Oh right, why do you have 2 children today? I heard that you have children again? How come? Did you secretly give birth to 2 children in the past few years in Green City? F***CKU If I want to give birth, I'll give birth openly. Do I need to live in secret? They are brother Xianxia's son, daughter, and nephew. 2 years ago, when Supervisor Gate was in Green City, he was very close to these two kids. Now that Supervisor Gate has returned to his home, he always misses these two kids. Brother Xianxia asked these two kids to visit Supervisor Gate. You have to take good care of them, otherwise, Supervisor Gate will scold you. Little Fishy obviously knew what kind of person the chief steward of the gate was. Although the chief steward of the gate was only a chief steward of the outer sect, the power in his hands was not small. In the Liu family, he was one of the few first-class servants with a very high status. Little Fishy nodded and said, since they're going to be the chief steward of the gate, then I'll naturally take good care of them. Fatty Liu, I think this kid of yours is pretty good. After 2 years of experience, he'll become an expert in the future. Lu Ji smiled faintly and said, him? He's still far from that. Don't look at how strong he is right now. He still has a lot to learn. Alright, let's not talk about him. Let's go. We brothers haven't seen each other for a while. How about we go and have a drink? Little Fishy laughed and said, that's good. I've already prepared for it. Last night, I went to the river and caught a big fish. It's just in time to have a drink with you. Lu Ji laughed and said, brother, you really think of me. You also know that I like to drink fish soup. Let's go, and have a drink. Then the two walked towards the cabin. Little Fishy looked at Lu Shun and said, Shun, come with us. You've already learned from your father. How can you not drink? Lu Shun didn't dare to move. He just turned his head to Lu Ji. Lu Ji nodded and said, come with me. Bring Bauer and Yuer. Since they came out of the grass, they probably haven't eaten anything. Let them drink some fish soup. Lu Shun nodded and then went to the cabin to look for the little crane grass and Yuer. Little Fishy looked at Lu Ji with some confusion and said, Fatty Lu, what are you doing? If we want to drink, we should drink quickly. Why did you ask someone to bring those two children here? What a disappointment. Lu Ji chuckled and said, brother, I won't hide it from you. I really like these two children. Especially little crane grass. That child is really smart. In my opinion, that child's future achievements will definitely surpass that of our family's kid. Little Fishy rolled her eyes and said, aren't you talking nonsense? That brat is a soul plant practitioner. Although it's just a grass soul object, if he learns it well, he can also become an alchemist. People like you and I have to salute him when we see him. Lu Ji shook his head and said, I'm not talking about the difference in soul objects. You should know that it's not easy for a plant soul to become outstanding. However, little crane grass is truly extraordinary. He's very calm and intelligent at such a young age. To be honest, if such a child can't become a talent in the future, then there's no justice in the world. Lu Ji nodded and said, you're right. Little Fishy laughed and said, brother Lu, you're too much. In the Liu residence, if there's a lack of young geniuses, then they'll become nothing after they grow up. Haven't you and I seen enough? How can you be sure that this child will be able to achieve great things? Lu Ji looked at Little Fishy's appearance and smiled faintly, brother, you'll know when you see that child. Then he didn't say anything else and followed Little Fishy into the cabin. For a cargo ship like this, the living space in the cabin wasn't very big. However, there was still some space in the cargo hold. Although there was some medicinal smell, it didn't affect people's eating. At this moment, there was a small table with several side dishes on it. In the middle of the table, there was a big fish. This big fish probably weighed 5 or 6 pounds. It was very conspicuous on the table. Little Fishy invited Lu Ji to sit down. Then she took out a jar of wine and said to Lu Ji, Fatty Lu, come and taste the wine on my ship. Let's see how it tastes. Lu Ji laughed and said, Little Fishy, don't be greedy. Who doesn't know that the wine on your ship is all good stuff? It was specially prepared for you by the family. Without this wine, how can your small body withstand the wind and waves of the river? Lu Ji wasn't wrong. The Liu family took care of Little Fishy and the other shipwrights. The wine given to them was a special medicinal wine. Drinking it had the effect of dispersing wind and cold. Otherwise, it would be very easy for people who were always on the ship to get rheumatism. Little Fishy laughed and said, "It's good that you know. Now you're envious, right? What's the point of being a shopkeeper? You're always fighting for money every day. Compared to us, you're really lacking." Luigi laughed and didn't refute. Little Fishy wasn't born to do business. He just liked to be on the ship. His father was a shipwright for his entire life. Not long after Little Fishy was born, his father brought him to the ship. It was impossible for him to leave the ship for the rest of his life. Luigi looked at the sky and said, "Brother, it's not that I want to nag you, but it looks like we'll be going to the Devil Beach tonight. Don't drink too much and mess things up. If the family blames you, then it'll be my fault." Little Fishy smiled and said, "Brother, you can rest assured and drink. I know that the Devil Beach hasn't been very peaceful recently. But it doesn't matter. With this brother here, I can guarantee that the journey will be safe." While speaking, Lu Shan led Little Cranegrass and Little Ewer into the cabin. Once Little Cranegrass and Little Ewer entered the cabin, they immediately bowed to Lu Ji and said, "Greetings, Uncle Lu." Lu Ji laughed and said, "Bow Ewer, come and greet your Uncle Lu Yu. This is the fish that your Uncle Lu Yu caught for you." Little Cranegrass and Little Ewer turned around and bowed to Lu Yu together. "Greetings, Uncle Lu Yu." "Thank you, Uncle Lu Yu." Lu Yu had been observing Little Cranegrass the whole time. He wanted to see what kind of child he was to be praised by Lu Ji like he was rare in the heavens. Now that he saw Little Cranegrass's appearance, Lu Yu couldn't help but secretly nod his head. His salutation was well behaved, and his eyes were calm. He had a mature aura that didn't match his age. It was really rare. Lu Yu waved his hand and said, "No need to be so polite. Come and drink some fish soup." The two nodded and then sat at the table with Lu Shan. Lu Shan gave each of them a bowl of fish soup. This fish soup was stewed with the river's water. As the saying goes, the original soup melts the original food. Stewing fish with river water has a different taste. Although Lu Yu and the others were walking on the river, they might think that the river water was dirty. In fact, it was the opposite. They liked the river water very much. They thought that the river water was the cleanest water. Little Cranegrass and Little Ewer each drank a bowl of fresh soup. They felt that this fish soup was much better than the fish soup made by their family. Little Ewer quickly finished a bowl and asked Lu Shan to serve her another bowl. However, it was Little Cranegrass. She drank this bowl of fish soup very slowly and didn't get another bowl after finishing it. Lu Yu, who had been observing Little Cranegrass, looked at him in confusion and said, "You're called Cranegrass, right? Cranegrass? Is this fish soup not good? Why aren't you drinking anymore?" Little Cranegrass shook his head and said, "It's good. This fish soup is very good. However, this nephew has already eaten. I'm not hungry, so I don't want to eat too much. Uncle Lu Yu, please forgive me." Lu Yu nodded and said, "All right, if you don't want to drink too much, then you can go play by yourself." Little Cranegrass shook his head and said, "I want to stay here with little sister Ewer. Little sister Ewer is still young. If I leave her here alone, she'll be scared." When Lu Yu heard Little Cranegrass, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he nodded and said, "You're so young, but you already know how to take care of your sister. You're really a good child. Cranegrass, how old are you today? Did you go to school?" Little Cranegrass respectfully said, "This nephew is about to turn 7. I went to school when I was 5. Half a year ago, I graduated and returned home. I'm preparing to study medicine from Emerald City's medicine master." Lu Yu nodded and said, "So that's how it is. Then what did you learn in school? Can you tell Uncle about it?" Although Lu Yu looked like a rough man who only knew how to run boats, he spoke in a cultured manner. It was clear that he also went to school. Now that he asked Little Cranegrass about this, it was clear that he was deliberately testing Little Cranegrass. When Lu Ji saw Lu Yu testing Little Cranegrass, a strange smile appeared on his face. He was very clear about Little Cranegrass's talent. This time, Lu Yu really kicked an iron plate. Lu Yu stared blankly at the back of Little Cranegrass. Little Cranegrass was pulling Little Ewer outside. Little Ewer was also obediently following by his side. The two didn't seem to have any abnormalities, they were just like a pair of ordinary siblings going home. However, Lu Yu's face looked as if he had just seen a ghost. He had just tested little crane grass knowledge, but the result was very painful. Lu Yu believed that he was one of the few servants in the Lu family who was meticulous. In terms of knowledge, he wasn't inferior to anyone else. He even believed that there weren't many servants in the Lu family who could surpass him in terms of knowledge. However, when he was tested on the little crane grass today, he didn't pass the test. This really shocked him. After a while, Lu Yu finally came back to his senses. He turned to look at Lu Ji and said, "Fatty Lu, is this kid really 7 years old? Did he really only go to school for 2 years?" Lu Ji looked at Lu Yu and couldn't help but laugh. "How is it, brother? This time you kicked an iron plate, right? Ha ha ha, but you're really only 7 years old. Moreover, he only went to school for a year and a half. Later on, the teacher didn't have anything to teach him, so he went home." Lu Yu stared, then his face couldn't help but change. He turned to Lu Ji and said, "Fatty Lu, don't try to scare me. The teacher didn't have anything to teach him? Where did he go to school? Was it in my Lu family school?" Lu Ji nodded. Lu Yu's eyes narrowed as he said, "That's even more wrong. If he really went to my school, then he should have gone to Green City's Lu family school. His teachers are the 2 brothers, Yu Shu and Yu Feng. These 2 brothers can be said to be the 2 most knowledgeable people in the Lu family. You actually said that they don't have anything to teach? Are you joking?" Lu Ji gave him a blank look and said, "Is there any meaning in joking with you? My kid also went to the Lu family school. You can ask him." Lu Yu turned his head to look at Lu Shun. Lu Shun quickly said, "Uncle Yu, what my father said is true. Mr. Yu Feng and Mr. Yu Shu really don't have anything to teach Bao'er. Bao'er's learning ability is very strong, everyone in the school knows this." Lu Yu looked at Lu Shun and asked, "What has he learned now?" Lu Shun smiled bitterly and shook his head, "I don't know about this yet. Because little crane grass learns things very quickly, he has always been taught by the 2 gentlemen alone. As for what he learned, he won't say even when we ask him. We don't dare to ask the gentleman." Lu Yu nodded and sighed, "It seems like this kid is really a talent. Fatty Lu, why didn't you find a way to bring such a talent into the family?" Lu Ji looked at Lu Yu and rolled his eyes. "Why don't you use your brain? Have you forgotten who they are going to see? Do you think that even if Uncle Men knew about this, the family wouldn't know? 2 years ago, Uncle Men already knew about this matter and reported it to the family. Let me tell you, you should just forget about this matter. The family has already dealt with it. If you go back and talk about it, you might ruin the family's plan. Do you understand?" When Lu Yu heard Lu Ji's words, he was stunned for a moment. Then he nodded and said, "Yes, Uncle Men has been loyal to the family all his life. If he knows about this child, then the family must know about it as well. Since this child didn't enter the family, then there must be a reason for it. We shouldn't interfere in this matter. Alright, let's drink. Today, we were able to meet such a genius, so this trip was worth it." Lu Ji laughed and said, "You're right to think that way. Moreover, Tian Niu is now a servant of the family, a 3rd-class servant. His status is similar to yours. He manages the Lu family's old store, which has been very popular in the past 2 years. Tian Niu is Bao'er's uncle. When Bao'er was 5 years old, he was the one who brought Bao'er to the city to study. Bao'er owes him a great debt. And with his relationship with Uncle Men, even if Bao'er isn't a servant of the Lu family, do you think that he has nothing to do with the Lu family? From what I can see, Uncle Men didn't allow the child to enter the Lu family because of his future development." When Lu Yu heard Lu Ji, he immediately understood what Lu Ji meant. He nodded and said, "That makes sense. If the child really enters the family, then his future development would be limited. Alright, let's not talk about it anymore. Brother, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Cheers." Lu Ji laughed as he raised his bowl and drank with Lu Yu. Along the way, the boat didn't encounter any problems. But when the sky turned dark, the boat stopped by the riverside. These boats wouldn't leave tonight since it was very dangerous to sail at night. Lu Yu and the others also didn't plan to leave. The Lu family's goods weren't very expensive, so they didn't need to leave in a hurry. However, even if they stopped here, it wasn't completely safe. This was because the place they stopped at had a special name. It was called the Devil's Beach. The Devil's Beach didn't have any undercurrents or reefs underneath. In fact, there were no undercurrents or reefs in the entire Wuling River. Even if there were any reefs, they would have been cleaned up by the weapon users. One must know that the Wuling River was an important waterway, so there shouldn't be any problems here. Not only was the Devil's Beach not dangerous, on the contrary, it was very good. The water was very gentle, making it very easy for boats to rest here at night. But because of this, it wasn't safe here. Large boats could stop here to rest, and the water was very gentle, so some small boats could also enter the river. Near the Devil's Beach, there were several groups of pirates. These pirates weren't good people, each of them was very strong. Most importantly, it was said that the leader of these pirates was a soul soldier. A soul soldier, in the soul realm, belonged to the highest level of existence. Each and every one of them could cultivate, and their strength was very formidable. It was said that the soul soldier pirates in the Devil's Beach were even more formidable. The Empire had sent people to besiege their nest several times, but none of them succeeded. But from Green City, as long as the wind and the current were smooth, they would definitely reach the Devil's Beach. But the Devil's Beach was a place where the water was very turbulent, so it wasn't suitable for boats to stop there at night. As a result, the Devil's Beach became the most suitable place for boats to rest. So even though they knew that this place might be robbed, there were still a lot of boats stopping here every day. These boats had reached a tacit understanding with each other. If one of them was attacked, the other boats would immediately help, regardless of whether they knew each other or not. Even if they were enemies in the city, they would still help each other here. Little Cranegrass was now standing on the boat, looking at the sails. Now that the sails of their boat had been lowered, Little Cranegrass looked around and knew that their boat was ready to rest. At this time, Luyu walked to the side of Little Cranegrass and said to him, "Cranegrass, we're going to rest in a while. Remember, after dinner tonight, you and Little Yu should rest early. No matter what movement you hear outside, don't come out. There's a toilet in your room, so don't run out at night, understand?" Little Cranegrass responded and didn't ask anything. Luyu looked at Little Cranegrass's appearance and nodded secretly for Little Cranegrass's sensibility. But he didn't know that Little Cranegrass actually knew about the Devil's Beach. These years, Little Cranegrass had read a lot of books, so he had some understanding of the entire Soul Realm. Now, the entire Soul Realm was divided into 10 empires. Among these 10 empires, 7 of them were monarchs of soul soldiers, while the other 3 were monarchs of soul beasts. From this number, it can be seen that the empires established by soul soldiers were the main body of the Soul Realm. In fact, this was indeed the case. The 7 empires established by soul soldiers were in the most fertile places of the Soul Realm, while the 3 empires established by soul beasts were in very remote and barren places. The 7 nations established by the spirit soldiers were all ruled by their spirit weapons. They were the Blade Spirit Nation, the Sword Spirit Nation, the Spear Spirit Nation, the Halberd Spirit Nation, the Hammer Spirit Nation, the Bow Spirit Nation, and the Dark Soldier Nation. The 3 empires established by soul beasts were also named after their soul objects. They were Tiger Soul Nation, Lion Soul Nation, and Wolf Soul Nation. The Tiger Soul Nation was located in the 100,000 mountain range in the west of the Soul Realm. It was the world of soul beasts. The people of the 7 soul nations couldn't enter the 100,000 mountain range without the permission of the Tiger Soul Nation. The 100,000 mountain range was connected to the Blade Soul Nation, Halberd Soul Nation, and Blade Soul Nation. These 3 nations had formed an alliance to deal with the Tiger Soul Nation, but they were repelled by the people of the Tiger Soul Nation. Moreover, most of their troops were left in the 100,000 mountain range. Since then, the 3 soul nations didn't send troops to the 100,000 mountain range. On the contrary, they would make some transactions with the Tiger Soul Nation every day, but they would control the amount of transactions, so that the Tiger Soul Nation couldn't attack the 100,000 mountain range. The Lion Cloud Nation was established on a huge island. The area of this island was very large, but the land was very barren. There were deserts everywhere, and there were also large grasslands. However, the annual rainfall wasn't very high, so the people there lived a very hard life. But it was in such a place that the most beautiful gems in the world were produced. These gems were not only beautiful, but they could also help people practice. In addition to the harsh environment, the people there were very tough. Moreover, under the leadership of the Golden Lion clan, it wasn't easy for the 7 soul nations to move against them. Of course, the most important thing was that the Lion Soul Nation and the 7 soul nations were separated by a strait. And in this strait, there were sea beasts running amok. It wasn't easy to cross it. Therefore, the Lion Soul Nation didn't have much contact with the continent. In addition to some sea merchants, the 7 soul nations had never used their weapons against the Lion Soul Nation. The Wolf Spirit Nation was located in the north of the Soul World. It was a boundless prairie. The people there were mainly herders. The cavalry there was the best in the world. In addition, every winter there was unbearably cold. This also fostered the valiant character of the people there. The Wolf Spirit Nation was located in the Sacred Wolf Prairie. It was adjacent to the Spear and Hammer Spirit Nations of the 7 Great Soldier Nations. The Wolf Spirit Nation's wolf cavalry would invade the borders from time to time, which became a big problem for the 2 Great Soldier Nations. Among the 7 Great Spirit Nations, the Sword Spirit Nation was the strongest. They occupied the most fertile land in the Soul World. In the south was the Dark Soldier Nation. In the north was the Spear Spirit Nation and the Hammer Spirit Nation. In the west was the Blade Spirit Nation, the Halberd Spirit Nation and the Bow Spirit Nation. In the east was the Lion Spirit Nation across the sea. The Sword Spirit Nation occupied the widest area, had the largest population, and was also the strongest. It was recognized as the strongest nation in the Soul World. Moreover, there were almost no enemies around it. The Sword Spirit Nation and the 7 Great Spirit Nations were allies. In addition, they could trade directly with the Lion Spirit Nation. Next were the Spear Spirit Nation and the Hammer Spirit Nation. Although these 2 nations had been harassed by the Wolf Spirit Nation for a long time, but at the same time, it had also fostered a martial spirit in their people. Therefore, these 2 nations might not be the wealthiest among the 7 nations, but their combat strength could definitely be ranked in the top 4 among the 7 nations. As for the Blade Spirit Nation, the Halberd Spirit Nation, and the Bow Spirit Nation, their national strength was not much different. In addition, they were close to the 100,000 Great Mountains. This made the pharmacists and botanists of these nations very developed. On the other hand, the Dark Soldier Nation was located in the south. The people of their nation were not rich, and the fighting strength of their army was not very strong. However, the people of the Dark Soldier Nation were famous for their assassination. The royal family of their nation was famous for using dark gas and poison. Their customs were unique, and they were a relatively special existence among the 7 Great Spirit Nations. In addition to the 10 Great Spirit Nations, there were 2 major organizations in the Soul World. These 2 organizations were very large, spanning across the entire Soul World. No matter which nation it was, there were traces of these 2 organizations. It's just that in some nations, the influence of these 2 organizations was bigger. In some nations, the influence of these 2 organizations was relatively small. These 2 organizations were the Craftsman Guild and the Botanist Guild. The Craftsman Guild was relatively prosperous in the Sword Spirit Nation, the Spear Spirit Nation, the Hammer Spirit Nation, and the Dark Soldier Nation. The status of craftsmen in these 4 nations was very high. The Plant Master Guild was very prosperous in the Blade Spirit Nation, the Halberd Spirit Nation, and the Bow Spirit Nation. The country where the Little Crane Grass was located was actually the Saber Spirit Nation. The Saber Spirit Nation was adjacent to 4 other nations. To the west was the Tiger Spirit Nation, to the east was the Saber Spirit Nation, to the back was the Spear Spirit Nation, and to the south was the Dark Soul Nation. However, the Saber Spirit Nation's land area was very large, and its national strength was also very strong. Moreover, the Saber Spirit Nation placed a lot of importance on plant masters and alchemists. Because of this, the Saber Spirit Nation's sole plant masters and alchemists would be taken care of even if they couldn't become plant masters or alchemists. The Jadeite Mountain where Little Crane Grass and the others were belonged to the Sky region, one of the 36 regions of the Soul World. Among the 36 regions, there were only 5 regions that were managed by the Saber Soul. They were the heavens blessing region, the sky region, the heavens speed region, the heavens divergence region and the heavens slaughter region. The Jadeite mountain was in the sky region, and the East Arrival Prefecture was in the East Arrival Prefecture. The East Arrival Prefecture's government office was located in the Gathering Cloud City. As for this Wu Ling, it was a river that ran through the entire Saber Spirit Nation's 5 great regions. Naturally, it was impossible for the Saber Spirit Nation's history books to not mention it. Other than the history books of the Saber Spirit Nation, it was also written in the books of the Lu clan. Little Cranegrass had read almost all the books about the Lu clan, so he naturally knew a lot about the Wu Ling River. Naturally, he also knew about the dangerous Devil's Beach. Little Cranegrass was very clear about this. Every year, several hundred merchant ships would be robbed at the Devil's Beach. These pirates were very cunning. When they came out, they were robbers, and when they came in, they were citizens. Their headquarters were hidden in the mountains, and no one knew who the head of the headquarters was. They only knew that this person was very strong, and was a soldier spirit cultivator. It was also because of this person's strength that the Saber Spirit Nation had sent people to kill him several times, but they were all unsuccessful. This allowed him to get away with it, and even made the Devil's Beach infamous. Lu Yu and Lu Ji didn't know that Little Cranegrass knew about this, so they thought that as long as they didn't tell Little Cranegrass wouldn't know anything. In fact, they didn't know that Little Cranegrass was very familiar with the Devil's Beach. Little Cranegrass returned to the cabin with a heavy expression. Little Yu was playing in the cabin, and didn't show any signs of seasickness. When Little Yu saw Little Cranegrass come in, she quickly ran over. She was holding a small bowl in her hand, and in the bowl was a small fish. This small fish was just caught by the boatman in the river. Its entire body was silvery white, and it was very cute. He gave it to Little Yu as a toy. Little Yu placed the bowl in front of Little Cranegrass and said to him, "Big brother Cranegrass, look at my little fish. Isn't it fun? It can even swallow bubbles." Little Cranegrass looked at the small fish, then he smiled and said, "It's very fun. We're going out to eat, so don't take this small fish with you. Put it in the room and play with it when we come back. It's very cold outside, so we won't go out. You can play with this small fish tonight." Little Yu was very obedient to Little Cranegrass. It can be said that Little Yu worships Little Cranegrass. She saw with her own eyes that Little Cranegrass wrote a lot of words, filling up the entire room. Since then, Little Yu was very obedient to Little Cranegrass, almost to the point of obeying Little Cranegrass. Little Yu nodded, then she put the small bowl on the table. Because the current was very gentle, and the ship was filled with goods, the ship was very stable, as if it was on flat ground. Little Cranegrass looked at Little Yu's cute appearance and became even more worried. Although he hadn't encountered bandits before, he had seen bandits being executed in Greenland City. Each and every one of them had a ferocious appearance. Although he wasn't afraid, it didn't mean that Little Yu wasn't afraid. If those bandits scared Little Yu or hurt Little Yu, then it wouldn't be good. Thinking of this, Little Cranegrass couldn't help but look at the cabin. This was a small cabin, and the entire cabin only had a big bed, a table, and a stool. There was nothing else, and whether it was the bed, the table, or the stool, they were all fixed on the deck of the ship. They were afraid that when the ship was shaking, these tables and stools would hurt people. The bed was also very simple. It was smaller than a double bed and bigger than a single bed. He and Little Yu could only squeeze on the same bed at night. The bottom of the bed was empty, but it was precisely because it was empty that it was impossible to hide someone underneath. Near the door, there was a toilet, but this toilet was obviously temporary. It was a broken wooden bucket on the ship, and there were 2 boards on top of it. It was obviously specially prepared for them. The table wasn't big, and only one person could hide under it. Moreover, people could see the table when they came in, so it was definitely not a good place to hide people. After looking at the furnishings in the room, Little Cranegrass finally looked at the quilt on the bed. The quilt on the bed was very simple, with only 1 quilt and 1 mattress. However, the quilt was very big, enough for 2 people. Little Cranegrass thought for a bit, then he slowly climbed onto the bed. He opened the mattress and spread it on the bed. Seeing that the quilt was about to reach the ground, little Cranegrass nodded in satisfaction and pushed the quilt back onto the bed. Little Eeyore looked at little Cranegrass in confusion and said, "Big brother Cranegrass, what are you doing? Why are you spreading the quilt? Are you sleepy?" Little Cranegrass turned to little Eeyore and said, "No, Eeyore, Big brother isn't sleepy. Big brother just wants to see if this quilt is suitable for the two of us. We'll be sleeping with this quilt tonight. If it's not suitable, then we'll be cold at night." Little Eeyore didn't know what little Cranegrass was thinking. She nodded and said, "Oh, so it's like that. Big brother, this quilt is very big, so we won't be cold if we sleep together." Little Cranegrass nodded and didn't say anything. At this time, Lu Shun's voice was heard, "Cranegrass, Eeyore, come out and eat." Hearing Lu Shun's words, the boat trembled slightly, and the boat came to a complete stop. Little Cranegrass responded, and brought Eeyore out of the room. Lu Shun was standing outside the two's room. His room was right across from theirs, making it convenient for him to take care of the two. Now that the two had come out, Lu Shun pulled little Cranegrass's hand and said, "Cranegrass, Eeyore, let's go eat. There's meat to eat tonight." While saying that, he led the two outside. Before long, the three of them came out of the cabin and went to the deck outside. At this time, almost everyone on the ship was on the deck. The afterglow of the setting sun hadn't completely dissipated. The river's surface was fiery red. It was a bit like the setting sun of the Long River. At this moment, two boatmen carried 3 vats out of the cabin and put them on the deck. After that, they carried out another vat which was filled with bowls and chopsticks. Each boatman took 2 bowls and a pair of chopsticks before going to the vats. Among the vats, one was filled with rice, another was filled with fish soup, and the last one was filled with stewed meat. Each boatman would fill a bowl with rice, a bowl of stewed meat, and another empty bowl with fish soup. After that, they would take the food aside and squat down or sit down on the deck. While eating, they would talk and laugh, which was very boisterous. Lu Shun didn't take the bowls from the large barrels. Those were prepared for the ordinary boatmen. He led little Cranegrass and Eeyore to Lu Yu and Lu Ji, who were standing at the bow of the ship. The two of them were standing there, looking at the ships beside them. They were pointing at them and discussing something in low voices. However, the two of them had a heavy expression on their faces. "Little Yu, the boats beside us are very deep in the water. At a glance, it's obvious that they're filled with things. The boatmen on them are also much more than the other boats. Can you tell what's on the boat?" Lu Shun asked Lu Yu. Lu Yu carefully observed the ships and said, "Brother Ji, I'm afraid that those ships are loaded with heavy items. If it's not weapons, then it's porcelain. If it's porcelain, then there should be a lot of gold and silver. Otherwise, the guards wouldn't be so strict. These ships have always been the main targets of pirates. Brother, it seems like we have to be careful tonight." Lu Ji nodded and carefully looked at the boats. He then looked around and found that the river was almost full of boats. Only the middle of the river was left open. Now, even if they wanted to change places, they couldn't. They could only strengthen their defenses and hope that the pirates wouldn't treat them as one of their own. Lu Yu looked around again and said, "There are a lot of ships today. I think that even if the pirates come, they wouldn't be able to get away. As long as we're on guard, there shouldn't be any problems." "Alright, brother, let's go eat." Lu Ji nodded. He turned around and saw Lu Shun leading little Cranegrass and Eeyore not far from them. Lu Ji didn't know if the three of them heard what he said to Lu Yu, but his expression didn't look good. He glared at Lu Shun and said, "Who told you to bring Bower and Eeyore here? Go back to the cabin. The food is already prepared. Let's go eat." Lu Shun quickly responded and then led little Cranegrass and Eeyore to the cabin. When Lu Yu saw Lu Ji's expression, she couldn't help but smile and said, "Brother, you can rest assured. With me here, I can guarantee that nothing will happen. You don't need to worry. Let's go eat." Lu Ji nodded and then followed Lu Yu into the cabin. There was a small table in the cabin. There were 4 dishes on the table, as well as a fish soup. These 4 dishes included fish, meat, and vegetables. These were rare things on the river. Among all the boatmen, only the boatmen of the Lu family were treated better. They could eat meat and vegetables. The boatmen of the other boatmen would only eat salted vegetables, fish soup, and rice all year round. They ate so much that they felt dizzy. Once they smelled the fishy smell, they would feel nauseous. After Lu Ji and Lu Yu sat down, Lu Ji looked at little Cranegrass and Yu. Then he smiled and said, Bao Yu, come and eat. There's nothing good to eat on this ship. When we reach Juyun City, Uncle will definitely take you two to eat something better. Come, eat. Little Cranegrass and Yu weren't picky eaters. They each filled a bowl of rice and ate it in big mouthfuls. The more Lu Yu looked at the little Cranegrass, the more she liked it. Coupled with the jade-like little Yu, Lu Yu liked it very much. While eating, she didn't forget to pick up food for the two little ones, which made Lu Ji laugh endlessly. However, Lu Yu did not mind at all. He really liked these two children. Seeing that they were not picky eaters at all and were enjoying the food in big mouthfuls, he had a smile on his face. He picked up food for them and asked them to eat slowly. After eating, the sky outside also darkened. However, the river was very lively. Every ship was lit with wind lanterns, making the river even livelier than it was during the day. Lu Yu did not immediately let little Cranegrass and Yu go to sleep. Instead, he led them to the deck and allowed them to play on the deck. Lu Yu, on the other hand, instructed the boatmen to fix all the things that needed to be fixed on the ship during the final precaution. He also arranged for everyone to be on guard duty. Those boatmen were clearly used to this kind of work. Each and every one of them carried out the tasks on hand in an orderly manner. They did not appear to be flustered at all. It wasn't until the sky was completely dark that Lu Yu let Lu Shun lead little Cranegrass and Yu to sleep. The other boatmen who had finished their work also returned to the ship to sleep. However, Lu Yu and Lu Ji didn't return to their rooms to sleep. Instead, they went to his cabin. The two of them sat there and prepared a side dish and a pot of wine. They didn't plan to sleep tonight. As long as they could safely cross the Devil Beach, they would have time to sleep. Tonight, they wouldn't be able to sleep. Lu Shun led little Cranegrass and Yu to their cabin. When they arrived at the cabin, he carried the two children to the bed. He watched the two children take off their clothes and get into bed before leaving. When he went out, he carefully closed the door. Little Cranegrass couldn't fall asleep no matter how hard he tried. Little Yu, who was beside him, had already fallen asleep and was breathing evenly. Little Cranegrass, who was originally a little nervous, suddenly calmed down. He made up his mind that no matter what happened, he must ensure little Yu's safety. Otherwise, he would never forgive himself. At this time, he should be afraid. But strangely, he didn't seem to be afraid at all. He was very calm. Little Cranegrass felt as if he had turned into another person. He was coldly analyzing the current situation. Many things that he didn't think of before suddenly came to his mind. It was impossible to say that no one in the entire Saber Spirit country could deal with the pirates here. If no one in the entire Saber Spirit country could deal with the pirates here, then it would be too inexcusable. If that was the case, then the Saber Spirit country would have already perished. But Devil Beach had existed for so many years. This could only prove one thing. There was someone behind Devil Beach, and that person's influence wasn't small. This time, little Cranegrass had also heard the conversation between Lu Yu and Lu Ji. There were a few ships around them that were transporting something very valuable. If there was really someone behind the Devil Beach, and if that person was the enemy of the Blade Spirit Nation, then the people on these ships might be from the Blade Spirit Nation. Then, it was almost certain that there would be a conflict between the two sides, and this kind of conflict was almost inevitable. If all of these guesses were correct, then they would definitely be attacked. Although they wouldn't be the main target, as long as they were attacked, then the attacker wouldn't be weak. At that time, they would be in a lot of trouble. Thinking of this, little Cranegrass slowly sat up. His eyes were black and bright. Even in such an environment, they were like two cold bolts of lightning. He slowly got off the bed without disturbing little Yu. Then he slowly touched his own clothes, and at the same time, he also touched little Yu's clothes. Then he slowly stuffed their clothes under the bed. He stuffed them very deeply, and with the darkness in the room, it was impossible for people to see the clothes. Then, he picked up the bowl with the small fish on the table and placed it beside the toilet bowl. The shadow of the toilet bowl blocked the small bowl. After doing all this, he returned to the bed and quietly closed his eyes. Time passed by bit, but little Cranegrass didn't fall asleep. He knew that if the other party wanted to attack the fleet, then it would be tonight. After tonight, they would have the opportunity to attack. Until midnight, there was still no movement. However, the uneasiness in little Cranegrass's heart grew stronger. He felt that something was going to happen very soon. He slowly sat up and walked to the door. He slowly opened the door a crack. It looked like the door was unlatched. Then, he returned to his bed and sat there quietly. Just as little Cranegrass sat on the bed, he suddenly heard a noise from outside. He could faintly hear someone shouting, "The pirates are here! The pirates are here!" Little Cranegrass moved and lay on the bed again. He knew that once there was movement outside, Lu Xun would definitely come in to check. Sure enough, as soon as there was movement outside, Lu Xun's door creaked and then his door was slowly pushed open. Little Cranegrass closed his eyes and pretended that he didn't hear anything. Seeing that little Cranegrass didn't wake up, Lu Xun slowly closed the door and retreated out of the room. The reason why Lu Xun didn't wake little Cranegrass up and lead him to another place to hide was that there was no safer place on the ship than this cabin. As soon as Lu Xun left, little Cranegrass immediately sat up. He gently shook little Yu-er. Little Yu-er slowly opened her eyes. In the darkness, she looked at little Cranegrass and asked, "Big brother Cranegrass, what are you doing?" Little Cranegrass softly said, "Little Yu-er, listen to me. Don't make a sound. In a while, we'll lie down. Don't let anyone discover us. If I don't let you make a sound, you must not make a sound. Understand?" Little Yu-er looked at little Cranegrass in confusion. She didn't know why little Cranegrass said this. However, she still nodded obediently. This was because she had always trusted little Cranegrass unconditionally. Little Cranegrass helped little Yu-er get down from the bed. Then he let little Yu-er go under the bed. After little Yu-er went under, little Cranegrass said, "Yu-er, be good. I'll spread the quilt and immediately come to accompany you." Little Yu-er's small face was somewhat pale as she nodded. At this time, she had already heard the noise coming from outside. Although she was still young and didn't know what was going on, she also knew that something bad must have happened outside. Something that made her feel afraid. Little Cranegrass softly comforted little Yu-er again. Then he lifted the quilt and shook it hard. Then he put the quilt on the ground. Then he picked up the mattress and shook it hard. This way, the temperature of the quilt would dissipate as soon as possible. Even if someone touched the quilt, they wouldn't be able to judge when they left. After little Cranegrass touched the quilt and found that it was cold, he put the quilt on the bed and then carefully spread the quilt on the bed. He spread it very carefully. Moreover, he didn't spread it in a special way. Instead, he deliberately spread it in a very messy way. He didn't have time to fold the quilt, but the corner of the quilt was naturally hanging on the ground. It looked like a person who was in a hurry to get up and walk out. He accidentally brought the quilt to the ground, but he didn't have the mood to tidy it up. After fixing the blanket, little Cranegrass lifted the corner of the blanket and crawled under the bed. Little Yu-er was hiding under the bed and trembling. When she saw little Cranegrass crawling under the bed, she immediately grabbed little Cranegrass's arm and looked like she wanted to cry but didn't dare to. Little Cranegrass gently patted little Yu-er and said, "Yu-er, don't be afraid. We're actually playing a game of hide-and-seek with Brother Lu Xun and Uncle Lu Ji. Let's see if they can find us. Before they find us, we can't make a sound if anyone comes looking for us. Do you hear me?" Little Yu-er nodded. Although little Cranegrass said this, little Yu-er was still very afraid. She didn't dare to make any noise. Little Cranegrass was lying under the bed, quietly listening to the sounds outside. At this moment, sounds of fighting could be heard. Moreover, these sounds were very abnormal. From time to time, there would be rumbles and screams. Moreover, the sounds were getting closer and closer. Little Cranegrass could already hear Lu Yu's angry voice coming from outside. However, Lu Yu didn't order people to participate in the battle. Instead, he ordered people to set sail. He didn't care about the night and was about to set sail. But at this moment, a rumbling sound was heard. Then the ship shook violently. Then there was chaos on the ship. Then little Crane Grass faintly heard a plopping sound. Upon hearing this sound, his expression changed, because this meant that someone had abandoned the ship. It seems like the situation outside wasn't good. Little Crane Grass turned his head to look at Little Ewer. He saw that Little Ewer's face was pale as she grabbed his arm. Her eyes were filled with fear. Little Crane Grass softly said, "Ewer, don't be afraid. I'm here." Perhaps because of his comfort, Little Ewer's face looked a little better. However, she still didn't let go of his arm. At this moment, Little Crane Grass heard a series of clanking sounds, followed by a series of cheers. Following that, a coarse voice said, "Little Crane Grass, quickly get on the ship and see if there are any good things on the ship. If there are good things, take them all away." Some people responded. Then Little Crane Grass heard the sound of someone kicking the door. A burst of messy footsteps was heard. Little Crane Grass couldn't help but feel nervous. He turned his head to look at Little Ewer. Little Ewer was looking at him with a pale face. Little Crane Grass gently patted Little Ewer's hand. Then he quietly looked at the door. The footsteps got closer. Before long, Little Crane Grass heard a bang. The door was kicked open. Then a pair of bare feet appeared in front of Little Crane Grass. This pair of bare feet was covered in black mud. It wasn't the feet of a boatman. Little Crane Grass gently covered Little Ewer's mouth with his hand. The pair of feet only stopped on the door for a moment before they turned and left. However, Little Crane Grass didn't let go. He was still quietly looking outside. His heart was very calm. It was as if he was watching someone else acting. He didn't feel any fear at all. After a while, a sharp voice said, "Big brother, there's nothing good on this ship. It's all medicinal herbs. Bags and bags." The rough voice said, "Medicinal herbs? Is there a seal? Which family is it?" The sharp voice said, "Yes, it's the Lu family's seal. Big brother, it seems like this is the Lu family's medicine ship. What should we do?" The rough voice seemed to be afraid of the Lu family. When he heard that it was the Lu family's ship, he couldn't help but ponder for a moment. Then he said in a deep voice, "The Lu family can be considered as a local tyrant. If we take away all their medicinal herbs, I'm afraid they won't agree. But since we're on the ship, we can't come here for nothing. Let's get our brothers to take away 1/3 of the medicinal herbs. This is the rule of the underworld. The Lu family should know. Even if they know, they won't do anything." Little Crane Grass lay under the bed without moving. He was now a little worried. He didn't know how Lu Xun and the others were doing. If something happened to Lu Xun and the others, then even if there were medicinal herbs on the ship, they couldn't do anything. After a while, the sharp voice said, "Big brother, the medicinal herbs are all moved. There's no one on the Lu family's ship. Can we just leave it here?" The rough voice said, "No one? Do you know what the Lu family's boatmen are good at? They are good at diving and can stay underwater for a day without any problems. Although the fight between the two lords caused some damage to the ship, the people on the ship didn't die. Most of them just jumped off the ship. They won't go far. The Lu family's rules are very strict. Don't worry, as long as we leave, it won't take long for them to come back. Let's go." Then a series of footsteps sounded and the entire ship returned to its original calm state. Before long, voices could be heard from the ship. Then a voice was heard, "Quick, bring the captain, shopkeeper Lu Ji, and shopkeeper Lu up. Let's see how they're doing." Then there was a flurry of movement. Then another voice said, "They've fainted. Quick, pinch their philtrum and check the ship's damage." Then there was another flurry of movement. Then Zhao Hai felt several people running past his cabin. However, he didn't move. He was still lying under the bed. On this ship, Little Crane Grass only trusted 3 people. They were Lu Yu, Lu Ji, and Lu Xun. As long as these 3 people didn't appear, Zhao Hai wouldn't move. Before long, Lu Yu's voice was heard, "What happened? What's the situation on the ship?" A voice replied, "Captain, it's fine. Just now, 2 Lord Soul soldiers were fighting. You, shopkeeper Lu Ji, and shopkeeper Lu fainted and fell off the ship. A few of our brothers died. The ship's damage wasn't too serious. But later on, a group of pirates boarded the ship. We couldn't fight them, so we jumped off the ship to escape. Those pirates didn't mess around and only took a third of the herbs. That's good. Wait, where's little Crane Grass? Where are the 2 children on the ship? When you got off the ship, did you take the 2 children with you? Captain, at that time everyone was in a panic. Everyone was focused on escaping and forgot about the 2 children. They might still be in the cabin. What? Still in the cabin? Then you should go and take a look. Little you, if something happened to Bauer and you were, how are we going to explain it to Uncle Men? Quick, help me to the cabin. This voice belonged to Lu Ji. Lu Ji had just woken up. When he heard that person's words, he immediately became anxious. Then the sound of chaotic footsteps could be heard. Then Little Cranegrass's cabin door was opened. Little Cranegrass saw a pair of wet boots. Then the boots quickly ran into the room and loudly said, "Bauer, you er?" His voice was trembling. It was clear that he was very afraid. When Zhao heard the voice, he knew that it was Lu Ji. Moreover, on this ship, besides Lu Ji, only Lu Shun, Zhao Hai, and Little Yu were wearing shoes. Zhao Hai, Little Yu and Lu Shun were all wearing ordinary cloth shoes. Only Lu Ji was wearing boots. It seems like this person was Lu Ji. At this time, Lu Ji was about to go crazy. He lifted the quilt and touched the inside of the quilt with his hand. He found that the inside of the quilt was completely cold. Lu Ji's eyes turned black and he almost fainted. Little Cranegrass took a deep breath and said, "Uncle Lu, I'm here." When Lu Ji heard Little Cranegrass's voice, he couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately said, "Bauer, it's Bauer. Bauer, you're here." At this time, Little Cranegrass crawled out from under the bed and said, "Uncle Lu, I'm here." When the pale Lu Ji saw Little Cranegrass, he immediately became ecstatic and said, "Bauer, it's really you? My good Bauer, it's really you. That's great." Lu Ji hugged Little Cranegrass. His wet clothes also made Little Cranegrass's clothes wet. At this time, Little Cranegrass quickly said, "Uncle Lu, little sister Yu is still under the bed." When Lu Ji heard Little Cranegrass's words, he quickly let go of Little Cranegrass. When he bent down, he saw Little Yu crawling out from under the bed. He immediately reached out and pulled Little Yu out. He hugged Little Yu and said loudly, "Yu my good Yu Uncle was worried to death." After all, Little Yu was just an ordinary child. She was frightened the entire night. When she saw Lu Ji, she immediately burst into tears. Lu Ji hugged Little Yu and comforted her nonstop. At this time, Lu Yu and the others were looking at Little Cranegrass with shock. Lu Yu already knew that a third of the herbs on the ship had been taken away by the pirates. This meant that the pirates had completely occupied the ship. It was impossible for the pirates to not check the rooms. In this case, Little Cranegrass and Little Yu were actually not discovered by the pirates. They were able to hide until they came out. This was too miraculous. How did they do it? When Lu Yu thought of this, he immediately recalled the scene when they opened the door. At that time, they didn't see anyone. Moreover, they didn't think that there was anyone in the room. What was going on? Lu Yu couldn't help but frown. He carefully thought about the situation in the room when they first opened the door. Soon, he recalled that when they first opened the door, the room could be said to be clear at a glance. The corner of the quilt on the bed drooped to the ground, as if someone had run out in a panic and the quilt had fallen to the ground. Under such circumstances, naturally, no one would think that there would be someone under the bed in the room. Little Cranegrass and Little Yu were both children. If they hid under the bed, they wouldn't take up much space. Naturally, no one would notice them. However, when they hid under the bed, was it intentional or unintentional? If it was unintentional, then it could only mean that they were very lucky. If it was intentional, then this matter was worth thinking about. At this time, Little Yu stopped crying. At this time, Little Yu was no longer crying, but she was still sobbing. Lu Ji also placed Little Yu on the bed. He was now completely relaxed. He turned his head to look at Little Cranegrass and said, "Bauer, you're smart. Otherwise, something might have happened today. Alright, you stay in the room and don't go out." "Shun, you stinking brat, come over here and accompany Bao and you er." Lu Shun, who just woke up, responded and walked over. Little Cranegrass looked at Lu Shun's wet clothes and said, "Uncle Lu, Brother Shun's clothes are wet. Let him change his clothes. In any case, there's nothing to do on the ship. Your clothes are also wet. Hurry up and change, don't catch a cold." Upon hearing Little Cranegrass, Lu Ji felt that his clothes were very uncomfortable. He immediately said, "All right, Bao it's fine now. You don't need to be afraid. Stinking brat, hurry up and change your clothes. Once you're done, come and accompany Bao and you er." Lu Shun nodded, then he turned around and ran away. At this time, Lu Ji and Lu Yu also turned around and left. However, when Lu Yu left, he took a deep look at Little Cranegrass. His eyes were filled with deep meaning. Little Cranegrass didn't care. What he did today, besides showing that he was smart, there was nothing special about it. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of others knowing. After everyone ran out, Little Cranegrass turned his head to Little Yu and said, "You don't worry. I'll take out our clothes so that we can put them on." Little Yu nodded. Little Cranegrass went under the bed and took out the clothes. He first helped Little Yu put them on, then he also put on his own clothes. Just as he finished putting on his clothes, Lu Shun ran out from the opposite room. Seeing that Little Cranegrass was already dressed, Lu Shun relaxed. Then he ran to Little Cranegrass and said, "Cranegrass, I didn't scare you just now, right?" Little Cranegrass immediately shook his head and said, "I didn't." "Right, Brother Shun, what happened outside? I heard that 2 Lord Soldier Spirit Warriors were fighting. Are they very strong?" Hearing Little Cranegrass's question, Lu Shun immediately became spirited. His eyes shined with admiration as he said, "Amazing, too amazing. Cranegrass, you didn't see it, but those 2 were flying in the air. The weapons in their hands were emitting light that soared to the sky. With just a wave of their hands, a large ship was broken in half. With another wave of their hands, the Wu Ling River's water stopped flowing. Amazing, too amazing." Looking at Lu Shun's radiant appearance, Little Cranegrass fell into contemplation. When he heard Lu Shun say that the 2 soul soldiers were flying in the sky, he couldn't help but think about the man in his dream. That man was so strong that he seemed to be able to fight against the heavens and the earth. Although Little Cranegrass had never seen or heard of such a powerful person before, he had a feeling that the man wasn't just a figment of his imagination. Moreover, he had a great relationship with him. But as for what kind of relationship he had, he still didn't know. Lu Shun didn't care too much and continued to talk. Only Little Yu was listening attentively. But this night was full of surprises and scares. Little Yu was very tired and sleepy. So while listening, she slowly fell asleep. At this time, Little Cranegrass regained her senses and listened to Lu Shun bragging about the strength of the 2 soul soldiers. At the same time, she placed Little Yu on the bed and covered her with a quilt. Although Little Yu was asleep, she still unconsciously pulled Little Cranegrass's hand very tightly. After a while, Lu Shun finished talking about the battle. Little Cranegrass also knew what happened outside. It turned out that tonight, there were a lot of pirates attacking the ships around them. However, there were experts on those ships, a total of 5 soul soldiers. What was even more unexpected was that among the pirates, there were also 5 soul soldiers. Although they were flying in the air, they weren't flying very high. Because of this, the energy they released destroyed many ships below. Although Lu Yu reacted quickly and steered the ship into the middle of the river to avoid the attacks, the ship was still affected. A huge hole was created on the side of the ship. Lu Yu and the others were also affected by the energy waves and fainted before falling into the river. Fortunately, at this time, the soul soldiers also discovered that the destruction would be too great. If the matter became too big, then it wouldn't be good. Therefore, they left and went to other places to fight. But at this time, the less powerful pirates arrived. The Lu family's ship had no leader, so naturally, they weren't a match for the pirates. Therefore, they abandoned the ship and escaped. Naturally, some of these things were told by Lu Shun while some were guessed by Little Cranegrass. After all, Lu Shun only knew what happened before he fainted. He didn't know what happened after he fainted. As for the Lu family's boatmen, quite a few of them died in the attack. Among them, 3 of their corpses were found, and 5 of them were missing. If it weren't for the boatmen looking after Lu Yu and the others, they would have drowned. After all, when they fell into the water, they were already unconscious. At this time, Lu Ji also changed his clothes. However, he didn't go to little Cranegrass's room. Instead, he went to the deck. Lu Yu was currently directing the crew to clean up the deck. Lu Ji went to Lu Yu's side and looked at the big hole on the ship's side, then he said, "How is it? Can we still leave?" Lu Yu nodded and said, "Don't worry, we can leave after fixing it yesterday. Moreover, you don't need to worry about the loss of the herbs on the ship. The family won't pursue this matter. It's impossible for the family to not know about this. Losing only 1/3 of the herbs is already very fortunate." Lu Ji nodded and said, "I'm not worried about those herbs. This time, no one wants to encounter something like this. The family won't blame us. I'm happy that little Cranegrass and little Ewer are fine. Otherwise, I really don't know how to explain it to Uncle Men. Uncle Men is a person bestowed with the family's surname. If something really happened to little Cranegrass, then we would be in big trouble." In the Lu family, the servants were divided into several types. One type was the ordinary servants who hadn't fully gained the trust of the family. Such people were surnamed with their original surname, such as Tian Nyo. The other type was completely trusted by the family and was regarded as a member of the Lu family. They were given the surname Lu, such as Lu Ji and Lu Yu. They were the children of the Lu family and had served the Lu family for several generations. They were fully trusted by the Lu family and were given the surname Lu. This meant that the Lu family treated them as one of their own. The last one was like the old gate master. The old gate master's family originally had the surname Gate. Later on, after working for Lu clan for a long time, he gained the trust of Lu clan and was granted the surname Lu. Later on, because his family was too loyal to Lu clan, they didn't need to surname Lu anymore. Therefore, Lu clan would grant them back their original surname and let them continue their family name. People like the old gate master had the highest status among the servants of Lu clan. When Lu Yu heard Lu Ji, he nodded. Then he turned to Lu Ji and said, "Fatty Lu, don't you think that today's matter is strange?" Lu Ji looked at Lu Yu and said, "What's strange?" "Oh, you mean those pirates today? That's nothing. You should be very clear about what happened to those pirates. There's someone behind them, and I'm afraid that even our Lu family can't afford to offend them. As for the ships that were attacked today, they seem to be loaded with weapons. Those are prohibited items. This matter isn't simple." Zhao Hai nodded. Lu Yu rolled his eyes at Lu Ji and said, "I don't care about what those pirates are doing. Anyone with eyes can see what happened in today's battle. I'm talking about the little Cranegrass." Lu Ji was stunned, then he asked in confusion, "Bao-er? What happened to Bao-er?" Lu Yu looked at Lu Ji and said, "Those pirates have already taken over our ship. How can they not go to those rooms? Why couldn't they find the little Cranegrass? Also, when you entered the room with the little Cranegrass, didn't you also find the little Cranegrass?" Lu Ji stared. He was a smart person, so when Lu Yu said this, he immediately understood what Lu Yu meant. He frowned and said, "What are you trying to say? Are you trying to say that there's something wrong with Bao-er?" Lu Yu rolled his eyes and said, "Can't you think of something better? I mean, think about why we didn't find little Cranegrass. Also, think carefully about the scene after you entered the room. If little Cranegrass was really afraid and accidentally went under the bed, then at most, it means that he is a sensible child. But when we found little Cranegrass, he didn't look scared at all. In addition, there were several places in the room that were very strange. I suspect that little Cranegrass had already arranged them. He was afraid that something would happen to the ship and that someone would enter his room and find him, so he made arrangements in advance." Lu Ji stared, then he sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "You're saying that little Cranegrass specially arranged the room to prevent people from finding him? Is that possible?" After saying that, Lu Ji frowned and carefully thought about it. But at that time, he was in a panic and didn't pay attention to those details. So even after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't think of anything. Lu Yu looked at his appearance and couldn't help but remind him, "Have you ever thought that when we found the little Cranegrass, Little Cranegrass and you weren't wearing clothes, but their clothes weren't in the room. Also, the quilt on the bed, did they really accidentally drop it on the floor? Also, Howsy gave little Ewer a small fish. That small fish has a very strong vitality. It can be raised in a bowl for several days. When I looked at the bowl of fish, it wasn't on the table, but behind the toilet. If you don't look carefully, you won't be able to see the fish. Don't you think that it's strange? Hiss. Lu Ji sucked in a breath of cold air, then he looked at Lu Yu and said, "Is what you said true? You mean that little Cranegrass first hid the clothes and the fish, then deliberately made the quilt like that? Then he took little Ewer and hid them under the bed. That's why the pirates didn't find him? Is that what you mean?" Lu Yu nodded and said, "That's right. Fatty Lu, that's exactly what I mean. If my guess is true, then little Cranegrass will definitely be a great person in the future. Think about it, how old is he this year? When a normal child is his age, would they be able to be as calm as him when they encounter this kind of situation? Even if that child isn't afraid, would he make such a plan?" Lu Ji felt that he couldn't stay on the deck any longer, so he said in a deep voice, "I'll go ask Bauer first." Then he walked towards the cabin. Not long after, Lu Ji arrived outside little Cranegrass's room. However, he heard a low voice coming from the room. He opened the door in confusion and saw Lu Shun talking to little Cranegrass in a low voice. Little Cranegrass was sitting on the bed, and little Ewer was lying on the bed. It seemed like she had fallen asleep, but her little hand was holding on to little Cranegrass, so little Cranegrass couldn't stand up and could only sit there. Upon seeing Lu Ji, little Cranegrass wanted to stand up and give Lu Ji a salute. However, Lu Ji quickly waved his hand, then he looked at little Ewer and whispered, "Is Ewer asleep?" Little Cranegrass nodded and said, "Yes, she's holding on to my hand. I don't dare to get up." Lu Ji smiled and said, "You scared Ewer today, so you should accompany him." "Right, Bauer, why did you hide under the bed today? Also, I didn't see you when I came in." Little Cranegrass smiled and said, "Uncle Lu, I saw the introduction of Devil Island from my teacher. I'm afraid that Devil Island isn't simple. Otherwise, how could the country allow such a place to exist? Can the country accept the loss of more than 100 ships a year? After returning to the room, I didn't sleep. After Ewer fell asleep, I hid our clothes under the bed and placed Ewer's small bowl of fish behind the bedpan. This way, people standing in front of the door wouldn't be able to see the bowl of fish. When it became chaotic outside, I had Ewer hide under the bed. Then, I made the blanket on the bed look like it was going to fall to the ground. This way, the area under the bed was blocked. In addition, there was no light in the room, so people outside couldn't see what was under the bed. That's how we escaped a disaster." Although he had already guessed this result, Lu Ji still stared blankly at the little Cranegrass. He didn't expect that Lu Yu's guess was right. All of this was actually arranged by the little Cranegrass. He now felt that there was a monster standing in front of him. Otherwise, how could he do this at such a young age? Lu Shun also stared blankly at the little Cranegrass. He had always thought that the little Cranegrass had crawled under the bed because it was afraid, but he didn't expect that the little Cranegrass had already crawled under the bed. Lu Ji looked at little Cranegrass and sighed, "Fortunately, Bauer is smart. Otherwise, we would have been in danger today." Little Cranegrass smiled faintly but didn't say anything. At this time, Lu Shun looked at little Cranegrass and said, "But little Cranegrass, if you thought of this, why didn't you tell Uncle Yu and my father? Also, why did you hide under the bed and not in the cabin?" As soon as his voice fell, Lu Ji gave him a kick. Lu Shun looked at Lu Ji with a puzzled expression. Lu Ji glared at him and snorted coldly, "Really, I've been smart all my life. How did I give birth to such a stupid son like you? Think about it, Cranegrass is only a few years old this year. If he told us before, would we have believed him? Also, what kind of ship is this? It's a cargo ship. The most valuable thing on a cargo ship is naturally in the cabin. Why would we go there? Are we waiting to be caught? Hiding in a room without being discovered would make people think that there's no one in the room. Those pirates are in a hurry to steal things, so they definitely won't carefully search the room. In addition, they're in a hurry to steal things, so they won't carefully search the room. This way, as long as you can avoid their first inspection, you'll be safe. If you're an idiot like you and hide in the cabin, you'll probably be caught long ago. Lu Shun listened to Lu Ji's words, then he turned to Little Cranegrass and said, Cranegrass, do you really think so? Little Cranegrass smiled and said, Brother Shun, you should know how chaotic it was outside. If I wanted to hide in the cabin, then I would have had to leave the room. At that time everyone would have seen me. They might have sent me back to the room and even sent people to watch me. Wouldn't that attract more attention? Therefore, I could only hide in the room. Lu Shun nodded, then he let out a sigh of relief and said, Little Cranegrass, you're really smart. Lu Ji looked at Lu Shun and sighed, he was worried about his son's IQ. Little Cranegrass didn't go to the cabin because he gave the reason. In order to save his face, Lu Ji deliberately gave another reason. But Lu Shun actually believed it. Sigh, people really can't be compared. Compared to other children, Lu Ji's son was already pretty good. But compared to Little Cranegrass, his son was like a retard. The difference was too big. Since Lu Ji already knew what he wanted to know, he didn't want Lu Shun to lose face here. Therefore, he turned to Little Cranegrass and said, Bower, you should sleep early. Nothing will happen. Although the ship is a bit broken, it can still move forward after some repairs yesterday. Once we reach the family, we can repair it again. I guarantee that nothing will happen today. Our Lu family is the local tyrant here, even those pirates have to give us some face. Moreover, Little Fish has already steered the ship away from that dangerous place, so you don't have to worry about it. Little Cranegrass nodded and said, Uncle Lu, I'll go to sleep. Don't worry about me. Lu Ji nodded, then Lu Shun left Little Cranegrass's room. At the same time, he closed the door behind him. Little Cranegrass glanced at Little Yu-er who was sleeping soundly and sighed impatiently. He also lay beside Little Yu-er with his clothes on. Although he didn't feel afraid, he also felt very nervous after experiencing so many things today. After all, he was only a 7-year-old child. After a while, he lay on the bed and fell asleep. At this time, Lu Ji pulled Lu Shun to the deck. At this time, the deck was almost cleaned up. Although there was a hole in the side of the ship, there wasn't any leakage. They could wait until dawn to repair it. Therefore, there weren't many people on the deck. Lu Ji and Lu Shun came to Lu Yu's side. Lu Yu looked at the two, then he turned to Lu Ji and said, How was it? What did Little Cranegrass say? He was really nervous, afraid that he guessed wrong. Lu Ji sighed and said, You guessed right. That room was specially arranged by Bower. Moreover, he had already guessed that the pirates would act tonight. He even guessed that Devil Beach isn't simple. Brother, this time, I've seen what a genius is. This is a real genius. Smart, too smart. To be honest, I didn't think that he would be this smart. Lu Yu was happy at first, then he slowly calmed down. He looked at Lu Ji and said, Brother Ji, do you want to tell Uncle Men about this matter? Even if we can't bring Little Cranegrass to the Lu family, we can still take care of him. This way, he'll remember the kindness of the Lu family in the future. This way, if the Lu family needs help in the future, he might be able to help us. Not to mention anything else, just his calmness in the face of trouble, and his arrangements, if he can help us in times of need, then it would be a great help to the Lu family. Lu Ji nodded and said, You don't need to worry about this matter. I'll tell Uncle Men. Also, remember, don't tell anyone about this matter. If others know that there's a genius who has a good relationship with the Lu family, then the consequences would be unimaginable. I think that after we tell Uncle Men about this matter, he'll make the necessary arrangements. There's no need for us to worry. Lu Yu nodded, then he said, Don't worry, I know. Alright, let's go back and sleep. We woke up early yesterday and repaired the boat. Then we'll set off. Lu Ji nodded, then he led Lu Shun back to his room. The next morning, Little Cranegrass and Little Yu woke up and went outside to take a look. They discovered that the boatmen had already woken up and were currently repairing the crack on the boat. Upon seeing the crack, Little Cranegrass couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. It was nearly 2 meters long and the widest part of the crack was nearly 1 meter. It looked as if it was split open by a sword. It was ferocious and terrifying. If it wasn't for the Lu family's boat being very sturdy, perhaps the boatman would have already sunk. What a strong blow. If this blow hit a person, who knows what would happen. However, little Cranegrass knew that this blow wasn't the opponent's full strength. From Lu Shun's words, he knew that the two sides in this battle were Saber Soul and Sword Soul. If the ship was hit by the full strength of the two, then the result would be the sinking of the ship. At this moment, Lu Yu walked over. He glanced at little Cranegrass and said with a smile, "Cranegrass, don't be afraid. Once the boat is repaired, we can leave. The rest of the river isn't particularly turbulent, so there won't be any danger." Little Cranegrass nodded. Lu Ji also came over. Looking at little Cranegrass, he smiled and said, "Let's go, Bao. There's nothing to see here. Let's go eat." Little Cranegrass nodded. Then he took little Yu and went to the cabin to eat. This day, they spent half a day repairing the ship. After the ship was repaired, they immediately set off. Although they weren't in a hurry to ship the goods, it was impossible for the Lu family to not know about such a big thing that happened at the Devil Beach. As long as the family knew about it, then they would be very worried about their journey. In order to not let the family worry, they could only hurry on with their journey. Just like what Lu Yu said, after passing through the Devil Beach, there wasn't any danger. The speed of the river wasn't very turbulent. Moreover, in this season, there was a favorable wind all the way. Therefore, the ship's speed was very fast. Little Cranegrass and little Yu stayed on the ship. Although the ship wasn't small and there were ships passing by from time to time, for little Cranegrass and little Yu, sitting on the ship for such a long time was still boring. Little Cranegrass was fine, but little Yu was very bored. In this case, little Cranegrass had no choice but to tell little Yu stories. He had read countless books. Although he didn't know how to tell any special stories, he could still tell some interesting anecdotes about the soul world. In encyclopedic knowledge, there were a lot of interesting anecdotes that he could remember. And these things, not only little Yu liked to listen to them, the boatmen on the ship also liked to listen to them. Slowly, after every meal, those boatmen would gather together to listen to little Cranegrass telling them some interesting anecdotes about the soul world. This already became a habit. And these people included Lu Ji, Lu Yu, and Lu Shun. Lu Yu sat on the side and looked at little Cranegrass who was talking about these stories. He couldn't help but turn his head to Lu Shun and said, "Shun, where did little Cranegrass?" "From your teacher?" Lu Shun shook his head and smiled bitterly, "Uncle Yu, you've really stumped me. You don't know, but little Cranegrass's learning talent is very good. A few days after he started school, he was called by his teacher to teach him alone. As for what he learned, I really don't know." Lu Ji sighed and said, "It seems that the things Bao learned must be very extraordinary. Don't forget who his teachers are, Yu Shu and Yu Feng. They are the two most knowledgeable people in our Lu family." Even so, the two of them later said that they had nothing more to teach little Cranegrass. You can imagine how much little Cranegrass learned. Lu Yu nodded, then he sighed and said, "This child is a genius. But Brother Ji, I'm a bit worried. I heard that people who are too much of a genius will have their lifespan shortened. A lot of geniuses die at a young age. Otherwise, they would suffer a lot of hardships. Little Cranegrass is such a genius, I don't know if anything will happen to him." Lu Ji stared at him and said, "Ba, you don't need to say such discouraging words. Bao will naturally have a bright future and a peaceful life. After we go back, tell Uncle Men about this matter. If necessary, our Lu family can secretly protect Bao and let him grow up healthily. In any case, with Tian Niu and Uncle Men's relationship, Bao will certainly help the Lu family in the future." Lu Yu nodded. At the same time, he secretly prayed in his heart. He didn't want anything to happen to little Cranegrass. This wasn't only because little Cranegrass can help the Lu family, but also because he really likes little Cranegrass. The cargo ship continued to move forward. After 10 days, they finally arrived at a huge pier. There were a lot of cargo ships docked at the pier. But these cargo ships had one thing in common, they all looked the same. In other words, these cargo ships were of the same size. On the hull of the ship, there were numbers and numbers engraved on it. It was clear that these ships belonged to the same family. In fact, the pier that they arrived at was the Lu family's private pier. This pier was built by the Liu family, so only the Liu family's cargo ships were docked here. At this time, the pier was full of people. The leader was an old man. This old man was wearing an ordinary housekeeper's uniform, but his aura was extraordinary. This old man looked at the damaged cargo ship with a worried expression. There was no need to ask, this old man was naturally the old gate. The ship slowly docked at the pier. Lu Ji and the others were standing on the deck. Little Cranegrass and Little Yu were also standing on the deck. Naturally, the two saw the old gate. Upon seeing the old gate, Little Yu immediately jumped up in excitement. She kept waving her hand towards the old gate and shouted, "Grandpa Gate, Grandpa Gate." Little Cranegrass was also very happy to see the old gate. He also kept waving his hand towards the old gate. The old gate also saw the two of them, his face was filled with excitement. The hull of the boat shook slightly, and the boat stopped on the deck. Immediately, someone threw a rope to the shore, and naturally, someone tied the rope to a stone pillar. After that, the boat lowered a gangplank, and a group of people walked down from the boat. Little Yu wanted to run down the boat, but she was stopped by Lu Ji. Lu Ji carried her down the boat. Little Cranegrass didn't run away, but slowly walked down the gangplank step by step. Although the boat had reached the shore, there was still a certain slope on the gangplank. If she ran down the boat, it would be very dangerous, especially for a child. When Lu Ji and the others arrived on the shore, the old gate immediately came over. Little Yu struggled to jump down from Lu Ji's arms and ran towards the old gate. Naturally, Little Cranegrass also followed. When the two arrived in front of the old gate picked up Little Yu and kissed her on the face. Then he laughed and said, "You my good Yu Grandpa missed you so much." "You did you miss Grandpa?" Little Yu immediately replied, "I did, I miss you every day. Grandpa Gate, you haven't seen Yu for a long time. Yu missed you." When the old gate heard Little Yu he became even happier. He quickly said, "Good, good. When Grandpa has time in the future, Grandpa will visit you often." Then the old gate turned his head to look at Little Cranegrass. Little Cranegrass looked at the old gate and was very excited. He bowed to the old gate and said, "Grandpa Gate, I missed you too." Old Gate squatted down and patted Little Cranegrass's shoulder. "Good child, Grandpa Gate is really happy that you can come. Ha ha ha. Alright, you can wait at the side for a while. After Grandpa Gate is done with his work, he will take you back." Little Cranegrass responded. Little Yu who was reluctant to leave Old Gate, walked to the side. The old gate's status in the Liu family wasn't ordinary. Now that they saw how much the old gate liked the two, the people in the Gate family naturally knew what to do. Each and every one of them looked at Little Cranegrass and Little Yu differently. At this time, Lu Ji and Lu Yu also arrived at the old gate's side. The old gate's expression completely changed. There was no longer a kind look on his face. Instead, he looked at the two and said, "How is it? How are the losses?" Lu Yu replied, "The hull was damaged. We also lost 9 brothers as well as a third of the herbs. The third of the herbs should have been taken away by the pirates. They discovered that the Liu family's ship was the Liu family's, so they didn't take all of it. However, thieves don't leave empty-handed, this is their principle." The old man nodded and said, "Don't worry about those pirates. It's good to have rules when doing things. We can't break these rules, otherwise, we'll become a thorn in their side. You've done a good job this time, so the family will reward you. As for the 9 who were killed, the family will give them a pension. Alright, register the remaining herbs and send them to the storehouse. After you two go back, each of you should write a report and submit it to me. Write down the details of what happened to you at Devil Beach. The patriarch might ask you some questions, so you should quickly submit the report." The two of them nodded. At the same time, they heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. This time, they had not only lost a lot of things, but also damaged the ship and killed some people. They thought that they would be punished, but now there was no punishment and even a reward. This really made them happy. At this time, some people went on the ship to register the herbs. At the same time, some workers moved the herbs down from the ship and placed them on the carriages that were already prepared. The carriages directly transported the herbs to the warehouse. At this time, the old gate's work was almost done. He went to little Cranegrass and little Yu-er and said, Cranegrass, Yu-er, wait for Grandpa for a while. Grandpa will say a few words to them, then we'll go home. Then he turned his head to a 20-year-old young man and said, Gate Ching, take them to the carriage. The young man nodded and looked at the two children curiously. He then led the two children to a carriage with a carriage at the side. Gate Ching was the old gate's nephew. Because the old gate had no children, his status in the Lu family was very high. Because of this, the Gate family let Gate Ching serve the old gate. Although Gate Ching wasn't adopted by the old gate, he was still the sixth brother's successor. In the future, he would be taking care of the old gate. When the old gate died, he would be in mourning. Gate Ching had been with the old gate for some time. Usually, he would hear the old gate talk about little Cranegrass and little Yu-er. Because of this, he was very clear about little Cranegrass and little Yu-er's status in the old gate's heart. Now that he finally saw the two, he was naturally very curious. It was undeniable that little Yu-er's appearance was like carved jade. She was very cute. On the other hand, little Cranegrass was a bit worse. However, he had a gentle and refined aura that was very likable. Gate Ching's feelings towards the two were very good. Gate Ching led the two to the carriage and carried them up. Before long, the old gate also came back and sat in the carriage. Gate Ching drove the carriage as the group headed towards Jiyun City. The Lu family's pier was built outside of Jiyun City. This was because even if a city's walls were high, there was still a limit. The masts of cargo ships were generally very high. It was impossible for any city to have such a large water gate. Therefore, large cargo ships could only be parked outside the city. Little Cranegrass looked through the carriage window at the distant Jiyun City. The Lu family's pier was at least 30 li away from the city. This wasn't a very close distance, but the city's walls were very high. Therefore, they could still see the city's walls clearly from here. The city's walls were very high. The entire body was made of bluestone. It looked tall and mighty, as if it couldn't be broken through by Ren Xiu's people. On top of the city's walls was a large flag. This flag had a large saber drawn on it. This was the flag of the Saber Spirit Nation. The old gatekeeper was holding little Yu-er as he listened to her talk about the ship. The old gatekeeper was very concerned about what happened on the ship. When he heard that little Cranegrass and little Yu-er were hiding under the bed and listening to the pirates outside, his expression changed. Later on, when he heard that Lu Ji and the others were knocked out, his expression became better. However, his hand that was holding little Yu-er unconsciously tightened. When little Yu-er finished speaking, the carriage had already arrived at Jiyun City. At this time, the city's gate was very busy. This was because the gate was directly connected to the pier. There wasn't only the Lu family's pier, there were also several other piers. There were even public piers. There were a lot of carriages coming and going. Naturally, it was very lively. After waiting for a while, the carriage finally entered Gathering Cloud City. What made little Cranegrass surprised was that after entering Gathering Cloud City's gate, there weren't many shops here. Instead, there were large courtyards. This made little Cranegrass puzzled. One must know that in Green City, there were many shops near the city gate. How could there be no shops here? The old gatekeeper didn't know what little Cranegrass was thinking. He was still talking to little Yu-er. Now, the old gatekeeper knew from little Yu-er what little Cranegrass did on the ship. To be honest, he didn't expect little Cranegrass to be so outstanding. But seeing that little Cranegrass was concentrating on looking outside, the old man didn't say anything to little Cranegrass. Not long after entering the city, the carriage turned into a relatively remote alley. After walking for a while, they arrived in front of a tall mansion. There was a large square in front of the mansion. The square was paved with bluestone. On the side of the square, there were several stone buckets with several carriages tied up. Outside of the square was a large signboard with 4 words written on it, Jiyun Lu Mansion. The carriage stopped in front of the mansion. The old man brought little Cranegrass out of the carriage. Little Cranegrass looked around and saw that there was a tall 6-story building. On both sides of the gate, there was a pair of majestic and domineering stone lions. Behind the stone lions, there was a row of stairs with a total of 6 steps. On the stairs, there were 2 people. These two people were ordinary souls, but they had two long sabers on their bodies. On the gate was a plaque with the words mansion written on it. On both sides of the gate were two huge lanterns with the word Lu written on them. Below the gatehouse were 4 large doors, and in the middle were 2 middle doors. These 2 middle doors were very large, and each door was nearly 5 meters wide. They were completely black and had a trace of metallic luster, but it shouldn't be a projection of metal. Each door was nailed with 12 palm-sized nails. The nails were yellow and shiny, and in the middle of the 2 doors, there were 2 lion head knockers, which clearly had an extraordinary aura. Next to the main door were 2 small doors. Each of the 2 small doors was about 2 meters wide. There were 6 doornails and 2 knockers nailed to the door. The old gatekeeper led little Cranegrass and little Ewer to the small door on the left. When the 3 of them went up the stairs, the 2 guards immediately bowed to the 3 of them and said, "Greetings, Chief Gatekeeper." The old man only nodded and responded before walking to the small door. A guard immediately ran over and helped the old man open the door. Only then did the old man lead little Cranegrass and little Ewer into the door. As soon as they entered the door, they saw a large garden. There were many trees in the garden and beautiful flowers could be seen everywhere. However, the old gatekeeper didn't stop here. Instead, he went straight into the garden. As he went forward, he saw some workers working in the garden. These workers were obviously gardeners. When the workers saw the old gatekeeper, they all saluted him. The old gatekeeper just nodded and kept going inside. Behind the garden, there was a row of courtyards. These courtyards weren't very large, but they were all individual courtyards. Obviously, the people who lived here weren't low in status. Next to these courtyards was a gatehouse. However, this gatehouse wasn't as big as the main gatehouse and wasn't as imposing. In front of this gatehouse, there were 2 guards. These 2 guards were wearing red clothes and had long swords on their bodies. Their aura was very extraordinary. The old gatekeeper led little Cranegrass and little Ewer to one of the courtyards. He stopped in front of one of the courtyards and then pushed the door open. There were 2 young girls cleaning the courtyard. These 2 young girls weren't very old, only about 13 or 14 years old. They wore coarse clothes and their appearances could only be considered ordinary. When the 2 girls saw the old gatekeeper come in, they immediately saluted him and said, "Gatekeeper." The old gatekeeper waved his hand and said, "All right, these 2 are little Cranegrass and little Ewer. From now on, you can call little Cranegrass young master and little Ewer Miss Ewer. In the future, they will be like me in this courtyard. What they say is what I say. You must take good care of them." These 2 girls were servants of the Lu family. However, they weren't the children of the Lu family. Instead, they were servants that the Lu family sold from the outside. They weren't fully trusted by the Lu family, so they were given to the old gate and became the old gate's personal maids. The old gatekeeper turned his head to little Cranegrass and little Ewer and said, "Ewer, Bower, from now on, you can go to this courtyard and the garden outside. You can also pick the flowers in the garden. But remember, the 2 people in red are guarding the door. You can't go in. Otherwise, they will beat you. Do you hear me?" The 2 quickly responded. The old gatekeeper looked at the sky and said, "Bower, Ewer, you can play in the courtyard first. When Menching comes back, you can ask him to take you out to play. Grandpa still has things to do. When Grandpa is done, I'll take you out to play." Naturally, little Cranegrass and little Ewer didn't object. The 2 were already used to this situation. This was because Xianxia was like this before. If he wasn't busy, he could take you out to play. But when he was doing something important, he couldn't be disturbed. Otherwise, he would lose his temper. Because of this, the 2 girls were very clear about when they should play and when they should stay. Seeing the 2 agree, the old gatekeeper nodded. Then he turned his head to the 2 maids and said, "Ling Dang, Cui Zhu, you 2 go and take out the toys that I bought a few days ago. Take them all out. Also, take out the snacks and candies. Prepare the fruits as well. Right, give each of them a cup of honey water, make it sweet." The 2 maids complied, then they turned around and left. At this time, Menching, who had parked the carriage, also entered the courtyard. The old gatekeeper used the Lu family's own carriage. This kind of carriage was parked in the Lu family's courtyard. The carriages that were parked outside the courtyard were the carriages of people who came to visit the Lu family. Seeing Menqing come back, the old gatekeeper said to Menqing, "Menqing, take good care of the two at home." "Right, take some money. But little Cranegrass and the others like to go out and play. Take them out and look after them. Don't get lost. Also, buy whatever they want to buy." Menqing complied. Then the old gatekeeper turned his head to little Cranegrass and little Yu. Then he smiled and said, "Bao you two play with brother Menqing. Grandpa needs to go out and do some work." Little Cranegrass and little Yu quickly complied. They looked very sensible. Seeing the two's appearance, the old gatekeeper was very happy. He smiled and left the courtyard. At this time, the two maids also took out toys, food, and drinks. Seeing the things that the two maids took out, Menqing couldn't help but smile. He knew that the old gatekeeper prepared a lot of these things, but he didn't know why the old gatekeeper prepared these things. Now, he finally knew. Menqing also had some experience in taking care of children. After all, the Men family was a small family. Menqing also had a lot of siblings. He also helped take care of children, so he wasn't unfamiliar with taking care of children. He looked at little Cranegrass and little Yu and said, "Cranegrass, Yu, come and eat something. You couldn't eat anything on this ship. Now that you're home, tell me what you want to eat. I'll have them prepare it for you." Yu smiled and said, "Thank you, brother Menqing. I like to eat fruit." Little Cranegrass also thanked Menqing, but didn't say anything else. This made Menqing even more curious about little Cranegrass. At this time, Little Bell took 2 cups and handed them to little Cranegrass and Yu. Little Cranegrass and Yu took the cups and thanked Little Bell. Then they began to drink the honey water. But seeing the two's performance, Menqing became even more curious. Whether it was little Cranegrass or little Yu, they both showed good upbringing, which was very rare. The two of them drank a cup of honey water. Little Yu picked up a fruit to eat. However, after drinking the honey water, the fruit didn't taste that good anymore. Little Yu only ate a few mouthfuls before she stopped eating. She stuffed the fruit into little Cranegrass's hand and ran to the pile of toys to play. Little Cranegrass looked at little Yu and bitterly smiled. Then he finished eating the fruit in 2 or 3 mouthfuls before he went to the pile of toys. There were a lot of toys in the pile. There was a small wooden snake that could move around, a small carriage, a small water wheel, a small windmill, and a few small wooden dolls. There were a lot of fun things. Menqing looked at the two and couldn't help but smile. At this time, the two looked like normal children. When the old gatekeeper arrived at the gate guarded by 2 red-robed men, he didn't stop and directly went in. The 2 men didn't stop him, but at the same time, they didn't salute him. The 2 men's status in the Lu family wasn't low, but they still needed to salute the old gatekeeper. But at this time, they were working, so they didn't need to salute anyone. After going through the door, the old doorman saw a square. The square was paved with blue stone. Most importantly, there were countless flowers and plants around the square. This made the atmosphere of the square a lot softer and more lively. Behind the square was a large hall. This hall wasn't used under normal circumstances, it would only be used when the Lu family had important matters to attend to. The old gatekeeper bypassed the hall and went to the back of the hall. There was a small building behind the hall. This small building had 5 floors and was made of white stone. It was very beautiful. This was where the Lu family's patriarch worked. During the day, the Lu family's patriarch would work here. If the Lu family had any matters, they would come here to deal with them. The old doorman directly entered the small building and went up to the 5th floor. He stopped outside a door and gently knocked on it. A voice was heard from the room, "Who is it?" The old doorman replied, "It's me." When the door opened, a young man was standing inside. When the young man saw the old doorman, he quickly said, "Oh, it's the gatekeeper." The old doorman nodded and went inside. This was a small living room. Opposite the door was another door. The old doorman turned his head to the young man and said, "Lu Yuan, report to the patriarch that I'm here to see him." Lu Yuan nodded, then he went to the door and gently knocked on it. Then he said, "Patriarch, the gatekeeper is here to see you. Let him in." A dignified voice was heard. Lu Yuan opened the door and the old doorman entered the room. This was a very large study, but the design was very simple. There were 2 rows of bookshelves, a desk, and a small living room. The floor was covered with a crystal chandelier. The atmosphere was noble, but it didn't seem extravagant. It was a very good taste. There was a person sitting behind the desk. This person was not young and his hair was already a little messy. He was dressed in black and had a serious expression on his face. The old man immediately saluted the old man and said, "Greetings, Patriarch." The Lu family's patriarch nodded and said, "All right, Patriarch, what's the matter?" Old Gate replied, "The silverfish has returned to the docks. The hull was damaged, but I've checked it. You were only affected by the shockwaves, not a direct attack. We lost 9 boatmen and a third of the herbs. The rest of the damage isn't that great." The Lu family's patriarch nodded and said, "It's all right, it's not too serious. The compensation for the boatmen must be given, and the boatmen's families must be taken care of as well. Our Lu family cannot be without conscience." The patriarch nodded, then the Lu family's patriarch looked at the patriarch and said, "Lu Yu and Lu Ji came with the ship, right? Have them write a detailed report of the entire incident. I'll take a look at it first. If necessary, have them come and tell me what happened." The patriarch nodded and said, "Yes, Patriarch. But I'm afraid that they won't be able to say anything. Not long after the battle started, they were affected by the shockwaves. After fainting, they fell into the river. If the boatmen didn't save them, then they would have already died." The patriarch nodded, then he looked at the patriarch and smiled, "Patriarch, I heard that your godson and godson came? That godson of yours is that very clever soul plant cultivator with a grass soul? Is that right? Did they also come with the same ship?" The patriarch quickly replied, "Yes, they came with the same ship. They almost had an accident. Fortunately, crane grass was smart and hid under the ship. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable." The patriarch nodded and said, "Right, he's a smart child. How old is he this year? 7 or 8 years old? How's his studies in the family school going?" The patriarch immediately replied, "Yes, he's 7 years old. He's no longer studying in the family school. He's going to study medicine from a pharmacist in Green City. This time, he came to see me. He's going to study medicine when he returns." The patriarch nodded and said, "Train him well. Although he's not a member of the family, we can't just stop training him because of this. With his relationship with you and Tian Niu, he can be considered half a member of the Lu family. If he becomes successful in the future, then he can help us." The patriarch nodded. He didn't hide the matter of the little crane grass from the patriarch. The patriarch also appreciated the little crane grass. However, the patriarch also knew that if he didn't bring the little crane grass into the Lu family, then he wouldn't be able to achieve anything. This was because the little crane grass was only a soul plant. Such a soul plant wasn't special. On the other hand, the patriarch was very clear that if the little crane grass was given some benefits, then the little crane grass would be grateful to the Lu family. This meant that the Lu family didn't need to spend anything in order to obtain the soul plant's gratitude. If the soul plant becomes successful in the future, then he would be grateful to the Lu family. But if he doesn't achieve anything in the future, then the Lu family wouldn't lose anything. Then the patriarch frowned and said, "This time, there's something strange about the Devil Island. The Tiger Soul country has always been secretly supporting the Devil Island. The Tiger Soul country also wants to use the Devil Island to rob some prohibited goods. They haven't gone too far, the country is aware of this and has tacitly approved of it. After all, the Tiger Soul country can immediately send more people to clean up the island. But this time, there's something wrong. Who are those ships? Why are there so many weapons on the ships? We have no way to find out who the weapons are being transported to. From what we know, those ships belong to the Cha family. How is this possible? The Cha family has always been doing business with the Void Soul country. It can be said that they have been helping the Tiger Soul country smuggle goods. Moreover, the Devil Beach is the Tiger Soul country's territory. Logically speaking, the Cha family's ships shouldn't have any problems in the Tiger Soul country. What's going on? the old doorman frowned and said, "It's still unclear. Patriarch, we don't have much information about the Tiger Soul country right now. We're currently gathering as much information as we can. I think that after some time, we'll know what's going on. Moreover, this old servant thinks that we should look at the Cha family's movements. Those ships belong to the Cha family. Although the Cha family has already reported the loss of the ships, I think that this matter is related to the Cha family." The patriarch nodded and said, "All right, we'll investigate this matter slowly. There's no need to be anxious, now is not the time to be anxious. Does the family have any goods that need to be transported to the Wuling River? Especially through the Devil Beach?" The old doorman replied, "There are only 2 ships, but they're transporting ordinary goods. There won't be any problems." I asked the patriarch to rest assured. The patriarch nodded and waved his hand. The old doorman bowed and retreated. After coming out of the patriarch's small white building, the old doorman returned to his own courtyard. In fact, he used to work in the small white building. However, he didn't do so today. Instead, he returned to his own courtyard. An outer court manager like the old doorman was relatively free in the Liu family. He had a lot of work to do every day, but his degree of freedom was very large. However, the old doorman was also a famous person in the outer court. Because of this, he had his own office in the small white building. One must know that this was the envy of many people in the Liu family. The small white building was the center of the Liu family's power. Being able to have his own office there meant that the old doorman had already entered the Liu family's power center. This meant that the old doorman's status was higher than the other managers. Naturally, other people would be envious of him. However, the old doorman didn't care much about these things. Although he came from a vassal family of the Liu family, his relationship with the Men family wasn't very good. In the past, the Men family didn't take care of him. Only Men Qing's father helped him. Because of this, he didn't need to think about the Men family. Moreover, he was getting old. Although he was in good health, he didn't care about power and money. He didn't care about how high his position would be. The more he was like this, the more the patriarch favored him. It must be said that the old doorman wasn't the patriarch's servant. In the past, the old doorman was the servant of the Liu family's third young master, who was the patriarch's younger brother. However, the patriarch's younger brother was a soul soldier and was very strong. He was now one of the strongest experts in the Liu family. The patriarch was in closed-door training all year round, so he didn't manage the family's affairs. However, the patriarch and the old doorman were still very close. When the patriarch was in closed-door training, he told the patriarch that he didn't need anyone to serve him. He hoped that the patriarch could arrange a better job for the old doorman. Later, the patriarch saw that the old doorman's work ability was indeed very good, so he transferred the old doorman back to the family and became an external supervisor. In addition, the relationship between the patriarch and his younger brother was very good. Before the patriarch became the patriarch and his younger brother often visited each other. The patriarch was also very familiar with the old doorman, so the old doorman was now sitting in the position of external supervisor. It must be said that the old doorman's work ability was very good, so he was slowly valued by the patriarch and became a top-notch existence among the external supervisors. This was why he had his own office in the White Mansion. The reason why the Liu family had such a white mansion was because their patriarch, in addition to being the patriarch of the Liu family, was also the North City defense officer of the Jiyun City. He had an official position. In the Jiyun City, other than the city lord who was directly appointed by the country, there were also 4 city defense officers. These 4 city defense officers were in charge of the 4 city gates and the security of the East, South, West, and North City. These 4 city defense officers were respectively the patriarchs of the 4 great families of the Jiyun City. The city defense officer of the North City was the patriarch of the Liu family, Liu Yunfei. The king of the Blade Spirit Nation made such an appointment for the sake of the safety of the Jiyun City. The Jiyun City was a big city, and the Liu, Huang, Mi, and Lin families were big families of the Jiyun City. Each family's strength wasn't weak, and there were many powerful soldier spirit talents in the family. In this case, it was impossible to get rid of these 4 families. It wasn't easy to provoke a fight between these 4 families. Moreover, it would cause the Jiyun city to clash with each other, which would only be more troublesome. Therefore, in the end, the king simply appointed the patriarchs of the 4 great families as the city defense officers and let them guard the Jiyun city together. If they weren't allowed to be the city defense officers, they wouldn't have a sense of security. If they were allowed to be the city defense officers, they would have a greater sense of belonging. Moreover, for the sake of their position and the safety of their families, they would certainly do their best to guard the Jiyun city. They wouldn't let the Jiyun city fall into chaos. This way, the Jiyun city would be safer. They had no choice but to form a family. The king of the Blade Spirit Nation's idea was really good. After the 4 great families became the city defense officers of the Jiyun city, the security of the Jiyun city improved. With better security, the commerce naturally flourished. In addition, the Jiyun city was also close to the Wuling River, which made the water transportation very convenient. Even though the Lu clan and the other 3 clans were considered to be the overlords of Gathering Cloud City, they weren't considered to be much in the Saber Spirit Nation. The Saber Spirit Nation had 5 large prefectures under its jurisdiction, and in each large prefecture, there were 8 prefectures. Every prefecture had a large city like Gathering Cloud City, ranging from 10 to 12. Even though Gathering Cloud City was the location of the East Arrival Prefecture's government office, there were 9 other large cities similar to Gathering Cloud City in the East Arrival Prefecture. If the Lu clan were to be compared to the entire Saber Spirit Nation, they could only be considered as a small clan below average. It was precisely because of this that the Lu family and the others didn't dare to cause trouble in the Jiyun city. The Blade Spirit Nation didn't want any unrest in the region, so they let these local tyrants watch over the place. If they went too far, the imperial family of the Blade Spirit Nation could directly send people to annihilate them. Therefore, although the Lu family and the other great families were very arrogant in the Jiyun city, they didn't dare to go too far. Everything had to be based on not harming the interests of the Blade Spirit Nation. If they went too far, then there wouldn't be any good consequences. The Lu family was very clear about their own identity. They were also involved in smuggling, but they didn't dare to go too far. Generally, they would smuggle food, herbs, and the like. Weapons were something they didn't dare to touch. Therefore, when the old doorman reported to Lu Yunfei, he said that the Lu family had 2 ships heading to the Devil Beach. Moreover, they were carrying ordinary goods. This meant that the old doorman was telling Lu Yunfei that the 2 ships didn't carry any smuggled goods. The reason why Lu Yunfei asked about the ships was because of what happened at the Devil Beach. Several ships of weapons were found there, and they were the ships of the Cha family. The Cha family was a large family in the Blade Spirit Nation, and they mainly smuggled. This time, the incident at the Devil Beach, no matter how much it was related to the Cha family, it was afraid that the Cha family would be in trouble this time. Little Cranegrass and Little Yu-Er were playing in the courtyard. In fact, it was Little Yu-Er who was playing while Little Cranegrass was watching from the side. The toys prepared by Old Gate were indeed very fun. Little Cranegrass and Little Yu-Er had never played with them before. But to be honest, these things were really not attractive to Little Cranegrass. In the past 2 years, Little Cranegrass didn't waste his time. He didn't seem to have done anything other than reading and writing. However, whether it was Old Man or Tian Niu, they would never understand what Little Cranegrass could learn from the books he read. Using history as a mirror, one could know the rise and fall of the world. Although Little Cranegrass had not reached that level, he had seen the status of ordinary soul-bearers from those history books. To put it simply, they had no status. Soul-bearers were the most numerous people in the entire soul world, but they were also the people with the least status. And Little Cranegrass was very clear that his grandfather, grandmother, father, mother, and everyone in the village were all soul-bearers. They were also the group of people with the least status. Before he learned how to read, Little Cranegrass didn't really understand why the people in the village wanted him to become a plant master so much. After learning how to read and reading those history books, Little Cranegrass finally understood why. The people in the village did not hope that he could help them much. They only hoped that they could get some better plant seeds through him so that they could live a better life. It was that simple. It was precisely because he knew this that Little Cranegrass worked even harder. It was impossible for ordinary people to read so many books in such a short period of time, let alone write all those books once. But he did it. At the same time, when he knew these reasons, little Cranegrass also felt the pressure. It was precisely because of this pressure that a 7-year-old child like him had matured far beyond his peers. It was both a good thing and a bad thing for a child to mature prematurely. The good thing was that they could plan their lives earlier and know what they wanted to do in the future earlier. Then, they could work hard towards this goal. The bad thing was that they lost the childhood they should have. Childhood was the most important step in one's life. Losing one's childhood would leave behind countless regrets. However, little Cranegrass had to do this for her grandparents, for her parents, and for the entire village. When old man Xing returned to his courtyard, he saw little Cranegrass playing with little Yu'er. Frankly speaking, little Cranegrass was coaxing Yu'er to play while Man Xing was sitting at the side watching the two. The old gatekeeper looked at little Cranegrass and couldn't help but smile. He loudly said, "Yu'er, Bao-er, I'm back." When the two little ones heard the old man's voice, they raised their heads. Little Yu'er looked at the old man with a happy expression. She jumped up and said, "Grandpa Men, you're back." As she spoke, she ran towards the old man. The old gatekeeper looked at little Yu'er's appearance and squatted down with a chuckle. "Yu'er, be good. Run slowly." Little Yu'er hugged the old man and said, "Grandpa Men, thank you. Those toys are very fun." Then she kissed the old man's face, causing him to laugh. At this time, little Cranegrass also came over. He looked at the old man and said, "Grandpa Men, are you done with your work?" The old man chuckled and said, "I'm done." "Are you too hungry?" "If you're hungry, then Grandpa will take you to eat, okay?" Yu'er said, "No, Grandpa Men, Yu'er isn't hungry. I don't want to eat." The old man looked at the sky and saw that it wasn't time to eat. He turned his head to little Cranegrass and said, "Bao-er, where do you want to go to play? Grandpa will take you there in a while, okay?" Little Cranegrass thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Grandpa Men, I want to read some books. I've already read all the books in Teacher's Place. They're not interesting. I want to find 2 books that I haven't read before." When the old man heard little Cranegrass, he smiled and said, "You can't always read books. You should go and play. How about this, tomorrow we'll go to Jiyun Mountain." Jiyun City got its name because of Jiyun Mountain. Every year, you can see a strange scene of wind and clouds gathering on the mountain. These few days are the best time to see this scene. We can go and take a look. Hearing the old man, little Cranegrass became spirited. He looked at the old man and said, "Grandpa Men, what's wind and clouds gathering on the mountain? I've seen it in a book before. The book only said that you can see how the mountain gathers the wind and clouds, but there's no description of the scenery." The old man looked at little Cranegrass curiously and said, "You've actually seen a description of Jiyun Mountain? What book did you see it in? There's also a book that recorded the situation of Jiyun Mountain?" Little Cranegrass thought for a moment and said, "I saw it in a book called Saber's Travels by a plant master called Thunder. Saber's Travels is mainly about the Saber Spirit country. There's also a description of the local customs as well as the unique scenery of each place. In his book, there's a lot of famous places, but the descriptions aren't very detailed." The old man looked at little Cranegrass in surprise and said, "Bao-er, how many books have you read?" Little Cranegrass thought for a moment before shaking his head and said, "I really don't remember. I'm afraid there are hundreds of books. In any case, I've read all of the books that the 2 teachers have." "Grandpa, do you have a library here? Can I go and read some books?" The old man looked at little Cranegrass and sighed. Then he gently patted little Cranegrass' shoulder and said, "Bao-er, don't work too hard. You're still a child. When it's time to play, you should play." Little Cranegrass looked at the old man and didn't say anything. The old man looked at little Cranegrass and knew that whatever he said would be useless. He sighed and turned to Men Xing and said, "Men Xing, go back and tell the family library to get a pass for Bao-er." Men Xing nodded. The Lu family's library had a large collection of books. There were a lot of rare and unique books. However, not everyone could enter the library. If one wanted to enter the library, then they must have a pass. If one didn't have a pass, then they wouldn't be able to enter. Naturally, the pass wasn't difficult to get. As long as you're a member of the family, then you can get a pass. Even if you're a servant, you can get a pass. However, the pass can only allow you to read books in the library, you can't take the books out. When Little Crane Grass heard the old man, he immediately became happy. The old man looked at Little Crane Grass and felt distressed. No one knew Little Crane Grass better than him. Although he and Little Crane Grass had only been together for a year, the two were very close. This was because when Little Crane Grass first went to school, he was the one who picked him up every day. Later on, although he returned to Jiyun City, he still gave Little Crane Grass a lot of paper every year. In the beginning, he didn't know what the paper was for. But now that he looked at Little Crane Grass, he knew what it was for. This was the reason why he felt distressed for Little Crane Grass. The old man looked at the sky, then he turned his head to Men-ching and said, Men-ching, go to the kitchen and tell them to prepare some dishes for lunch. Right, don't eat fish. Little Bao and the others have been working on the boat for the past few days. There's no shortage of fish on the boat. I think they've eaten enough. Men-ching nodded, then he turned around and left. The old man turned his head to Ling Dang and Cui Yu and said, Ling Dang, Cui Yu, you two can go rest. There's no need for you to stay here. The two nodded, then they slowly left the courtyard. They were servants of the old man, so they usually lived here. But if the old man had a request, then they would leave the courtyard and rest elsewhere. The Lu family had a special place for servants to rest. After Ling Dang and Cui Yu left, the old man turned his head to Little Crane Grass and said, Crane Grass, after you go back, go and learn from the medicine master. Grandfather is a member of the Lu family, and in the future, I'll always be a member of the Lu family. The reason why I don't want you to say that you're my grandson and granddaughter is because I don't want you to enter the Lu family. However, the Lu family has helped you a lot. If the Lu family is in trouble in the future, and you have the ability, then please help the Lu family. Little Crane Grass nodded and said, Grandfather, rest assured. I'll remember the help that the Lu family has given me. I also know that Grandfather doesn't want me to join the Lu family for my own good. If I have the chance in the future, I'll definitely repay the Lu family. The old gatekeeper nodded happily, but little Yuer looked at the two of them in confusion. She didn't quite understand what they were talking about. After all, little Yuer was just an ordinary child and couldn't be compared to the Little Crane Grass. The three of them stayed in the yard for a while before Lu Qing came with two servants. These two servants were holding two food boxes in their hands. After entering the yard, they immediately saluted the old gate master and said, Greetings, Chief Gate Master. The old man nodded and waved his hand. The two servants bowed once and set up a small table in the courtyard. There were a total of 6 dishes and a small bowl of rice. The rice used for the rice was of good quality. From afar, one could smell a strong rice fragrance. It was a rare good thing. After the two servants set up the food, they bowed and left. The old man turned his head to Little Crane Grass and Little Yuer and said, Bao Yuer, come and eat. Men-ching, you can stay here and eat. Men-ching complied and didn't refuse, he sat down. Little Crane Grass and Little Yuer also sat at the table and watched Men-ching prepare the food for them. The two little ones were very sensible. Although Little Yuer was young, she had been trained to be independent from Shaolin Sha. Now, it wasn't a problem for her to eat alone. So, as long as the food was served, they could eat by themselves. They didn't need anyone to take care of them at all. The old gatekeeper was old and couldn't eat too much. However, when he saw the Little Crane Grass and Little Yuer eating so happily, he unconsciously ate an extra bowl of rice. This meal was the most delicious meal that the old gatekeeper had eaten in the past few days. Just after the meal, there was a sudden knock on the door of the old man's small courtyard. Men-ching immediately went to the door and opened it. When he saw Lu Yu and Lu Qing, he immediately turned his head to the old man and said, Third Grandpa, it's Captain Lu Yu and shopkeeper Lu Ji. The old man nodded and said, Let them in. When Men-ching heard this, he quickly stepped aside and said to the two of them, Please, Third Grandpa is in the courtyard. After the two of them thanked Men-ching, they entered the courtyard. The old man looked at the two and said, You're here. Are you ready? The two bowed and said, Yes, steward men. We're ready. Then the two took out 2 stacks of paper and handed them over to the old man. After the old man received the paper, he carefully flipped through it and looked at the content. After a while, he nodded and said, "Good, it's very detailed. You two can go back." The two quickly nodded and then turned around to leave. The old man received the 2 stacks of paper, then he turned to Menqing and said, "Menqing, go prepare the carriage. We'll go to the Gathering Clouds Mountain to see the wind and clouds. I'll go see the patriarch first." Menqing nodded and then turned around to leave. The old man then turned to little Cranegrass and little Yu-er and said, "Bao-er, Yu-er, you two play by yourselves first. Grandpa will take you out to see the scenery in a while." The two nodded vigorously, their eyes filled with excitement. The old man looked at the two and then gently patted their heads. Then he nodded and turned around to leave. Before long, Ling Dang and Chui Yu entered the courtyard. They didn't see the old man and Menqing. Although they felt strange, they still finished their work and began to clean up the courtyard. The leftovers on the table were also cleaned up. At this time, the old man went to the small white house and directly went to the patriarch's office. After entering the door, Lu Yunfei immediately summoned him. After the old man gave Lu Yunfei a salute, he took out the 2 stacks of paper and said, "Patriarch, these are the reports written by Lu Yu and Lu Ji. I've taken a look at them, they're very detailed." Lu Yunfei took the 2 stacks of paper from the old man's hand and carefully looked at them. Then he nodded and said, "Good, they're very detailed. These 2 brats did a good job. I originally wanted to ask them, but now it seems like there's no need. Alright, let little Yu rest for a while. We'll wait for the news." The old gate master knew what Lu Yunfei meant. Recently, Lu Clan's shipping on Woling River should be reduced appropriately. This time, the incident at the Devil Beach was too big. In the Soul World, no matter which country it was, the battle between the powerful Soul soldiers would attract a lot of attention. This time, at the Devil Beach, the battle between nearly 10 Soul soldiers naturally attracted the attention of the Blade Spirit country. They wouldn't ignore it and would definitely send people to investigate. At this time, if they didn't restrain themselves, then the unlucky ones would be them. Lu Yunfei turned his head and said to the old man, "You go and make the arrangements. Tell the people in the family to be more well-behaved. Maybe the secret agents of the imperial family have already entered Juyun City. It's best to be careful." The old gatekeeper complied. Lu Yunfei waved his hand and the old gatekeeper retreated. The old gatekeeper went outside and made some arrangements before leaving the White Mansion. When the old gatekeeper returned to his courtyard, Menqing was already there. Ling Dang and Chui Yu were also ready. Of course, the 2 of them wouldn't follow them. Instead, they prepared food and necessities for them. As a citizen of Juyun City, they were very clear that although Juyun Mountain wasn't very far from Juyun City, but every year during these few days, Juyun Mountain would be the most crowded. If they went to Juyun Mountain at this time, they would definitely stay in the mountain for a night and would only come back tomorrow. Therefore, they had to prepare some food and necessities. Of course, a big local family like the Lu clan had a courtyard in Juyun Mountain. A place to live was certainly not a problem. Moreover, there were servants staying in the courtyard all year round. Therefore, when the old gatekeeper went there, food and necessities were actually not a problem. But in the end, the old gatekeeper was only a steward, he wasn't a member of the Lu clan. So when they went there, the courtyard wouldn't prepare too many things. Moreover, because the courtyard was empty all year round, the preparations weren't necessarily good. If they wanted to eat something good, then they had to rely on themselves to prepare it. When the old gatekeeper saw that the preparations were almost done, he nodded and said, "Alright, everything is ready. Then let's go." Yesterday morning, we woke up just in time to see the scenery. The reason why the old gatekeeper said this was because if one wanted to see the scenery of Juyun Mountain, then they had to go there in the morning. Only at sunrise would they be able to see the scenery. After that, they wouldn't be able to see it anymore. The time that the wind shadow would appear added up to an hour. If they missed that time, then they wouldn't be able to see it anymore. The old gatekeeper had already arranged the family's affairs. Moreover, the family needed to be low-key recently, so there wouldn't be too many things happening. Moreover, he wasn't the only steward in the family right now. There wouldn't be a problem for him to leave for a day or two. He just needed to inform the others. the old gatekeeper led the three people out of the Lu mansion. They sat on the Lu mansion's carriage and went straight out of the city. But this time, they didn't leave from the north gate of Jiyun City. Instead, they went to the east gate. As soon as they came out of the Lu mansion, the old gatekeeper looked at the situation of Jiyun City through the window. There wasn't anything special about Jiyun City, but there were a lot fewer children of the various clans. In the past, the children of the various clans of Jiyun City would usually be active in Jiyun City. Although they wouldn't do things like bully people, they would still call their friends and swagger through the streets. But now, they couldn't be seen. Little Cranegrass was also observing the situation outside. As the carriage moved forward, Little Cranegrass roughly understood the layout of Jiyun City. The entire Jiyun City was divided into 5 regions: East, South, West, North, and Central. The East, South, West, and North regions were controlled by the 4 great clans. Although they were only the city defense officers there, in fact, those 4 regions were similar to their own territory. After so many years, the 4 great clans didn't offend each other. They got along with each other peacefully. Moreover, they were connected by marriage, forming a huge, intertwined network of relationships. And in the middle of Jiyun City was the location of the East Arrival Mansion. That was also the location of the Jiyun City City Lord, the East Arrival Mansion's mansion head. The 4 great clans didn't dare to go there. They didn't dare to stretch their hands over there, otherwise, they would definitely be dealt with by the imperial family. Therefore, although Jiyun City was divided into 5 regions, they had always gotten along peacefully. This was mainly because of the 4 great clans. The 4 great clans had always been very honest. Every year, they didn't pay a single cent less in taxes. The people under their rule also lived a good life and didn't do anything too excessive. Therefore, the mansion head also turned a blind eye to the matters of the 4 great clans. Of course, Little Cranegrass couldn't possibly know about these. He only had a rough understanding of the layout of Jiyun City and didn't care much about other things. But the old doorman wasn't observing these. He wanted to see if there were any special people or things on the streets because the patriarch said that the imperial family's secret agents might have already arrived. The imperial family's secret agents were no joke. It was said that the imperial family's secret agents were all pervasive. Moreover, you shouldn't think of the imperial family's secret agents as experts. They were very likely to be some trained soul-bearers. They hid in the countryside and hid in the city. Perhaps an old farmer selling vegetables next to you was an imperial family's secret agent. But don't underestimate these imperial family's secret agents. In addition to inquiring about information, they also carried out assassinations. Although they were cloud-bearers and couldn't cultivate anything, when it came to assassination, they weren't inferior to anyone. They could obtain some assassination weapons that weren't circulated outside, and even some secret poisons. And those poisons were all concocted by some plant masters. They were colorless and tasteless. Even if you were a soul-bearer, if you were poisoned by them, you would be skinned alive even if you didn't die. After looking for a while and not finding anyone special, the old doorman withdrew his gaze. He also knew that there wouldn't be any results if he continued to observe, but he still couldn't help but want to take a look. Before long, the carriage left the city. The old doorman finally gave up. He turned to look at Little Cranegrass and Little Yuer. The 2 of them were now squeezed by the window, looking outside. Little Yuer was pointing outside from time to time and laughing from time to time. Hearing Little Yuer's laughter, the old doorman's mood became a lot better. From Jiyun City to Jiyun Mountain, there was a total of 50 li. The carriage that the old doorman was riding wasn't an ordinary carriage. The horses pulling the carriage were all fine horses. The 50 li journey took about 2 hours. When they arrived at the foot of Jiyun Mountain, Little Cranegrass and Little Yuer were dumbfounded. This Jiyun Mountain was really too high. One must know that Tree Root Village was also at the foot of Jadeite Mountain. Jadeite Mountain wasn't a small mountain, but compared to Jiyun Mountain, Jadeite Mountain was far inferior. Mount Jiyun was extremely tall. Most importantly, there were 5 peaks on Mount Jiyun. From afar, it looked like 5 fingers had suddenly stretched out from the ground. It was very strange. The old doorman looked at Little Cranegrass and Little Yuer, then he smiled faintly and said, "From here, we can see the 5 main peaks of the cloud-gathering mountain. It's because the 5 peaks are still very far away from us, and our goal isn't the 5 peaks. You should know that the 5 peaks of the cloud-gathering mountain are very difficult for even birds to cross. Very few people would go there. I heard that there are some fierce beasts, wild beasts, and ferocious birds there. As long as they see someone approaching the 5 peaks of the cloud-gathering mountain, they would attack crazily, as if they wouldn't give up until their last breath. Even among the soul soldiers, very few people can enter the 5 peaks of the cloud-gathering mountain. I heard that in the past, there were people who went there, but in the end, they didn't come back alive. Fortunately, those wild beasts never come down from the mountain, so the periphery of the cloud-gathering mountain is very safe, especially the cloud-gathering peak. Every year, a lot of people would go there to watch the spectacle of the cloud-gathering mountain. It's very lively. Little Cranegrass nodded and said, I've read about this matter from the Journey of the Blade. When Lei Ming wrote the Journey of the Blade, he wanted to go to the 5 main peaks of Jiyun Mountain. However, he didn't even go to the first peak before he retreated. Right, he said that the first peak of the 5 peaks is called the Snake King Peak. Because there are snakes everywhere, all kinds of snakes. The old doorman nodded and said, right, the 5 peaks of Jiyun Mountain are called the Snake King Peak, Eagle King Peak, Tiger King Peak, Bear King Peak, and Pig King Peak. Together, they are called the 5 King Peaks. End of chapter 3083. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.